In the realm of the system, Lin Tian embarks on a journey to plunder the heavens, seeking opportunities to forge the immortal. The worlds await his exploration, including Fox Spirit, Little Red Daughter, Divine Seal Throne, Super God Academy, Valoran Continent, One Under Heaven, Douluo Continent, and Journey to the West. Yet, all of this begins with the tale of ancient sword fantasy. Chapter 1. Ancient Sword Fantasy. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiant light upon the earth. The enchanting Wu Meng Spirit Valley, adorned with lush mountains and clear waters, was a spectacle of blooming flowers and charming wooden cottages nestled on grassy knolls. However, this once idyllic scene was marred by calamity. Two factions clashed fiercely, blood spilled and stained the land, turning the floor crimson. After a period of time equivalent to a fragrant incense stick, the sounds of battle finally ceased in Wu Meng Spirit Valley. Yet, amidst the carnage, only 10 iron-masked figures remained, surrounded by a heap of lifeless bodies. Leader, look at this. One masked individual, cloaked in black and wielding a blood-soaked longsword, pointed towards a child lying beneath the statue of Nuwa, the last descendant of Wu Meng Spirit Valley. The leader, also masked, gazed intently at the unconscious child, a fierce weapon embedded beside him, its malevolent aura enveloping the blade. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Alas, since Fenji has fused with him, it appears this child cannot be killed. Let us retreat swiftly." Understood. Instantly, dozens of individuals wielded their swords with a wave of energy, hastily departing the scene. On the heights, a man clad in a brocade robe observed the unfolding events below, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he vanished into thin air. In Wu Meng Spirit Valley, blood flowed freely, leaving an eerie silence. Suddenly, a rift in space opened above, and a 6-year-old boy plummeted through, landing safely beside the statue of Nuwa. With no living souls around, the child's arrival went unnoticed amidst the corpses. "Damn it, system, you've deceived me," Lin Tian exclaimed, surveying his surroundings, his eyes welling up as he beheld his diminutive form. How could he have traversed realms only to find himself in such a frail body? Everywhere he looked, lifeless bodies lay strewn about, their blood pooling on the ground, releasing a nauseating stench that churned Lin Tian's stomach. To understand the reason for his transmigration, one must first look back to 2 days prior, when Lin Tian was merely an ordinary person on Earth. As an orphan, he had worked tirelessly to complete his university education and secured a satisfying job. With little time for friends due to his work-study routine, he often celebrated alone with drinks at night. The following day, upon waking in a daze, he was horrified to find a voice resonating in his mind. After an hour of comprehension, Lin Tian was exhilarated to discover that a system had attached itself to him, named Transcendence through the multiverse system, with Lin Tian as its host. His situation mirrored that of a protagonist in a novel, poised to ascend to greatness, marry a wealthy heiress, and reach the pinnacle of life. As thoughts of wielding power and indulging in beauty filled his mind, he trembled with excitement. The sole function of the Transcendence through the multiverse system was to traverse other realms. Unlike the clicked narratives, he was not bound to laboriously develop from a lowly plane. Rather, the system's traversals were random, potentially landing him in a myriad of worlds, from the primal to the fantastical. The realm he had entered was that of the television drama Ancient Sword Fantasy. The host's innate quality is subpar, filled with impurities detrimental to cultivation. Thus, a cleansing process has been initiated to enhance your potential. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the severe pollution of Earth's environment and the accumulation of unhealthy substances within his body over the years. Enhanced potential? Does that mean I now possess the ancient divine body? Or perhaps the primordial immortal body? Lin Tian's curiosity piqued, and his previous discomfort at the sight of the corpses diminished significantly. Post-cleansing, your current physique is that of the innate Tao body, gathering the essence of the 5 elements, which accelerates your cultivation. However, the path of cultivation necessitates personal diligence. Your advantages merely serve as assistance. Indeed, having perused thousands of novels, Lin Tian understood well that the journey of cultivation required hard work and perseverance. Without effort, even the greatest talents would be in vain. By the way, when can I access a new realm again? Lin Tian inquired eagerly. In 10 years. A sigh of relief escaped him. A decade was a bearable weight. As he contemplated his first journey into another world, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement, though the devastation surrounding him dampened his spirits. This was the beginning of the plot, with Wu Meng's Spirit Valley facing annihilation, and the Fun Ji sword was indeed the one in question. Observing the unconscious Han Yunshi at his feet, Lin Tian instinctively retreated, the sword's ominous aura too perilous to approach. The Fun Ji sword, imbued with the essence of countless resentful spirits, possessed the power to consume the wielder's mind, plunging them into a ceaseless cycle of slaughter. Lin Tian felt a magnetic pull towards the sword, yet his awareness of its terrifying nature kept him at bay. The malevolent energy surrounding the Fun Ji sword was palpable, a stark contrast to the half-hearted effects of earthly martial arts. This was genuine and formidable. Remaining stationary, Lin Tian recognized that, as a child, venturing beyond Wu Meng's Spirit Valley would likely lead to his capture and exploitation. Moreover, according to his memories, the esteemed Xin would soon arrive to investigate the situation in Wu Meng's Spirit Valley. If he posed as a descendant of the valley, he could infiltrate Tianyong City to hone his skills, and after 10 years, he could soar to great heights. With this plan in mind, Lin Tian hastily rolled on the ground, ensuring his clothing was smeared with ash, appearing wrinkled and disheveled. He even smeared blood across his face, fully immersing himself in the act. Reclining on the stone platform, Lin Tian surveyed Han Yunshi, who appeared to be around his age, the protagonist of this realm, albeit with a tragic fate awaiting him. Occasionally glancing at the sky, he awaited Xian's arrival. Suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked towards Wu Meng's Spirit Valley. Lin Tian's heart raced. The moment had come. He quickly lay on the ground, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. Xin, moving with the swiftness of lightning, soared through the sky on his sword, horrified by the sight of the numerous corpses littering Wu Meng's Spirit Valley. With a thought, he broke the barrier and descended directly to the ground. As Xin entered Wu Meng's Spirit Valley, he surveyed the scattered bodies, men, women, and children alike. His eyes closed in sorrow as a deep sigh escaped his lips. He hurried towards the valley's center, where 2 children still clung to life. In a moment of shock, Xin reached Lin Tian and Han Yunshi. This was the moment of the sword's soul awakening. Observing Han Yunshi lying on the ground, a fierce aura emanated from him, compelling Xin to act. Without uttering a word, he grasped the unconscious Han Yunshi and the dazed Lin Tian, swiftly taking to the skies towards the underworld. While Lin Tian maintained a vacant expression, as if struck by a monumental blow, inside he was overjoyed. His ruse had succeeded, and he silently congratulated himself. His earlier performance could undoubtedly win an Oscar. How had he never recognized his own talent for acting? Chapter 2. Star essence held in the hand of the venerable Xin, they soared through the sky with the speed of a bolt, covering vast distances in an instant. The rushing wind whistled past, yet Lin Tian felt no turbulence, shielded by the faint aura surrounding Xin. He cast a sidelong glance at the mountains and rivers below, appearing diminutive from above, as if one hand could encompass them. This sensation brought him immense joy. Is this the essence of flying with a sword? Lin Tian mused, determined to master this art upon arriving in Tianyong City. To glide above the heavens on a celestial sword and behold the myriad wonders of the world was simply exhilarating. As he admired the scenery beneath, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him. Having traversed through unfamiliar and terrifying realms, altered his constitution, and transformed into a child. All these experiences left him mentally and physically drained, leading him into slumber. At the moment his eyes closed, it seemed Xin had reached their destination, and a little girl-esque silhouette appeared in his mind. She must be Feng Qingxue, he thought, as this was Lin Tian's final reflection. Within the ancient halls, Ling Yu held a damp cloth, meticulously tending to the 2 children lying in bed. At that moment, Ling Duan noticed one of them frowning, his lips twitching, seemingly on the verge of awakening. He hurriedly dashed outside, shouting, "Master, he is awake." Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. Upon waking, he felt refreshed, gazing at the exquisite silk covering him, and noticed Han Yunshi lying beside him. They must have arrived in Tianyong City, he thought, though he was uncertain. However, with Han Yunshi present, he felt reassured. His throat parched, he was unaware of how many days he had been unconscious. He rose from the bed, eyeing the water kettle on the table alongside buns wrapped in oiled paper. His eyes brightened as he rushed over, gulping down the tea and devouring the buns. "You're awake," a voice exclaimed. Startled, Lin Tian dropped the bun and turned to see Xin standing in the hall, accompanied by a youth clad in purple and white sect robes, his disciple, without a doubt, Ling Yu. Having had no opportunity to observe him earlier, Lin Tian now scrutinized Zine in detail. White hair, Taoist crown atop his head, and clad in a Taoist robe, he emanated an air of ethereal grace. "You have been in slumber for 3 days and nights," Zine stated. 3 days? Lin Tian was taken aback, quickly rising and jogging to Zine's side, kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, revered immortal. I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple." Zine gazed at the small child before him, sighing inwardly. It was a time that should be carefree, yet the child had just endured the calamity of his clan's annihilation, leaving only 2 survivors in this world. Having secluded himself for years, Zine had only taken Ling Yu as a disciple over countless centuries. Moreover, having sustained severe injuries from the events in Yudu, he now required solitude to heal and had no time to care for this child. Supporting Lin Tian, he contemplated the innocence of his youthful visage. As time passed, Lin Tian grew increasingly anxious. If Zine declined to accept him, he was uncertain of his next steps. He recalled that in the original tale, Zine had initially been persuaded by the sect leader to take Han Yunshi down the mountain for adoption. However, Han Yunshi could not stray too far from the fire of destruction, which led to Lin Tian being taken in as a disciple. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent, with Ling Yu secretly observing his master, awaiting a response. After a deep sigh, Zine spoke slowly. "Very well. Since you wish to be my disciple, I shall make an exception and accept you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, he could pursue the path of immortality. "Master does not easily take disciples. You must quickly bow to him," Ling Yu urged. Understanding the necessity of this ritual, Lin Tian, filled with exhilaration, performed the bowing ceremony. Disciple Lin Tian pays respects to Master. The Woming Spirit Valley has been destroyed. From now on, Tianyong City shall be your home. There is no need to dwell on the past, Zine consoled. Disciple understands, Lin Tian nodded. Zine instructed Ling Yu to continue caring for Han Yunshi before leading Lin Tian outside the hall, onto a vast stone platform flanked by sheer cliffs. It was clear that walking out on foot was impossible. The verdant mountains and strange rocks, shrouded in mist, resembled a realm of immortals. This enchanting scene elicited an involuntary gasp from Lin Tian. Approaching the wooden railing at the edge, he peered down into the abyss below, an unfathomable chasm where falling would surely mean death. Seeing that Lin Tian had sufficiently admired the view, Zine commanded, "Sit cross-legged on the ground. I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation." "Yes, Master," Lin Tian replied, crossing his legs and facing Zine. Zine pointed a finger at Lin Tian's forehead, and before Lin Tian could react, he felt a sudden pressure in his mind as a cultivation technique. The foundation establishment method surged into his consciousness. After Lin Tian absorbed the technique, Zine guided him through his first experience of cultivation. The celestial bodies correspond to the acupoints of life. A cultivator circulates their energy throughout their body, directing it with their heart, and with this energy, they wield their sword. As Zine spoke, he performed intricate hand seals, causing a vibrant purple light to coalesce above his head, manifesting as a divine purple thunder. The star essence resided within the sea of consciousness, only accessible to those who embarked on the path of cultivation. Each person's star essence was unique, ranging from divine beasts to river creatures. The quality of one's star essence reflected their innate potential. Not everyone possessed star essence, however. Lacking it did not preclude one from cultivating, though the time and effort invested would not yield equal returns. Without great willpower and wisdom, one's achievements would be limited, rendering a lifetime of effort futile. Lin Tian eagerly mimicked his master's movements, gradually sensing a swirling energy at his fingertips. This was spiritual energy. Exhaling deeply, he steadied his mind, suppressing his excitement, and continued to form the hand seals. His star essence began to manifest, radiating vibrant colors. His star essence, in contrast to Zine's pure purple, shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, giving rise to 5 divine beasts above his head. The azure dragon coiled, the white tiger roared, the vermilion bird sang, and the black tortoise hissed, each holy beast presiding over their respective domains, delineating their territories with an unyielding boundary. At the center of Lin Tian's star essence was yet another sacred beast, resembling a dragon in head, a horse in form, a deer in shape, and a cow in tail, adorned with colorful fur and a yellow underbelly, epitomizing the majestic Qilin. I never anticipated Lin Tian's potential to be so extraordinary. Zine was taken aback, realizing that if Lin Tian were to survive, he would undoubtedly ascend to true immortality, far surpassing Zine's half-baked sword immortality. The 5 sacred beasts had long been extinct, yet today, Zine was fortunate enough to witness their true forms, prompting him to silently rejoice in not having overlooked such a remarkable disciple. Summoning star essence for cultivation not only accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens, but also enabled the manifestation of one S star essence into physical form. Lin Tian S5 Sacred Beast Star Essence would surely possess immense power upon his ascension. Xian resolved to have Lin Tian cultivate alongside him in the days to come, determined to prevent the young one from straying onto the path of darkness. Is this what the system referred to as the convergence of the 5 spirits within one S being? Lin Tian mused, scanning his star essence in awe, realizing that he was blessed with 5 sacred beasts. The speed at which he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy now far exceeded before, filling him with elation. The energy flowed within him, nurturing his physical form, and as his cultivation progressed, Lin Tian became engrossed in his practice. Xian observed Lin Tian's engrossment with satisfaction, understanding that regardless of innate talent, diligence was paramount. He harbored great expectations for this disciple. Without disturbing Lin Tian, he quietly returned to the hall, casting a glance at Ling Yu still seated on the bed. From now on, the existence of your junior brother shall remain a secret. Xian Real Man feared that Lin Tian's terrifying talent would be extinguished in its infancy if it were to be known. Although Ling Yu was filled with doubt, he had always adhered to his master's orders, responding affirmatively. Xian Real Man then shifted his gaze to Han Yunqi, who lay on the bed, letting out a soft sigh. The malevolent energy within her had fused with her spirit, creating a coexistence. Chapter 3. Growth in the Jiangu of Tianyong City. Xian Real Man instructed Han Yunqi to sit cross-legged at the center, where strange runes were inscribed on the ground, evidently forming a formation. Nodding to the sect leader beside him, he swiftly made hand gestures, activating the formation beneath him. The sect leader promptly channeled his own spiritual power, and in an instant, the formation enveloped Han Yunqi. As time passed slowly, Hong Yu and Ling Yu, who observed from the side, were filled with concern. At that moment, beads of sweat appeared on Xian Real Man's brow as he thought to himself, this child has been afflicted by the devouring desolation since birth, and now, due to this sword, has become an orphan. I have a deep bond with his mother. I must protect his life at all costs. With a continuous influx of spiritual energy, the formation began to operate, and a green, luminous aura emanated from Han Yunqi's head. Hong Yu's expression brightened as she said to Xian Real Man, Master, it worked. Xian Real Man immediately severed his hand gestures and stepped forward. Watching as the malevolent energy within Han Yunqi was indeed restrained, he sighed in relief and casually instructed, carry him over there to rest. Understood, Master. Thank you, sect leader. Xian Real Man expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Although we have sealed the malevolent energy within him using the empty bright phantom sword seal, it cannot completely halt the devouring desolation within him, the sect leader said, his expression grave. If this malevolent energy is not dealt with, it will hinder his growth. As he matures, the seal will weaken, and the consequences for the child will be dire. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must try. Shaking his head, the sect leader was well aware of Xian Real Man's stubbornness. By the way, Xian Real Man, I heard that you brought back 2 children? Indeed. I have accepted one as my disciple, and he has been cultivating on the back mountain these past few days. Xian Real Man did not conceal the matter from the sect leader, sharing the details. Oh, the sect leader exclaimed in surprise. As the sword elder, Xian Real Man rarely took disciples, having only Ling Yu under his tutelage. It was unexpected that this child had the fortune to be accepted as Xian Real Man's disciple, which was indeed a significant blessing. The sect leader pondered, lamenting that even his daughter, Futiu, had been politely declined when she sought to join the sword elder. Turning to look at Han Yunqi, who rested nearby, the sect leader felt a wave of concern. The devouring desolation could easily bring about catastrophic consequences. With a sigh, he transformed his worries into a single breath and soared away on his sword. Hong Yu, Ling Yu, I entrust Yunqi's care to you both. I shall enter seclusion. From now on, I will emerge every 3 years to check on Yunqi's condition. Without lingering, Xian Real Man became a streak of light, vanishing from the Jiangu. Tianyong City was a place of abundant spiritual energy, making it the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. On the back mountain, a structure rose from the spiritual vein, known as the Spirit Pavilion, which served as the Sword Elder's retreat for cultivation. On the second floor of the Spirit Pavilion, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in a secret chamber, the star essence surrounding him. The 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, circled him, intensifying the cultivation of spiritual energy. While the Qilin hovered above his head, stabilizing his cultivation. After 3 days of diligent practice, Lin Tian had become a true cultivator, stepping into the qi refining stage. Sensing a familiar aura, he quickly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, noticing someone had quietly arrived. He stood and approached, respectfully greeting, Master. Indeed. Within a mere 3 days, you have reached the qi refining stage. It seems that breaking into the foundation establishment stage is merely a matter of time. The essence of the sacred beasts is indeed formidable, Zine Real Man praised with a nod. For an ordinary person, to reach the chi refining stage within 3 months and the foundation establishment stage within 5 years would be considered a genius. Yet, Lin Tian accomplished in just 3 days what others toil for months or even years to achieve. If he continued at this pace, he would surely attain immortality within 500 years. From today, you will cultivate alongside me within this spirit pavilion. Lin Tian nodded repeatedly, finding great interest in cultivation. Feeling invigorated as his physical body strengthened and his spiritual energy accumulated within him, serving as motivation to persevere. Following Zine Real Man's words, Lin Tian returned to his previous mat and summoned the star essence, continuing his path of cultivation. Time flowed without notice, and 20 years passed swiftly. Every 4 years, Tianyang City welcomed new disciples, injecting fresh vitality into the sect, ensuring its status as the premier cultivation sect in the realm remained unblemished. Under the scorching sun, a figure stood atop the towering mountains of the back range, seemingly tireless, wielding a wooden sword and creating gusts of wind with each swing. As they practiced to their utmost, the atmosphere atop the mountain grew increasingly oppressive. Finally, with a single stroke of the sword, a massive stone, 10 meters in size, located thousands of meters away, shattered into fragments. This figure was Lin Tian, whose 20 years of arduous cultivation had borne fruit. He had diligently meditated and practiced chi refining within the spirit pavilion day after day, achieving remarkable results. In just 1 year, he had stepped into the foundation establishment stage. The foundation establishment technique was merely a method to stabilize one's foundation, allowing cultivation only up to the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, Lin Tian sought guidance from his master. Zine Real Man generously imparted all his life's teachings, allowing Lin Tian to choose freely. Without a second thought, Lin Tian selected his master's most powerful technique, the Sword Classic, a method that could lead to immortality. After choosing the Sword Classic, Lin Tian's original spiritual energy gradually took on a faint sword intent with continuous practice, which astonished Zine Real Man. His talent was indeed terrifying. With the Sword Classic in hand, Lin Tian's cultivation speed became astonishing. Condensing a golden core in just 10 years and becoming a golden core cultivator, now reaching the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Currently, within all of Tianyang City, aside from Master Zine Real Man and the sect leader, he stood unrivaled, with no one daring to claim the second position. Achieving the golden core stage in 20 years was a testament to his restrained progress. After all, cultivation required a steady approach, and Lin Tian was in no rush. The golden core stage marked the beginning of his immortal journey, granting him a lifespan of 3,000 years. With his talent, 3,000 years afforded him the opportunity to accomplish many feats, especially with the system at his disposal. As Lin Tian observed the power of his own attacks, he felt immense satisfaction. The strength of a golden core cultivator was indeed formidable, though his wooden sword had long since splintered. Sighing inwardly, he reflected that within the realm of ancient sword legends, aside from the legendary 7 wicked weapons, he found no other weapon worthy of his attention. Yet he could not acquire them, leaving him with only a simple wooden sword for practice. Number 3085. A cheerful voice rang out from behind him, and Lin Tian turned with a wry smile, discovering Ling Yu standing there in the garb of the sect. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Lin Tian shrugged, holding Ling Yu in high regard. Before reaching the golden core stage, he had been unable to consume grains. It was Ling Yu who had brought him food every day for several years. "Master has agreed to your request and permitted you to descend the mountain for training." "What?" Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. Since reaching the golden core stage 10 years after entering the sect, a new world, the Caribbean pirates, had opened up within the system. However, he had refrained from entering, fearing detection while still cultivating within the sect. Now, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. "Great. I will prepare immediately and bid farewell to Tu Su." Lin Tian laughed heartily. Chapter 4. Departure from Tianyang City. Ling Wei smiled as he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Well, it would be good to bid farewell to Tu Su. I also have a task outside. Would you like to join me?" Ling Wei had heard from their master about his junior brother's prowess, the foremost among Tianyang City's disciples. With the master's approval, Ling Wei extended the invitation, fearing that once Lin Tian descended the mountain, he might become enraptured by beauty and intoxication. "No need, brother. I wish to wander the world alone and behold its vast wonders," Lin Tian replied, shaking his head in refusal. It was precisely because of the numerous disciples and the master's supervision within the sect that he found it difficult to traverse realms. He feared that prolonged absence would raise suspicions. Thus, he yearned to venture out alone. The prospect of having another person to monitor him was utterly unacceptable, as he intended to seize opportunities in other worlds rather than genuinely embark on a journey of cultivation. With 20 years having passed, another realm had opened. Therefore, Lin Tian resolutely declined the offer. Very well, matters of the mortal world are fleeting like smoke. I hope you take care, junior brother. Lin Tian nodded. Engaged in casual conversation for a moment before striding back to the spirit pavilion. For 20 years, he had resided there with no other dwelling. His excitement at the prospect of descending the mountain was palpable. He would finally re-enter other realms. With a beaming smile, he prepared to depart hastily with only a wooden sword in hand. The wooden swords in the cultivation chamber were numerous, crafted by his master, Xin, who, noticing Lin Tian's reluctance to use ordinary celestial swords, had ventured to Tianqi to sever the celestial tree for this purpose. Although superior to mundane wood, the celestial tree was still merely a spiritual tree and could not sustain the sword intent imbued with Lin Tian's spiritual energy. Should its power surge, it would shatter instantly. However, Lin Tian thought little of it. As long as it allowed him to fly, he was satisfied. The spells he had learned over the decades were sufficient to handle typical troubles. At the rear of Tianyang City, the ancient trees towered, their branches and roots obscuring the sunlight, allowing only faint rays to filter through. Lin Tian, wielding his wooden sword and carrying a satchel containing 2 spare garments for emergencies, made his way toward the front gate. Due to years of seclusion, very few in Tianyang City were aware of his identity. He had either practiced swordplay or studied spells during his retreat. At noon, under the scorching sun, a peculiar scene unfolded at the mountain gate of Tianyang City. Thousands of mortals stood in a long queue, seemingly unfazed by the heat, persisting despite the sweat pouring down their backs. This was the triennial registration for disciples of Tianyang City. You passed. Hurry up. Next. Lingduan reclined on a wooden chair, jotting down names with irritation. Observing the seemingly endless line of applicants, he wondered how long this would take. Turning to Bai Li Tu Su, who stood nearby, he felt a wave of disdain. He could not fathom why their master had assigned this oddity to assist in the new disciple selection. Lingduan glared at Bai Li Tu Su, pondering how his junior sister, Fu Yu, often gifted this peculiar individual with items, while he himself felt overlooked. I am Feng Qingxue, here to seek apprenticeship in Tianyang City and learn the celestial arts. A melodious voice interrupted Lingduan's thoughts. He turned to see a woman with a fair complexion, adorned in a light blue gown. Her skin as radiant as jade, resembling a celestial maiden. Yet, in his heart, only thoughts of Fu Yu lingered, and he bluntly replied, Tianyang City does not accept female disciples. This young brother. Tianyang City has no explicit rule against accepting female disciples, retorted Ouyang Xiaogong, who had accompanied Feng Qingxue. I decide who registers here. If you continue to babble, you need not apply, Lingduan responded arrogantly, unperturbed by the challenge. I was unaware that Tianyang City was governed by a mere dog, a calm voice interjected, clear enough for all present to hear, creating a stir among the crowd. The mortals in line glanced around, curious to identify the audacious speaker. Upon hearing the insult, Lingduan's anger flared, and he rose furiously, demanding, who dares to be insolent in Tianyang City? A chuckle escaped by Li Tu Su, who had maintained his stoic demeanor for millennia, now displaying a hint of amusement while casting a sympathetic glance at Lingduan. This fleeting smile did not go unnoticed by Fu Yu, who was astonished to witness such a rare expression from Tu Su. In the skies above, Lin Tian soared on his sword, observing the chaotic scene below. Upon spotting Lingduan, he felt a chill. Having previously read the original narrative, he had never liked Lingduan, who was sharp-tongued and petty, often creating trouble for his peers. The audacity of this individual was unmerited, for he was not worthy of such arrogance. Lin Tian descended, indifferently regarding Lingduan, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Having shed his sect robes, no one in the vicinity recognized his identity. Lingduan, believing that he could act recklessly due to a modicum of newfound abilities, ordered, surround him. In an instant, the Tianyang City disciples on patrol drew their swords, encircling Lin Tian. This man is in trouble, Feng Qingxue thought, worry creeping into her heart, as the previous incident was undeniably connected to her. Ouyang Xiaogong's expression tightened. He had sensed an ancient aura emanating from Lin Tian, albeit for a fleeting moment, but he was certain of its authenticity. Surveying the 5 individuals surrounding him, all of whom had just entered the chi refining stage, Lin Tian recognized that while they might be adequate against mortals, they were merely courting death against a golden core cultivator like himself. He walked toward Lingduan, who, seeing this, formed a small sword formation, channeling spiritual energy to conjure a 10-meter-long giant sword that sped toward Lin Tian. Too weak. Lin Tian assessed the attack with disdain. It was all form without substance. Freeze, he uttered, and in an instant, the 5 cultivators found themselves immobilized, their bodies rendered motionless. The giant sword, which had been aimed at him, was enveloped in a vibrant array of spiritual energy and dissipated. With a single step, Lin Tian appeared beside Ling Duan, sealing his spiritual energy with a technique before walking away nonchalantly. "What have you done to me? My power," Ling Duan exclaimed. His eyes reddened with fury as he realized his meridians had been obstructed by an inexplicable force, rendering him powerless. Fu Yu, witnessing such boldness in broad daylight, drew her sword in anger, demanding, "Father, what are you doing?" "Master." Lin Tian gasped in surprise at the arrival, fearing capture. He swiftly utilized a communication technique to bid farewell to Tu Su before soaring out of Tianyong City, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 5, The Battle to Shatter the Heavens. The master of the sect waved his long sleeves to halt Fu Yu's assault, his gaze contemplatively following Lin Tian as he gradually vanished from sight. He sighed softly, realizing that he had not anticipated that Xin would have such a gifted disciple, evoking envy in him. Although he had long been aware of Lin Tian's existence, he had never laid eyes on him until today. And the encounter had brought him immense delight. With his cultivation level, it was evident that Lin Tian had already condensed his golden core, undoubtedly a golden core cultivator. At this rate of advancement, the future held boundless potential for him. Returning to the present, he turned to his own disciples, shaking his head in resignation. Though they were not entirely inept, they were a far cry from being geniuses. Fu Wan must not be rude. After all, he is still your senior brother. Once Lin Yun returns from his trials, you both shall have ample opportunity to engage in meaningful discourse, explained Master Zien to his perplexed daughter. Upon realizing Lin Tian's terrifying talent, the master felt quite pleased, believing that only Fu Hua was worthy of him. As for whether Lin Tian would take a liking to Fu Hua, he harbored no concerns. After all, there is an old saying, a man pursues a woman, separated by mountains. A woman pursues a man, veiled by silk. Moreover, Fu Hua is indeed a beauty beyond compare. In a fleeting moment, the master found himself daydreaming, completely disregarding the lamenting Ling Duan, who felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The skies above were a magnificent tapestry of swirling clouds, taking on various forms. Amidst this mist, a figure soared on a sword, moving with astonishing speed. This individual was none other than Lin Tian, who had just emerged from Tianyong City. Perched upon his wooden sword, Lin Tian gasped for breath, secretly lamenting how perilous his situation had become. He was utterly unaware of why the master had appeared at the gates of Tianyong City, only feeling unfortunate, as he had just put on a grand show, only to be met with immediate repercussions. It was crucial to note that Ling Duan was a direct disciple of the master. By sealing Ling Duan's spiritual power, Lin Tian had effectively slapped the master's face, which compelled him to flee Tianyong City in haste. Surveying the surrounding white clouds, he gazed down to see the mountains and rivers still vibrant, a picturesque landscape. Confirming that the master had not pursued him, Lin Tian sighed in relief, feeling his tense spirit unwind. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed overthought the matter. The sealing technique he employed was sourced from the scriptures hidden in the Tianyong City's library, while the disciples might be unaware of such methods. As the leader of the sect, the master surely possessed knowledge of it, and likely had a means of countering it. Nodding to himself, Lin Tian concluded that his apprehensions were unfounded. It was merely his fear of being captured and imprisoned for years that had driven him to flee in a frenzy. What a fright! He chastised himself inwardly. Little did he know, the master bore him no grudge and had already begun contemplating making him a son-in-law. Manipulating the sword technique, he directed his wooden sword downward, and within a few breaths, Lin Tian descended gracefully from thousands of meters above to the ground. Surrounded by mountains and devoid of human presence, a colossal ancient river flowed below, its destination unknown. Lin Tian settled upon a grand ancient tree. Addressing the system, a decade has passed. It is time to unlock a new dimension. As the world spun around him, Lin Tian opened his eyes once more to find himself in a fantastical realm, standing upon a starry expanse. Countless stars twinkled brilliantly, illuminating the cosmos like a vast sea of stars. Even having witnessed such beauty twice before, Lin Tian found himself enraptured by the sight. Suddenly, the multitude of stars began to tremble, their brilliance intensifying, as one star transformed into a radiant source of light, speeding toward Lin Tian and ultimately revolving beside him. Simultaneously, a piece of information surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. Do Putsang Qiong. Feeling the allure of the star's dimension, Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel, his eyes gleaming with unexplainable excitement. Do Putsang Qiong is indeed a remarkable place, he mused. This realm abounds with treasures, including combat techniques, alchemical skills, and rare materials, far surpassing the countless treasures of the Caribbean pirate dimension he had previously encountered. Within the Do Putsang Qiong realm, 3 elements captivated him most: the exotic flames, the Bodhi ancient tree, and the spatial techniques accessible only to Dozun practitioners. To begin with, the exotic flames are a phenomenon within the Douluo universe. Some born from meteorites, while others are the result of lava forged in volcanic depths over millennia. These flames possess a potency far exceeding that of flames catalyzed by Dou Qi. When used in alchemy, they can enhance the medicinal properties of elixirs. However, these exotic flames are notoriously fierce and seldom encountered. Even when found, they are challenging to tame. More importantly, certain unique flames can bolster one's physical form continuously, acting as a veritable cheat code. As far as he knew, there were 23 types of exotic flames in the Douluo realm, with the first-ranked Emperor Flame long gone. Nevertheless, even the remaining 22 flames stirred his desire, and he was well aware of the locations of several earthly flames. Next, the Bodhi ancient tree, whose Bodhi heart grants one the potential to become a Dou Sheng, is immensely formidable. Though he had yet to arrive in the Douluo realm or witness the devastation wrought by Dou Zun and Dou Sheng, based on the original text description of their ability to tear through space with ease, they must be on par with cultivators at the transcending tribulation or great ascension stages. Lastly, the spatial techniques were equally enticing. In the Douluo realm, reaching Dou Zun grants immediate comprehension of spatial laws, and in the original tale, a gathering of Dou Sheng could create an independent space, in contrast to contend with the realm of cultivation. Only those at the level of Douluo Continent or quasi-saint would have a chance to grasp the laws of space. Observing the stars belonging to Douluo, Lin Tian's hands trembled slightly with excitement, yet he composed himself, steadying his mind. System. Enter the Douluo dimension. As he uttered the command, his form vanished instantaneously within the sea of stars. The Douluo realm was a world governed by Dou Qi, devoid of flamboyant magic, yet thriving in the pinnacle of Dou Qi cultivation. In a tavern adjacent to the west city gate of Wutan City, Lin Tian sat on the second floor near the window, leisurely sipping the fine wine served by the attendant. Having arrived in this dimension for a day, he lamented the system's persistent ineptitude. Having unceremoniously deposited him in the heart of the magical beast forest, where powerful auras lingered, even now that he had returned to the city, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was undoubtedly the presence of Dou Zone-level magical beasts, and not just a single one. Lin Tian watched the bustling crowd outside the window, his gaze sharpening. Indeed, no world is as simple as one might envision. The original tale indicated that the magical beast forest adjacent to Wutan City was devoid of Dou Zone experts. This served as a stark warning to him. One must not blindly trust the original text, as the stories it conveyed were merely the tip of the iceberg in that world. Shaking his head repeatedly, he cast aside his worries, for he was merely a passerby, a seeker of fortune, and thus had no need to invite troubles upon himself. He only had to exercise caution moving forward. Through the window, he noticed a solitary youth meandering along the street, his figure forlorn, and the ring on his right hand stood out conspicuously. Observing this, Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile as he murmured, "The plot is about to unfold." Chapter 6. Bone Spirit. Cold fire. Watching Xiaoyan slowly approach the Xiao family gate, clearly intending to return home, Lin Tian recognized this as a golden opportunity, one not to be missed. He casually placed a Doshur-level magic core on the table as payment for his drink. With a clap of his hands, he leaped through the second-floor window, landing deftly on the ground. The throngs of pedestrians around him scarcely registered any surprise. After all, this was a world of the strong. It was commonplace to see individuals leaping about in the city, and even bringing magical beasts in a town would raise no eyebrows. Landing lightly, Lin Tian strode toward Xiaoyan, seizing the moment while he was not at home. An excellent opportunity indeed, especially with Xiao Suner residing within the Xiao clan. In the ancient 8 clans of Douluo, Xiao Suner, the daughter of the clan leader, had been sent to the Xiao family with the intention of obtaining a key to unlock the ancient emperor's cave. The key to the ancient emperor's cave was divided into 8 pieces, each held by one of the ancient clans, and with the Xiao clan now in decline, they were bound to be schemed against by the other families. Perhaps the ancient clan leader, Gu Yuan, never anticipated that sending Xiao Suner to the Xiao clan would lead to a loss rather than a gain. However, these matters were of little consequence. Even though he knew the location of the ancient emperor's cave, Lin Tian harbored no illusions about his current capability to contend with the ancient 8 clans for the key. He recalled that Xiao Suner was always accompanied by a Dou Huang-level expert. Shaking his head, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had yet to fully grasp the hierarchical system of the Douluo realm and its corresponding levels in the realm of cultivation. Striding towards Xiaoyan, taking advantage of the absence of Xiao Suner by his side, Lin Tian thought to himself that if that little girl were to discover his machinations against her brother Xiaoyan, she would undoubtedly explode in fury. "Do you wish to restore your cultivation? I can assist you," Lin Tian whispered softly in Xiaoyan's ear, his voice barely audible to outsiders. "What can help me restore my cultivation?" Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyan turned his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He beheld a young man standing beside him, with a chiseled face that exuded handsomeness, wielding a wooden sword that seemed to emanate an ethereal aura at all times. Could he truly be of assistance? Xiaoyan pondered, yet his heart soon dimmed. Over the past 3 years, his father, the clan leader of the Xiao family, had summoned numerous alchemists for his sake, only to receive constant refusals in return. The warmth in his heart rapidly cooled as he regarded the young man before him, his expression returning to neutrality, devoid of any joy. "Assist me? How do you intend to do so? Your motives surely extend beyond merely helping me." No wonder he has weathered 3 years of ups and downs. His temperament is indeed formidable. Observing Xiaoyan's fleeting excitement, which was quickly replaced by indifference, Lin Tian expressed his admiration. "I am aware of the reason for your dwindling fighting spirit. Naturally, as compensation, I require something from you." Gazing into Lin Tian's eyes, Xiaoyan discerned no abnormalities. Could it be that he truly possesses a solution? He thought to himself, then promptly replied, "As long as you can help me restore my abilities, whatever you need from me, I shall offer willingly." In this world where the strong thrive and the weak are destined to be trampled upon, the powerless are left without a voice. For the sake of recovering his cultivation, Xiaoyan would not hesitate to part with whatever Lin Tian demanded, even if it seemed excessive. After all, material possessions are ultimately inferior to one's strength. However, had Xiaoyan known the true nature of the item Lin Tian sought, and the hidden implications within, he might have reconsidered his willingness. Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that many eyes had begun to focus on them, he shrugged and remarked, "It appears you are quite the subject of attention in Wutan City. Come. This is not a place for negotiations." Having endured 3 years of scrutiny, Xiaoyan had learned to disregard the gazes of others. Nodding in agreement as he followed Lin Tian into a nearby restaurant known as the Fragrant Pavilion. The Fragrant Pavilion, a property owned by the Xiao family, is regarded as one of the premier establishments in Wutan City, serving exquisite dishes made from the finest magical beast meat. This magical beast meat is unparalleled to ordinary game, as consuming it regularly can enhance one's constitution. There are even rumors that consuming meat from magical beasts of the Douluo level can increase one's chances of breakthrough. Thus, the Fragrant Pavilion, with its supply of magical beast meat, draws many fighters from Wutan City to indulge. Upon entering the Fragrant Pavilion, the decor exudes an ancient charm, with 4 massive pillars standing tall and tables crafted from unknown materials emitting a subtle fragrance. Even from the entrance, Lin Tian could smell the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The tables were adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, and extraordinary magical beasts, though Lin Tian could not decipher their meanings. After exchanging 3 magical beast cores, Lin Tian generously booked a private room and ordered a selection of delicacies. While it was true that one at the Golden Core stage could sustain themselves without grains, he was still eager to experience the culinary delights of this otherworldly realm. In the private room on the 3rd floor, Lin Tian and Xiaoyan casually settled in. As they surveyed the table filled with food, only empty plates remained, causing a faint frown to cross Xiaoyan's forehead. "Now that you are well fed and satisfied, it is time to discuss serious matters," Lin Tian remarked, rising to channel his spiritual power and digest the food within. Subsequently, he extracted a refined essence of spiritual energy. It seemed that this meal had not been in vain. Lin Tian nodded, acknowledging that although the spiritual energy was minimal, it was better than nothing. Moreover, this was merely the lowest tier of magical beasts. "Hand over your ring," Lin Tian said, looking at Xiaoyan. The ring. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiaoyan's face. Did he truly desire this item? With this thought, he promptly removed the ring from his hand and passed it to Lin Tian. Upon receiving the ring, Lin Tian shook it lightly. He held no interest in the medicinal dust within, but the Bone Spirit Cold Fire was an absolute necessity for him. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire is a unique flame that combines extreme cold and extreme heat, only appearing once every century during the transition of day and night in places of intense cold and darkness. Holding the ancient ring, Lin Tian felt a peculiar tremor within, as if something were about to break free. The 5 sacred stars harbored the vermilion bird, he thought to himself. The vermilion bird, being the supreme of fire, naturally warranted such a reaction. He circulated his spiritual power to suppress the stirring within, exhaling a breath of stagnant air, and as he looked at Xiaoyan, he found him increasingly agreeable. Perhaps after absorbing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the medicinal dust would prove useful and generate even greater value. "Now, try to absorb your fighting spirit," Lin Tian instructed with a smile. Xiaoyan, bewildered, replied, "I have already given you the ring. Is this truly your method?" Yet he refrained from voicing his doubts, settling into a cross-legged position to summon the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, attempting to absorb and condense his fighting spirit. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes flew open, his body levitating above the ground, trembling as he sensed the fighting spirit lingering within him, not yet dissipated. He was recovering. He quickly rose, ready to express his gratitude, but upon glancing around, he found the private room devoid of anyone else, murmuring to himself, "Strange fellow." Coating his hand with fighting spirit, albeit for but a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan felt an exhilarating rush. He swiftly dashed out of the fragrant pavilion, intent on returning to his family to train diligently, for the family assessment was merely a month away. Chapter 7. Refinement. The Duanhang mountain range connects the Jiama Empire with the magical beast forest, soaring nearly 10,000 meters high. Its surface strewn with fragments and steep slopes, while moss and unfamiliar foliage blanket the cliffs. Within the mountains, dense forests stand tall, countless trees congregating to form a canopy that obscures the sky, creating a verdant sea as far as the eye can see. Inside a cave, Lin Tian sat upon a stone platform, placing his wooden sword aside as he retrieved an ancient ring from his bosom. He now intended to force the medicinal dust out in order to seize the bone spirit cold fire. Uncertain of the commotion that might arise from merging he dared not perform the fusion in Wutan City, seeking refuge in this secluded spot instead. Observing the ancient ring in his hand, crafted from an unknown material, he noticed faint, indistinct patterns adorning its surface. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he smiled and said, "Will you come out on your own? Or should I invite you?" As his words fell, several seconds passed without a response from the ancient ring, which remained as unyielding as any ordinary piece of jewelry. Lin Tian frowned, shaking his head repeatedly. It seemed that the medicinal dust was not one to yield easily. He formed a hand seal, conjuring a small flame in his palm, one of the spells he had learned in Tianyong City. The spiritual flame, though a mere minor spell, would suffice to burn the ring. The flame, a delicate blue, danced in the wind as Lin Tian guided the ring closer to the fire. It should be noted that the spiritual flame is not merely a skill from the world of Dopa, it is a genuine mystical art capable of harming the soul. Should the ring be incinerated, the medicinal dust spirit would inevitably follow suit, leaving Lin Tian with no chance to salvage it. Faced with the choice between the medicinal dust and the bone spirit cold fire, Lin Tian undoubtedly favored the latter. The medicinal dust, aside from the burning decision, held no true value to him, as he lacked interest in the techniques for cultivating fighting spirit, which had a propensity for early demise, unlike the path of cultivation that spanned thousands of years. As the ancient ring approached the spiritual flame, its surface began to show signs of damage. "Stop!" A venerable voice echoed within the cave. Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile as he beheld the ethereal spirit before him, undoubtedly an elder. In his heart, he mused, medicinal dust. You have finally succumbed to the urge to reveal yourself. Previously, I offered you the chance to emerge on your own, yet you chose to make me take action." Lin Tian teased, waving his long sleeves to dissipate the spiritual flame. At this moment, Yao Chen was already filled with astonishment. How could this young man, who evidently possessed no fighting spirit, have discovered him? Moreover, he was capable of flight, and the earlier conjured flames had instilled a sense of life-threatening peril within him. Otherwise, he would never have revealed himself. Most importantly, he was aware of Yao Chen's identity. The cave remained silent for a long while until Yao Chen finally sighed lightly, gazing at Lin Tian with a sense of helplessness, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much. I merely find the bone spirit cold fire quite impressive." Lin Tian replied with a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth that sent chills through Yao Chen. "What? You wish to extinguish my soul and seize the fire?" Yao Chen nearly shouted in fury, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. The bone spirit cold fire had long been refined by him. Unless he perished, it would remain his possession, and no one else could refine it. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him, "Fear not, I have no intention of killing you. However, you must cooperate. Of course, as a condition of your cooperation, I will assist you in eliminating Han Feng and simultaneously find you a talented disciple." Recalling the peculiarities surrounding the Zhu star's essence, Lin Tian believed it was worth pursuing. Even if the Zhu star's essence didn't work, he had previously scanned Yao Chen with his mystical eye and discovered that the unique fire within his soul was not entirely refined. At most, it had been refined to 70%. It could still be re-refined, though it would cause substantial damage to Yao Chen's soul, but that was preferable to complete annihilation. He wondered if the refining techniques from the Do Putsang Qiong world were still inadequate, his gaze fixed on Yao Chen. Upon hearing Lin Tian utter that name, Yao Chen's soul trembled, incredulously asking, Do you truly have the confidence to kill that beast?" Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Killing Han Feng was merely a secondary objective. His primary goal remained obtaining the unique fire ranked 15th on the list, the Haixin Flame. Seeing Yao Chen express no skepticism. After all, he was a soul body now, entirely at the mercy of others. He felt there was no reason for Lin Tian to deceive him. Suppressing his inner excitement, Yao Chen harbored an intense hatred for Han Feng and inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Summon the bone spirit cold fire." Lin Tian instructed as he sat cross-legged, simultaneously forming incantations with his hands. The star essence gradually manifested above his head, radiating vibrant hues of light. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise positioned themselves at the four corners, with the Qilin guarding the center, each emitting their own roars that resonated deafeningly. Yao Chen gathered a small bundle of bone spirit cold fire in his hand. This was the core fire of the bone spirit cold fire. The sub-fires, akin to unique fires, were all derived from the core fire. Gazing at the bone spirit cold fire in his hand, Yao Chen felt a surge of nostalgia. Realizing how many years had passed, transforming everything around him, he shook off his thoughts and looked up, startled by the scene before him. What kind of magical beast was this? Yao Chen gazed up at the 5 holy beasts above, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Even during his travels across the Douluo Continent, he had never encountered such creatures. Moreover, he couldn't shake the sensation that there was an air of nobility emanating from these 5 beasts. It was worth noting that he had previously encountered the ancient dragon of the void, yet he had not perceived such an aura from it, highlighting the elevated bloodlines of the beast above. Where did this young man originate? Yao Chen pondered with considerable doubt. Lin Tian, seated cross-legged, sensed the Zhuke star's essence above him. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out as the Zhuke unfurled its wings, enveloped in flames. Simultaneously, the bone spirit cold fire in Yao Chen's hand seemed to be drawn in, breaking free from his grasp as its marking was erased, causing Yao Chen's soul to suffer injury, his aura weakening, and his eyes filled with shock and confusion. His soul retreated into the ancient ring, falling into a deep slumber. The bone spirit cold fire surged towards the Zhuke, the crimson flames on its surface swiftly vanishing, replaced by an eerie white flame that blazed fiercely, its temperature chilling to the bone, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. Was this truly a success? Lin Tian mused, observing the Zhuke soaring joyfully, its burning white flames appearing even more regal. He noticed that the speed of spiritual energy absorption had noticeably increased. The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and Qilin all roared, as if celebrating the Zhuke. However, Lin Tian's thoughts quickly shifted as he sensed something amiss. Why was he unable to summon the bone spirit cold fire? Before he could contemplate further, the situation abruptly changed. The Zhuke star's essence spread its wings and charged directly at him. The speed was so rapid that Lin Tian barely had time to react before the Zhuke collided with him, entering his body without resistance. Ah! A piercing scream escaped his lips as an overwhelming chill enveloped him, radiating from within, causing his entire being to tremble. His hands shook as he attempted to form incantations, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating cold as a white flame began to emerge beneath his skin, spreading from his fingertips throughout his entire body. Finally, as his right hand became engulfed in white flames, the chilling sensation receded, leaving Lin Tian slumped against the stone slab, gasping for breath, as if awakening from a dream. Surveying the bone spirit cold fire that now cloaked him, Lin Tian exhaled deeply, recalling the previous cold that still made him shiver. He looked up to see that the Zhuke star's essence had detached from him, now soaring above, while the flames enveloping its form had reverted to their original vibrant red. Seated cross-legged, Lin Tian examined his body and discovered a bundle of white flames atop his golden core. What else could this be but bone spirit cold fire? Chapter 8. The residual map of the demon fire. For the better part of the day, Lin Tian immersed himself in manipulating the unique fire. Observing the small bundle of bone spirit cold fire in his hand, distorting the space around it and emanating an aura of chilling cold, a faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps he possessed the strength to contend with cultivators at the early stage of the nascent soul. Retrieving the bone spirit cold fire, he picked up a wooden sword beside him, swiftly rising to his feet and stepping out of the cave. As he gazed outward, the blazing sun descended, giving way to the emergence of a full moon in the sky. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Tian felt the air grow slightly cooler, with only the moon's silvery glow illuminating the surrounding darkness of the mountains. The echoes of countless wild beasts roared in the distance, reverberating through the Broken Ridge mountain range. An unending chorus. Moving swiftly through the Broken Ridge mountain range, he unleashed his formidable presence to deter any oblivious magical beast in his path. Muttering to himself, the heart fire of Blue Lotus from the Tagore Desert, the Haishin flame from the Blackhorn region, the fallen heart flame from the Canaan Academy, and the 3,000 flames of the Pill Tower. At this moment, Lin Tian was secretly contemplating which unique fire to subdue first. The reason for selecting only these 4 was that he dared not approach the others. The void-swallowing flame of the Soul Clan, the Golden Emperor flame of the Ancient Clan, the 9 Netherwind flame of the Medicine Clan, the 8 Desolation Destruction flame of the Flame Clan, The 9 Nether Golden Ancestor Fire, and the Red Lotus Karma Fire, all these ancient clans boasted the presence of those saints. And Lin Tian had no desire to seek his own demise. As for the other unique fires on the ranking list, apart from those already obtained by others, the rest were scattered across the continent, and even Lin Tian was unaware of their locations. The 4 unique fires he had mentioned earlier were comparatively easier to acquire. He wondered if Medusa had managed to obtain the Heart Fire of Blue Lotus. Lin Tian murmured to himself, his hands moving continuously as he swiftly formed incantations. Suddenly, a sword shadow erupted from the ground, and he soared into the skies atop his flying sword, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Roars erupted from the concealed magical beasts surrounding him, sensing the terrifying aura fading away, and they resumed their respective howls. A fleeting sword shadow streaked across the sky, darting swiftly toward the west. At this moment, Lin Tian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, the rushing winds being obstructed by his protective spiritual power. A whistling breeze swirling around him. Although he was uncertain whether the Heart Fire of Blue Lotus had been retrieved, he felt compelled to investigate. Especially since Xiaoyan had not yet been dismissed from his engagement, the story was still in its early stages, leaving room for hope. Regaining his composure, Lin Tian sat in meditation atop his flying sword, simultaneously utilizing the bone spirit cold fire to refine the spiritual energy within his body, purifying its essence to render it more potent. He refrained from summoning the star essence. While it could expedite his cultivation, the phenomena it emitted were far too conspicuous. And Lin Tian feared attracting unwanted attention. To be precise, it was the fear of being detected by the Soul Palace. After all, the individuals affiliated with the Soul Palace were not the sort to remain idle. They roamed the continent in search of souls. Lin Tian dreaded the possibility of encountering them and suffering a catastrophic fate. He left a fragment of consciousness to manipulate the flight of his sword, swiftly making his way toward the Tagore Desert under the moonlight. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Lin Tian immersed himself in cultivation, experiencing a slight enhancement in his internal spiritual energy. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the blinding sunlight. Gazing downward, he beheld a magnificent ancient city adjacent to an endless expanse of desert, the Tagore Desert. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he executed a series of hand seals, arriving at the base of the city in mere breaths. His sudden appearance drew the attention of those around him, who turned to glance in his direction. Typically, entering a city required payment at the gates. Yet here he descended from the sky as if on a tyrant's path. However, none dared to speak up. Anyone capable of flight was at least a Do-1 level powerhouse. And even the city lord had only just advanced to Do-Ling unless someone was exceedingly reckless, who would dare provoke a Do-1. Bypassing the onlookers, Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, his gaze capturing the unique architecture of the city, which brimmed with the essence of the desert. The attire of the inhabitants starkly contrasted with that of Wutan City. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, most men were bare-chested, their sun-kissed skin radiating vitality, exuding a sense of boisterousness. The women, though similarly dark-skinned, boasted a sensuous bronzed complexion, clad in garments that barely concealed their figures, with slender waists elegantly exposed to the air, presenting a captivating allure. As he wandered, Lin Tian began his search for the shop owned by the Ice Emperor. For the map depicting the location of the desert's strange fire was precisely what he needed to save him from unnecessary delays. His quest proved to be a visual feast. And as he turned a corner, he stumbled upon a dilapidated shop with the words ancient map intricately carved above the entrance. The Ice Emperor, he mused, observing the elderly man behind the counter as he whispered to himself and approached the shop. Upon entering, the space was not particularly spacious, illuminated by the glow of 2 moonlight stones. His gaze swept across the shelves, all adorned with intricate maps. Behind the counter, the elderly man was engrossed in crafting a map. Although his hair was white and he appeared quite aged, Lin Tian was well aware that he was not to be underestimated. Noticing Lin Tian's presence, the elderly man, Hai Dongpa, did not greet him but continued his meticulous work. Lin Tian recalled that this place housed a map of the pure lotus demon fire, though locating it among the myriad of maps displayed was no simple task. He moved about, and despite the difficulty of finding it with the naked eye, he employed his spiritual perception, swiftly scanning the maps. A smile crept onto his face as he strode toward an ancient wooden shelf. This shelf was clearly old, riddled with holes, and upon it lay a collection of yellowed maps, remnants of failed creations. Among these, Lin Tian selected a tattered map, its mysterious lines revealing secrets that made him nod in approval, his smile widening. He discreetly tucked the map into his sleeve, avoiding Hai Dongpa's notice, and exited the shop. As for the map of the strange fire, Lin Tian had already discerned its precise location through his spiritual sense. However, he noted that Hai Dongpa had kept that particular map closely guarded, likely unaware that the fruits of his labor had been effortlessly gleaned by Lin Tian. On the street, Lin Tian showed no hesitation, swiftly taking flight on his sword towards his destination, silently praying that the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire remained in its original location. Chapter 9. The Serpent Man Tribe in the Boundless Desert. Fierce and scorching winds ravaged the landscape. A young man clad in a long robe, wielding a wooden sword, pressed onward through the sands, leaving a trail of footprints. Was the strange fire not located to the east? Lin Tian scrutinized the ground with his spiritual sense, probing 500 meters below, but found nothing, casting doubts upon the map he had recorded. According to the map, there were only 3 markers indicating the locations of the strange fire: east, west, and north. Yet, having arrived at the eastern marker, he found not a single flicker of flame. After a brief survey of the surroundings, he shook his head, confirming that no strange fire lay to the east. He then soared northward to the location marked on the map. The environment of the Tagore Desert was harsh, with temperatures so high that the air above shimmered. At an altitude of several thousand meters, the intense heat bore down on him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. If this continued, it would become unbearable. Feeling a surge within him, the bone spirit cold fire, which had been dormant, suddenly flared to life, enveloping him in a myriad of flames. Instantly, the temperature surrounding Lin Tian dropped, and the sweat on his forehead evaporated, returning to normal. Exhaling deeply, Lin Tian appreciated the drastic difference in temperature. The air at this altitude was several times hotter than that of the desert below. While controlling the strange fire and executing sword techniques, Lin Tian felt his spiritual energy rapidly deplete. Even as a golden core cultivator, he found it somewhat taxing. He mused that once this ordeal was over, acquiring a mount would be wise, for the world of Do Patsong Cheong was vast, and this was merely a corner of the continent. The central continent loomed ahead, its size unknown. Standing atop his sword, Lin Tian juggled the tasks of controlling the fire and absorbing spiritual energy to sustain himself, multitasking with precision. Time swiftly passed, and after 2 hours, he halted his movements, gazing down at the desert, which aligned with the direction indicated on the map. However, descending proved somewhat challenging, as a Serpent Man tribe occupied the area below, spanning nearly 3,000 meters. Gently guiding his flying sword downward, he hovered 1,000 meters above the ground, avoiding detection from the Serpent Men below. Now, Lin Tian carefully scrutinized the tribe, observing rows of rudimentary wooden structures and nearly 300 Serpent Men scattered throughout the settlement, appearing like tiny dots from above. Nearby, a large water pond served as the tribe's primary source of drinking water. As Lin Tian extended his spiritual sense, he sensed the latent power within the Serpent Man tribe. Below, in the Qing Bai Snake Clan's chief's abode, a woman with a serpent's tail and a delicate face lay resting on her bed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her expression turning serious. She swiftly undulated her sinuous waist and opened the door, inquiring of the guard nearby. "Ling Bai, do you feel as if we are being watched?" Replying to Lady Qing Ling, "I do not," Ling Bai stammered, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head vigorously. Upon receiving this answer, Qing Ling pondered, stroking her face, and thought, could it be that I have overexerted myself due to the recent tasks assigned by Queen Medusa, leading to hallucinations? She held no doubts about Ling Bai, for their strengths were comparable, both at the 5-star Do Wong level. Since Ling Bai felt nothing, perhaps she had indeed been overworked. With that, Qing Ling turned and sinuously returned to her room, reclining on her bed and stretching her body, showcasing her alluring figure. Above in the sky, Lin Tian observed the tribe below, nodding in approval. From his perception, most Serpent Men appeared to be at the level of Xiao Yin, still unawakened. Only a few seemed to possess the potential of Do Shi, yet he sensed 2 powerful auras beneath him. Although they were not as formidable as the ones he encountered in the monster forest, they were at least equivalent to Do Wong. Fortunately, Lin Tian found no hint of danger from the 2 of them. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge the realm of a Do Wong in the context of cultivation. In an instant, he formed a seal and sent his flying sword descending rapidly, unleashing the formidable aura of the Golden Core stage, which, combined with his powerful sword intent, wreaked havoc within the Serpent Clan's territory. Hiss. Quickly report to the clan leader, we are under attack by a human. In the Serpent Clan, those who had not reached the Dome Master level were rendered immobile by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, pinned to the ground. The air was filled with an intangible sword intent that slashed through all serpent beings below. Each stroke of sword intent pierced a serpent's skin, drawing forth crimson blood, followed swiftly by anguished cries. To dare harm my Serpent Clan in the Tagore Desert, you are making a grave mistake. A delicate voice rang out, alluring as silk. Lin Tian descended gracefully from the sky, drawn by the sound, and beheld a serpent woman with the cherubic visage of a young girl yet possessing a voluptuous figure. Moving swiftly towards him, Lin Tian smiled, casually wiping the blood splattered on his wooden sword, choosing not to respond. If you are wise, I advise you to depart now. I can overlook the harm you have caused to my subordinates. Qing Ling's pupils gleamed with coldness, yet her words betrayed a hint of trepidation. Although she could not sense the human's cultivation level, nor even detect any Do Qi, an inexplicable pressure was palpable, causing even her Do Wang spirit to tremble. It was a sensation she had only experienced in the presence of the Medusa Queen. Though unsure if this individual was indeed a Do Wang, she dared not underestimate him. Qing Ling could only silently pray for Ling Bai to swiftly convey this message back to Her Majesty the Queen. A human expert intruding upon the Serpent Clan might indicate that the Empire was plotting against them once more. One old man from Yushan was already a headache. The potential addition of this seemingly Do Wang young man would spell dire consequences for the Serpent Clan. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Qing Ling's little ruse could not escape his notice. His spiritual sense enveloped a radius of 3,000 meters, and not a grain of sand or stone could evade his perception. Not to mention, a particularly strong serpent was hastily retreating. Was it to report to Medusa? Lin Tian mused. Observing Qing Ling, who hovered in the air, her eyes fixed upon him with intensity, yet she dared not make a move. Shaking his head, Lin Tian decided to focus on the task at hand, retracting the sword intent and scanning the ground. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. After nearly a kilometer of searching, his gaze dimmed, disappointment flickering across his face. It appeared that Qing Lian earth fire was likely in the west. Cursing his bad luck inwardly, he realized he had chosen poorly in 2 out of 3 possible locations. Since his search bore no fruit, Lin Tian shifted his attention back to Qing Ling, speaking nonchalantly. Come now, let me witness your strength. I wish to see if a Do Wang or Do Wang can withstand a golden core cultivator. Are you truly intent on becoming an enemy of the Serpent Clan? Qing Ling's expression darkened, revealing her displeasure. I harbor no intention of offending the Serpent Clan. I merely wish to test your abilities. However, if there are sufficient benefits, I shall not shy away from antagonizing your kin. You. Hearing Lin Tian belittle the Serpent Clan, seemingly disregarding even Queen Medusa, Qing Ling was left speechless in her fury. With a fierce shout, she summoned her Do Qi to form wings behind her, charging towards Lin Tian. The wings of Do Qi she conjured stretched impressively, and in an instant, she was above Lin Tian, her hands enveloped in red Do Qi, forming a claw of searing energy aimed directly at his forehead. Do Qi wings, Lin Tian murmured, raising his gaze. Sensing the faint metallic tang in the air, he stepped forward with lightning speed, swiftly colliding with Qing Ling. Boom. Bang. Above the Serpent Clan. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of attacks, creating dazzling flashes, one red and one multicolored, colliding with a thunderous sound. Lin Tian was propelled back 10 meters, his demeanor appearing remarkably relaxed, while Qing Ling, not far away, had turned pale, her once rosy complexion drained, her aura waning, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Is she already approaching the early stages of golden core cultivation? Lin Tian reflected on Qing Ling's earlier assault, contemplating the high levels of power within the Dopa realm. It was hard to imagine that even a subordinate of Medusa could possess such strength. What then of the Dozun and Doshing? Could they not possess the strength of a harmonization or tribulation stage cultivator? Coughing, Qing Ling controlled her wings of Do Qi to glide closer to a wooden hut, stabilizing herself while wiping the blood from her mouth, her brow furrowed in distress. Drenched in sweat, a peculiar, sharp energy raged within her, and through the pain, she recognized that this individual was the source of her predicament, stoking her ire. Clan leader. The 300 serpents of the clan had been anxiously watching the battle above. Seeing their leader defeated almost instantaneously, they feared for her injuries. Gasps filled the air. Spears clutched tightly, encircling the wooden hut as they eyed the robed man with trepidation. Lin Tian regarded the serpent clan beneath him, feeling no inclination to slay them. He smiled faintly, then turned to the half-reclining Qing Ling, saying, Fear not, the sword energy within you will not claim your life. Please inform Medusa that I shall seek her counsel in due time. With a swift motion, Lin Tian formed a sword technique, ignoring the astonished faces of the serpents below as he took to the skies, gradually vanishing into the horizon. The serpent clan remained silent, a stillness enveloping them. Yet the expressions on their faces were a mixture of relief and suspicion regarding the human's intentions. Is this human not going to kill us? A voice broke the silence, prompting a chorus of murmurs laced with fear. Qing Ling kept her gaze fixed towards the west, a flicker of inexplicable light flashing in her eyes before fading into frustration. Humph, the Medusa Queen will undoubtedly defeat you. Lin Tian, exerting his full power to fly westward across the desert, suppressed the restless energy within him, hastily advancing. The sky was clear of clouds, and his mind grew tranquil as he contemplated Qing Ling's golden core strength, secretly theorizing. If a Do Wang equates to the golden core in the cultivation system, then logically, a Do Huang corresponds to the nascent soul stage, Do Zong to the transformation stage, Do Zun to the harmonization stage, and Do Shang to the tribulation stage. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill of sweat. The martial prowess in the Douluo realm dwarfed that of the ancient sword legend. There were no harmonization stage cultivators in the ancient sword world. His master, Xin, although revered as a true immortal and a sword sage by mortals, had only recently broken through to the late harmonization stage. In contrast, in the Douluo realm, everyone cultivated Douqi, with numerous Douxing in the central state and Douhuang in abundance. If these individuals were to enter the ancient sword world, it was unfathomable. Of course, the tiered system Lin Tian had theorized required further validation, necessitating the confirmation of a Douhuang. After 2 hours of flying on his sword, Lin Tian arrived at the western expanse of the Tagore Desert, lowering his sword to 1,000 meters, observing the surface of the sand, which bore distinct patterns, as if some creature had traversed. They did not appear to be the footprints of the Serpent clan. And Lin Tian guided his sword to descend towards his destination while scanning the desert with his spiritual sense. As the consciousness swept over, within an instant, colossal figures materialized in Lin Tian's mind. The immense black pincers gleamed with an inky luster, while countless limbs lay concealed beneath the desert, shrouded by golden sands. A gigantic venomous stinger at the tail lay in wait, silently poised for its prey. The hexagonal eyes radiated a ghostly glow. This was one of the apex predators of the Tagore Desert, the Sand King Scorpion. As Lin Tian stood upon the ground, observing the gently undulating sands around him, it was evident that he had become the quarry in the eyes of the Sand King Scorpion. Indeed, here it was. His consciousness penetrated 30 meters beneath the sandy surface, where he sensed a surge of searing, turbulent energy, revealing a subterranean sea of magma in his mind. Retracting his consciousness, a smile crept onto Lin Tian's face as he surveyed his surroundings, then curled his lips in disdain at a group of combat spirits still daring to challenge him. Having located the entrance to the underground magma, Lin Tian was eager to inspect the blue lotus earth fire and had no time to waste with a horde of magical beasts. At last, a Sand King Scorpion burst forth from the sands, its several-meter-long body appearing as though clad in armor, strikingly magnificent under the sunlight. One by one, the Sand King Scorpions emerged, their sinister gazes fixed on the lone human at the center. The sight of a human ignited a frenzy among the scorpions, their eyes turning crimson as they clamored towards their target, mouths agape, saliva splattering, and ferociously wielding their massive pincers to crush their peers who dared to stand in their way, for there was only one meal to be had. In that moment, chaos ensued. Lin Tian observed the tumult with a detached demeanor, casually driving his wooden sword into the ground. He formed hand seals, and bone spirit cold fire erupted from his fingertips, swaying in the wind, as his spiritual energy cascaded forth, enveloping him in a vibrant display. With a determined strike towards the ground, the kaleidoscopic energy descended, mingling with the frigid bone spirit cold fire that exuded an eerie chill. The flames blazed. This was a minor spell he had learned in Tianhong City, using spiritual energy to summon spiritual fire that could scorch the earth. Yet now, he had transformed ordinary spiritual fire into bone spirit cold fire, amplifying its power exponentially, radiating an irresistible force. The white flames produced by the bone spirit cold fire, in conjunction with the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, ignited a firestorm within a 1,000-meter radius. Ranked 11th on the list, combined with his spellcasting, its might was beyond the comprehension of these combat spirit-level beasts, and in an instant, a tremendous roar reverberated as the Sand King Scorpions were swiftly incinerated. Their shells and innards, including their internal battle energy, unable to escape the fate of being consumed by the flames. Within the fiery expanse of 1,000 meters, white flames raged, the roars of magical beasts filled the air, and a faint scent of blood pervaded the atmosphere, reminiscent of a hellish realm. In the inferno, the Sand King Scorpions were reduced to ashes, and the nearly 1,000 meters of scorched sand sank several meters deep, permeated by a foul odor. After a dozen breaths had passed, Lin Tian noted the absence of the Sand King Scorpions. For the might of the bone spirit cold fire was not something combat spirits could withstand. Otherwise, it would not deserve to be called, especially when wielded by someone of his golden core cultivation. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the flames within the 1,000-meter radius. Lin Tian crouched down, scooping up a handful of fine sand, feeling its scorching heat, murmuring, "Blue Lotus Earth Fire," ranked 19th on the list. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he seized the wooden sword from the ground. He performed a series of hand seals, and with a swift motion, he sank into the sand, gradually descending. Using the earth movement technique, Lin Tian felt no discomfort within the desert. Rather, he moved as if in water, deftly navigating through the grains of sand, plunging deeper. After descending approximately 20 meters, he leaped out from the sand, pivoting gracefully to land firmly atop a massive stone. Below the desert lay a vast cavern, where molten magma flowed languidly, occasionally forming enormous bubbles that erupted with a crackling sound, scattering flames like a splendid firework display. Standing at the edge formed by the massive stones, Lin Tian gazed into the molten world before him, marveling at the spectacle. At some point, a surge of white flames enveloped him, insulating him from the searing heat of the magma, and he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Exhaling deeply, Lin Tian turned his gaze to the magma, scanning for a flicker of green light that intermittently appeared amidst the fiery depths. Undoubtedly, that green light was the blue lotus earth fire. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he stepped forward, walking upon the bubbling magma. As he trod on the upheaving magma bubbles, a shadow darted past within the molten flow, yet Lin Tian's keen senses caught it. With a soft chuckle, he murmured, "The two-headed fire spirit serpent." He held no fear for this creature that thrived in the molten realm. He recalled that it possessed only combat spirit-level strength. In the original tale, it was tamed by the azure-scaled being with the eyes of 3 snakes. Once a noble guardian spirit, the ruler of the lava world, it had been tormented by Medusa and subsequently reduced to a mere pet. A truly tragic fate for the serpent. Extending his consciousness, Lin Tian swiftly spread it around him, a smile gracing his lips as he advanced toward the magma in the western corner. With each step, he felt a rising excitement from deep within, a stirring from the Zhuke star, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when first discovering the bone spirit cold fire. His conviction grew that the blue lotus earth fire had not yet been claimed. Hastening his pace, Lin Tian suddenly sensed a shift in his consciousness. He stepped onto the magma, and with a backward motion, he swiftly formed hand seals, creating a square chain in midair, akin to a cage. Ignorant, Lin Tian muttered. His gaze fixed upon a shadow beneath the magma, which grew larger. The magma erupted, and a massive figure surged forth, emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged at Lin Tian. The once tranquil magma roiled violently, with towering columns of molten rock shooting skyward, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The two-headed fire spirit serpent, despite its immense size, moved with surprising agility, stirring the magma with remarkable speed. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Tian, the serpent's tongue flicking. Its jaws agape, determined to prevent any creature from trespassing into its domain. Suddenly, a massive cage enveloped the two-headed fire spirit serpent. It collided forcefully against the barrier, producing a resounding crash, and was propelled back several meters, plunging into the magma. The serpent resurfaced, furious, yet it did not recklessly attack. Instead, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings. The connection between the magma below and the sky above seemed ensnared by a mysterious force, resembling a protective barrier. The two-headed fire spirit serpent cautiously flicked its tail, testing the perimeter, only to find itself repelled by an unseen force. It realized it was trapped, and fury surged within it. Once more, the serpent thrashed its massive body in a reckless attempt to escape. Lin Tian observed with keen interest, his hands deftly weaving the hand seals. Within the cage, sword energy surged forth, and a silvery light sliced through the two-headed fire spirit serpent, eliciting a hissing sound as it tore through its scales. Blood gushing forth and mingling with the bubbling magma, producing wisps of steam. The serpent roared in indignation, intensifying its attempts to break free. Yet it could not even create a single crack in the barrier, leaving it feeling desolate. Lin Tian advanced step by step toward the two-headed fire spirit serpent, causing ripples in the space as he entered the cage, coldly declaring, "Submit or perish." A fierce glint flickered in the serpent's eyes. How dare this human approach it with such audacity? It believed that this human must have employed some artifact to ensnare it. With a powerful flick of its tail, the two-headed fire spirit serpent lunged towards Lin Tian, its two massive crimson heads converging, both wide open, intent on swallowing the human whole. "Come at me," Lin Tian bellowed, fully aware that the two-headed fire spirit snake would never relent unless it was thoroughly subdued. Faced with such a fortuitous mount, he was reluctant to annihilate it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, his earlier exertion of sword intent would have caused far more than mere superficial wounds. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching two-headed fire spirit snake, he heard several piercing sounds slicing through the air. With a sudden surge, he stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch, daring to confront it head-on. At that moment, a glimmer of disdain flickered in the snake's eyes. It felt no real threat from this human, aside from the white flames that burned upon him. The audacity to engage in a battle of strength was nothing short of foolishness, for it had feasted on Qinglian seeds for centuries. Bang! Time seemed to freeze as the two-headed fire spirit snake collided fiercely with Lin Tian, erupting in a tremendous blast. Spiritual energy and fighting spirits surged chaotically, stirring the underground magma, which erupted in a flurry of magma pillars shooting skyward, crashing against the rocky surface above. The rocks shattered, and debris fell into the lava below, splashing sparks before sinking out of sight. Amidst the swirling smoke that enveloped Lin Tian's makeshift prison, he struck the two-headed fire spirit snake into the magma. A small cluster of bone spirit cold fire adhering to its body, hissing ominously. In that moment, the snake felt an unprecedented chill enveloping it. A sensation that persisted despite being submerged in magma. Simultaneously, the searing pain from its scales was overwhelming. As it twisted its body, it beheld the white flame that had, unbeknownst to it, melted its scales, emanating a sinister cold. "Will you submit?" A voice resonated. One head turned towards Lin Tian, who had appeared before it. Stepping into the magma, the snake was taken aback by the icy aura of the white flame. It never imagined that any fire could threaten it, let alone one so domineering. Its massive form thrashed in the molten liquid, sending magma splattering everywhere, melting the surrounding boulders. In its heart, the snake found itself momentarily lost in thought. Could this be the legendary? It couldn't fathom how else its scales could be burned. Having lived in magma for centuries and long since become impervious to ordinary flames, only could possibly harm it, akin to the terrifying temperatures of the green flame. In pain, the two-headed fire spirit snake turned its gaze, its diamond-shaped eyes resembling blood-red lanterns, looking at Lin Tian with a touch of human-like pleading. Gradually, both massive heads lowered in submission. Faced with the choice between life and death, the two-headed fire spirit snake unhesitatingly chose the former, as the icy torment it experienced was unbearable. Moreover, it recognized Lin Tian's strength, which was at least equivalent to that of a wielder of, thus earning its submission. Seeing the snake bow its head, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. With a wave of his hand, he directed the bone spirit cold fire still enveloping the fire spirit snake, channeling spiritual energy into it. A cascade of multicolored light enveloped the cold fire and surged into the snake's body. The two-headed fire spirit snake released a pained hiss but dared not act against Lin Tian, knowing that he would not harm it, or he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. As it felt the strange energy coursing through its veins, intertwined with the essence of it clung tightly to its magic core. The mysterious energy dissipated, and the white flames swiftly enveloped its magic core, yet the cold aura vanished in tandem. Despite this, the two-headed fire spirit snake could not muster a shred of joy. The magic core was the source of a magical beast's power, formed from the energy it absorbed through cultivation. The white flame, however, now cloaked its core, with its intimidating power fresh in the snake's memory. Should it inadvertently incinerate its own core to ashes, it would be akin to a death scythe hovering ominously above, ready to strike at any moment. Realizing this, the two-headed fire spirit snake felt a surge of panic and quickly raised its massive head, beseeching the human before it, its new master. Lin Tian understood the snake's apprehension and shook his head. He, too, was wary of the freshly subdued creature and needed to employ a few methods to keep it in check. He reassured it. The bone spirit cold fire within you is beneficial, not harmful. It will constantly condense and refine your fighting spirit, rendering it purer and significantly aiding your future breakthroughs. However, there was one truth Lin Tian withheld. As long as the bone spirit cold fire resided within the two-headed fire spirit snake, he could extinguish it with merely a thought. The two-headed fire spirit snake flicked its tongue, calming its heart as it sensed the changes within its core. Indeed, it felt its fighting spirit shifting, becoming more refined, albeit slightly, which filled it with immense joy. This further solidified its recognition of Lin Tian as its master. Its colossal form gradually shrank to the size of an inch, transforming into a miniature two-headed fire spirit snake. The once fearsome heads now appeared rather endearing. It darted over to Lin Tian, swiftly circling him before slithering into the folds of his robe, coiling around his right hand like a serpentine bracelet. Few would suspect that this seemingly innocuous adornment was, in fact, a powerful of caliber. A look of satisfaction flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he turned to the flickering green glow in the distance, his anticipation mounting. He propelled himself forward, splashing through the bubbling magma, sending ripples cascading outward. In the vibrant crimson realm of lava, flows of molten rock cascaded over him, all consumed by the pristine white flames that clung to him. Occasionally, a particularly fierce current of magma surged forth, brimming with formidable energy. Judging by the perilous nature of these flows, even would find little hope of survival against such an onslaught. Lin Tian marveled at the intensity of the magma. Yet he found the threat far from daunting. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a white flame fireball that, propelled by spiritual energy, plummeted towards a fierce stream of magma blocking his path. Boom! Beneath the magma, a muted explosion resounded, causing ripples to ripple across its surface as bubbles formed and burst, sending fiery droplets scattering into the air. In this world of molten rock, apart from the two-headed fire spirit snake, no other creatures appeared to dwell. A fact hardly surprising given the extreme conditions. Only a being capable of consuming magma, like the two-headed fire spirit snake, could thrive here. Lin Tian dove deeper into the magma, yet it appeared to have no bottom. As he pursued the green glow, the distance between them seemed ever expanding. Were it not for the bone spirit cold fire sensing temperatures several times more intense than the surrounding magma, he might have doubted whether he was making any progress at all. Minutes slipped by as Lin Tian descended, losing track of how many meters he had traversed. The surrounding lava, once a fiery red, began to take on a faint green hue, with a wisp of green flames swirling amidst the molten rock. Before him lay the very treasure he had longed for during this expedition. Not far ahead, the green light blazed brightly, enveloping the magma. Lin Tian focused intently, and to his astonishment, he beheld a green lotus blossoming slowly within the glow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a cluster of green flames flickering within the heart of the flower, dancing as if alive. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his breath quickening. He had finally found it. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire? The voice of Yao Chun echoed in his mind, causing a look of surprise to cross his face. For he had not anticipated such a rapid recovery from his soul injury. Nevertheless, his spirits soared, and he nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The essence of medicinal dust, concealed within the ancient ring, gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the extraordinary fortune of this individual, who had managed to unearth yet another extraordinary flame. The Azure Lotus Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the list of rare flames, originates from the depths of the earth. Having undergone countless trials of the earth's fire, refinement, fusion, compression, and sculpting over millennia, it takes a decade to awaken, a century to take form, and a millennium to blossom into a lotus. When fully matured, it exhibits a bluish hue, with a cluster of azure flames emanating from its heart. Known as the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, this flame possesses unfathomable power, capable of instigating volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, thus representing nature's destructive force. Chapter 13. Absorption. Though the medicinal dust was astounded by this person's fortune, it harbored profound doubts about his ability to merge two distinct extraordinary flames. It is worth noting that within the realm of Duki, no individual has ever possessed two types of extraordinary flames simultaneously. Extraordinary flames are gifts of nature. Merely encountering one is a stroke of luck, let alone the daunting challenge of finding two disparate flames. Each extraordinary flame harbors immensely violent energy, and attempting to absorb one without caution could result in utter annihilation. When two different extraordinary flames meet, the risk of mutual consumption within the host is perilously high, leading to dire consequences for the host. The medicinal dust recalled its own arduous quest for the bone spirit cold fire, which had lasted nearly 8 years in a pitch-black abyss, where, even with thorough preparation, it had nearly perished at the hands of the bone spirit cold fire. It was a true Do Huang powerhouse at that time, almost reduced to ashes by the extraordinary flame, illustrating the terrifying nature of these flames. The medicinal dust remained quietly hidden within the ancient ring, observing intently. Although it suspected that Lin Tian could summon the extraordinary beast manifestation that would aid in absorbing extraordinary flames, it remained skeptical of his ability to merge with the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. Coincidentally, it possessed a technique that could be upgraded by absorbing extraordinary flames. Yet the medicinal dust chose to remain silent, as this was its final asset. Lin Tian approached the azure glow, but the two-headed fire spirit serpent, struck with fear, detached itself from his wrist and scurried aside, trembling at the fearsome heat that promised certain death. With the white flames enveloping him, Lin Tian stood before the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, excitement bubbling within him. A smile graced his face as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged amidst the lava, seemingly buoyed by a mysterious force that prevented him from sinking. As his spiritual energy surged and he executed the incantation, the long-dormant star essence was finally awakened once more. The sounds of the mythical beast Qilin roaring, azure dragon singing, white tiger howling, vermilion bird chirping, and black tortoise hissing echoed as vibrant colors radiated outward, extending nearly 50 meters, infusing the once monotonous lava with a touch of splendor. Indeed, it was them. The medicinal dust within the ancient ring gasped in awe upon witnessing the 5 extraordinary beasts, their presence permeating the ring with an indescribable sense of nobility and mystery. Meanwhile, the two-headed fire spirit serpent, having regained its original size, gazed at the extraordinary manifestation above, feeling a slight yet undeniable suppression of its bloodline. Though it could only sense a trace, its massive body trembled uncontrollably, its pupils dilating in horror as if confronted with an unspeakable terror. Within the star essence, the vermilion bird spread its wings, seemingly sensing the presence of the extraordinary flame. Fixating on the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, and let out a jubilant cry. The vermilion bird flapped its wings and soared toward the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, Lin Tian remained acutely aware of his surroundings through his spiritual perception, and as he observed the vermilion bird's movements, his smile widened. In an instant, the vermilion bird reached the extraordinary flame, circling it continuously, flames of unknown origin ablaze upon its body. Suddenly, it snatched the flickering azure flame, swallowing it whole. At that moment, Lin Tian, seated beside the lava, began to sweat profusely, for as the vermilion bird consumed the azure lotus heart fire, the spiritual energy within him was rapidly depleting. The act of consuming the azure lotus heart fire seemed trivial to the vermilion bird, which elegantly spread its wings and soared. Within the star essence, the vermilion bird flew in the southern expanse of its territory, its vibrant red flames quickly subsiding, only to be succeeded by the gradually burning azure lotus heart fire. Once fully enveloped in the azure lotus heart fire, the vermilion bird emitted a soft cry, its aura growing increasingly violet. In the multicolored molten lava, the vermilion bird transformed into a streak of azure light, darting straight toward Lin Tian. "It's coming." Lin Tian sensed its approach, his eyes snapping open to behold the approaching vermilion bird, his body drenched in perspiration, which was instantly evaporated by the bone spirit cold fire. He harbored no concerns regarding the mutual absorption of the bone spirit cold fire and the azure lotus heart fire, for he could feel that the latter had already been marked by the vermilion bird, which was inherently linked to his star essence. However, the impending agony of being consumed did instill a sense of dread within Lin Tian, prompting him to swallow hard, shake his head, and close his eyes once more. Steadied by his resolve, the azure light streaking through the molten lava, accompanied by a cry, instantaneously entered Lin Tian's body. Seated amidst the lava, as the star essence of the vermilion bird merged within him, the bone spirit cold fire that had adhered to his body swiftly receded, giving way to tendrils of azure flames. The azure flames surged dramatically, distorting the space around them, while the surrounding lava was reduced to ashes by the terrifying azure lotus heart fire. Where the azure lotus heart fire blazed, the lava ceased to flow, creating a unique spatial phenomenon. With a hiss, the azure lotus heart fire rapidly enveloped Lin Tian, and a pure azure flame, imbued with a violent and destructive aura, coursed through his meridians. As it surged toward the golden core, the flickering star flames simultaneously refined the azure flames in their wake. This was the core fire of the azure lotus heart fire. Lin Tian endured the searing pain coursing through his body, biting down hard to stifle his cries as he braved the relentless burn. Though the azure lotus heart fire bore a mark upon it, he still had to withstand the terrifying heat personally. His skin resembled that of glowing chromium, torn and bloodied. Yet a trickle of crimson spiritual energy flowed through him, akin to flames swiftly mending his wounds. However, in an instant, the azure lotus heart fire would rend his flesh anew, vaporizing the crimson blood and revealing stark, white bones. The medicinal dust within the ancient ring watched in shock as the scene unfolded, a look of utter exasperation crossing its face. This individual was attempting to absorb the extraordinary flame by wholly consuming it. This was akin to courting death. The fearsome temperature of extraordinary flames far surpassed human tolerance, and on the continent, all who sought to absorb extraordinary flames extracted the core fire. Unlike this individual who was recklessly inviting his own demise, how could one be so devoid of common sense? A thought flickered through its mind. Could it be that this individual had employed the same method when absorbing the bone spirit cold fire? Having failed to observe the previous process clearly, the medicinal dust could only find solace in this notion, for if Lin Tian were to perish here, it too might remain trapped in the searing lava, left with no escape. Observing Lin Tian, his garments had long since been reduced to nothingness by the azure flames. His flesh charred and torn, yet miraculously restored in an instant, as if nourished by some unseen force, repeating this cycle of destruction and renewal. This left the medicinal dust trembling in fear. Time slipped by swiftly. 3 days had passed since the sun rose and set over the Tagar Desert, leaving the expanse eerily silent, save for the occasional whisper of wind. Beneath the earth, Lin Tian remained submerged in molten lava, his eyes tightly shut, his expression devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the torment as he surrendered to the azure flames. Throughout these 3 days, the azure lotus heart fire relentlessly scorched his body. Despite the unimaginable pain, his physique exhibited remarkable enhancement, surpassing previous limits by several folds. Seated cross-legged, Lin Tian focused inward, guiding the azure flame through his meridians until it finally coalesced into a burgeoning azure lotus beside the bone spirit cold fire. As the azure lotus fire from the earth stabilized above the golden core, the ferocious power of Lin Tian's azure lotus fire swiftly subsided, causing the surrounding lava to begin to flow. With a sigh of relief, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. He had finally acquired the azure lotus fire. He lifted his hand, and two flames of different colors danced wildly, one white and one blue, radiating a dazzling brilliance amidst the molten surroundings, remarkably conspicuous. Chapter 14. The speculation of Yaochen. Indeed, it was no easy feat. Lin Tian let out a soft sigh, changing into a fresh set of attire and shaking his head, thankful for his prior preparations. Cutting off the flow of spiritual energy, the star essence above him quickly dissipated, and in an instant, the molten landscape reverted to its original state. Retrieving the two extraordinary flames, Lin Tian steadied his mind, choosing not to depart immediately. He turned with a smile towards the azure lotus pedestal lying quietly beside him. He was well aware that this was also a rare treasure. From his perspective, the value of the azure lotus pedestal surpassed even that of the azure lotus fire itself. According to his knowledge, cultivating on the azure lotus pedestal could help stabilize one's mind and maintain tranquility, thus preventing the risk of becoming consumed by one's own power. Furthermore, the pedestal could enhance one's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of fire in the world. Additionally, the azure lotus pedestal could yield earth fire lotus seeds, which had a wide array of uses, from direct consumption to enhance cultivation levels, to being utilized in the refinement of medicinal pills. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to deem the azure lotus pedestal as a supreme treasure, sufficient for Lin Tian's needs for quite some time. With measured steps, Lin Tian approached the azure lotus pedestal, which measured a full 3 meters in diameter, adorned with 10 leaves, jade green in hue. With a faint spiritual light coursing over the surface, he spread his arms wide, vibrant spiritual energy swirling around him, and sent forth the surge towards the azure lotus pedestal, enveloping it in a cascade of radiant light. Observing this, Lin Tian began to slowly bring his hands together, and the pedestal, now cocooned in spiritual energy, visibly shrank in size. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Ultimately, the azure lotus pedestal transformed into a miniature azure lotus, merely 3 centimeters in size, which Lin Tian promptly swallowed. Magical artifacts require cultivation and nurturing by the practitioner, leaving their unique imprint. And the azure lotus pedestal was no exception. As it entered his body, Lin Tian immediately closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to guide the azure lotus to rest upon his golden core. The azure lotus fire within him seemed to resonate, producing a surge of agitation, with azure flames forming slender tendrils that directly drew the azure lotus fire towards it. Lin Tian observed everything with a calm demeanor, making no move. The azure lotus fire had been absorbed and refined by him, posing no threat. Speculating inwardly, he considered whether the azure lotus fire could accelerate his refinement of the azure lotus pedestal. He was in no rush to leave. When it came to time, Lin Tian was unconcerned, for cultivators are never short of it. With a powerful leap amidst the lava, he unleashed his spiritual energy, creating a tremendous impact that sent ripples across the molten surface, causing numerous explosions. Columns of fire erupted, soaring as high as 30 meters, crashing against the stone surface above before cascading down, accompanied by showers of debris. Yet, none of this affected Lin Tian, as the azure lotus fire surrounded him, isolating him from the tumultuous lava, as if he were a streak of azure light swiftly ascending. Minutes passed, and with a sound that pierced the air, Lin Tian's figure broke through the molten barrier alongside a massive 2-headed fire spirit serpent. He surveyed his surroundings, still a realm of molten rock, glanced at the serpent swimming through the lava, then stepped onto a large stone. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he gradually closed them, embracing tranquility. The azure lotus pedestal had already taken its place where the azure lotus fire once resided. A cluster of azure flames burned at the pinnacle of the azure lotus, unmistakably the azure lotus fire. With a subtle shift of his mind, as spiritual energy surged, the azure lotus fire blazed more fiercely, swiftly enveloping the azure lotus pedestal and refining it. As a creation of the heavens, the azure lotus pedestal bore no spiritual consciousness and was thus a masterless treasure, allowing for rapid refinement. A humming sound resonated from an unknown source, and Lin Tian, seated upon the stone within the cavern, was suddenly engulfed in azure light, casting a greenish hue over the fiery red of the molten lava below. Lin Tian's body gradually ascended, revealing a 3-meter-wide azure lotus pedestal beneath him, shimmering with ethereal light, harmonizing with the azure flames that enveloped him, rendering him akin to a divine being. Seated upon the azure lotus pedestal, the previously invisible spiritual energy became apparent, as the red fire-type spiritual energy danced around him. Simultaneously, a wave of refreshing coolness spread through his body, sweeping away any feelings of restlessness and anxiety. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lin Tian gazed down at the azure lotus pedestal with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. The pedestal's ability to stabilize his mind was what mattered most to him. The heightened sensitivity to fire-type spiritual energy was merely an added benefit. as the spiritual energies across the myriad realms differ slightly. Some realms possess spiritual energy devoid of attributes, requiring the cultivation methods to transform them, whereas others categorize their spiritual energies, much like in the Do Pai Song Qiong realm, which distinguishes between fire, water, earth, and wood elements. Moreover, as a being of innate Tao body, he could absorb any form of spiritual energy, gently caressing the cool, smooth leaves of the azure lotus. Lin Tian quickly halted his thoughts, concentrating instead on retracting the azure lotus pedestal back into his body, allowing the spiritual energy to continuously cleanse and nurture it. Rising slowly, he addressed the two-headed fire spirit serpent, still frolicking in the lava, saying, "It's time to depart." The serpent shivered at his words, its two massive heads opening wide, greedily consuming the lava in its path. "Eat your fill before we leave." Lin Tian chuckled, bemused by the serpent's appetite. After all, there would be ample food outside. He shook his head, not wishing to dissuade it, watching with interest as the serpent feasted. The molten rock flowed unceasingly into the serpent's gaping maw, its 20-meter-long body appearing insatiable, like a bottomless abyss. As time passed, 10 minutes later, the lava level had terrifyingly dropped by 4 centimeters, and the two-headed fire spirit serpent ceased its gluttony, appearing somewhat reluctant as it swam toward Lin Tian, ultimately transforming into a striking red serpent-shaped bracelet around his arm. "Fear not, the world outside is quite extraordinary," Lin Tian reassured, initially intending to use the two-headed fire spirit serpent merely as a means of transport, but now feeling a twinge of sympathy. As the serpent-shaped red bracelet quivered around his left arm, Lin Tian smiled, gazing at the underground lava world before him, silently concluding, "This quest in the Tiger Desert for extraordinary fire has reached a perfect conclusion. From now on, there will be no need for Medusa." With the wooden sword in hand, Lin Tian executed a swift hand seal, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Within the ancient ring, Yao Chun had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. His eyes glazed over as he murmured, "The power this person wields is certainly not that of the continent's fighting spirit. Who could he possibly be? Could he be someone descended from the upper realms? In the world of fighting spirit, one could ascend upon breaking through to become a fighting emperor, yet this was merely a legend, and Yao Chun expressed skepticism. But today he could not help but take this legend seriously. Chapter 15. The Monster Beast Forest. The peculiar fighting techniques employed by this individual seemed to allow him to traverse underground freely, unaffected by the air, leaving Yao Chun in profound silence. Could this possibly be not a fighting technique, but an otherworldly art from the upper realms? With a whoosh, Lin Tian's figure reappeared above the Tiger Desert, where the blazing sun beat down relentlessly, and the temperature in the desert remained harsh. Lin Tianshu extended his arms, gazing at the vast sky, his heart filled with elation. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the contemplations of the medicinal spirit within the ancient ring. Yet, even if he were aware of the spirit's musings, he would simply chuckle, for what could a soul entity accomplish? With a mere flick of spiritual flame, he could be reduced to nothingness. Furthermore, within the realm of Dopa, there were indeed other worlds, often referred to as the Great Thousand Worlds. Shaking the crimson ring in his hand, a faint red light flickered beneath Lin Tian's azure robe, and the diminutive two-headed fire spirit serpent materialized in the air. Hovering before him, "Expand and head west. We shall journey to the beast forest," Lin Tian commanded. The two adorable heads of the fire spirit serpent nodded eagerly, indicating their understanding. A roar erupted in the tranquil desert, a colossal red light igniting with deep crimson flames. As the flames receded, the two-headed fire spirit serpent shed its petite form, transforming into a fearsome behemoth, instilling terror. Rising to a height of several dozen meters, it twisted its body, emitting a hiss of submission, lowering its heads to the ground for its master to mount. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled softly, stepping lightly onto one of the serpent's heads and murmuring, "Let us proceed." Following their master's command, the serpent darted away in a blur, leaving behind a fleeting trail, the sound of its speed barely audible as it vanished from sight. In the desert, only the impression of their passage remained, but the shifting sands quickly obscured it, erasing all traces. In the scorching desert, a golden hue enveloped the landscape. The sweltering heat rendered even the gentlest breeze unbearably hot, laden with coarse sand that could scorch one's skin. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Tian summoned the Qinglian seat, closing his eyes to cultivate. Ethereal colors of spiritual energy surged around him, and a red vortex appeared above his head, representing the fire element of the world. Perhaps due to the nature of this realm, Lin Tian sensed only earth and fire elemental energies in the desert. With the aid of the Qinglian seat, he accelerated his absorption of fire energy, determined to seize this opportunity to break through from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. The Dopi universe was indeed terrifying, Perched atop the two-headed fire spirit serpent, Lin Tian felt no discomfort despite their rapid speed. Instead, he experienced a sense of stability, akin to sitting on solid ground. As the sun set and the moon rose, casting a silvery glow, the previously oppressive heat plummeted to near freezing, and a faint white mist began to appear in the air. This was also the favored time for the beast residing in the Tagore Desert, as the sandy terrain echoed with rustling sounds, indicating that some creatures were stirring beneath the surface. Roars and hisses filled the air, reverberating through the darkened forest, proclaiming the territory of the beasts. Near the western edge of the forest, a serpentine beast, adorned with fiery red scales, were two heads and a young man seated upon one of them. The Qingwei Wolf King, hidden behind a sand dune, glowed with an eerie green light, resembling ghostly flames in the darkness. Observing the serpentine beast traversing its domain, it was overtaken by profound fear. A dueling expert, it whispered in a low growl, commanding its kin to retreat, for it dared not view such a being as prey. Fixating on the crimson figure, the Qingwei Wolf King silently hoped for the creature's swift departure. The serpentine beast paused, seemingly sensing the presence of other creatures, and one head swayed, gazing in the direction of the Wolf King. Curiosity flickered in the serpent's eyes, startling the Wolf King, which trembled uncontrollably, slowly backing away despite their distance. An invisible pressure enveloped its heart, intensifying its fear, while the nearby Qingwei wolf pack emitted anxious howls. Alas, this is truly worrisome. We must hasten our journey. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the stillness. Though soft, it resonated in the quiet desert, drawing attention. The red serpentine beast, upon hearing, casually shifted its body, suppressing its curiosity, and with astonishing speed, darted beyond the edge of the Tagore Desert into the beast forest. Under the full moon, Lin Tian had already mounted the two-headed fire spirit serpent and entered the beast forest, halting his cultivation. He surveyed the towering trees around him, the largest measuring 3 meters in diameter and reaching skyward with dense foliage, overshadowing the silver rays above. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with only scattered starlight piercing through. Bird calls and cicada chirps echoed as he passed a few trees, revealing a pair of crimson eyes belonging to a low-level avian beast. This scene evoked a unique sentiment within Lin Tian. Of course, all the beasts surrounding him were well within his capability to subdue. Otherwise, he would not possess such tranquility. Directing the two-headed fire spirit serpent along the forest's edge toward the north, Lin Tian pursued his goal. He was grateful for the map from the Ice Emperor, Haidongpa. Otherwise, he would have had to retrace his steps, consuming several days. Occasionally tapping the serpent, Lin Tian shook his head. It seemed like a blank slate. Intrigued by every beast it encountered, contemplating whether they might be edible. Earlier, it had nearly engaged with a pack of wolf-like beasts, causing Lin Tian considerable distress. The two-headed fire spirit serpent seemingly understood Lin Tian's sentiment and softly hissed in a plea for mercy. Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head before turning his gaze toward the distant trees in the north, as if he could see through them to his aspirations. Let us proceed. He mused that once he obtained the fragmented map, he would go directly to the Shao family and extract the final remnants of value from the medicinal spirit. After all, having a constant observer by his side made him feel constrained. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the ring from his pocket, a sly smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, within the ancient ring, the medicinal spirit felt an inexplicable chill creeping up its spine. Chapter 16, Sword Soul surrounded by the majestic mountains of the beast forest. The darkened expanse echoed with the roars and growls of beasts, proclaiming their dominion. A long shadow flitted past the edge of the forest, weaving between the trees and creating a whisper of wind before vanishing. The two-headed fire spirit serpent surged northward at breakneck speed, while Lin Tian, seated atop its head, had clarified their destination and issued further warnings before resuming his cultivation. He felt an imminent breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. As Lin Tian began to cultivate, spiritual energy began to flow toward him from a kilometer radius, coalescing into a green vortex. His body radiated multicolored spiritual energy, standing out vividly against the backdrop of night, unsettling some nearby beasts, which rustled among the trees. The two-headed fire spirit serpent sensed several energies locking onto it, infuriated to find they belonged to mere Do practitioners. Yet, recalling its master's orders, it refrained from delaying their journey over a few insignificant creatures. Letting out a bellow, it unleashed its doling aura, extending for tens of thousands of meters. As the serpent displayed its doling presence, the once noisy forest fell silent. Even the softest breeze became distinctly audible. The serpent felt the energies targeting it retreating, proudly lifting its head, flames flickering in its eyes, while maintaining its formidable aura. It pressed onward, and thus, the night passed in silence. As the bright moon recedes and dawn breaks, the eastern sky is tinged with a delicate blush of light. Upon closer inspection, one might discern streaks of rosy hue shimmering across the horizon. This tranquil morning is a moment when the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth are at their zenith. On a high plain within the Beast Mountain range, the flora that flourishes here consists primarily of slender grasses. A two-headed fire serpent crests the mountaintop, raising one of its heads to survey the landscape. In its line of sight lies a quaint human settlement, neither too large nor too small. This must be Green Mountain Town, the serpent muses, flicking its forked tongue. Its pupils glimmer with a sentient joy. Not in haste to descend, it sprawls lazily across the grass, exhausted after a night of relentless travel, having depleted all its energy, including its fighting spirit. At this moment, it yearns for a hearty meal followed by a restful slumber. Turning its gaze towards a herd of bovine and ovine beasts grazing a kilometer away, it opens its mouth, only for its pupils to dim with concern. Its master is meditating above, and it does not wish to disturb him. Go ahead. A sudden voice echoes. Upon hearing it, the two-headed fire serpent quickly turns to look. Unbeknownst to it, Lin Tian has been floating in the air, legs crossed in a meditative posture, supported by a 3-meter-wide azure lotus seat, preventing him from falling. Hissing softly, and now granted permission by its master, the serpent swiftly conceals itself among the dense underbrush, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, seated upon the azure lotus, is drenched in sweat, his azure robe thoroughly soaked, his brow furrowed in concentration, his face flushed with intensity. Behind him, a 3-inch transparent sword embryo manifests, exuding a palpable sword intent, reminiscent of a world-destroying blade, annihilating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Grass and stones alike are cleaved in twain by the silvery flash of the sword intent. As Lin Tian surveys the sword embryo with his spiritual awareness, he cannot help but exclaim, "It is indeed a sword soul." A sword soul is distinct from a sword spirit. It is far superior. Some divine swords possess a sword soul from their inception, while others may develop one over the passage of time. These sword souls are born from the essence of the sword itself, yet within the realm there exist extraordinary individuals capable of condensing their own sword intent to create a sword soul. By infusing the sword soul into a blade and subjecting it to prolonged spiritual refinement, the wielder may attain the ability to command the sword with their mind, manifesting myriad blades with a mere thought. All this knowledge Lin Tian gleaned from the scripture repository in Tianyong City, and the fact that he could nurture a sword soul fills him with indescribable elation. With a resolute heart, he hastily forms hand seals, his body instinctively guiding itself through the sword techniques. The spirit drawing technique. For chains of spiritual energy extend from Lin Tian's body, intricately interweaving to form an enigmatic pattern, infused with the hues of dawn, ascending to the heights of several thousand meters, emitting an inexhaustible allure. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates through the sky. Instantly, the spiritual energy on the plateau ascends in unison, converging at a height of 1,000 meters to form a colossal vortex of spiritual power, imbued with ethereal purple energy, resulting in a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. Mu Li, the squad leader, look at the sky. A voice of alarm rises from within a group of several dozen people in the Beast Mountain range, swords in hand, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Among them, the young man known as the squad leader, with a wicked smile curving his lips, gazes at the enchanting silhouette before him, his heart ablaze with desire. Hearing the commotion behind him, he instinctively looks up, and the sight leaves him astounded. Is it not the case that atop the plateau, a Do Emperor or Do Zone exists? It is no wonder he is so perturbed. The only force capable of causing such a phenomenon is a powerful Do Emperor or a being of even greater stature. Meanwhile, not far away in Green Mountain Town, all residents raise their heads to behold the swirling vortex in the sky, mouths agape in sheer terror. Each individual silently speculates whether a formidable being is training nearby or if a celestial treasure is about to emerge. Yet, if a powerful entity is indeed present, and should that entity be a beast rather than a human, Green Mountain Town would be in grave peril. The townsfolk inwardly pray for safety. Far away, at the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun stands upon the rear mountain, her expression grave as she fixates on the northern beast forest. In her eyes, a massive vortex is faintly visible. Could it be that a Do Zone, or even a Do Zun has ventured into the beast forest? Her lips part slightly as disbelief washes over her. As a Do Emperor herself, she knows well that such a celestial phenomenon could not possibly be orchestrated by a mere Do Emperor. It must be a being of higher rank. A Do Zone possesses strength sufficient to dominate an entire empire, yet typically, such individuals seek breakthroughs in the central plains. As for a Do Saint, she cannot even fathom, as those who reach that level are exceedingly rare across the Douluo Continent. Could there be something extraordinary within the beast forest? Doubt floods her mind, and she quickly averts her gaze, shaking her head with a resigned sigh. If she, as a Dou emperor, were to continue peering into this matter, it could provoke unwelcome attention, leaving her in a state of lamentation. After all, in the eyes of Dou Zong and Dou Zun, a Dou emperor is but an ant, indistinguishable from any other. Yet, Yin Yun would never have imagined that the individual she feared was not a Dou Zun at all. Chapter 17. Green Mountain Town upon the high plain. Lin Tian's spiritual energy swirls, forming a vibrant chain that connects to the sword soul nurtured within the sword embryo behind him, facilitating its rapid maturation into a fully formed soul within the transparent sword embryo. Upon closer inspection, one might discern the faint outline of a smaller sword, with only the hilt clearly visible. The blade is yet to take shape. This is the sword soul. To form, it must absorb all the sword intent from the embryo and be nourished by boundless spiritual energy. The spiritual energy flows through the chains into the sword embryo, yet it proves insufficient, a mere drop in the ocean in the face of the task at hand. Lin Tian remains unhurried. He understands well that relying solely on his own spiritual energy to assist the sword soul's formation is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Even if he were to be drained to the brink of death, success would remain elusive. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and with a decisive gesture, he raises his hands. Fall. As his command resonates, the heavens tremble, and a torrent of rich spiritual energy cascades down from the sky, akin to the waters of a celestial river, with the sword embryo as its destination. This concentrated spiritual energy coalesces into droplets, transforming into a spiritual rain that patters upon the sword embryo. As the sword embryo undergoes the baptism of spiritual rain, the sword soul accelerates its absorption, and gradually, the blade begins to take form. Meanwhile, the upper part of the sword embryo dissipates, clearly absorbed by the sword soul. However, the terrifying sword intent permeating the high plane does not wane with the dissipation. Rather, it intensifies, becoming even more formidable. Time flows on, and the spiritual energy from above continues to pour down. At last, as the final tip of the blade solidifies, the sword's soul trembles, emitting a melodic chime, and a brilliant silvery light erupts. In an instant, the aura shifts, and the oppressive sword intent across the plane dissipates swiftly. The high plane returns to its usual state, and the spiritual energy that had congregated above has vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever transpired. Had it not been for the scattered grass and stones, along with the long fissures etched into the rocks, one might never have guessed that this high plane had once endured a terrifying baptism of sword intent. Not far from the plane, the residents of Green Mountain Town, who had been observing the sky's strange transformations, now witness its return to normalcy, and they cannot help but speculate. Could it be that the great figure has departed? Alas, that cannot be. Perhaps there was never a great figure at all. It might simply have been a treasure newly born from the heavens, causing such phenomena upon the mountain. Haha, if the phenomenon truly arises from a treasure, it is likely that it is beyond the reach of those like us. Such a significant commotion will surely attract powerful fighters from all around, including Douling and Douwang experts, to investigate in Qingshan Town. The crowd on the streets of Qingshan Town buzzed with discussions among friends. Some speculated that the phenomenon was caused by a formidable being, while others conjectured that it stemmed from a magical artifact. Regardless of whether it was a powerful entity or a treasure, most inhabitants hoped that the spectacle in the sky was not provoked by a ferocious beast. Otherwise, with merely 10,000 meters of distance, they might not even have the chance to flee. Humans hunt magical beasts for their meat and magical cores, which are valuable for alchemy. Conversely, magical beasts also prey on humans. The battle energy that humans cultivate does not dissipate immediately after death, and if consumed by a magical beast, it can aid in their cultivation. Should the creature atop the mountain truly be a magical beast, it might disregard their meager prowess. But the centuries-old enmity between humans and beasts could ignite its murderous intent. Magical beasts are known for their ferocity and bloodlust. At this moment, Lin Tian was oblivious to the fact that his actions had captivated the hearts of many. Exhaling softly, he shook his somewhat numb hands, his gaze fervently fixed on the sword's soul not far away. Raising his right hand, he summoned a gravitational force that drew the sword's soul towards him. Is this the sword soul? Lin Tian scrutinized the transparent little sword in his hand, measuring just 3 inches in length and emanating a chilling sensation. Glancing at the wooden sword in his right hand, he felt a surge of temptation to infuse the sword's soul into it. But he quickly shook his head to dispel this absurd notion. There is but one sword soul, once fused into a sword. The only outcome would be the destruction of both sword and soul. Moreover, Attempting to infuse the sword soul into the wooden sword only to extract it later for a superior sword is utterly impractical. Regaining his composure and suppressing his excitement, Lin Tian casually brought the delicate sword to his mouth, transforming it into a silver thread that converged towards his golden core, eventually settling beside two clusters of exotic flames, akin to the Qinglian seat, nourished by the flowing spiritual energy. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Lin Tian began to assess his own transformation. Clenching his fists, he performed a swift turn, wielding the wooden sword to unleash a strike, the glimmer of the sword illuminating the air. A thunderous sound erupted as a massive boulder dozens of meters away was cleaved in two, subsequently shattering into countless stones. Indeed, having reached the late stage of the Golden Core, Lin Tian had become several times stronger than in the mid-stage. It is likely that a qualitative breakthrough awaits him upon reaching the Yuaning stage. A smile crept onto Lin Tian's face as he expressed his satisfaction. Yes, he had successfully attained the late stage of the Golden Core. He had previously broken through to the mid-stage in the realm of ancient sword legends. But having suppressed himself for years to solidify his foundation, the subsequent breakthrough felt entirely natural. However, transcending to the Yuaning stage would not be an easy feat. Shaking his head, Lin Tian chose not to dwell on it further. Turning his gaze towards the small town below, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Let us go. It's time to descend. Rustling sounds echoed as grass swayed, and a long shadow emerged, swiftly making its way towards Lin Tian. In merely a few breaths, it had traversed from halfway up the mountain. Within a kilometer of the mountaintop plain, no vegetation remained, all severed by the previous overwhelming sword intent. The shadow, now devoid of cover, revealed its true identity as a two-headed fire spirit snake. The two heads of the fire spirit snake surveyed their surroundings, filled with trepidation, silently lamenting their swift escape. Otherwise, they might have perished here. Glancing fearfully at their master, they now understood the magnitude of his power. Without hesitation, they hastened to Lin Tian's side, their form gradually shrinking into a snake-shaped bracelet that encircled his right wrist. Concealed beneath his robe, Lin Tian wasted no time, pressing forward with his legs, leaving deep footprints as he dashed, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. Covering 100 meters in a single step, heading towards Qingshan town. Chapter 18. The little medical sage before him lay a narrow ancient path, and Lin Tian had descended from the high mountain plain to the foot of the hill. Though the path was littered with branches and dead wood, it was evident that someone had traversed this way, deliberately clearing it. The road led directly to Qingshan town, and as Lin Tian approached, he could see the town beginning to take shape. He quickened his pace, and as he neared Qingshan town, the throngs of people multiplied. Some were mercenaries carrying various magical beasts on their backs, while others were lone wanderers. However, the most eye-catching group was on the far left, comprised of dozens of individuals. With a striking figure at the forefront, a woman clad in a white dress, her azure hair cascading over her shoulders. The crowd couldn't help but pause, their gazes lingering on her. From hundreds of meters away, Lin Tian observed her, deducing that she must be a beauty. Shaking his head, he lamented, "What a pity. In a world where strength reigns supreme, beauty is but a curse. Without formidable protection, one can only become a mere plaything for the powerful." Observing the woman, he noted the absence of any powerful battle energy emanating from her. She hardly qualified as a fighter. Noticing the group of guards behind her and a young man at her side, Lin Tian conjectured that she must hold a significant position in Qingshan town. Otherwise, the seemingly well-connected young man would likely resort to force rather than flattery. Nevertheless, these matters did not concern Lin Tian, nor did he wish to involve himself. As his gaze passed over the white-clad woman, a thought struck him. Could she be the little medical sage? The likelihood grew stronger as he observed her familiar figure. Noting the medicinal pouch she carried, he recalled that in the original story, Qingshan town housed a pharmacy known as Wanyao Zhai, primarily selling medicinal herbs. Though the little medical sage was not an alchemist, her exceptional medical skills earned her the admiration of the townsfolk, especially since Qingshan town was adjacent to the magical beast forest, where injuries were commonplace. Lin Tian trailed behind the group, his focus locked onto the enchanting figure, momentarily uncertain. These were merely his speculations. Shaking his head, he resolved to inquire directly and approached the few individuals in the distance. On the ancient road to Qingshan, the little medical sage felt a weight lift from her heart as she caught sight of the town. She let out a sigh of relief, glancing at the sky, which had returned to normal, though remnants of anxiety lingered. The phenomenon that had shaken the heavens shattered her understanding of power. If only my strength could reach that level. Perhaps I could control the toxins within me? A glimmer of hope flickered in the little medical sage's mind, only to dim immediately. She was not even a fighter. let alone anything beyond that. Her peculiar constitution was a nightmare, haunting her with dreams of a toxic outbreak that could envelop Qingshan town, turning it into a desolate wasteland. With a sigh, she resigned to her fate, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. The actions of the little medical sage did not escape the keen gaze of Mu Li beside her. Observing her figure, his desires flared. Yet he skillfully concealed them beneath a smiling facade as they continued their steady pace toward Qingshan town. "Are you the little medical sage of Wanyaozhai?" A calm voice rang out, causing the little medical sage to pause and turn. Unbeknownst to her, a young man had appeared by her side, possessing striking features and an ethereal aura. However, the wooden sword he held left her perplexed. "Is that a weapon?" "Ah, yes, that is me," she stammered. Her initial surprise giving way to recognition as she quickly responded. "Are you injured?" She wondered instinctively. In the town of Qingshan, aside from those seeking her healing touch, it appeared there was little else of significance. Indeed, Lin Tian smiled with a devilish charm. He had found the person he was looking for and wasted no time in getting to the point. "I require your assistance to locate a certain item. In return, I can help you resolve a long-standing predicament." The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curved upward. He was acutely aware that the little medical sage was primarily concerned about her toxic constitution, an affliction that made her both admirable and feared, the cursed poison body. This unique body allowed her to cultivate through poison and rendered her immune to all toxins, but it also meant her entire being was suffused with poisonous energy. While the issue of her toxic body may have posed a considerable challenge in the Douluo universe, he possessed the means to easily resolve it. With the sealing spirit technique, he could compress the toxic energy within her to her dantian and seal it, thus alleviating the dread associated with her cursed condition. However, sealing her dantian would mean she would henceforth be an ordinary person. Ultimately, the decision of whether to seal it would rest solely with the little medical sage. It could be said that among all in the Douluo universe, Lin Tian held the greatest admiration for the little medical sage, who had single-handedly established the poison sect and claimed the title of the Heavenly Poison Maiden. She was also the only one in the Douluo Continent to fully master the cursed poison body. The little medical sage was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. This was indeed an unusual request. When Lin Tian mentioned he could help her with her troubles, she naturally assumed he meant assisting her in dealing with Mu Li, who had been hovering nearby. Shaking her head, she declined Lin Tian's offer for assistance. She was well aware of Mu Li's intentions and harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him. Each time they ventured into the monster forest together to gather medicinal herbs, she felt profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, she could not express this openly, for Mu Li was a 3-star fighter and the son of the leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, one of the 3 major mercenary factions in Qingshan town. Moreover, he was already a grand fighter, a figure not to be trifled with in Qingshan town. The little medical sage did not wish for Mu Li to recklessly endanger himself. Thus she said, "As for the reward, let it be. If you seek my expertise regarding medicinal materials, I can provide you with a book upon returning to the Wan Yao Pavilion, detailing the information on various herbs." Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle at her misunderstanding. "What I seek is not medicinal herbs, but rather a cave nestled against a steep cliff. As for the reward," he added, "it pertained to the cursed poison body." "What?" The little medical sage's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she gazed at the man before her, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. How could this person possibly know her secret? She was rendered speechless for a time. What audacity! "Who do you think you are?" Mu Li interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. "Little medical sage, do not listen to him. He clearly harbors ill intentions." Seeing the man block his path and seemingly seek something from the little medical sage, Mu Li felt a surge of anger. A cave? The cursed poison body? Although he was uncertain of the veracity of Lin Tian's claims, the calm demeanor on his face irked Mu Li. In Qingshan town, everyone treated him with the utmost respect. After all, the little medical sage was regarded as his woman, and he would not tolerate any encroachment upon her. "You lot, seize him. This is outrageous, attempting to deceive me." The leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, Mu Li commanded his subordinates to take action, believing that once they captured Lin Tian, the man's fate would rest entirely in his hands. The crowd, initially in a hurry to return to Qingshan town, halted in their tracks. Watching from a distance as someone dared to challenge Mu Li, suddenly, a hissing sound akin to a serpent emanated from Lin Tian, loud enough for even those observing from afar to hear clearly. "It seems you have found yourselves in a predicament," Lin Tian remarked. Casting a glance at the 8 men approaching him, each exuding an aura of menace, brandishing sharp blades. Did they truly think him an easy target? "Do not. Cease at once." Although still reeling from Lin Tian's knowledge of her secret, The little medical sage intervened upon witnessing Mu Li's order to attack. Clearly, she did not believe Lin Tian could withstand the assault of 8 fighters. As the hissing of serpents echoed in her ears, doubt flickered in her eyes. How could there be hissing amid this gathering? She turned her gaze toward Lin Tian, who stood nearby, and realized the sound seemed to emanate from him, though obscured by his long sleeves, preventing her from discerning the situation clearly. Ha ha ha, trouble? Boy, I believe you are mistaken. Today, you are the one inviting trouble by stirring up conflict with the wolf head mercenary group. One of the burly men with a scruffy beard stepped forward, disdainfully eyeing Lin Tian and disregarding the little medical sage's warning. He assessed the slender figure before him, as if he were nothing more than a fragile breeze that could be easily crushed. Perhaps a single punch from him could reduce Lin Tian to mere pulp. In his heart, the brute thought that if he could swiftly subdue Lin Tian, he might earn favor in front of the group leader. After all, the leader had only one heir, and when that heir ascended to leadership, he could bask in the glory, submit quietly, or face the consequences, he declared, lunging at Lin Tian, who was still several meters away. In mere moments, he closed the distance and found himself behind Lin Tian. A novice indeed, he mused, observing how Lin Tian seemed oblivious to his approach. With no weapon drawn, the brute saw no need for subtlety. More importantly, the group leader demanded a living captive. His rough hand reached toward Lin Tian's neck, a smile of triumph spreading across his face as he thought, I've got him. However, the other 7 underlings' expressions changed drastically. Realizing the treachery in their companions' actions, they rushed forward, intent on subduing Lin Tian. Let us see how long you can keep up this charade. Mu Li stood aside, sneering, seemingly envisioning Lin Tian's grim fate. The onlookers shook their heads, convinced there was no doubt Lin Tian would be defeated, and they could easily foresee the consequences of his falling into Mu Li's hands. Yet as the hissing persisted, the crowd did not associate it with Lin Tian, assuming it was merely a wild beast from the nearby monster forest. As the burly man, Xiong Lai, advanced, his eyes narrowed, sensing that he was mere moments away from capturing Lin Tian. Yet, inexplicably, a chill gripped his heart. Akin to being targeted by a ferocious beast, an ominous feeling he recognized from his frequent forays into the monster forest. A shiver ran down his spine, and he instinctively decided to retreat. What is happening? Mu Li, the little medical sage, and the onlookers were all puzzled by Xiong Lai's sudden withdrawal, his face betraying an expression of sheer terror, as if he had encountered something profoundly horrifying. This left everyone present bewildered. While the little medical sage sighed in relief, Mu Li's face darkened, feeling humiliated by Xiong Lai's failure to subdue even a mere novice. The fact that this was unfolding before the little medical sage made it all the more intolerable. In a fit of rage, Mu Li roared, Xiong Lai, you worthless fool. You lot, attack? Xiong Lai had already leaped back 10 meters in an instant and, despite hearing the scathing remarks of the young group leader, was just grateful to be alive, allowing himself a moment to breathe. The tension that had gripped him began to ease, but suddenly, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. A streak of crimson light burst forth from Lin Tian's long sleeves, swiftly hurtling towards Xiong Lai. Flames ignited in the air, and the originally slender red light expanded into a colossal form. With a splatter, blood cascaded through the air, revealing the emergence of a 2-headed fire spirit serpent. One of its heads gaped wide, devouring Xiong Lai entirely, leaving only a head with dilated pupils upon the ground. A pool of blood flowed from the head, mingling with white brain matter, staining the earth, while the pupils gradually lost their focus, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. The 2-headed fire spirit serpent emitted a piercing hiss, its massive crimson eyes shifting towards the remaining 7 individuals, reflecting a glimmer of anthropomorphic mockery. Xiao Yixian, witnessing the severed head so close, turned pale, her stomach churning. Despite her frequent ventures into the beast forest and encounters with various battles, she had always observed from a distance. The clarity of the gruesome sight before her instilled profound terror, leading her to categorize Lin Tian among ruthless murderers. This was a beast of at least the great fighter rank. A sudden exclamation broke the tension, trembling with fear. A creature capable of effortlessly slaying Xiong Lai must undoubtedly be a formidable beast, and considering Xiong Lai was a 5-star fighter, soon to ascend to 6-star status, the implication was grave. The onlookers regarded Lin Tian with a mixture of dread and astonishment, realizing the serpent was his magical companion. The ability to tame such a powerful creature raised alarming questions about his true strength. Was he a spirit fighter? Or perhaps a king fighter? None present were fools. The thought sent shivers down their spines, prompting several to clasp their fists in a gesture of submission. Lord, we have no connection to Mu Li, the one who provoked you. We implore you to grant us mercy. Indeed, We beseech you, spare our lives." In an instant, the crowd hastily distanced themselves from Mu Li, unafraid of potential retribution from the wolf-head mercenary group. For Mu Li had unwittingly provoked a being they suspected to be a spirit fighter. The fate of the mercenary group under his father's command seemed grim. You all. Mu Li was left speechless, his body trembling as he gazed at the terrifying serpent. His mind raced with disbelief. How could these individuals possess such a formidable magical companion? It was impossible. This had to be an illusion. Perhaps the beast had merely emerged from the forest to hunt. Yes, that must be it. Now collapsed on the ground, Mu Li muttered in a daze. You all attack. Summoning unexpected courage, he stood once more, shouting at the 7 before him. He thought to himself, they were close to Qingshan town. If they could hold off the beast for a moment, he could escape to safety. Upon his return, he would rally the entire wolf-head mercenary group to annihilate Lin Tian and all the indifferent spectators present. Lin Tian shook his head, observing the now deranged Mu Li. No trace of joy appeared on his face. To him, this was merely a minor interlude. However, the earlier act of the two-headed fire spirit serpent consuming a human did cause him to furrow his brow slightly. After all, he, too, was human. While he could accept killing, the act of devouring was something his current disposition could not fully embrace. Eliminate the trouble, but refrain from consuming humans in my presence. Chapter 20. The search. Upon hearing Lin Tian's admonition, the two-headed fire spirit serpent trembled, its ferocity dissipating as both heads nodded obediently. The onlookers, astonished by this unexpected display, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that the once ferocious beast could exhibit such compliance. Yet, all present stifled their thoughts, fearful of provoking the creature's ire. Mu Li, however, was consumed by escalating terror. This beast truly was the magical companion of that young man. He had to escape at once. Trembling, he watched the serpent, but it seemed to perceive his fear and lunged towards him with a menacing rush. Mu Li, paralyzed by sheer fright, fell to the ground, scrambling backward as he stammered. Li Chang, stop it." But what awaited Mu Li was not the anticipated rescue, but rather the looming presence of the colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent. Despair washed over him as he turned to the direction of Li Chang and his companions, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. Where had they all gone? They had clearly seized the opportunity to flee, abandoning him as the serpent targeted him. Unbeknownst to Mu Li, the moment the two-headed fire serpent appeared, Li Chang and his group had harbored intentions of retreat, especially after witnessing the instantaneous demise of a 6-star fighter like Xiong Lai, leaving nothing but a mangled corpse. Now the serpent had turned its attention to Mu Li. If he did not flee now, when would he? As for the wolf-head mercenary group, they could easily abandon Qingshan town. The world was vast, and they were not bound to a mere town. The 7 figures dashed along the ancient path, faces flushed with fear, sweat cascading down their brows. Despite their exhaustion, they dared not linger for even a moment. At the forefront, Li Chang sprinted with all his might, his crimson energy surging beneath him as he leaped 5 meters, swift as a hare, occasionally glancing back. They must be nearly 1,000 meters away now, he thought, measuring the distance to the beast. Yet, an undercurrent of anxiety gripped him. Until they reached the town, danger still loomed. He had witnessed the terrifying speed of the two-headed fire spirit serpent firsthand. Can they truly escape? Lin Tian had already noticed the fleeing 7, casting a cold glare in their direction. He uttered disdainfully, "Anyone daring to challenge me must be prepared to face the dire consequences." Lin Tian would offer assistance to those he held in high regard, like Xiao Yixian, yet he could just as easily transform into a harbinger of doom, extinguishing lives with a mere flick of his hand. He paid no further mind to the fleeing individuals, confident that the two-headed fire spirit serpent would handle the situation adeptly. Turning to the terrified Xiao Yixian, he spoke, "Shall we proceed to locate the cave now?" Startled, Xiao Yixian let out a shriek at his sudden inquiry. In her eyes, Lin Tian had become synonymous with a demon. "Do not consume me. Do not consume me," she whimpered, tightly shutting her eyes, her face a mask of terror. Hands clasped in a plea, murmuring continuously. Though she feared death, the thought of being swallowed whole, leaving only a bloodied head behind, was a fate she could not fathom. Lin Tian, momentarily taken aback, noticed tears welling in her eyes, clearly shaken by the serpent's presence. "Rest assured, I shall not consume you. On the contrary, if you guide me to the cave, I can bestow upon you an opportunity, a chance intertwined with your cursed body, an opportunity that could alter your destiny." His deep voice resonated in Xiao Yixian's ears. Upon hearing this, she cautiously opened her eyes, not rushing to rejoice, her gaze filled with a different kind of worry. Before her stood Lin Tian's handsome profile, yet she lacked the heart to appreciate it, carefully observing him. A sigh of relief escaped her. His profound gaze bore no trace of ulterior motives or desires. Clearly, she believed he held no interest in her, and she silently thanked her stars for not being seized as a mere servant. I will take you there now. The little healer was unperturbed by Lin Tian's potential change of heart upon discovering the cave, for she had long relinquished her agency. Suddenly, the ominous hiss of the two-headed fire serpent echoed like a blaze, having appeared from a distance of 1,000 meters, its tail entwined with several corpses. Swiftly advancing towards Lin Tian, it seemed that all adversaries had been dealt with. In the blink of an eye, the serpent materialized behind Lin Tian, flicking its forked tongue, its massive body coiling in a menacing circle. Scattered nearby were 7 lifeless bodies, each with charred wounds upon their chests, exuding a burnt aroma. Gaping black holes seared through them. The ancient path lay in eerie silence, save for the faint reverberation of Lin Tian's voice, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. The onlookers, witnessing the bodies, were gripped by a profound fear of death. At that moment, the mercenary team, led by Mu Li, was entirely vanquished. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the remaining spectators, their fists clenched tight, as a palpable sense of panic spread amongst them. Those who had provoked Lin Tian were now deceased. Leaving all to ponder his next move, they silently prayed for their own safety, for the thought of fleeing was unthinkable. The speed of the spirit beasts vastly outstripped that of any fighter. If chaos ensued and they attempted to escape, many would surely perish beneath the wrath of the two-headed fire serpent. Even Lin Tian, who had remained passive, was the master of the creature, instilling a deep-seated fear of flight. No one dared to take the lead. They were not like Mu Li, who had angered this terrifying entity, or rather, the beast that served it. They remained at a distance, watching attentively, knowing that fleeing would mean certain death, while staying might offer a glimmer of hope. Lin Tian's gaze casually swept across the surroundings. Within a radius of 500 meters, he could see all, whether they were perched upon trees or nestled within bushes. He had no intention of engaging these individuals, as they had not provoked him. Over the past several years, under the relentless tutelage of his master, the esteemed Zine, he had learned that discernment is essential. Although such teachings had often slipped through his ears, today, influenced by his surroundings, he had never committed the injustice of indiscriminate killing. This was his principle, at least for now. "Let us depart," Lin Tian remarked, disregarding the others as he leapt onto the head of the two-headed fire serpent, gesturing for the little healer to follow. "Oh," she stammered, timidly placing her feet upon one of the serpent's heads as it began to rise, seemingly elevating her with ease, granting her a sense of stability. Noticing an anomaly beneath her, she glanced up to see a fiery aura enveloping her feet, securing her balance. "Lead the way," she urged, and the serpent plunged into the depths of the beast forest, leaving behind the group, who exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the relief of survival. Chapter 21. The cave perched atop the serpent's head. The little healer's complexion paled slightly, for she harbored a profound fear of the beast beneath her. As she directed the serpent towards the cave, her mind raced with questions. How did he uncover her secret, aside from her peculiar constitution? The location of the concealed cave was something she had stumbled upon while foraging for herbs mere days ago. She had not confided this secret to anyone. So how could he possibly know? These two perplexing questions swirled in her mind, yet she dared not inquire, fearing Lin Tian's displeasure might lead to her undoing. The two-headed fire serpent darted through the beast forest, navigating between towering ancient trees, its massive form leaving a path of destruction in its wake. The little healer cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Tian, having noticed her gaze, turned to meet her eyes, causing her to flinch in surprise. He found himself bemused, pondering if he truly appeared so intimidating. Shaking off the thought, he directed his attention outward. The forest was alive with ancient trees, their age etched into their bark, exuding an aura of antiquity. Occasionally, they passed a clear pond, where various beasts of differing sizes gathered to drink, revealing it to be a water source for the creatures. Notably, among the gathered beasts, only a few exuded the presence of high-ranking fighters, suggesting that the lack of spirit beasts of higher rank maintained a fragile peace. The serpent traversed eastward with remarkable speed, swiftly crossing vast territories of the beasts. Its aura dispersed, preventing any foolish creature from obstructing its path. Upon cresting a hill, a cliff came into view. "We have arrived. This is the spot." The serpent halted at the cliff's edge, and the little healer pointed to a thicket of brambles below, her eyes glinting with resignation. The cave lay several dozen meters beneath the precipice, a distance that, while seemingly short, represented a perilous drop into a deathly abyss. Had she not discovered the cave days prior, she would have surely descended already. Following her gesture, Lin Tian surveyed the area and spotted the hidden cave, obscured by undergrowth. However, upon closer inspection, sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the cave's entrance. Indeed, this is it. A spark of excitement ignited within Lin Tian. It seemed he had securely obtained the second fragment of the Demon Fire's map, with only one remaining. According to his recollection, the final fragment resided within an auction house in the Blackhorn region, though specifics eluded him. Fortunately, the Demon Fire would not manifest for several more years, allowing Lin Tian to remain patient. Even if he were unable to locate the last fragment, possessing two would thwart any attempts by others to claim the Demon Fire, as 3 fragments were essential for its acquisition. Without all 3, even the Soul Clan, with their void-devouring flame, would stand no chance. Yet, in this world of fighting spirit, were there still fighting emperors? They may have long since ascended to grander realms. Lin Tian gazed at the cave with a smile, lowering his hand. The serpent, sensing the cue, leapt into the abyss with a thunderous roar. Lin Tian turned at the sound to find the little healer had unknowingly closed her eyes, her forehead glistening with a sheen of cold sweat. Fear not. It is merely a cliff. Is it safe? She cautiously opened her eyes, feeling no sensation of falling. The serpent clung to the cliff face with remarkable steadiness. Its lengthy form nearly halfway down, its massive head poised before the cave, flicking its tongue. The serpent resembled a bridge, connecting the cave to the cliff's summit. Lin Tian drew his wooden sword, unleashing a flash of energy that severed the thicket obscuring the cave's entrance. A dark cavern revealed itself, and he stepped forward, urging, "Hurry, the treasures within, aside from the map fragment I seek, will greatly benefit you." "Okay," the little healer responded, her heart pounding as she cautiously lifted her foot, daunted by the unfathomable depth below. Finally, as her feet firmly touched the ground and she felt the weight of the earth beneath her, the little healer felt a sense of relief wash over her. Raising her gaze, she noticed that Lin Tian had already stepped into the cave, his silhouette crossing the sunlit threshold and vanishing into the shadows. "Wait for me." Inside the cave, the path was smooth, devoid of any bumps, indicating it was a man-made cavern. After traversing nearly 50 meters, darkness loomed ahead, obscuring the length of the journey that lay before them. The only sounds in the cave were the faint footfalls of Lin Tian and the little healer, enveloped in an eerie silence. The darkness stirred a primal fear of the unknown within her. Trembling, she clung to the wall, her heart racing as she followed closely behind Lin Tian, seeking a semblance of safety. "Hey!" Lin Tian heard a faint quivering sound and turned to see the little healer's face as pale as ash. While Lin Tian, being a cultivator, could see clearly in the darkness, the little healer was not afforded the same clarity. A dull thud echoed through the quiet cave, followed by a pained gasp as she rubbed her forehead, clearly having bumped into something hard. "Why did you stop?" she inquired, her voice laced with a slight tremor that belied her bravado. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lin Tian's face, though hidden in the shadows. He gazed at the hilt of his sword before casting a glance at her forehead, clearing his throat softly. "It's nothing, just keep close." With that, Lin Tian resumed his forward march, and wisps of azure flames erupted from his body, illuminating the cave and dispelling the darkness. It dawned on him that the little healer was afraid of the dark, prompting him to temper the heat of the azure hearthfire to a mere flicker. Otherwise, its formidable power could have reduced the entire cave to ashes. The little healer stood momentarily stunned, observing Lin Tian's moving figure ahead, her heart inexplicably warming to him. Realizing he was not quite the villain she had initially imagined, hastily, she quickened her steps to follow, finding comfort in the glow of the azure flames, which dispelled most of her fear. For a time, the cave was silent once more. After walking several hundred meters, they reached an end. A stone door stood before them. "It appears to be a stone door," the little healer remarked softly, glancing back at Lin Tian. "Indeed," he replied with a nod. The little healer was about to mention her knowledge of mechanisms and dark arts, pondering how to open it, but before she could speak, Lin Tian halted, his aura shifting as he extended his right hand towards the stone door. A small flicker of azure flame made contact, and to her astonishment, the flame surged explosively, causing the once massive door to disintegrate into nothingness, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, revealing a stone chamber beyond the remnants of the door. Within, he clearly discerned a skeletal figure seated upon a throne, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. "All right, let us enter." Stepping into the chamber, the little healer followed closely, her expression somewhat dazed as she processed the overwhelming power of the flame that had so effortlessly illuminated the darkness. As they walked past the remnants of the door, she observed the blackened marks on either side, starkly contrasting the other azure stones, indicative of the door's substantial thickness. Nearly a meter. Yet, it had succumbed to the azure flames without a trace, a testament to their terrifying potency. Covering her mouth with her hands, the little healer's eyes widened in shock, reminiscent of her reaction upon witnessing the celestial phenomena in the sky. After all, this was an extraordinary revelation so close to her. Perhaps she could never have imagined that the azure flame that astonished her was, in fact, a form of extraordinary fire, azure heart fire. The stone chamber was stark and spacious, the walls adorned with moonstone for illumination, casting a bright glow. Lin Tian extinguished the azure flames, his gaze sweeping across the chamber. In the corners lay heaps of gleaming gold coins and other precious artifacts, likely worth a fortune, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Yet, Lin Tian's interest lay not in the coins but in the stone seat at the chamber's center, where intricate, eerie runes were carved into its nearly 2-meter height. Upon the stone seat sat the skeletal remains he had noticed earlier, the skull sunken and adorned with strands of white hair, undeterred by time, cascading over its pallid thigh. This macabre sight exuded an unsettling aura within the silence of the chamber. In front of the stone seat lay a broad azure stone platform, upon which 3 tightly locked stone boxes were arranged in an orderly fashion. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian turned to glance at the little healer, who remained at the entrance, lost in thought. Not bothering her, he approached the remains. After studying them for a moment, he muttered, "I'm sorry," lifting his right hand. A gentle wave of multicolored spiritual energy surged forth, striking the skeletal remains. Notably, since he had fused with the sword soul, his spiritual energy had lost its previous sharpness, becoming more profound and continuous. This transformation resulted from his cultivation of the sword scripture, which incorporated the essence of sword intent, now absorbed by the sword soul nurtured within his golden core. As the multicolored energy enveloped the remains, a faint cracking sound echoed, and the skeleton began to disintegrate at a visible pace, crumbling from neck to feet. Even the detached skull was no exception. In an instant, the once solid bones were reduced to fine ash, scattered across the floor. Yet, Lin Tian's gaze was not on the ashes, but rather on the stone seat, where a fragment of a map had materialized, depicting a vibrant pink lotus in full bloom, exuding an alluring charm. This was the demon fire map hidden within the skeletal remains. Eagerly, Lin Tian reached out, tucking the map into his robe, his heart swelling with joy. Just one final piece remained. Meanwhile, within the ancient ring, the medicinal dust felt a surge of complex emotions. Sighing, it pondered the enigmatic identity of this individual, suspected to be from an upper realm, unsure whether he would bring fortune or calamity to the continent of Douqi. Observing Lin Tian's apparent knowledge of the chamber's secrets, it was left with an overwhelming question. What was his true intention? Throughout their journey, the medicinal dust had meticulously monitored Lin Tian's movements, and now, witnessing the acquisition of the map, it recognized the design, a depiction of the third-ranked fire on the extraordinary fire list, the purifying lotus demon fire. A mix of awe and fear gripped its heart, leaving it in a state of bewilderment, overshadowed by an immense question mark. The more it traveled with Lin Tian, the more astonished it became, harboring the suspicion that the azure heartfire hidden in the Tagore Desert was not a mere coincidence, but rather that Lin Tian had long known of its existence. Who would be foolish enough to traverse from the outskirts of Wutan City to the desolate Tagore Desert, only to encounter the azure heartfire? The sheer improbability of it all, first seizing the bone spirit cold fire, then discovering the azure heartfire without any signs of conflict between them, and now obtaining the fragment of the demon fire map, was far beyond mere fortune. As the medicinal dust contemplated the series of events, a chill ran down its spine, leaving it feeling utterly unnerved. Elated by the acquisition of the map, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the tempest of emotions brewing within the ancient ring. Turning her gaze, she beheld the petite healer who had unknowingly entered the stone chamber. "I shall honor my promise. All the items within here are now yours." Not far away, the healer's eyes sparkled as she stared at a pristine ice spirit flame grass planted in a golden pot. Upon hearing his words, she momentarily froze, her heartbeat faltering. Suddenly turning to Lin Tian, the healer exclaimed in disbelief, You truly won't take anything?" Perhaps due to her excitement, her voice trembled slightly. Her hands clutching the pot containing the ice spirit flame grasped tightly. She showed no interest in the gold scattered around. However, each rare herb was regarded as an invaluable treasure in the eyes of an apothecary. The ice spirit flame grass she held was indeed one of the most precious materials, worth at least several 100,000 gold coins in the market, and yet it remained a rarity. The grass featured leaves of both red and white hues, with icy crystal-like formations adorning the white stalks. Atop the vibrant red crown, flames seemed to dance, an extraordinary phenomenon where two entirely opposite attributes coexisted within a single plant. A delicate mist enveloped the ice spirit flame grass, lending it an ethereal and extraordinary appearance. Lin Tian examined the ice spirit flame grass and nodded, affirming his lack of desire for any of it. After all, he was not an alchemist, and such herbs held no practical use for him. Chapter 23. The Scrolls. Observing Lin Tian's nod of confirmation, the petite healer felt a twinge of embarrassment and nervously fiddled with her hair. After all, she was merely a guide. Despite Lin Tian's earlier statement of only taking what he needed, the herbs around her were priceless treasures in their own right. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. Quickly, she turned and approached the flower bed where the herbs were planted, murmuring, blue leaf grass, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds. Each small flower bed she glanced at represented a precious and hard-to-find high-grade herb. Her gaze swept from the edge of the flower bed to the center, where she spotted an unusual plant, distinctly separated from the others, an emerald seedling about 3 inches tall, crackling with arcs of lightning. Thunder spirit grass. The name burst forth from the healer's lips. Its value was nearly comparable to that of the ice spirit flame grass, and in certain instances, it could even surpass it. Unlike the ice spirit flame grass, which required the hands of an alchemist to unleash its potential, the thunder spirit grass could be coveted by any formidable fighter, as it could deliver its effects without the need for refinement, enhancing one's body. The petite healer possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding these herbs, and a flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes as she cradled the pot and approached Lin Tian. This is for you. With that, she pushed the pot containing the thunder spirit grass toward him. Lin Tian shook his head, reaffirming that the herbs were of no use to him. Yet, a glimmer of appreciation shimmered in his eyes as he replied, "It's all right. I have no need for it." The healer was taken aback, her cheeks puffing in frustration as she observed Lin Tian's nonchalant demeanor, as if he regarded high-grade herbs as mere weeds found in the wilderness. How ungrateful. I offer you these out of goodwill, and you refuse. She thought bitterly. However, she quickly reconciled with the notion that given his evident strength and a fearsome magical beast as a companion, he was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Hence, it made sense that he might not value these herbs. Standing aside, Lin Tian watched the petite healer's expressions shift rapidly, shrugging inwardly in confusion. With the incomplete map now in his possession, he had no intention of lingering any longer. He glanced at the healer, who was diligently extracting the herbs from their pots and placing them into her pouch. What a waste of time, he mused. His gaze swept across the stone chair, where amidst the scattered ashes lay a ring, a faint blue, ancient-looking ring. A spatial ring commonly known as a storage ring, capable of holding items. However, the storage ring's level was determined by its capacity, the specifics of which remained unclear to Lin Tian. Unconsciously, his right hand reached toward his chest. A smile graced his face as he recalled the ancient ring containing medicinal dust he possessed, which was also a storage ring of considerable caliber. Lin Tian directed his attention to the ring resting on the ground, and with a subtle pull, an inexplicable force drew the ring into his hand. As he examined the storage ring, he began to employ his spiritual sense to assess its spatial dimensions. Since the original owner had perished, there were no barriers to impede him. As his spiritual sense traversed, Lin Tian discerned the ring's size. Shaking his head, he concluded that while the space within was not small, it could hardly be deemed large, merely about half the size of the stone chamber. With a casual toss, he placed the storage ring in front of the petite healer. Stop digging. Just use the storage ring to store it directly. Simultaneously, Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the stone boxes atop the blue stone platform, recalling what lay within. 2 combat techniques and 1 poison technique. Stepping forward, he approached the blue stone platform, grasping 2 stone boxes in his hands, and with a surge of energy, he applied pressure to both, channeling his spiritual energy. With 2 resounding cracks, the boxes split open, revealing their contents, 2 ancient scrolls. Meanwhile, the petite healer, having learned from Lin Tian, was now aware of the storage ring's function. Satisfied, she stored all the herbs within it and turned at the sound behind her. Lin Tian had retrieved a colorful, ancient scroll from one of the boxes. "Oh, what is this?" she inquired, curiosity piqued as she leaned closer. Unbeknownst to her, the fear she had once harbored toward Lin Tian had dissipated, replaced by a subtle fondness. "A manual detailing the concoction of poisons," Lin Tian replied, glancing at the 4 tiny characters inscribed on the scroll's edge, "Rainbow Poison Manual." The petite healer's brow furrowed in surprise. Is there really a dedicated manual for crafting poisons? Lin Tian chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he explained, in the Douluo Continent. Besides alchemists, there exists another profession, poison masters. Poison masters? The petite healer's expression dimmed as she whispered, "Could you perhaps give me that rainbow poison manual? Due to my inherent attributes, I possess innate toxins within me, preventing me from becoming an alchemist. This could potentially aid me." She began to reach for the herbs within her storage ring to offer in exchange. Lin Tian, however, halted her with a gentle gesture. It was yours to begin with. And besides, it holds no value for me. With a calm demeanor, he placed the rainbow poison manual into her hands and, picking up another intact stone box, forcefully opened it to extract another ancient scroll. He handed both the newly retrieved scroll and the one he had previously taken to the petite healer. He held no interest in techniques of the Xian level or below, feeling they paled in comparison to the spells he was familiar with. Perhaps techniques of the earth or heaven levels would be different, but he felt no regret in relinquishing these 3 scrolls to the petite healer. Just as he had done with the storage ring earlier, for his aspirations lay beyond such trivialities. Ah, you're giving me all this? I only need the poison manual. You should keep the other 2. The petite healer exclaimed, glancing at the inscriptions on the scrolls. Xian level advanced flying technique, wings of the eagle, and Xian level advanced technique, roar of the wild tiger. Although she did not fully grasp the implications of flying techniques, the presence of 2 scrolls inscribed with Xian level advanced techniques left her astonished. It was worth noting that in Qinshan Town, the majority of individuals lacked any combat techniques. And even some elite mercenary groups, such as the Wolfhead Mercenary Group, were rumored to possess only intermediate techniques at the yellow level. At this moment, the 2 scrolls of profound level combat techniques in her hands reveal their rarity. They could potentially elevate any family in a town. Chapter 24, The Vast World. Observing the somewhat naive demeanor of the little healer, Lin Tian could not help but chuckle. He had already expressed his disinterest. Yet the little healer insisted on presenting them to him repeatedly, her astonished expression amusing him. Lin Tian thought to himself, is it really that significant? Just 2 scrolls of profound level combat techniques? Shaking his head, he declined to accept the scrolls and strode directly towards the cave entrance, covering 10 meters with each step. Urging her to hurry, his voice echoed in the silent cavern. The little healer, seeing this, reluctantly stored the manuals into her spatial ring, perplexed by his apparent disdain for even profound level techniques. His eyes had shown no hint of surprise, as if the scrolls were mere scraps of paper in his view. Frustrated, she tapped her foot, an inexplicable desire stirring within her to witness Lin Tian's passionate reaction towards an item. Quickly, she collected all the gold coins and miscellaneous items in the stone chamber into her spatial ring. Though they might be of little use to Lin Tian, they held significant value for her. Just the gold coins alone would allow her to purchase a multitude of medicinal herbs, saving her considerable time in searching for them. Once everything was sorted, the little healer clapped her hands and turned to observe the cave, now devoid of any figures, engulfed in darkness. Ultimately, she felt a twinge of fear regarding the darkness, especially with no one around and a sheer cliff below. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly decided to pry a moonstone from the wall. The bright glow emanating from her hand provided her with a modicum of confidence, prompting her to plunge into the cave, hastening towards the exit. You're quite slow, hurry up, Lin Tian called out as he watched her emerging figure from the cave. The little healer, noticing Lin Tian had already ascended, let out a soft sigh but remained silent. Taking a deep breath, she focused her attention away from the unfathomably deep cliff below and stepped onto the head of the 2-headed fire spirit snake. The creature began to shift its form, adjusting its direction before swiftly leaping to the cliff's edge, halting beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped closer to the cliff's brink, gazing into the abyss. Yet his mind was elsewhere. Since we've found the remaining map, it is time to depart. Upon hearing this, the little healer's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly dimmed, her smile fading as she struggled to articulate her feelings. Were they really leaving? Lin Tian raised his gaze towards the east. What I mentioned earlier still stands. I can assist you in resolving your toxic body condition, but the cost is that you may have to live as an ordinary person from now on. Of course, you have the option to refuse this method. He continued, the toxic body is not without solutions. If you diligently cultivate, you could potentially condense your fighting energy into a poison pill. At that point, not only could you resolve your condition, but your combat prowess would likely render you invincible among your peers. After speaking, Lin Tian turned his attention to the little healer, awaiting her decision. He remained silent, granting her a moment to contemplate, perhaps influenced by the lingering fondness from reading the original work. His assistance to the little healer would conclude here. Meanwhile, the little healer found herself caught in a dilemma, her expression fluctuating between worry and joy, reflecting her inner turmoil. She yearned to rid herself of the toxic body, as the ever-looming threat of toxic gas was an inescapable nightmare. Yet, the thought of becoming an ordinary person after removing the toxic body made her hesitate. Although she heard that condensing a poison pill could grant her control over the toxic body, she could surmise the challenges involved. It seemed nearly impossible to achieve. At that moment, the little healer was torn, unable to decide. Which option do you think is better? She asked Lin Tian, her gaze lingering on him for reasons she could not fathom. Lin Tian, without much thought, replied, the first option indeed offers no advantages. I suggest you choose the second. Harnessing your own strength to control the toxic body. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. He articulated his thoughts candidly, hoping to witness the emergence of the heavenly poison maiden, who would not be stifled by his presence. All right, I choose the second option, she exclaimed almost instinctively. By the way, it has been so long. And I still do not know your name. With no need to conceal his identity, he replied, Lin Tian. So your name is Lin Tian. The little healer murmured to herself, fiddling with her spatial ring, her gaze slightly evasive. Will there be a chance to meet again in the future? The little healer could undoubtedly sense Lin Tian's formidable strength. Such terrifying power at such a young age hinted at his possible lineage from a prominent family. Lin Tian paused, meeting her gaze. In her eyes, he perceived a glimmer of longing and hope. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, if you attain the strength to break through the barriers of this world and enter the vast realm, there may be a chance for us to reunite. He was certain that once he gained sufficient strength, he would venture into the vast world beyond the Douluo Continent, as its resources far surpassed those of the Douluo Continent. Breaking through the world barrier? Entering the vast realm? The unfamiliar terms left the little healer bewildered, yet she understood that it ultimately hinged on strength. Well, all gatherings must eventually disperse. I hope we can meet again, she whispered as the fire spirit turned eastward. Lin Tian leaped onto the head of the two-headed fire spirit snake, stirring a gentle breeze as its crimson energy surged, propelling them towards their destination with haste. If you truly manage to break through the barrier, you can find me in the 100th Spirit Continent, Northern Spirit Realm, Mu City. Lin Tian's voice echoed in her ears as she watched him fade into the distance, the massive two-headed fire spirit snake gradually disappearing from view. Mu City, Lin Tian, she murmured, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light, imbued with confidence in her ability to successfully condense a poison pill. Sitting cross-legged atop the two-headed fire spirit snake, Lin Tian shook his head, bemused by his own words. For the little healer, breaking through the barrier seemed nearly impossible, especially considering the opportunity that had been seized from Xiaoyan. Whether he could become an emperor in the future remained a significant question. You are truly not of the Douluo Continent, the weak voice of Yaochen echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Startled, Lin Tian chuckled at the irony, realizing he had momentarily forgotten Yaochen's presence. However, he felt no concern about Yaochen discovering his true origins, as his subsequent plans needed to proceed. The world of Douluo is unlike many others, given the existence of the vast realm beyond the Douluo Continent, rendering other realms not a taboo subject. Chapter 25, Wutan City. Lin Tian admired the scenic mountains and forests, chuckling. So, now that you know I am not from this world, do you have any thoughts? Yaochen, at a loss for words, pondered what thoughts he could entertain, knowing his very life was in Lin Tian's hands, aware of what was appropriate to say and what was not. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, what is this vast realm you speak of? How does it compare to the Douluo Continent? Lin Tian scoffed, amused that one would compare the Douluo Continent to the vast realm. They were not even in the same league. The vast realm is a place of countless races, with many continents comparable in size to the Douluo Continent, innumerable in number. He paused, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. Moreover, its powerhouses are countless. A Doshing from the Douluo Continent would be no more than an insignificant insect in the vast realm. In the vast expanse of the world, where supremacy reigns, there exists a distinction between the earthly and celestial dominions. As Yao Chun listened to Lin Tian's explanation, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. He had not anticipated that even the Dosheng would be deemed weak in the upper realms, nor could he fathom the immensity of the myriad worlds. Rendered momentarily speechless, Yao Chun was deeply shaken by Lin Tian's revelations. Allow me to assist you in finding a disciple. Who knows, through him, you might just glimpse the splendor of the myriad worlds, Lin Tian declared. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun, still within the confines of the ancient ring, instinctively twitched his mouth at the thought of finding a disciple. Observing Lin Tian's cunning expression, he could not shake off an ominous premonition. Moreover, he chose to disregard Lin Tian's remark about possibly witnessing the grandeur of the myriad worlds. After all, he was no novice. He understood that to transcend realms, one must attain the cultivation of a Dodi, a feat nearly impossible to achieve. Though discontent brewed within him, Yao Chen found himself unable to refute Lin Tian's proposition and thus remained ensconced within the ancient ring. Noticing this, Lin Tian fell silent, settling atop the twin-headed fire serpents. closing his eyes to meditate while concurrently practicing the sword techniques. The twin-headed fire serpent sped forth like a blazing inferno, traversing mountains and rivers. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the rise and fall of the moon, time gradually slipped away. Outside the gates of Wutan City. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, Lin Tian had returned to Wutan City. Observing the bustling throngs around him, coming and going, conversing, he overheard snippets of conversation. Have you heard? Today marks the annual family test of the Shao clan. I wonder if that so-called genius will once again display his trifling Dou power at the 3rd tier. Indeed, if that is the case, according to the clan's rules, Xiaoyan may very well be exiled to manage the family business. What a pity for the once promising talent, now reduced to a fleeting star, lost in the night sky. Perhaps he has committed some transgression, inciting divine wrath. The discussions among the townsfolk revolved solely around the Shao clan's family test and Xiaoyan. After all, Xiaoyan had once been an extraordinary talent, overshadowing his peers. Yet in recent years, his cultivation had inexplicably regressed, remaining stagnant at the 3rd tier of Dou Qi for several years, becoming a source of mockery among the residents of Wutan City. Even within the Shao clan, dissatisfaction towards Xiaoyan simmered. Were it not for his father being the clan leader, he might have been expelled long ago, reduced to a vagabond. Lin Tian, listening to the chatter of the passers-by, mused softly to himself. I did not expect to arrive at the onset of the plot so swiftly. Nevertheless, it seems that the Jianan Academy will soon be enrolling students in Wutan City, though the disparity between spiritual energy and Dou Qi poses a minor dilemma. With a resigned smile, Lin Tian acknowledged the stark contrast between spiritual energy and Dou Qi, a distinction palpable to any practitioner. Exhaling softly, he shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. Clutching an ancient ring, he resolved to complete this plan before devising a strategy to acquire the fallen heart flame. This extraordinary flame, capable of ceaselessly tempering the body, was an absolute necessity for Lin Tian. Furthermore, it seemed that the Jianan Academy was not too far from the Black Corner region's Feng City. Striding confidently through the city gates, Lin Tian had long since concealed the conspicuous twin-headed fire serpent as a bracelet. Upon entering Wutan City, he did not pause, but hastened towards the Shao clan. Dou power at the 6th tier. Gazing at the glowing, almost blinding 5 characters on the testing stone tablet, the young boy's expression remained impassive, yet within. Excitement coursed through him. Beneath the flowing robes that concealed his hands, anyone who could see through would notice a slight tremor. Xiaoyan, Dou power, 6th tier. Level, intermediate. As the testing stone tablet shone, a middle-aged man beside it glanced at the displayed information, his voice filled with astonishment as he announced it to the crowd. What? The moment the middle-aged man spoke, the throng of youths gathered in the square was engulfed in shock, unable to believe their ears. How could this waste possibly cultivate to the 6th tier of Dou power? Had he truly recovered? Memories of Xiaoyan's terrifying cultivation speed from years past surfaced, instilling fear in all present. Meanwhile, seated on a platform, Xiao Zhan, along with 3 other elders, observed the test with grave expressions, his demeanor darkening. Hearing the declaration of Dou Qi at the 6th tier, Xiao Zhan's body jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The heavy weight on his heart was lifted in an instant. He had thought that Yino had little hope of recovery and, now that he had reached adulthood, he would need to manage the family business according to clan rules. Yet today he was met with this incredible surprise, flooding his heart with boundless joy. Rising from his seat, Xiao Zhan propelled himself forward, his Dou Qi erupting with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. In an instant, he appeared beside the testing stone tablet, gazing at Xiaoyan with elation. You've recovered? Xiaoyan nodded, aware that his father, Xiao Zhan, was likely the most pleased of all, seemingly hearing the answer he desired. Xiao Zhan released a sigh of relief, then smiled warmly at Xiaoyan, his rough hand clapping heavily on his shoulder. Good. Without further mention of the Xiao Zhan and Xiaoyan duo beside the stone tablet, even the 3 elders who had previously remained seated on the platform were now astonished. Rising to their feet, each of their expressions varied, reflecting a mix of concern, relief, and skepticism. Could it be that the testing stone tablet has malfunctioned? A voice of doubt rang out from the platform, instantly silencing the murmurs of the crowd. Perhaps the stone tablet is indeed faulty. Otherwise, how could this waste? Xiaoyan break through to the 6th tier of Dou power? Yes, I too find it hard to believe that Xiaoyan has reached the 6th tier. Indeed. The stone tablet must be broken. As the leading voice echoed through the crowd, all the youths expressed their skepticism. Deep down, they harbored a desire for Xiaoyan to remain incapacitated, for during his years of perceived weakness, they had not held back in provoking and mocking him. Should he truly recover, they feared he would remember past grievances and seek retribution. Xiao Zhan, overhearing the crowd's discourse, felt a surge of anger, though he refrained from unleashing his wrath upon the clan's younger members. Instead, he turned a fierce gaze toward the three elders still on the platform, his voice taking on a grave tone. What do you mean by your words? Why did you remain silent during the test of the other clan members? Only to voice doubts when it comes to Yenner? Do you think he is easy to bully, or perhaps you think I, Xiao Zhan, am to be trifled with? As Xiao Zhan spoke, his entire demeanor shifted, radiating an aura of brutality and fury as he fixed his gaze on the three elders, his imposing presence bearing down upon them. The crowd in the square shifted uneasily, though Xiao Zhan's energy was not directed at them. The overwhelming pressure was palpable. Great Dome Master. The previously calm demeanor of the third elder evaporated, replaced by trepidation as he sensed the aura that could only belong to a Great Dome Master, a presence that sent beads of sweat cascading down his brow. He hastily waved his hands, quickly clarifying, "Clan leader, please do not misunderstand. I was merely perplexed as to how Xiao Yin could recover, considering his stagnation over the past few years." As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, astonished by Xiao Zhan's unexpected breakthrough. At this moment, the senior elder beside him, seeing Xiao Zhan in a fit of rage, could not help but speak up to comfort the third elder. "Patriarch, there's no need to be angry. After all, the third elder was merely expressing doubt, and this will ultimately have no bearing on Xiao Yin." Simultaneously, another elder clad in purple chimed in, "Let us put this matter to rest. There is no need for the Patriarch and the third elder to mention it again. In 10 days, the clan's grand competition will take place, and the truth of their cultivation will be revealed." Upon hearing both elders speak, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to relent, suppressing his own aura as he turned to look at Xiao Yin, his heart filled with confusion. When had Yenner recovered? However, he refrained from inquiring further in such a crowded place, deciding instead to invite Yenner to the back mountain that evening for a more in-depth conversation. Surrounding the square were lush, towering trees. On the leftmost ancient tree, Lin Tian stood, observing everything below with a smile. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan's talent was indeed remarkable. In just a short period, he had made significant breakthroughs in his combat prowess. Watching Xiao Yan descend from the testing platform, Lin Tian felt a sense of admiration. He then looked down at the ancient ring in his hand, saying, "What do you think? The disciple I selected for you is quite promising, considering he has unwittingly provided you with 3 years of fighting energy." At that moment, the ancient ring responded, shaking slightly before a plume of white mist emerged, gradually revealing the soul of Yao Chun. Observing the young man below, Yao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed, as Xiao Yan's reputation as a waste had largely stemmed from him. Over the past 3 years, Yao Chun had witnessed Xiao Yan's character and had contemplated taking him as a disciple, only to have the ancient ring foolishly gifted to Lin Tian by Xiao Yan. Now, seeing Xiao Yan again, he was surprised to discover that the disciple Lin Tian had mentioned was indeed him. Initially, this had caused Yao Chun some dissatisfaction, but now he felt considerably better. "You traveled all the way to Wuten City, and it cannot simply be to find me a disciple. You must have ulterior motives regarding his young female companion," Yao Chun surmised, glancing at the youthful maiden happily following Xiao Yan. It was clear to him that apart from her identity, there was little else in the Xiao clan that could attract Lin Tian's attention. "Ancient clan, go sooner." Lin Tian smiled but did not deny it, saying, "Indeed, I am quite intrigued by the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame." "What?" Yao Chen's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lin Tian in horror. He had suspected that Lin Tian sought to acquire combat techniques or extraordinary pills, but he never imagined Lin Tian would audaciously desire the heritage fire of the ancient clan, the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Should the ancient clan become aware of this, Lin Tian would likely face relentless pursuit to the ends of the earth. The Golden Emperor burning heaven flame, a heritage fire of the ancient clan, is notoriously difficult to subdue and is said to be a terrifying fire that can even consume fighting energy. Yet here it was, residing within a young girl. With only a Do Huang to protect her, if plans were not devised, the opportunity might vanish. Noticing Lin Tian's calm demeanor, Yao Chen's brows furrowed with concern as he remarked, "So, you intend to use Xiao Yan as a breakthrough point?" "Indeed, among all in the world. Yu Sun undoubtedly cares most for Xiao Yan. However, if they wish to be together in the future, without absolute strength, her clan will not approve." Pausing, Lin Tian gazed at Yao Chun with a smile. "What if I were to offer Xiao Yan a chance to grow stronger? Perhaps even surpassing a formidable power like the ancient clan? Do you think Gu Suner would use the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame as a bargaining chip?" "Of course, I would not demand the entirety of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. A portion of its essence would suffice." Lin Tian laid out his plan transparently. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun, though realizing he was being considered a bargaining chip, did not feel angered. He shook his head and chuckled, Surpass the ancient clan? Do you believe I possess such potential? You may not, but the burning decision within you certainly does. Lin Tian gazed at Yao Chun with an enigmatic expression, causing the latter, despite being a soul, to feel an unsettling chill. You know even this. Yao Chun gasped. Could it be that your ability to fuse two types of extraordinary fire is due to your training in the burning decision? Is it truly feasible? Yao Chun was astonished, feeling a sense of helplessness in the face of Lin Tian's omniscience. Was this the terrifying power of someone from the upper realm? Lin Tian shook his head, denying. I have not practiced the burning decision, but its purpose remains clear, to devour extraordinary fire for evolution. It is time to descend. Trust me. This disciple will undoubtedly have a chance at greatness, even surpassing a Do Di. Yao Chun focused intently on Xiaoyan below, finally nodding with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled, reassured that Yao Chun would not falter at a critical moment. After all, Yu Suner was accompanied by a Do Huang, who could alert the ancient clan at any moment. Lin Tian feared that if Yu Chun intervened during a conversation with Yu Suner, it could disrupt their plans. Thus, he had chosen to speak with Yao Chun first to give him a warning. With a sigh of relief, Lin Tian's gaze fixed on the young maiden. As he envisioned the flames of gold swirling, the bone spirit cold fire, and the green lotus earth heart fire within him stirring with restlessness. In the training arena of the Xiao clan, Xiao Suner walked side by side with Xiaoyan, her delicate face turned slightly to glance at her brother. Her heart brimming with joy. A radiant smile adorned her face, resembling a beautiful landscape, with the essence of youth emanating from her, drawing the attention of the young men still undergoing their tests, who could not help but reveal expressions of envy. In their hearts, they cursed Xiaoyan, lamenting how such an exquisite prize had fallen into the hands of a pig. The collective resentment towards Xiaoyan intensified. Suddenly, Xiao Suner shuddered, letting out a soft gasp. As the joyful expression on her face faded, replaced by a look of strange puzzlement, the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame within her stirred restlessly, as if yearning for something, desiring to escape from her body. Suner, what is wrong? Xiaoyan noticed her unusual behavior and quickly inquired, responding to her brother's concerned question. Xiao Suner quickly regained her composure, offering him a sweet smile and shaking her head. It's nothing, though she feigned nonchalance. Inwardly, she noted the anomaly of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame, planning to inquire more deeply about it with the Ancient One later. After all, she had never before experienced such a sensation of restlessness. As they crossed the training arena, the crowd around them noticeably thinned, likely having gone to observe the clan members' tests. In this regard, Xiao Exiner relished the tranquility, thoroughly enjoying her journey alongside her brother Xiaoyan. This was a rare occurrence during the years of Xiaoyan's despondency, and a smile had once again graced his face, his exquisite eyes revealing a glimmer of joy. As they walked, unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian had been tailing them in the shadows. Observing the two as if they were merely strolling, he refrained from making his presence known. Instead, he unleashed his spiritual sense, enveloping the Xiao family in an overwhelming aura. In that moment, he perceived all the energies emanating from the Xiao clan, and his brow furrowed upon detecting a colossal wave of energy not far from him. It seemed the owner of this power was not inferior to him, who had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and there was merely a distance of 20 meters separating them. This must be the Do Huang that Gu Yuan had arranged to protect Xiao Suner, Lin Tian quickly deduced. In the Xiao family, it was rare to encounter even a mere Do Ling, let alone a Do Huang. As Lin Tian continued his probing with his spiritual sense, the mysterious Do Huang assigned to protect Xiao Suner seemed to become aware, swiftly locking on to Lin Tian's presence. Since he had already been discovered, Lin Tian deemed it unnecessary to conceal himself any longer. He had found the Do Huang hidden in the shadows and remarked, I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Xiaoyan and Xiao Exiner, walking ahead, instinctively turned their gazes toward him upon hearing his voice. Benefactor. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as he spotted the figure in the distance, and he exclaimed joyfully, hastening toward Lin Tian. Confused, Xiao Suner followed suit. Yet her beautiful eyes remained warily fixed on Lin Tian, filled with caution. Observing Xiaoyan's eager approach, Lin Tian waved his hand, stating, It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, and I am quite satisfied with that item. Xiaoyan dismissed this notion, shaking his head earnestly. If it weren't for your assistance, benefactor, I might still be a waste today. I would gladly offer you 10 items, not just one. At that moment, Xiaoyan spoke with great bravado, brimming with enthusiasm. However, within the ancient ring, the medicinal dust was trembling with fury at the foolishness of its future disciple. Having never encountered such a simpleton in the world, Lin Tian, sensing this, chose not to comment further and turned his attention to the purple-haired maiden standing beside Xiaoyan. He had not taken a proper look at her earlier while perched in the tree, and now he was genuinely taken aback by her beauty, her ethereal, serene demeanor resembled a lotus in bloom, and at such a tender age, she already exuded an extraordinary grace. It was hard to imagine how enchanting she would become in the future. Shao sooner, Lin Tian thought, momentarily captivated before regaining his composure. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes, yet despite Shao Sunner's evident beauty, he felt no attraction towards her. At present, she likely harbored thoughts solely of her brother Xiao Yan. As a result, Lin Tian pretended not to recognize her, inquiring, "May I ask who this young lady is?" "Oh, benefactor, this is Shao Sunner, a member of my Shao clan," Xiao Yan promptly replied. Meanwhile, Shao Sunner furrowed her brow in displeasure. She harbored suspicions about this stranger's origins and was unsettled by his greedy gaze. If Lin Tian were aware, he would undoubtedly protest his innocence, for he held no interest in this young girl. However, the same could not be said for the Emperor burning heaven flame. Lin Tian feigned ignorance, while beneath his robe, his right hand began to weave a spell. It seemed that the Do Huang protecting Shao Sunner sensed a shift in the surrounding spiritual energy and became alert, ready to spring into action at the slightest indication of danger to Shao Sunner. Lin Tian was indeed aware of the presence locking onto him, and as it grew increasingly menacing, he remained unfazed and quietly spoke. "Shao Sunner, I propose a transaction that could aid you and Xiao Yan in remaining together. You must understand that once you obtain the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's jade pendant, the possibility of reuniting with Xiao Yan will vanish. I can offer him an opportunity, one that could lead him to become an emperor, with the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique." Lin Tian's words penetrated Shao Sunner's mind without alerting anyone else. "Meet me at the peak of the Shao family's back mountain tonight. I shall await you there." Once he had transmitted all his words, Lin Tian's expression shifted as he sensed the ominous presence drawing nearer. He quickly bid farewell to Xiao Yan, channeling his spiritual energy. And with a series of swift steps, his figure vanished from the Shao family estate, transforming into a radiant flash that sped toward the back mountain. Simultaneously, a concealed force surged in his direction. Chapter 28. The mighty physique. As Lin Tian sensed the presence behind him growing closer, a smile of intrigue flickered across his face. He was curious to see how the Do Huang would respond. With all his spiritual power unleashed, Lin Tian ceased to hold back, his body transforming into a cascade of light as he reached the pinnacle of the Shao family's back mountain in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a lingering trail of brilliance in the sky. "Oh no!" Shao Sunner gradually emerged from her shock, gazing at the hidden presence in the sky with a frown. Lin Tian's words had indeed piqued her interest, yet she remained skeptical of his claims regarding the Do Di, which seemed too ethereal. However, she never expected that in the blink of an eye, Elder Ling would set his sights on Lin Tian. At that moment, she longed to follow and see for herself. But with Xiao Yan beside her, she felt trapped. She was unwilling for her identity to be uncovered by her brother. In her heart, she could only silently pray for Lin Tian to possess the strength to evade Elder Ling, or at least be captured rather than killed. Who would have thought that benefactor is so formidable? He might not be inferior to the Do Huang recorded in the books, Xiao Yan mused, gazing at the colorful radiance in the sky, utterly astonished. On the back mountain of the Shao family, Lin Tian concealed his presence, standing still at the summit as he wiped his wooden sword with a silk handkerchief. He examined the intricate carvings on the sword, pondering that perhaps this battle would result in its shattering. After all, this wooden sword had been the one he had wielded the longest, whereas previous swords would break within 2 or 3 days. Today, this sword was used for combat for the very first time, aside from its initial purpose of flying. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes sharpened as a figure gradually materialized in his line of sight, a gray-robed elder, exuding an aura steeped in shadows. "You're rather slow to arrive. It seems the speed of the so-called Do Huang is somewhat lacking. I wonder how formidable their combat prowess is," Lin Tian mused with an indifferent expression, wholly unfazed by the elder's terrifying aura. Despite his calm demeanor, the spiritual energy within Lin Tian surged, ready to respond to the Do Huang's offensive at a moment's notice. He did not underestimate the Do Huang, especially one selected from an ancient clan, likely surpassing ordinary Do Huangs. "Who are you?" The elder's voice emerged, frail yet commanding. "Lin Tian," he replied. The elder, Ling Ying, furrowed his brow, having never heard that name before. As he scrutinized the spiritual energy emanating from Lin Tian, a 5-colored vortex began to appear behind him, signifying an extraordinary aura, distinct from ordinary Do Qi. Ling Ying's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with apprehension, realizing that aside from members of that particular faction, no one else possessed such enigmatic Do Qi. "You are from the Soul Palace?" Ling Ying inquired, his tone laden with caution. "Soul Palace?" Lin Tian shook his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "I am merely a disciple under Tianyong City." "Tianyong City?" Ling Ying paused, and the fear in his eyes quickly dissipated. as long as Lin Tian was not from the Soul Clan. The ancient clan had no reason to fear him. Moreover, recalling his memories, he realized that there was no prominent force known as Tianyang City in the central continent, indicating that it was merely an obscure faction of little consequence. Tianyang City, you say? In the ancient ring, Yachin whispered softly, secretly noting this force. A power belonging to the vast world of the Douluo Continent. What is your purpose in coming to the Xiao family? And what exactly have you done to my lady? Ling Ying, recalling the strange energy from the Xiao family earlier, questioned him with a fierce gaze. Meanwhile, his claws were gradually shrouded in black Douluo, emanating a sinister aura. As if Lin Tian would not confess, these claws would pierce through his chest at any moment. Lin Tian frowned, a peculiar smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He forcefully stomped his right foot on the ground, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, leaving a crack that extended several meters across the ground. I do not appreciate your tone. Therefore, I refuse to answer. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying's expression darkened immediately. Watching the figure hurtling towards him, he moved, his right hand transforming into a ghostly apparition, charging forward in retaliation. Boom! A fist collided with a palm, black Douluo clashing with multicolored spiritual energy, producing a series of explosive sounds in the air. Ling Ying struggled to hold his palm against Lin Tian's, feeling an overwhelming pressure. He was horrified. As a Do Huang, he had unexpectedly suffered a disadvantage in strength against this boy. Embarrassment and fury surged within him. His left hand transformed into a claw, black Douluo gathering fiercely as he aimed to strike at Lin Tian's left shoulder. The Ghost Claw, one of the many techniques of the ancient clan, was a high-level Shin technique. Lin Tian, glancing at the seemingly terrifying claw, couldn't help but entertain a bold thought. Having merged with he had already undergone 2 body temperings. Now was the time to test the strength of his own physique. Summoning his physical power, Lin Tian swiftly unleashed a punch. Without the slightest hint of spiritual energy, Ling Ying, witnessing Lin Tian dare to disperse the Douluo enveloping his hands, thought he was seeking death by attempting to withstand it with his body. Infuriated, this was the first time he had been looked down upon. The aura of the Ghost Claw intensified, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Yachin, hidden within the ancient ring, seemed to sense Lin Tian's intentions but did not hold high hopes. Shaking his head and remarking, "Alas, the boy has overestimated himself." The Ghost Claw struck Lin Tian's right fist, and after the explosive sound of their collision, Lin Tian's right fist emerged unscathed, without even the slightest injury. The dark power of the Ghost Claw rapidly faded. Ling Ying was shaken to his core upon witnessing this. Just how formidable was this person's physique? He immediately retreated, finding refuge behind a large tree, warily observing Lin Tian from an elevated position. The Ghost Claw he had just executed had been his full strength, and he had been certain it could shatter mountains and split stones. Yet it had barely made a dent against Lin Tian's fist. Could this person's body rival that of mountains? How terrifying. That can't be right. Yachin, concealed in the ancient ring, expressed his surprise, recalling how the Qinglian Earthfire had easily burned Lin Tian before. Although this attack was inferior to it was still formidable. When did Lin Tian's physique become so powerful? Unaware of their astonishment, Lin Tian, having withstood Ling Ying's strike, felt his back drenched in sweat. His right hand, which had braved the Ghost Claw, had lost all sensation. Striving to steady his breath, he circulated his spiritual energy to nourish his left hand, sharp pain coursing through him. Yet Lin Tian felt exhilarated. Though being burned by the was painful, the benefits were undeniable. Having calmed his excited heart, Lin Tian turned to Ling Ying, who stood atop the tree, raising his uninjured left hand to grasp a wooden sword. During his time at Tianyang City, he had practiced wielding with his left hand, so he felt no discomfort. Unleash your full strength. Otherwise, if this is all a Do Huang can muster, it is rather pathetic. Lin Tian's words ignited Ling Ying's fury. Darkness began to swirl, and the entire rear mountain of the Xiao family was engulfed in shadows even the high sun could not penetrate, resembling a barrier as gusts of sinister winds surged. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, retracting the smile from his face, and surveyed his surroundings intently, observing Ling Ying, who had vanished into the void like an assassin, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He murmured, "Is this the true strength of a Do Huang?" Chapter 29, Sword Classic. Slaying demons. The surrounding weather shifted dramatically. Lin Tian emanated his spiritual sense, enveloping an area nearly 1,000 meters wide. His gaze sharpened, as he discerned an aura akin to energy. Lin Tian had not anticipated such an eerie form of Douluo existing on the Douluo Continent. Initially, he had assumed it was merely ordinary dark attribute Douluo during his encounter with Ling Ying, but to his surprise, it turned out to be energy. While energy might be common in the realm of the ancient sword's strange tales, given the existence of various demons and spirits, It was his first encounter with it on this Douluo continent. As Lin Tian's spiritual sense expanded, he couldn't help but frown tightly, for within this vast coverage, he inexplicably failed to detect Ling Ying's presence. Carefully, Lin Tian began to move, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Certain that Ling Ying was not hiding in the depths beyond the reach of his spiritual sense, he felt a vague sense of danger, as if he were prey being watched by a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Yao Qun in the ancient ring displayed no signs of concern, appearing rather intrigued, as if watching a play unfold. He was eager to see how Lin Tian would unravel this predicament, or whether he would resort to turn this mountain to ashes. Do you think this will prevent me from forcing you out? Lin Tian mused, feeling a slight recovery in his right hand. He promptly set the wooden sword to hover in the air, crouching down as his eyes gleamed with intensity, while his hands formed the necessary hand seals. Torrential spiritual energy was drawn from the earth's veins, coalescing into a grayish starry glow within a radius of several dozen meters, competing against the encroaching darkness. As Lin Tian continued to manipulate the hand seals, the wooden sword hovering nearby began to tremble, radiating sword light that danced through the surrounding earthen spiritual energy. The originally fragmented earth spiritual energy began to blend and fuse under an inexplicable force, ultimately forming hundreds upon thousands of spiritual swords in the sky. The swords twinkled like flowing light, swirling through the air. Witnessing such a spectacle, even Yao Qun was compelled to express admiration. Ling Ying, hidden behind a tree, looked up at this bizarre scene, feeling a power emanating from the swords above that sent chills through him. He believed his physique was not as extraordinary as Lin Tian's. Thus, the wariness in his eyes deepened. Carefully, he began to manipulate the surrounding energy, creating countless ghostly figures that drifted through the forest, gradually approaching Lin Tian. Simultaneously, Ling Ying hurriedly moved, concealing himself among the ghostly figures, his entire being cloaked in energy, exuding an even more sinister aura. Lin Tian observed the ghostly figures swirling around him, a hint of mockery appearing at the corners of his mouth. Forming ghostly figures from energy was indeed a clever tactic. However, in Tianong City, he had slain true malevolent spirits, let alone this mere energy that could hardly be considered a ghost. Sword-drawing decision fall, Lin Tian declared, and with his words, the spiritual swords swirling in the sky, resembling a river of blades, hurtled downward alongside the wooden sword, their razor-sharp energy slicing through the air as they descended. Hundreds of spiritual swords cascaded down, intertwining into a river of blades, the overwhelming sword intent radiating outward, causing Ling Ying below to furrow his brow in trepidation. The spiritual swords, alongside the wooden sword, began to reap the ghostly figures formed within the forest, carrying an unstoppable momentum, sweeping away all that stood in their path. Mountains, stones. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the river of blades severed a ghostly figure, it seemed to contain a restriction that triggered a violent explosion, diminishing the strength of the river while leaving behind a deep pit stretching several dozen meters in the ground. At this moment, Lin Tian could no longer afford to ponder the intricacies of the situation. He manipulated the sword river to split apart, and hundreds of spiritual swords surged forth with a thunderous sound, aimed at the remaining targets, simultaneously tearing through the mountainous terrain, leaving behind a ravaging sword intent. Alarmed, Ling Ying observed the dozens of spiritual swords hurtling towards the phantom he was attached to. Realizing the formidable might of these swords, he could not underestimate them. With a cold gaze fixed on Lin Tian, who was now within close proximity, Ling Ying steeled his resolve, promptly withdrawing from the ghostly form and stealthily advancing towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, with his hands weaving intricate hand seals and moving continuously, suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation in the air, disrupting the spiritual consciousness that had enveloped nearly 1,000 meters around him. A smile graced his lips as he seized a spiritual sword that was whizzing by, propelling himself with a powerful push of his legs, and swung the sword towards the concealed energy in the air. His strike was executed with remarkable speed, as the sword light danced. Multiple beams of light manifested in a mere instant, each overlapping to amplify the power of his attack. Sword cannon, demon slayer, such incredible speed, remarked Yao Qun from within the ancient ring, who had witnessed Lin Tian execute nearly 1,000 sword swings in that fleeting moment, resulting in the dense array of sword lights that he was now layering together. Ling Ying's expression turned grave. Despite not knowing how he had been detected, he had no time to ponder. As Lin Tian's sword swept towards him, he instinctively prepared to respond. A massive black tornado suddenly formed in the sky, conjured by Ling Ying's gesture, accompanied by a fierce howling wind, which violently surged towards the earth-shattering sword strike unleashed by Lin Tian. Wherever the black storm passed, the previously intact trees were uprooted, transforming the landscape into barren earth, while numerous beasts hidden within hastily fled in terror, leaving behind a scene of desolation. Lin Tian gazed at the ravaged forest below, unperturbed by the approaching black storm. He had but one sword, a sword that could vanquish demons. It could also slay gods and men. Humph. With a cold snort directed at the storm, Lin Tian remained composed, wielding his spiritual sword to unleash a slash. The two forces collided in the air with a speed akin to lightning, and in that instant of impact, the very fabric of space seemed to hold its breath. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. The storm and the sword light clashed ferociously, each releasing terrifying energy, causing the space at their intersection to ripple slightly. Finally, after a tense standoff lasting several minutes, Lin Tian felt a surge of inexplicable clarity as he perceived the storm had noticeably weakened. He promptly called forth the scattered spiritual swords around him, consolidating their power into the sword he held, with a resounding thud that echoed through the mountains. The storm was obliterated. As the sword light cut through, Lin Tian appeared somewhat disheveled on the other side, his azure robe marred with numerous torn marks. Chapter 30. Sword shattered, you have been defeated, Lin Tian stated calmly, looking down at Ling Ying, who lay vanquished on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The spiritual sword in Lin Tian's hand had shattered completely from the recent strike, its energy exhausted, descending to the ground. He paid no heed to his tattered clothing, examining Ling Ying, who lay battered and bloodied. A frown creased Lin Tian's brow. Shouldn't a Do Huang possess greater strength? Was his assumption erroneous, equating Do Huang to merely the golden core stage? Lin Tian was perplexed, yet resigned, shaking his head with a deep sigh. Little did he know that it was not Ling Ying's weakness that led to this defeat, but rather the nature of his cultivation, which favored stealthy assassination techniques over direct confrontation. It was indeed unfortunate for Ling Ying to encounter Lin Tian, who possessed spiritual awareness. Otherwise, with his covert skills, he could have contended against a one-star dozo. Cough, cough. Ling Ying lay in disarray upon the ground, no longer exuding the ethereal presence he once had. His clothing was torn and tattered, leaving him in a pitiful state. His eyes widened in horror. He had lost. Gasping for breath, Ling Ying recalled a token from his pocket, engraved with an ancient character. Should Lin Tian make any sudden moves, he would shatter the ancient talisman to summon reinforcements from his clan. As the mist gradually dissipated from the back mountains of the Shao family following Ling Ying's defeat, clarity returned, yet the shattered earth, broken branches, and deep gashes marred the landscape, forever etched into its memory. Lin Tian picked up the wooden sword that had fallen earlier, inspecting its shattered blade before shaking his head. Summoning the cold fire of bone spirit, he incinerated the wooden sword in an instant. A fine sword can be sought, but a divine sword is hard to come by. Rising to his feet, Lin Tian turned his gaze back to Ling Ying. Seeing this, Ling Ying tensed up. Lin Tian had no intention of killing him, for he was still contemplating a transaction with Shao Suner. If he were to eliminate Ling Ying, the deal he envisioned would surely fall apart. Moreover, he was still slightly wary of the hidden cards Ling Ying might possess. The absence of action did not equate to a lack of power. If that were the case, the ancient clan would not so easily allow their young master to reside in the Shao family, considering the Soul Palace roamed the continent with great ferocity. You may leave now. As for my identity, you can inquire with your lady, Lin Tian finally spoke. Ling Ying, gasping for breath, widened his eyes in uncertainty. Does my lady know you? Feel free to ask her. Now go. It seems someone from the Shao family is approaching, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying felt a flicker of certainty. Perhaps his lady truly recognized this individual. He silently cursed, realizing that if he had known earlier that Lin Tian was acquainted with her, he might have avoided his current predicament. Observing several figures swiftly ascending the mountainside, Ling Ying recognized that the battle had escalated too fiercely. He cautiously returned the ancient token to his pocket and retrieved a vial of medicinal pills, consuming 2 of them. A refreshing energy coursed through his body, swiftly healing his internal injuries, though complete recovery would require some time. However, the pallor of his face began to regain color, indicating the quality of these pills was indeed superb. Watching this unfold, Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued by the medicinal pills in Ling Ying's hand. He had never encountered such remedies in Tianyang City, save for a single visit to the sword hiding pavilion where he glimpsed an alchemical furnace. However, this was his first real encounter with pills. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, as he had no interest in anything less than the 9th-grade medicinal pills, especially when it came to these. As he observed the approaching crowd, Lin Tian shook his head internally, no longer concerning himself with Ling Ying, and set off towards an unoccupied direction, descending the mountain. He planned to return later that night, confident that once Ling Ying conveyed the events to Shao Suner, she would undoubtedly come, for the sake of that ethereal opportunity she yearned for, akin to the elusive fortune of Shao Yan. Descending swiftly, Lin Tian arrived at the bustling street, where he found an inn to stay at. He casually instructed the waiter to bring a bottle of fine wine and retreated to his room, sitting on the wooden bed and crossing his legs. He felt the deficiency of spiritual energy within him. Although that last sword strike had been immensely powerful, it had also drained a significant amount of his spiritual force, nearly one-third of a golden core cultivator's energy. The spiritual energy expended in that single strike could have sustained dozens of foundation establishment cultivators, highlighting its terrifying nature. With a thought, Lin Tian summoned the Qinglian platform from within him, seated himself upon it, and began to circulate the sword cannon, enhancing his absorption of fire-type spiritual energy from the surrounding world. As he practiced, he reflected on the earlier battle. The power of a Do Wang could shake the very heavens. Although he had not witnessed such force in Ling Ying, upon careful reflection, had Ling Ying managed to gather all the Yin energy together to form that tornado, it would have been an overwhelming force, one he would not have dared to confront. Though this battle consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy and almost crushed Ling Ying, it nonetheless brought him a slight benefit. He became more proficient in wielding the sword and nearly reached a minor accomplishment with the sword classic, Demon Slayer. Should he employ it again, his execution would undoubtedly be more fluid. However, it was regrettable that his wooden sword had shattered, and in this Douluo Continent, he found no sword imbued with spiritual energy available for use. It seemed he would no longer be able to soar through the skies on a sword, as ordinary iron would not suffice. He shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting that one of his powerful techniques, the sword technique, could only be borrowed until now, with no suitable divine weapon at hand. The more he pondered this, the more he yearned for a divine blade to call his own. Once he infused his sword soul into it, his combat prowess would surely surge severfold, far surpassing his current abilities. Names of swords echoed in his mind. Zhu Yun, Hui Shi, Bu Chun, Chong Mu, Huang Mia, De Ju, Fenji. What? Ling Lao. You were injured. In the courtyard, Xiao Suner gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. She had considered many possibilities. Ling Lao might kill Lin Tian or capture him. But she never imagined that a Do Huang expert like Ling Lao would be wounded in this remote Wutan city. Ling Ying stood beside her, his expression grave as he nodded. He is formidable, and I sense he has not exerted his full strength. By the way, miss, do you know him? Xiao Suner was taken aback, recalling Lin Tian's various statements, and quickly concealed her thoughts. Yes, he is an old friend of mine. If she had not done so, Ling Lao would likely have immediately informed their clan, and should a Do Saint arrive, it would not bode well for Lin Tian, even if he were captured alive. Miss truly has such a friend. Ling Ying was astonished. The young man's strength could almost be described as monstrous, and judging by his age, he might one day achieve no less than a 5-star Do Saint. Truly a blessing for our ancient clan. A Do Saint could be considered the pinnacle of combat power for every faction in the central state. At that moment, Ling Ying completely forgot about Lin Tian injuring him, feeling a flicker of joy and admiration for the remarkable friend of the Mississippi. Meanwhile, Xiao Suner, seated on a wooden chair, began to contemplate. After nightfall, she would venture to the back mountain to explore. She was eager to uncover what opportunities awaited her. Chapter 31, The Transaction of the Burning Decision Inside the Inn. Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of turbid air. With a mere thought, he absorbed the Qinglian seat back into his body for nurturing. He had finally restored his internal spiritual energy and, unexpectedly, made a slight advancement in cultivation as well. A glint of brilliance flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he rose from the wooden bed, stretching his limbs, which crackled with a refreshing sound. Shaking his head, he regarded himself still clad in tattered azure robes. He walked to the door, opening it to find a light blue robe and a flask of wine that had been placed outside at some point. He brought them into the room, closed the door, quickly changed his attire, and took a sip from the flask while observing the bustling street outside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, brilliant crimson clouds adorned the sky. Wutan City remained lively, with crowds filling the various taverns, engaging in revelry and hearty discussions. Lin Tian observed it all, his gaze gradually rising to the sky, where he could faintly see the silhouette of a full moon. Night was soon to fall. Finishing the wine in his cup, he smiled at the memories of his past, recalling how he often had his senior brother Ling Yu bring him wine from Tianyong City. Every time his master discovered it, Ling Yu would shield him, allowing him to escape punishment time and again. With a smile on his face, Lin Tian placed the empty cup on the table and exited the inn, heading toward the back mountain of the Shao family. He had already paid for his stay upon entering. Although night had not yet fallen, he had nothing else to do and decided to wait at the back mountain, with only an hour or two remaining until darkness enveloped the land. Before long, Lin Tian arrived at the foot of the Shao family's back mountain and climbed to the summit, only to furrow his brow at the sight before him. Dozens of young men and women, seemingly around the same age as Xiao Yin, were milling about the mountaintop, all dressed in garments bearing the character Xiao emblazoned on their left shoulders. Lin Tian observed their astonished expressions from a distance, his eyes betraying a hint of alarm. The fire spirit will scare them away. Just drive them off without causing any harm. He spoke to the two-headed fire spirit coiled around his hand, which he had named. With a hiss, two serpentine sounds emanated from beneath his robe, and Lin Tian felt the icy presence that had been clinging to his hand vanish in an instant. A small red glow appeared in his eyes, swiftly darting towards the group of a dozen individuals nearby. Atop the mountain, Xiao Mei gazed in shock at the previously verdant landscape, now marred by pits and scorched earth, devoid of any greenery. What on earth happened? In just a short while? How could the back mountain become such a wasteland, as if a battle had transpired? Confusion swirled within her mind. Mei Jie, look, there's a stranger coming up. A voice pulled Xiao Mei from her reverie. Someone has ascended the back mountain? She quickly turned, only to find a young man who had stealthily approached the summit. Unnoticed by anyone, knowing that the back mountain was the Xiao family's territory, Xiao Mei's voice turned icy. Who dares trespass on Xiao family land? After a pause, she directed her gaze towards a nearby youth. Xiaoning, go capture him and bring him to the Elder of Punishment. Yes. Lin Tian remained unfazed, observing the flickering red light that vanished behind Xiao Mei and the others. He simply sat cross-legged, unperturbed, patiently waiting for nightfall. Mei Jie, do you think he might be a fool? Xiao Ning remarked derisively after taking a few steps, noticing Lin Tian's demeanor. Or, Xiao Ning quickened his pace, intending to bring this fool down the mountain to face the Elder of Punishment. However, after a few steps, he felt an unexpected chill on his back, followed by an intense heat, as if a roaring flame were igniting behind him. With a hiss, the eerie sound of a great serpent echoed at the mountain's peak. Xiaoning froze, an overwhelming sense of dread creeping into his heart. He turned to see two massive serpentine heads ablaze with flames, opening their gaping maws toward him. Sensing the foul stench in the air, saliva dripped from the beast's mouth, and at that moment, Xiaoning's mind went blank with terror. Having spent his life in the sheltered confines of Wutian City, he had never encountered such a scene, let alone a Douling-level magical beast. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on the terrifying two-headed fire spirit. He crawled backward, glancing sideways to see Xiao Mei and her companions lying on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Unable to contain his fear any longer, Xiaoning screamed at the top of his lungs. The two-headed fire spirit, remembering its mission, was disheartened by the lack of cooperation from the humans. With a casual flick of its tail, it knocked Xiaoning out, coiling around the group and swiftly descending the mountain. As time flowed, the sun set behind the mountains, the sky darkened, and the moon rose, casting a silver glow that illuminated the night. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, subconsciously channeling the sword classic. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn into his body, and small shimmering sword shadows surrounded him. At that moment, a cacophony of noise reached his ears, prompting him to cease his meditation and open his eyes. He beheld, illuminated by the moonlight, the delicate figure of a woman riding atop a two-headed fire spirit snake, hastening towards the mountain peak. In a mere breath, her silhouette became vividly clear before Lin Tian. A smile graced his lips as he sensed the dark power lurking above, and he rose with a wry smile, remarking, I did not expect you to bring him along. If Ling Ying discovers our transaction regarding the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to intervene. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner furrowed her brow, her melodious voice chiming in, I cannot ascertain the truth of your words. After all, one person cannot surpass an emperor of combat. I cannot trust myself to come alone, nor would Elder Ling permit it. Lin Tian shrugged helplessly, acknowledging the situation. He had no intention of retreating. At worst, he would complete the transaction and flee swiftly. He utilized a long-distance transmission technique, ensuring that the details of the transaction remained concealed from the elderly man, for if he discovered them too soon, it would all be over. Rest assured, regarding the trade, I guarantee it will not be to your detriment. Perhaps this opportunity could indicate that your young boyfriend truly has the potential to become an emperor. A set of techniques, coupled with the soul of a ninth-grade alchemist, in exchange for half the essence of your Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Lin Tian's voice resonated within Xiao Suner's mind. At that moment, she felt as though her lungs might explode from indignation, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Tian. Was this what he termed an opportunity for becoming an emperor? Aside from the soul of the ninth-grade alchemist, what use was a mere technique? Even if it were a high-tier technique, it would still be woefully inadequate to equate to half the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Moreover, the ancient clans were not devoid of high-tier techniques. Is this what you call an opportunity? Xiao Suner's tone was laced with frost, revealing the depth of her ire. A flicker of regret crossed her mind as she questioned why she had come, deeming it a waste of time. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, gesturing dismissively. Do Do not worry. I will not swindle you. The technique I am offering is quite extraordinary, known as burning decision. Initially, it appears as a low-grade yellow technique. But its peculiarity lies in its ability to evolve. By devouring exotic flames, it can continually advance, potentially surpassing even high-tier techniques and offering the possibility of achieving emperor status. Xiao Suner trembled in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. It requires devouring to evolve. No one has ever possessed two simultaneously from ancient times to the present. Shaking her head, she refuted. Such a technique does not exist. You must be deceiving me. Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile as he slowly raised his left hand. Suddenly, two flames surged forth, one blue and one white, swaying in the wind, distorting the surrounding space. Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Azure Lotus Heart Fire. A look of shock crossed Xiao Suner's face. She recognized these flames all too well and gasped. Such an extraordinary technique exists in the world. Hidden above, Ling Ying was equally shaken upon witnessing the flames below. What kind of prodigy could possess two? Anyone who beheld this sight would surely be envious. For possessing equated to having the capability to fight beyond one's level. Furthermore, alchemists harbored hopes of discovering even a single in their lifetime. Yet, they could never have imagined that this young man was so formidable. Well then, how about we exchange the burning decision for half of your essence? This deal is indeed advantageous for you, Lin Tian grinned. Xiao Suner stood frozen in place, contemplating the potential achievements of her brother Xiao Yin upon acquiring this technique. With his nourishment, he could continuously evolve, and she already had knowledge of several locations, planning to assist him in acquiring them. At the very least, a low-grade high-tier technique was guaranteed. Should he reach the Emperor of Combat realm in the future, even a low-grade high-tier technique might not be terrifying. But the he refined would be. Each is capable of enabling one to combat beyond their level, and the combined power of several was unimaginable, even for Xiao Suner. A glimmer of determination shone in Xiao Suner's eyes. This technique must be obtained for the sake of her brother. Slowly lifting her delicate arm, she summoned forth a golden flame that radiated an imperial aura, instantly overshadowing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and Azure Lotus Heart Fire. Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame. Lin Tian's gaze fixated on the golden flame in Xiao Suner's hand, a flicker of inscrutable light gleaming in his eyes, his smile widening. You have the item here. But what of the technique you promised? Xiao Suner inquired softly. In response, Lin Tian produced an ancient ring from his bosom, grinning. The technique resides within this ring. Along with the soul. Xiao Suner frowned, unable to ascertain the veracity of Lin Tian's claims regarding the existence of the technique within the ring. I need to see the burning decision first. Lin Tian shook his head. Xiao Suner was cautious of him, and he too was wary of her, aware that she might forsake integrity for the sake of her brother. The evolution of the burning decision relied on, and the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Bone Spirit Cold Fire and Azure Lotus Heart Fire were all. He would never trust someone he had only recently met. You lack the privilege to choose. You may either engage in this transaction or forego it entirely. If you wish to proceed, simply sever half the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, and I will provide you with the ancient ring. You need not fear my deceit, for I have no desire to provoke a perfect awakened being of the ancient clan. What? He is aware of this matter. Xiao Suner's pupils constricted in shock. Her heart racing. This was information known only to a select few within her clan, yet now he had mentioned it. Could it be that the clan? Make your choice swiftly, I am pressed for time. When making your final decision, consider Xiao Yin, Lin Tian urged, invoking her brother's name to sway her choice. His voice echoed in her mind, pulling her back from her reverie, suppressing her suspicions as she pondered his words. Regardless, she needed to acquire that burning decision. Casting a glance at the sky, Xiao Suner silently resolved that she would agree to the transaction, but had not promised to ensure his safe departure. Nodding, she replied, very well. Above, Ling Ying observed the young lady speaking to herself, feeling a deep sense of unease. He could not hear Lin Tian's long-distance transmission. But witnessing the golden flame she conjured, he sensed an ominous premonition. However, seeing the two below exchange smiles, it resembled a long-awaited reunion of friends, with only a slight tension in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was growing increasingly anxious. If Xiao Suner attempted to sever the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, it would undoubtedly alert the hidden Ling Ying. He had to remain vigilant. Of course, he feared nothing from Ling Ying himself, but rather the potential backup that the ancient clan had entrusted to protect Xiao Suner. Lin Tian's body tensed, his spiritual sense cautiously expanding, while his internal energy stirred, ready to respond to any emergencies. Not far away, Xiao Suner gritted her teeth, her entire being erupting with fighting spirit, exuding the aura of a great fighter. For a great fighter to sever the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame was impossible, even for Emperor of Combat or Saint-level experts. However, If this great fighter were the master of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, the situation would be entirely different. Xiao Sun'er transformed her fighting spirit into a blue long sword, her heart resolute, as she summoned forth the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. In that instant, atop the back mountain of the Xiao family, a golden flame ignited, illuminating the night sky. The moment the golden flames erupted, they captured the attention of the entire city, drawing countless gazes upwards to witness this miraculous spectacle. In the heart of the moment, each spectator believed that formidable warriors clashed in the heavens, silently astonished at the terrifying might of these beings. Among the onlookers stood Xiao Yan, captivated by the spectacle above. Is this the essence of true strength? A mere thought could incinerate the heavens. Lost in reverie, Xiao Yan gazed skyward, yearning for power. The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame could consume fighting spirit, and as its ferocity intensified, the golden flames surged, causing the spiritual essence of Wutan City to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. The blaze illuminated the entire city. Yet Xiao Sun'er had long since sealed the searing temperature of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. Otherwise, its overwhelming force could have reduced the Xiao family's rear mountains to oblivion in an instant. However, the complete annihilation of Wutan City was an impossibility. For if that were to occur, Xiao Sun'er would surely be drained of her fighting spirit and perish. The explosive potential of the depended heavily on the wielder. Indeed, the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame was as illustrious as its reputation suggested. But did it solely consume the world's spiritual essence, or was there more to it? Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with insight as he summoned the bone spirit cold fire, a pale white flame blazing around him, counteracting the sporadic tendrils of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. If the latter could truly burn the spiritual essence of myriad realms, it would undoubtedly be deemed the foremost divine fire across the heavens, as all cultivation paths relied on one's essence and the medium of spiritual energy. If this fire could indeed incinerate spiritual energy, celestial essence, acquired spiritual essence, primordial essence, and chaotic energy, it would grant him a foothold throughout the realms. Xiao Sun'er's expression turned frigid. She disregarded the sudden escalation of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame and unleashed several sword strikes from afar. A fractured line appeared at the core of the flame high above, as if it were about to split in two. This is perilous. At this moment, Ling Ying finally sensed the anomaly. Although he had never possessed, he was well acquainted with it and instantly recognized that the young lady aimed to shatter the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame as a lineage fire of their clan. If it were truly severed by her, its might would be significantly diminished. He was convinced that Lin Tian had bewitched her, roaring in fury. "You dare, wretch!" With urgency, he retrieved an ancient talisman. The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame was summoned, strands of golden fire adhering to the young lady. With his cultivation level, he could not approach her, let alone impede her actions. He had no choice but to summon aid from their clan to prevent a calamity. Ling Ying crushed the talisman in his hand, and Lin Tian, sensing the unfolding scene with his spiritual awareness, felt a surge of alarm swell within him. He abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. Above, alongside the burning Golden Emperor's flame, the very fabric of space began to twist into a vortex, as if something sought to emerge. A Dozun or a Doshang, a foe beyond reckoning. Confronting such a formidable opponent, Lin Tian understood that their odds of victory were non-existent. He turned anxiously to Xiao Sun'er, who continued her relentless strikes. But to sever the source would likely require at least the duration of an incense stick burning. Though this time span was not excessively long, it was certainly not brief enough to evade the ancient clan's reinforcements, who could arrive in mere moments. There was no time to waste. Lin Tian's expression hardened with determination as he silently expressed his regrets to Xiao Sun'er. With swift movements, he manipulated the incantation, summoning the sacred beast stars into the air. The Qilin, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise materialized amidst a cascade of vibrant light, their collective roar resonating through the sky, diminishing the might of the Golden Emperor's flame. These were the sacred beasts of Huaxia. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. While others on the continent might not comprehend the significance of such divine beasts, he was acutely aware. His heart raced with astonishment, questioning how this was possible. According to the historical records he had perused, the Douluo Continent had never known the azure dragon's existence. Yet the scene before him struck at the very core of his being. A resonant and melodious cry echoed through the skies, reverberating across Wutan City. The vermilion bird, cloaked in an enigmatic crimson flame, soared within the constellation of sacred power. As Lin Tian willed it, the bird charged towards the core of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. Breaking through the radiant light, the vermilion bird, akin to a fiery comet, streaked towards its target. "You dare, wretch!" A thunderous voice boomed from the heavens as a middle-aged man clad in gray robes emerged from the distorted space, his expression darkening at the sight before him. He struck out with a palm imbued with the force of nature, aiming at the vermilion bird, resulting in a resounding explosion. As a colossal hand manifested in the sky, the surrounding space trembling with signs of rupture. Lin Tian felt a surge of urgency as the ancient clan's reinforcements arrived with alarming swiftness. He gazed up at the looming hand, gritting his teeth. He had to buy time for the vermilion bird. He swiftly cast his incantation, feeling a tremor course through his body as his spiritual energy surged forth, infusing the sacred power. The energy flowed into the azure dragon's form, and as the energy coursed through, the dragon emitted a resounding roar, rising from the sacred constellation. A colossal tree-like phantom appearing upon its back. This was one of his trump cards, the power of the sacred stars. The azure dragon radiated boundless vitality, embodying the essence of the east and the element of wood. The azure dragon soared into the clouds, its roar echoing like an ancient incantation, momentarily halting the heavens. With a fierce strike, it lunged towards the giant hand above. Meanwhile, in another realm of the Douluo Continent, beneath the lava fields of the Jianan Academy, a once slumbering ancient void dragon, nearly 1,000 meters in length, stirred awake, sensing something amiss. Its massive form trembled, fear coursing through its being. The pressure of its bloodline was overwhelming. What manner of beast is this? Zhu Kuan's calm voice resonated, yet those attuned could detect the tremor within. Without dwelling on Zhu Kuan's astonishment, the inhabitants of Wutan City lifted their gazes, fixated on the imposing hand that bore immense power, causing the sky to erupt with a cacophony of sound. On the opposite side, the azure dragon's silhouette loomed, its back crowned by the ancient tree, embodying the force to rend the heavens. The two forces collided, eliciting gasps from the onlookers, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing this extraordinary confrontation. Within Xiaoyan's courtyard, he stared intently at the sky, his astonishment causing him to unconsciously swallow hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He too yearned to witness whether the sacred beast of Huaxia could prevail against the might of the Douluo Continent's warriors. Lin Tian tossed an ancient ring towards Xiaosuner, adhering to the fundamental principle of integrity, which he still upheld, at least in this moment. He then turned his gaze skyward, his expression grave. Though the azure dragons might seem to rival that of the giant hand, Lin Tian understood that if the azure dragon could truly match that power, it would be but a dream. This was not to say that the azure dragon was weak. Rather, Lin Tian was currently unable to harness its full potential, merely tapping into a fraction of its power. If he could just hold off for a second, even a moment's pause would suffice. His eyes remained fixated on the unfolding drama, anxiety consuming him, sweat soaking through his blue robe as he silently urged, "Faster, just a little faster." Lin Tian felt his heart lodged in his throat as he watched the giant hand looming in the sky, his thoughts racing in desperation. As time trickled away, the sky ignited with nearly 1,000 meters of golden flames. A colossal hand plunged into the inferno, emanating a formidable aura that reduced the blazing golden emperor's flame to delicate wisps of fire, hurtling towards the vermilion bird with great speed. However, the golden emperor's flame met this assault with indifference, seemingly intensifying in fervor, while the hand appeared to weaken slightly. It was as if the roaring golden emperor's flame consumed a trace of fighting spirit contained within that hand, transforming it into nourishment that further fueled the blaze. The gray-robed middle-aged man above observed this with delight rather than anger, nodding repeatedly in approval, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the ancient clan's heritage fire." He then turned his gaze towards the distant vermilion bird, which was soaring towards the heart of the golden emperor's flame. His expression darkened instantly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. "These 5 beastly creatures, daring enough to touch the treasures of my ancient clan, deserve nothing less than death." Clearly, he was mistaken, believing that the 5 magical beasts in the sky were the masterminds, unaware that the true orchestrator of this chaos lay below. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens as the colossal hand met the azure dragon in a fierce clash. The azure dragon coalesced above into a nearly 100-meter-tall azure shield, its furious roar echoing as it swung its claws to rend the giant hand. Yet, there was an undeniable chasm in their might. The force wielded by the giant hand was beyond the current capabilities of the azure dragon. The azure dragon managed to stall the hand for merely a second, causing a momentary pause, but in the blink of an eye, the hand shattered the barrier conjured by the azure dragon, its overwhelming power obliterating the dragon's corporeal form and revealing the sacred tree, which dissipated into luminous particles, vanishing into the sky. The azure dragon was defeated. The giant hand pressed on relentlessly. On the mountaintop below, as the azure dragon was shattered, Lin Tian felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, blood welling up as he expelled a mouthful, half kneeling on the ground. The dispersal of the azure dragon's essence left him severely injured, his breath faltering. The destruction of the Azure Dragon incited furious roars from the other sacred beasts, the Qilin, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, each glaring at the human in the sky. Yet, they were unmoved, for they were merely manifestations of Lin Tian's will. However, Lin Tian, already at his limits controlling two beasts, found himself in dire straits, his energy rapidly depleting. With a pale face, Lin Tian struggled to lift his head. His brows tightly knitted, sweat cascading down as he gazed at the vermilion bird above, watching the impending giant hand. It seemed as though the fiery surroundings sensed the hand's might, swaying uneasily. He inwardly roared, "Hurry, please." The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared, as if hearing Lin Tian's call. With a powerful flap of its fiery wings, it finally closed the distance and reached the heart of the Golden Emperor's flame. With a swift peck, the vermilion bird seized the flame into its beak. Almost instantaneously, with the heart of the Golden Emperor's flame extinguished, the once raging golden flames of the sky vanished without a trace. Boom! The gray-robed man above, stunned, watched in disbelief as the vermilion bird was reduced to ashes. The Golden Emperor's flame now nowhere to be found. The Golden Emperor's flame is gone. His hands clenched tightly, rage boiling within as he directed his fury towards the remaining beasts still aloft, unleashing powerful strikes imbued with the might of heaven and earth. With the vermilion bird's demise, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh, though the loss of the vermilion bird intensified his injuries. The essence of the stars was swiftly recalled, while the gray-robed man's attacks fell into the void as their target vanished. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Lin Tian, with a hazy mind, communicated with the system, returned to the realm of ancient sword and legend. In a flash, Lin Tian's form disappeared from the peak of the Shao family's back mountain, leaving no trace. If the ancient Yuan were to discover who has taken my clan's fire, we would spare no effort to imprison you in the depths of the underworld, never to escape. A sorrowful and furious roar echoed above the city of Wutan, lingering in the air. Chapter 34. Reconstructing the Star Essence in the Boundless Sea of Stars. Lin Tian lay weak and powerless, his gaze dim as he observed the myriad celestial bodies representing various realms. 3 stars revolved around him, ancient sword and legend, Do Patsang Qiong, and a 3rd star, a pale blue planet, utterly unremarkable, transforming into a streak of light. Lin Tian entered the star that belonged to the realm of ancient sword and legend. As darkness enveloped him, he felt the world spinning, and while traversing realms was usually a trivial matter for him, the discomfort in his body prompted another spurt of blood. In the realm of ancient sword and legend, an ancient river surged with tumultuous waters, merging into an endless flow. Beside the ancient river stood a towering celestial tree, and with a flash of silvery light, a figure appeared, collapsing onto the wide branches as if in a deep slumber, unaware of life or death. The Star Essence technique was the foundation of cultivation in the realm of ancient sword and legend, and Lin Tian's initial practice of the foundation establishment technique was also rooted in this Star Essence technique. In other words, if the Star Essence were to be destroyed, it would undermine his foundation, potentially leading to a tumultuous future. For Lin Tian, possessing 5 sacred beasts of Star Essence was a remarkable feat. Although he had lost the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, it did not shake his foundation. However, he needed to address this matter carefully, otherwise, the consequences of losing the Star Essence would be unbearable. Lying on the tree branch, Lin Tian blinked, feeling the severity of his injuries. Painfully, he propped himself up and sat cross-legged. Weakly forming hand seals, he focused his mind, embracing tranquility as he began to circulate the sword manual, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, which flowed into his meridians. The Star Essence was summoned forth by Lin Tian, his consciousness sweeping over the areas once governed by the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, revealing only faint remnants, reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a bird singing. Seeing this, a trickle of blood seeped from Lin Tian's lips. The incomplete state of the Star Essence inflicted a tearing pain within him. Gritting his teeth, he let the sweat pour down. Ancient clan, one day I shall express my gratitude for the might of those 2 hands. Lin Tian trembled, suddenly opening his eyes with a fierce glint, gritting his teeth as the pain coursed through him. Drawing a sharp breath, he began to absorb the spiritual energy from the world around him, slowly mending his essence, intending to reforge the 2 sacred beasts. The spiritual energy from the river above the ancient tree was drawn to him, and in an instant, the energy surrounding the ancient tree coalesced into mist, which Lin Tian gradually absorbed. The multicolored aura emitted by the Star Essence began to shimmer with glowing spots, flowing towards the ethereal figures of the 2 sacred beasts. As time passed, Lin Tian sat quietly on the tree branch, healing his wounds, his breath steady, though his brow occasionally furrowed. A two-headed fire serpent emerged from his wrist, its body radiating a crimson glow as it cautiously regained its original size without touching its master. Suddenly, its 20-meter-long form coiled around the ancient tree, emanating a terrifying aura that enveloped Lin Tian within. The serpent's dual heads flicked their tongues as they surveyed their surroundings, their cold gaze fixed on anything daring to approach the tree, ensuring certain death for intruders. Days turned into nights as the sun and moon alternated countless times. Throughout this time, Lin Tian remained seated on the branch of the ancient tree, immovable as he absorbed the passing moments, his aura gradually strengthening. The two-headed fire serpent, entwined around the ancient tree, mirrored Lin Tian's stillness, guarding its master from the elements as day turned to night. On one fateful day, under the scorching sun, Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled. The star essence underwent a transformation, the once ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird, after prolonged nurturing with spiritual energy, finally restored to their full glory. The celestial essence shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, stretching across nearly 100 miles. In the stillness of the moment, two roars erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. The azure dragon soared through the sky, bellowing fiercely, while the vermilion bird circled, engulfed in golden flames. Fortunately, the surrounding area was uninhabited. Otherwise, this spectacle might have been mistaken for the descent of divine beings. With a deep breath, Lin Tian opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of murky air. Rising to his feet, his bones crackled, and a series of popping sounds echoed throughout his body. Satisfied, he gazed at the sky, nodding repeatedly. The two-headed fire spirit serpent, noticing the celestial phenomenon, recognized that its master had awakened. It slithered down from the treetops, observing the figure standing below with a glimmer of joy in its eyes, and approached with a hiss. Lin Tian reached out to stroke the serpent's head, feeling the gentle warmth of its scales, and smiled softly. During his timeless cultivation, his spiritual awareness enveloped the area within 100 meters, allowing him to perceive every action of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Watching it nuzzle against him, Lin Tian felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled. All right. After some playful banter with the fire spirit, it transformed back into a bracelet, snugly fitting around his wrist. With a smile, Lin Tian turned his gaze skyward once more. The vermilion bird, ablaze with golden flames, was strikingly radiant, exuding an imperial aura that compelled submission. The Golden Emperor's flame could incinerate not only fighting spirit, but also the spiritual energy of other realms. Lin Tian's excitement grew as he observed the bird, and a chilling resolve flickered in his eyes. Ancient clan, we shall settle our accounts in due time. With a mere thought, the soaring vermilion bird halted, unleashing a burst of golden flames that rendered the surrounding space into nothingness. The waters of the ancient river below began to visibly evaporate, the earth cracking as moisture was drawn away. Observing the drastic changes around him, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He propelled himself into the air, leaping 1,000 meters, and opened his mouth to consume the essence of the Golden Emperor's flame. He swiftly dispelled the celestial essence, restoring the ancient river to its normal state, save for the lingering heat. As he descended gracefully to the surface of the river, he harnessed his spiritual power to buoy himself, preventing his body from sinking. Yet, upon ingesting the Golden Emperor's flame, his complexion reddened alarmingly, the heat emanating from him causing the river to recede further. However, he remained unperturbed, having absorbed foreign flames before. He felt a newfound ease. Turning his mind inward, Lin Tian skillfully entwined the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire around the Golden Emperor's flame. The intertwining of blue, white, and yellow flames within him created a mesmerizing display. Any flame bearing the mark of his vermilion bird was under his command. Yet, his fragile body could scarcely withstand the terrifying might of the foreign flames, necessitating the process of tempering. Each encounter with foreign fire served as a trial of fortitude. Now, having undergone 2 rounds of this tempering, he adapted to the Golden Emperor's flame with minimal discomfort, his aura gradually stabilizing. Within, he focused intently on a crack in the source of the Golden Emperor's flame, feeling a pang of realization. He had indeed ensnared himself. With a resigned shake of his head, he concentrated on the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, resolving that they paled in comparison to the Golden Emperor's flame. In this moment, it seemed more prudent to offer these 2 foreign flames to the Golden Emperor's flame for absorption, facilitating its restoration and evolution. Chapter 35. The Fire Spirit of the Golden Emperor's Flame acting on impulse. Lin Tian commanded the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, which sensed an impending threat and blazed more fiercely. With a decisive thought, he forced the Bone Spirit Cold Fire back to its core. Lin Tian unleashed all his spiritual energy into the Golden Emperor's flame, causing the golden fire within him to surge, overpowering the azure lotus earth heart fire. As time passed, the flames began to intertwine and merge, the azure hue gradually dissipating, transforming into a brilliant golden blaze. Lin Tian was enveloped in both the Golden Emperor's flame and the azure lotus earth heart fire, the two colors dancing in a fierce conflagration. As the intensity of the Golden Emperor's flame escalated, it expanded outward, incinerating the surrounding area into a sea of fire, rendering the space into nothingness. While the waters of the ancient river dried up, the impact of this conflagration extended across a radius of 10,000 meters, exuding a fearsome heat that cracked the earth and severed water sources, leaving the flora withered and fauna fleeing, creating an eerily lifeless terrain. Meanwhile, the azure lotus earth heart fire appeared to be on the verge of complete consumption by the Golden Emperor's flame, with only faint traces of azure flames flickering amidst the golden sea. As the last vestiges of the azure lotus earth heart fire were devoured, the Golden Emperor's flame erupted with a tremendous roar, and the remnants of its source ignited, revealing a golden fire dragon. This dragon, composed of the essence of the Golden Emperor's flame, represented the very core of the flame itself. Is this the fire spirit? Lin Tian marveled at the small dragon, a mere few meters in length, unsure of what he was witnessing. He recalled that in the realm of battle through the heavens, foreign flames could indeed birth fire spirits, with the top 3 flames on the ranking, excluding the first, each possessing a fire spirit. The second-ranked flame, the void-devouring flame, had become a powerful figure among the Soul Clan, while the third, the purifying Lotus Demon Flame, had been sealed within the Demon Flame space, ultimately inheriting the legacy of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint, embodying a formidable presence. Observing the fire dragon gracefully soaring through the golden flames, Lin Tian was astounded. If his deductions were correct, then this was undoubtedly the fire spirit. The dragon danced around, its eyes sparkling with joy, and it circled above Lin Tian, occasionally nuzzling him affectionately, sending wisps of the Golden Emperor's flame swirling about. Can you collect the Golden Emperor's flame from the sky? Lin Tian smiled at the fire dragon, gesturing towards the heavens. The fire dragon seemed to understand, nodding its head before suddenly opening its jaws wide. A blaze of the Golden Emperor's flame burst forth. But in an instant, it appeared as if an inexplicable gravitational force drew the remnants of the burning flame back towards it. It continued until the last wisp of the Golden Emperor's flame was consumed. The fire dragon swiftly turned its head, its large eyes fixed intently on Lin Tian, seemingly awaiting his praise. Lin Tian nodded in approval, thinking to himself that he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. He was not concerned about the potential for the Golden Emperor's flame to rebel after acquiring a fire spirit, for it bore his mark. In a dire situation, he could simply destroy its consciousness with a mere thought, akin to Xiao Yan's relationship with the pure lotus demon fire in the original Do Putsong Qiong. At this moment, Lin Tian held absolute control over the Golden Emperor's flame. Furthermore, the fire spirit was like a blank canvas, ready to absorb the grandest principles of heaven and earth from Lin Tian. He bent down and stood up, slowly raising his right hand towards the fire dragon. With a flicker of intention, the fire dragon gently flew into his hand and ultimately merged with him. As it did, the fire dragon noticeably shrank, transforming into a miniature 3-inch dragon that coiled atop his golden core. It was worth it. After recalling the fire dragon, Lin Tian spoke after a long silence. Although his journey to the Dopa realm had left him severely injured, the gains were undeniable. He had forged a sword soul through his own strength, and now, the Golden Emperor's flame had birthed a fire spirit. With these 2 treasures, his venture into Do Pu was not in vain. The joy in Lin Tian's expression slowly faded, replaced by a hint of regret as he reflected on the Bodhi ancient tree, the laws of space, and various extraordinary flames within Dopa, each seemingly beyond his reach. Shaking his head, he resolved not to enter the Dopa realm again, especially since he had severely offended the ancient clan by seizing their inherited flame. He might already be a wanted man among them. However, if anyone would rejoice at his acquisition of the Golden Emperor's flame, it would undoubtedly be the Soul Clan. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he contemplated the Soul Clan's potential vengeance against the ancient clan. He intended to confront them personally one day. With a soft sigh, Lin Tian halted his musings, surveying the apocalyptic-like surroundings. The terror of the Golden Emperor's flame was palpable as he made his way toward a nearby ancient path. In the realm of ancient sword legends, humans and demons had always been distinct, and the 2-headed fire spirit snake's appearance was indeed fearsome, so Lin Tian chose not to summon it for travel. Most importantly, the 2-headed fire spirit snake had guarded him tirelessly for several years. In this realm, it deserved a well-earned respite. Chapter 36. Ti Xiaowai. He did not wish to return to Tianyang City immediately, preferring to venture out and gather some treasures from the ancient sword realm. He was particularly keen on the Dragon Abyss 7 Fiend Sword, including the likes of Absolute Cloud, Comet Erosion, Unperturbed, Long Eyes, Radiant Extinction, Great Matrix, and Burning Silence. Along with the ancient treasure, the Jade Balance. Lin Tian was eager to explore Qinchuan, where the ancestral land of Ouyang Shaogong was located in the original work. It was also whereby Li Tusu had encountered Feng Qingxue, Feng Lansheng, Ouyang Shaogong, Hong Yu, and Xiang Ling, embarking on their journey together. With no specific destination in mind, Lin Tian decided to head straight to Qinchuan. Utilizing his swift movement technique, he traversed through mountains and streams with great speed. On a day of blazing sun, after 3 days and nights of travel, Lin Tian finally beheld the ancient city of Qinchuan and smiled as he strode into its embrace. Within Qinchuan, he was greeted by a wide, ancient path paved with bluestone, bustling with pedestrians. On either side of the road, willow trees swayed gently in the occasional breeze. As he walked through the city, Lin Tian's gaze wandered, admiring the distant clear lake. The sunlight cast shimmering reflections on the water's surface, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of West Lake in his previous world. He shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought. Qinchuan was indeed a place of breathtaking beauty, with arching bridges scattered throughout. Lin Tian, unhurried, took the opportunity to enjoy the scenery. As noon approached, the street began to empty as people dispersed to taverns, inns, or returned home, leaving the path notably more open. Wandering aimlessly, Lin Tian paused before a tea shop, his eyes catching the sign above the door, which sparked an inexplicable realization. Tea Xiaoguai. Was this not the tea shop owned by the self-proclaimed jack of all trades in the original story, who claimed to know half of what was above and all that was below? A smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips as he turned to observe the shaded tea tables where 2 individuals were engaged in conversation. Ancient scrolls spread across the table. A youthful woman and a plump man clad in a yellow shirt, with a rather ridiculous little braid atop his head, were deep in discussion. Although the young woman had her back to him, obscuring her features, it mattered little. His focus was on the plump man, Tea Xiaoguai. After all, did he not claim to be a fountain of knowledge? Lin Tian thought it prudent to inquire about any news regarding the Dragon Abyss Fiend Sword, which was certainly more efficient than searching aimlessly on his own. He strode confidently towards Tea Xiaoguai, who was animatedly selling information to the lady seated beside him. 1,000-year ice, silkworm thread, Jiaoxian. Tea Xiaoguai rattled off various bits of information before setting down his scroll, feeling parched, and gulping down a cup of tea to quench his thirst. When he looked up, he noticed a young man standing beside him, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Clearly not of this mortal realm, though his attire was rather shabby. Nevertheless, Tea Xiaoguai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he quickly wiped off a nearby stool and placed it for Lin Tian, smiling broadly. Please sit. Would you like tea or some information? I'm not boasting. I, Tea Xiaoguai, know half of what is above and all that is below. His tone radiated confidence as he concluded. Before Lin Tian could respond, the young woman sitting nearby couldn't contain her laughter, and as Lin Tian turned to look, he finally caught a glimpse of her features. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a soft beauty, and her fair skin paired with a delicate oval face marked her as undoubtedly attractive. Second miss, I've just informed you about the 1,000-year ice silkworm thread. Is there truly anything in this world that I, Tea Xiaoguai, do not know? He exclaimed. The young woman, having overheard his boast, rose gracefully, unable to suppress her amusement. All right, Mr. Jack of all trades. She nodded at Lin Tian before instructing her maid. Xiao Chui, let us go. Lin Tian paid no mind to the young woman, reaching for a clean teacup on the table and pouring himself some tea, taking a small sip. Do you possess any information regarding the Dragon Abyss 7 Fiend Sword? He inquired, his words shocking Tea Xiaoguai to the core, causing his face to pale and his body to tremble, ultimately tumbling from his chair. The Dragon Abyss Fiend Sword was notorious for being a malevolent artifact, sealed away by the gods of ancient times to prevent chaos in the world. Tea Xiaoguai scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust with a frantic shake of his head. I don't know. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, then relaxed, sensing that Tea Xiaoguai's unusual reaction indicated he knew more than he let on. With a sly smile, Lin Tian remarked, though you conceal it well. The demonic aura you emit has not escaped my notice. What do you say, sea demon? At the mention of this, fear flashed across Tea Xiaoguai's face, his pupils dilating as his bolt quivered. This was his deepest secret. How had this person discerned it despite his magical artifact's concealment? WH. What do you intend to do? The tremor in Cha Xiaocheng's voice was palpable. Lin Tian, observing his evident fear, waved a hand reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. As long as you divulge the information you possess, I have no intention of causing you harm. However, should you choose otherwise, it seems only fitting for me, as a disciple of Tianyong City, to fulfill my duty of vanquishing demons. Cha Xiaogai was taken aback, a chill sweeping from his feet to the crown of his head. He hastily raised both hands, a mournful expression on his face, and exclaimed, I will tell you. I will. Trembling, he resumed his seat on the wooden chair, swallowed hard, and finally spoke. The 7 evil swords of antiquity were forged from the souls summoned by the blood-etched array of Long Yuan, employing forbidden arts to create 7 malevolent swords, namely, Juyun, Huishir, Buchan, Changmu, Huangmia, Dodge, and Fanjia. Each possesses a sword spirit. Lin Tian nodded, already aware of this information, and furrowed his brow, eager to uncover the location of the sword seals. Noticing Lin Tian's knitted brow, Cha Xiaogai felt a surge of dread and continued. The Long Yuan tribe seeks vengeance against the deities, inciting the wrath of Fuxi. To prevent calamity, Nuwa sealed the 7 evil swords. Based on my extensive readings of historical records and the rumors circulating in the martial world, I surmise that one of the swords is sealed here. Lin Tian focused on the direction pointed out by Cha Xiaogai on the map spread across the table. You do. He stroked his chin, pondering, and concluded that it was indeed highly plausible for an evil sword to be sealed in Yudu. The purpose of Yudu was to guard the ancient sword seal for Nuwa, and he recalled that they had previously sought to procure the Fanjia sword. Is that all? Cha Xiaogai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and forced himself to nod. That's truly all I know. Well, seeing this, Lin Tian decided to refrain from further inquiries. Given his current golden core late-stage cultivation, forcefully breaching Yudu would likely prove troublesome. It seemed prudent to bide his time. Just as Lin Tian prepared to depart, he recalled Cha Xiaogai's mention of the Jiao Immortal and inquired, what exactly is the Jiao Immortal? Oh, the Jiao Immortal is essentially a Jiao dragon, residing in the moonlit lake not far from Qinchuan. Cha Xiaogai promptly responded. Lin Tian's right hand rhythmically tapped the table. The scene felt eerily familiar. The mention of the Jiao dragon and the 1,000-year ice silkworm brought to mind a plot from the original narrative. Wasn't that lady the second miss of the Fong family, Fong Ruqin? Cha Xiaogai nodded repeatedly. Realizing the time had flown by so swiftly, Lin Tian took a breath, noting that Bai Li Tusu and Ouyang Xiaogong were currently in Qinchuan. After extracting the address of the Fong residence from Cha Xiaogai, Lin Tian made his way there, a wicked smile adorning his face. Ouyang Xiaogong, the Yudu evil sword. Perhaps there was an opportunity to be seized. Chapter 37. Bai Li Tusu. Following the address provided by Cha Xiaogai, Lin Tian finally laid eyes upon a grand estate after traversing the last street. Majestic stone lions flanked the entrance, and a plaque hung above the door inscribed with the gilded characters Fong Residence. This was the place. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he sensed a faint aura of malice lingering above, unmistakably left by Tusu's Fanjia sword. Approaching the door, Lin Tian grasped the knocker and rapped it several times, then stood patiently awaiting a response. Moments later, with a creaking sound, the door slowly opened. Lin Tian was taken aback to see the familiar figure of a maid who had previously trailed behind Fong Ruqin. It's you. The maid, Xiao Zui, recognized Lin Tian instantly. Her expression filled with confusion as she regarded the somewhat disheveled man before her. Lin Tian nodded, explaining, I am a disciple of Tianyong City, and I have come in search of my junior brother, Bai Li Tusu. You are also an immortal? Before Lin Tian could finish, Xiao Zui exclaimed in shock, scrutinizing him with suspicion. His light blue robe was wrinkled, and several stains of crimson blood marred his chest, resembling someone pursued by enemies in the martial realm, an image that starkly contradicted her notion of a cultivator. Please wait a moment. I must report this to my second miss first. Xiao Zui, still skeptical of Lin Tian's words, did not invite him into the hall immediately. Lin Tian nodded, watching as Xiao Zui prepared to close the door, and suddenly recalled something, saying, by the way, please inform Bai Li Tusu that my surname is Lin. Understood. With a click, the door closed again. Lin Tian was unperturbed, knowing he would only need to wait a moment longer, so he opted to close his eyes in anticipation. Xiao Zui shut the door and felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether the man outside could indeed be Tusu's senior brother. She imagined the reprimand she would receive from the second miss for not inviting him in and absent-mindedly knocked her head, envisioning the scene of her scolding. In her thoughts, she crossed the hall and made her way to the back kitchen, where 5 individuals were dining. Xiao Zui quietly approached and spoke softly, second miss. A disciple from Tianyong City has arrived at the door, seemingly seeking Bai Li Tusu. As the words fell, Tusu, who was eating, trembled, and the Fanjia sword strapped to his back exuded a faint aura of malice, though unnoticed by others. Fang Ruqin furrowed her brow and said, Xiaocui, did I not tell you before? If anyone visits, directly escort them to the hall. Alas, I will address this later. Come, since he is a disciple of Tianyong City, we should hasten to welcome him inside. With that, Fang Ruqin set down her bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Meanwhile, Fang Lansheng, who had been listlessly eating, suddenly perked up at the mention of another Tianyong City disciple arriving. He dropped his bowl and rushed toward the door, muttering excitedly, Ha, Tusu. If you don't teach me spells, I shall learn from someone else. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the kitchen, followed by a pained yelp. Fang Lansheng cradled his forehead, staring at Ouyang Xiaogong, who had unknowingly blocked his path, and pouted, Xiaogong, what are you doing? Ouyang Xiaogong pulled Fang Lansheng back to his seat and shook his head, saying, do not rush to open the door. The person outside may be here to capture Tusu. Evidently, Baili Tusu had informed him of the incident involving the Iron Masked Man stealing the sword and the wrongful death at the hands of the Fanjia sword. Upon hearing this, Fang Ruqin halted in her tracks, her gaze fixed on Xiaogong. At this moment, Fang Lansheng, as if discovering a new continent, leaped from the table and asked, capture Tusu? Why would they want to capture Tusu? Enough, Lansheng, cease your antics. Fang Ruqin grasped Fang Lansheng's ear and cast an apologetic glance at Tusu and Xiaogong. Ouyang Xiaogong's expression turned serious as he looked at Tusu, asking, could it be that the person outside is Ling Chuan? I do not know, perhaps. Baili Tusu shook his head, clearly at a loss. Xiaocui, observing the suddenly heavy atmosphere in the kitchen, shrank back slightly, raising her hand cautiously, and said, I. The person outside said his surname is Lin. Senior brother. Baili Tusu almost blurted out, dashing out of the kitchen in haste. Tusu, wait for me. Lin Tian stood outside the Fang residence, quietly waiting. As he sensed a familiar aura approaching, he opened his eyes just as the door swung wide, revealing Baili Tusu's figure. Seeing Lin Tian outside, Baili Tusu's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands together, exclaiming, Senior brother. Lin Tian waved a hand, smiling. There is no need for such formalities between brothers. Baili Tusu nodded, then paused, asking, why has senior brother not returned to Tianyong City in these 3 years? Master has mentioned it repeatedly. Tusu, let us first welcome Senior Lin into the residence before reminiscing. Before Lin Tian could respond, Ouyang Xiaogong interjected, and Baili Tusu nodded vigorously, leading Lin Tian into the Fang residence. Inside the hall, as Lin Tian stepped in, his gaze fell upon several familiar yet strange faces already seated within. Lin Tian nodded slightly before taking a seat on an empty chair, then slowly turned to Tusu and spoke. In these past 3 years, I have traveled the world. Unexpectedly, I encountered a demon known as the Ancient Clan, with whom I engaged in a fierce battle of hundreds of strikes. Ultimately, I was overpowered and sustained severe injuries. Alas, I sought a place to recuperate. And to my astonishment, 3 years have already passed since I emerged from seclusion. Lin Tian casually concocted a half-truth. Wow, 3 years of seclusion for healing. It truly is as the books describe. May the immortal take me as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian glanced over and spotted the young man in the azure robe, whose waist was adorned with a jade pendant. Instantly, he deduced his identity, Fang Lansheng, the young master of the Fang family. Do not mind me. Continue as you were, Fang Ruqin said apologetically, before promptly approaching Fang Lansheng and pinching his ear, eliciting a series of anguished cries from the hall. Witnessing this, Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and turned to face the man directly opposite him. Coincidentally, the man was also looking at Lin Tian, and their eyes met, each nodding slightly in acknowledgement. So this is Ouyang Xiaogong, the true demon lord of the ancient sword realm. Very well, whether I can acquire the ferocious sword depends entirely on him, Lin Tian mused inwardly. By the way, Tusu, what brings you down from the mountain? Coming back to his senses, Lin Tian feigned ignorance. Baili Tusu shook his head and sighed, then began recounting the events of the past few years to Lin Tian. Observing this, the people in the hall gradually dispersed. Chapter 38, The Dragon Thus. I have come to Qinchuan to seek out Ouyang Xiaogong while also investigating the Iron Masked Man's whereabouts. As Tusu narrated the incidents of the past 3 years, Lin Tian's anger flared, even though he had a rough understanding of everything. Tusu's detailed account only fueled his resentment against Ling Chuan's petty schemes to frame his fellow disciples. With a resounding clap on the tea table, Lin Tian exhaled sharply and turned to Tusu, saying, So, coming to Qinchuan is indeed the best course of action. By the way, do you have a method to suppress the malevolent aura surrounding you? After all, Qinchuan is not like Tianyong City, which boasts abundant pure energy. Baili Tusu nodded and replied, Xiaogong has prepared medicine for me, and combined with the secret method of Qingtian snow, I can now suppress the malevolent energy within me. Brother need not worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian observed the burning silence sword strapped to Tu Su's back, indeed noting a significant reduction in its malevolent aura. Nevertheless, he secretly shook his head, realizing that the burning silence sword could only be wielded by Tu Su in this lifetime. In the past, he had harbored fantasies about the sword, imagining that with sufficient strength, he could reseal the celestial spirit within it. He understood that Tu Su's desire was not for the burning silence, but rather for a solution to his predicament, which would be mutually beneficial. However, at this moment, Lin Tian could no longer sense the presence of the Cha-Qin celestial spirit. It had likely fused with Tu Su's soul. Brother, what is the matter? Bali Tu Su called out as he noticed Lin Tian lost in thought. Lin Tian returned to his senses and replied casually, "It is nothing, merely some contemplation." He sighed inwardly and rose to exit the hall, with Bali Tu Su following closely behind. Lin Tian gazed at the sun, which had already begun to set, and suddenly felt as though he had overlooked something. In a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "The dragon." He had spent hours discussing matters with Tu Su and had unconsciously forgotten that Feng Ruqin was seeking the dragon to acquire the 1,000-year ice silkworm silk. That dragon was indeed a true malevolent creature, surviving by devouring humans. Lin Tian's expression turned urgent as he addressed Tu Su. "Tu Su, go assist Xiaogong at the medical hall. I have urgent matters to attend to and must depart." Though he had no personal ties to Feng Ruqin, it would indeed be a grave loss if such a promising young woman were to perish at the jaws of the dragon. "Ah, brother." Before Tu Su could respond, Lin Tian activated the swift movement technique, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as he vanished from the Feng estate. "Wow, is this really your brother? How incredible. Is this the soaring technique mentioned in the books?" Feng Lansheng, who was practicing sword control and board flying in the courtyard, witnessed Lin Tian's form dissipating like a phantom. He gasped in astonishment. Turning his gaze to the board beneath his feet, Feng Lansheng pouted, feeling a sense of envy. How can someone so young be so formidable? Is Tianyong City truly that powerful? First, there was the sword immortal Tu Su, and now another who seems even mightier than Tu Su. He resolved to learn magic from Lin Tian, his eyes glimmering with hope. Bili Tu Su nodded, then shook his head, stating, "Indeed, he is my brother, but the technique he used is not what you refer to as the soaring technique. It is our Tianyong City's swift movement." Gazing intently in the direction Lin Tian had vanished, Tu Su added, "However, among the disciples, if anyone can execute the swift movement to such a degree, it is likely only my brother, aside from the elders. It seems that my brother has become even more unfathomable after 3 years." Lin Tian swiftly exited Qinchuan, racing towards the moonlit lake in the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge, the lair of the dragon. As time flowed, he accelerated his pace, the wind howling past his ears. Finally, after traversing a grove, Lin Tian spotted a carriage in the distance, where a horse was munching on a blade of dogtail grass, its gaze darting about. In an instant, Lin Tian appeared before the horseman, who gasped in shock at the sudden appearance of a person in the desolate wilderness, collapsing to the ground in fright. "You are Lin Gongzi." The horseman stared at the man before him, quickly realizing this was indeed the Lin Gongzi who had visited at noon. "But why are you here?" Lin Tian nodded and said directly, "The dragon you seek is nothing more than a man-eating demon. Hurry, take me to it, or your second young miss may not survive." Lin Tian felt helpless. Had he not sensed something odd about this place, which seemed to obstruct his spiritual senses, he would not have rushed. Alas, the limitations of spiritual awareness are too great, especially in a realm of immortals, as it is not divine awareness. A single thought can span the heavens and the abyss, capable of breaking through various magical barriers. What? The dragon eats people? The horseman was evidently horrified by Lin Tian's words, quickly tying the horse to a nearby tree and leading Lin Tian deeper into the dense bamboo grove on the left. The horseman ran wildly, his face flushed and breathing heavily, while Lin Tian maintained an unhurried pace behind him. Observing the horseman gasping for air, Lin Tian summoned a faint stream of spiritual energy from his hands, infusing it into the horseman's back. This was possible only because his internal spiritual power had been absorbed by the sword soul, leaving no trace of sword intent. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so recklessly. Even a mere hint of sword intent entering a mortal's body could devastate their internal organs and lead to death. As the vibrant spiritual energy flowed into him, the horseman, though he had been running frantically, did not notice the change at first. However, as they continued, his breathing gradually steadied, and he no longer sweat profusely, feeling a warm current nourishing his body. At this point, he began to grasp what had transpired and turned to Lin Tian, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, immortal." Lin Tian nodded, then paused as he spotted a lake emerging ahead. Instructing the horseman, "This is the place where the dragon resides. For your safety, you should wait here." Lin Tian commanded, suppressing his own aura, and strode toward the eerie pavilion built in the wilderness. From a distance, he could see 3 figures by the lakeside, Feng Ruqin and her maid, accompanied by a man who was undoubtedly the dragon. Feng Ruqin and the dragon sat facing each other, a chessboard laid out on the stone table, engaged in a game. Hiss hiss. Lin Tian advanced decisively, and at that moment, the twin-headed fire spirit snake in his hand emitted 2 hisses, seemingly expressing an intense craving. Understanding this, Lin Tian chuckled softly. "All right, once we slay this dragon, I shall entrust it to you for consumption." Feeling the incessant tremors of the 2-headed fire serpent in his left hand, Lin Tian pondered whether the serpent, by continually devouring spiritual beasts, celestial beasts, divine beasts, and ancient divine beasts, would directly enhance its cultivation or allow for the evolution of its bloodline, perhaps even breaking through its own limits to reach new heights. Meanwhile, the dragon immortal in the pavilion had noticed the presence of a human from early on, yet upon sensing the absence of any spiritual aura, he paid little heed, thinking it a delightful opportunity for a meal. However, he now found himself vexed, gazing at the chessboard where his black pieces were encircled by white, leading to an inevitable defeat. Chapter 39. The disdain of Ouyang Xiaogong. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the blazing sun, casting a gloomy shadow over Qinchuan. Outside the Feng residence, Cha Xiaoguai bent over, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared to enter. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the Feng residence that caught his eye, Ouyang Xiaogong. Cha Xiaoguai rushed forward, seizing Ouyang Xiaogong's sleeve, exclaiming, "It's bad news, very bad news." "What troubles you, Cha Xiaoguai?" Ouyang Xiaogong responded with a calm demeanor. "The information I relayed to the second miss was incorrect. The dragon immortal residing in the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge is no benevolent being. It is a creature punished by the heavenly realm, eternally confined within that gorge." Cha Xiaoguai's face was etched with urgency. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaogong was baffled, questioning, "What dragon immortal? What creature?" Cha Xiaoguai, momentarily taken aback, quickly elaborated. "The last time the second miss sought my assistance, she mentioned wanting to procure 1,000-year ice silkworm thread for your zither strings. I discovered that the dragon immortal possessed such a thread, but later learned that it is a man-eater." Alarmed, Ouyang Xiaogong's thoughts raced, recalling that Ruqin had departed after lunch, potentially heading there at that very moment. He tossed his medicine box to Cha Xiaoguai, instructing him to deliver it to Tusu at the medicine hall, then hurriedly made his way to the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge. At the moonlit lake in the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge, surrounded by towering mountains, an expanse of greenery enveloped the lake, creating a refreshing and serene atmosphere. Lin Tian strode confidently toward the pavilion, the soft thuds of his footsteps drawing the attention of Feng Ruqin and her servant. As Feng Ruqin placed the final white piece on the board, sealing her victory, she felt a surge of joy mixed with relief, knowing that winning the game meant acquiring the coveted 1,000-year ice silkworm thread, while losing would mean remaining there indefinitely. Thankfully, this immortal was not a skilled chess player. Turning to investigate the sound behind her, Feng Ruqin was taken aback to see Lin Tian again. Having encountered him earlier at the tea shop and then at her home, she now found it remarkable to cross paths with him yet again. "What brings you here, young Master Lin?" she inquired, rising from her stone seat, nodding to the immortal before turning to Lin Tian with a soft question. Lin Tian smiled faintly, explaining, "I heard that a dragon immortal roams the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge, so I came to request something from him." Feng Ruqin regarded Lin Tian, momentarily puzzled. Shouldn't cultivators be singularly focused on their path? Yet, she refrained from further inquiry. Her smile remained, oblivious to the fury brewing within her mind regarding the dragon immortal. "Immortal, please fulfill your promise." The dragon immortal's expression darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he waved his long sleeves, causing the chessboard to vanish without a trace. "Promise? What promise have I made you? Now that you've come, do you think you can escape?" A chilling laugh erupted from the dragon immortal, sending shivers down the spines of Feng Ruqin and her servant, their faces turning pale. In stark contrast, Lin Tian remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm. "Ah," he murmured, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Initially intending to strike the dragon immortal without delay, he caught a glimpse of Ouyang Xiaogong hastening toward them. To Lin Tian's surprise, Ouyang Xiaogong appeared to notice him as well, veering into the thicket to conceal himself and observe from the shadows. Lin Tian's interest was piqued, and he felt no immediate urgency. The dragon immortal, observing the 2 frightened women, sneered, relishing their fear. As they attempted to flee, he raised his hand, revealing the thousand-year ice silkworm thread, which he wielded like an indestructible rope, binding Feng Ruqin and her companion. Feng Ruqin gasped, cursing Cha Xiaoguai for spreading false information, while her gaze turned hopeful toward Lin Tian, only to quickly fade into despair. It dawned on her that Lin Tian had not carried a sword, despite being renowned for his swordsmanship in Tianyong City. A sudden realization struck her. Lin Tian had mentioned being injured in a battle with a demon and had spent 3 years recuperating. Could it be that his sword had been destroyed or lost? Regardless, despair enveloped Feng Ruqin as she realized that a sword cultivator without a sword stood little chance against an ancient dragon. As the thousand-year ice silkworm thread constricted around her, Feng Ruqin began to struggle for breath, her cold sweat betraying her panic. "Second miss, are we going to die?" Her servant, Xiao Cui, whimpered, fear evident in her eyes. Ignoring the two women, the dragon immortal cast a barrier around the pavilion, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian, noting his apparent lack of distinction from an ordinary human. "Are you not afraid of me?" Lin Tian smiled lightly, dismissing the dragon immortal with a scornful glance. Though merely at the golden core stage, the dragon immortal was still an ancient beast. However, bolstered by the golden emperor's burning heaven flame, Lin Tian felt confident in his ability to slay dragons. Yet, he chose to conceal his aura, aware that Ouyang Xiaogong had arrived, hoping to procure the elixir crafted from the Dream Soul branch seed he had mentioned. In the original tale, Ouyang Xiaogong had used this very branch to ensnare the ancient dragon. The dragon immortal's eyes glinted with malice, erupting into a fit of laughter. "How amusing! A mere mortal dares to underestimate me." As his laughter faded, he lunged forward, transforming into a claw-like appendage aimed at Lin Tian's throat. "Do you truly think I am an ordinary human?" Lin Tian chuckled, unfazed. With a swift motion, he propelled himself toward the dragon immortal, launching a punch that cut through the air with a thunderous crack. His body, tempered by extraordinary fire, was more than a match for the dragon's strength. The clash resonated with a dull thud as their forces collided, Lin Tian's punch infused with the force of shattered stones, causing a sharp sting to the dragon immortal and igniting his fury. How could a mere mortal overpower him with sheer strength? As the dragon's demonic aura surged, a greenish glow enveloped him, radiating a malevolent energy. With a fierce push, he unleashed a wave of force that sent Lin Tian flying hundreds of meters away. Yet he landed firmly on the ground. Something is amiss, Ouyang Xiaogong thought, concealed within the trees, observing the unfolding scene. He nodded in approval, deeming Lin Tian no more than a useless being, utterly trivial and incapable of thwarting his plans. He harbored no suspicion, unaware that Lin Tian was merely performing for his benefit, orchestrating a play designed specifically for Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes. Observing the struggling Ruqin in the pavilion, Ouyang Xiaogong understood that it was time to reveal himself. He suddenly leaped from the forest, exclaiming, "How dare you, a practitioner of celestial arts, conspire against the lives of mortals? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Chapter 40. Dream Soul Pill. Jiao Xian regarded Lin Tian with a furrowed brow, perplexed by his own diminished strength despite possessing demonic energy. However, a voice that resonated in the air captivated his full attention. "Divine retribution? I have endured it for 5 centuries. What more do I have to fear?" Jiao Xian laughed arrogantly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, suffused with resentment towards the heavens. Clearly, he did not perceive these mortals as worthy adversaries. He reminisced, "In my days as a Jiao Xian in the Eastern Sea, I lived freely with my wife, but a minor transgression led to the heavenly emperor's punishment, confining me eternally within this moon lake. Yet, you should not have kept us here with you. How can you justify that to your wife?" Feng Ruqin countered, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Jiao Xian's fury escalated as he pointed towards the sky, shouting, "The one who wronged her is not I, but heaven itself. She perished seeking me, while I remain trapped in this moonlit lake year after year, to the point where I have nearly forgotten her visage." His tone turned chillingly cold. "Even in dreams, I cannot see her. My existence here is worse than death. Who can possibly understand my plight?" With that, Jiao Xian unleashed his demonic energy, causing the lake's surface to erupt with several towering water columns, each several meters high. Lin Tian, having risen to his feet, observed the exchange between the two with a grave expression. He noticed Ouyang Xiaogong slowly retrieving a pill box from his pocket, revealing a golden pill with a smile. At last, the moment has arrived. A glint of coldness flashed in Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes, concealed from others. "If you release the 3 of them, I can help you forget your pain and recall your wife. Do you think I would be deceived by mere mortals?" Jiao Xian scoffed. Ouyang Xiaogong raised the pill in his left hand, stating, "You may doubt me, but surely you cannot doubt this dream soul pill." Jiao Xian stared at the pill in Ouyang Xiaogong's hand, shock evident in his eyes. Lin Tian, stepping forward, regarded the pill with keen interest. Recognizing it as a potent elixir that could easily be mistaken for a divine medicine, yet he knew it to be a deadly poison. Both Ouyang Xiaogong and Jiao Xian noted this, but neither reacted, dismissing Lin Tian as insignificant. Breathing heavily, Jiao Xian's gaze fixated on the dream soul pill, his eyes bloodshot and somewhat entranced. "Give it to me, give it to me. First, release Ruqin and the others, or..." Ouyang Xiaogong's tone brooked no disagreement. At that moment, Jiao Xian regained a measure of clarity. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced to Ouyang Xiaogong's request, deeming the mortals unworthy of fear. With a nonchalant wave of his sleeve, he dispelled the barrier surrounding the pavilion. His right hand surged with demonic energy as he reached toward Feng Ruqin, causing the ropes binding them to loosen and drift back to him like silver threads. "Xiaogong!" Feng Ruqin cried out in terror, rushing toward Ouyang Xiaogong. Jiao Xian, fixated on the dream soul pill, demanded, "Now can I have the pill?" Ouyang Xiaogong shielded the two women behind him, nodding with an inscrutable smile. Of course. In that instant, Lin Tian's eyes brightened as he witnessed Ouyang Xiaogong toss the pill into the air. If he did not act now, when would he? He pushed off the ground with all his might, leaping into the air and grasping the pill firmly, drawing astonished gazes from all present. "Boy, hand over that pill!" Jiao Xian bellowed, unable to contain his rage as his demonic energy intensified. "Lin Tian, you should quickly surrender the pill to Jiao Xian." "Indeed, Lin Tian. Do not act foolishly." Feng Ruqin and her companion, drenched in cold sweat, were well aware of Jiao Xian's terrifying power. If Lin Tian provoked him now, none of them would escape unscathed. Feng Ruqin internally labeled Lin Tian a fool. "Brother Lin, it would be wise to return the pill to Jiao Xian," Ouyang Xiaogong urged, his expression darkening. He had no intention of revealing his true strength if it meant provoking the dragon. Casting a sidelong glance at the two women behind him, he felt a fleeting pang of compassion, quickly replaced by resolve. Yet, he directed a barely perceptible killing intent toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian, acutely aware of Ouyang Xiaogong's murderous intent, waved his hand and secured the pill, stepping beside Ouyang Xiaogong with a smile. He then whispered in his ear, "Xiaogong, I have grown quite fond of this pill refined from dream soul branches. Might you consider parting with it?" At this, Lin Tian distinctly sensed Ouyang Xiaogong's body tremble. "What is this dream soul branch you speak of? Surely, Xiaogong is not so ignorant as to not understand." Hastened to return the dream soul pill to Jiao Xian. Ouyang Xiaogong quickly regained his composure, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What is this dream soul branch? You insolent fool. You dare provoke me repeatedly. Today they may leave, but you shall undoubtedly perish." Jiao Xian was incensed by Lin Tian's delay in returning the pill and was furious at the mortal's audacity to engage in conversation. His form surged forward in a flash of azure light, striking directly at Lin Tian with a devastating punch that shattered the air, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. Even Feng Ruqin and her companion, several meters away, felt a sudden weight in the atmosphere, their hearts racing with trepidation. Lin Tian sneered, mocking Jiao Xian's ignorance. He stepped forward, releasing his own aura, five-colored spiritual energy swirling behind him, as if a celestial being had descended. With hands deftly weaving a spell, he invoked Sword Cannon, Demon Slash. Behind Lin Tian, all the spiritual energy converged into a dazzling array of colorful spirit swords. Though he held no sword in hand, he could still conjure them. Hundreds of delicate spirit swords whirled around him, radiating a chilling brilliance. Unlike his previous encounter in the Dopa realm, Lin Tian did not rely on the power of the earth's veins. Instead, he drew upon his own spiritual energy to forge these swords. Although the number of spirit swords was fewer and less ostentatious than before, their significance should not be underestimated. Merely the act of summoning these spirit swords had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy, revealing their formidable nature. He had indeed been concealing his true strength. Ouyang Xiaogong regarded Lin Tian with profound interest, realizing for the first time that his senior brother, Tu Su, was not to be trifled with. Was young Master Lin truly this powerful? Meanwhile, the two women observing the battle were left agape in astonishment, struggling to believe the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, Lin Tian had been sent flying 100 meters by Jiao Xian, appearing utterly defeated, as if Jiao Xian could vanquish him with ease. Yet now, the spiraling spirit swords unleashed a fierce intent, carving deep gashes into the ground around Lin Tian. The outcome of the battle became increasingly ambiguous. As the final spirit sword took shape, Lin Tian abruptly formed a hand gesture, and a beam of sword light, pure as silver, shot forth toward Jiao Xian. The sudden appearance of these spirit swords startled Jiao Xian, who had not anticipated that Lin Tian, whom he perceived as an ordinary mortal, was in fact a cultivator, seemingly of a higher realm. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiao Xian's eyes. What did it matter if Lin Tian was indeed a cultivator? He had steadied his mind. Historically, when humans and demons possessed equivalent cultivation levels, the latter often held the upper hand due to their unparalleled physical prowess. A typical demon's physical strength far surpassed that of a human, and Jiao Xian was an ancient dragon. Jiao Xian struck forth with a punch, his demonic aura intensifying. Clang, clang, clang. The spirit swords danced around him, their energies slicing through his demonic defenses. One by one, the hundreds of spirit swords struck Jiao Xian, producing crisp sounds before dissipating. There was no evasion. Each sword struck from an astute angle. After several breaths, Jiao Xian had endured the onslaught of hundreds of spirit swords. Yet he bore the brunt of it poorly. A large wound appeared on his chest, dark green blood gushing forth, and with a furious roar, Jiao Xian fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lin Tian, intent on tearing him to shreds. In an instant, he shed his human form, transforming into a colossal dragon nearly 50 meters long, looming ominously before the spectators. Today, I shall devour you whole. The dragon hovered in the air, its mouth uttering human speech. The two women, Feng Ruqin and her companion, watched in horror as the immense beast rose above them, each feeling a pang of anxiety for Lin Tian. Could he possibly triumph against such a formidable foe? Their gazes darted between the dragon and Lin Tian, while Ouyang Xiaogong maintained his calm demeanor, observing Lin Tian intently, curious to see how he would respond, or if he might flee. Lin Tian, gazing at the imposing dragon, felt an aura that was several times more potent than before, instilling a slight sense of pressure in him, albeit only a slight one. He casually released a stream of spiritual energy, which transformed into a spirit sword, striking the dragon's scales with a resounding clang, leaving behind a faint white mark. Realizing the dragon's physical defenses had multiplied, he refrained from employing his demon slayer technique, knowing that without the main sword's enhancement, its power would be greatly diminished. He had previously used it when the dragon was not yet transformed. Though it lacked the main sword support, it still bore some effectiveness. To attempt it now would likely not even pierce the scales, rendering it a waste of spiritual energy. The dragon circled above Lin Tian, roaring as if mocking his feeble attempts. With a flick of its tail, it lunged at Lin Tian, its maw wide open. In response, Lin Tian summoned golden flames that flickered across his blue robe, exuding a terrifying pressure. Ouyang Xiaogong, standing nearby, felt an ominous premonition as he observed the flames. His brow furrowing, he quickly turned to the two women, urging, "Run." As the golden flames enveloped Lin Tian entirely, he caught a glimpse of Ouyang Xiaogong and the others standing 1,000 miles away, a grin spreading across his face. At that moment, he unleashed the full might of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. An overwhelming heat descended upon the mist spirit mountain gorge as the flames clung to him, reducing the surrounding space to nothingness, warping the air and evaporating the lake water in an instant. Like a demon god descending. At that moment, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame revealed its terrifying might to the beings of the ancient sword realm. What kind of flame is this? Surely even the ancient fire god Zhu Rong could not possess such a domineering fire. 1,000 meters away, Ouyang Xiaogong felt the scorching heat, akin to standing beneath a blazing sun. Despite being an ancient celestial spirit with near-divine transformation strength, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of imminent danger from the flames. At this moment, he was still 1,000 meters away from the heart of the flames, only sensing residual heat. He could only imagine the devastation he would face if he were to be engulfed by the flames. Ouyang Xiaogong had completely lost his earlier composure, now regarding Lin Tian as a formidable threat, glancing at Feng Ruqin and her companion, who appeared oblivious to the oppressive heat, merely gasping in astonishment. Is he demonstrating his prowess to me? The thought crossed Ouyang Xiaogong's mind, and he could conceive no other explanation. However, Lin Tian's display was sufficient to warrant his full attention, dispelling any thoughts of underestimating him. Indeed, Lin Tian had intentionally revealed this power to instill caution in Ouyang Xiaogong, preventing any rash actions. Otherwise, with his mastery over the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, controlling its temperature would be effortless. Lin Tian had no intention of prolonging the battle with the dragon. He condensed the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame into a spear and, under the terrified gaze of the dragon, hurled it into the sky. As the void expanded with the spear, consuming all light, only a streak of golden flames soared through the air, piercing directly above the dragon's head. The moment the spear pierced the dragon, Lin Tian swiftly extinguished the flames. Otherwise, the terrifying heat of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame would leave him with nothing. The dragon, now devoid of life, plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, creating a massive crater. Witnessing this, Lin Tian retracted the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and strode toward the dragon's corpse, his eyes gleaming with golden light. The two-headed fire spirit snake slithered from his hand, coiling around his shoulder, its twin heads flicking their tongues in anticipation as they gazed hungrily at the dragon's remains. Ouyang Xiaogong observed from a distance before suggesting, "Ruqin, let us approach and take a look." All right. Chapter 42. The dragon's demon core. Lin Tian scrutinized the massive dragon carcass before him. Though lifeless, its formidable presence lingered. The two-headed fire spirit snake fixated on the dragon's remains, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light, almost leaping at the corpse if not for Lin Tian's restraint. The dragon's demon core remained intact. Lin Tian's gaze locked onto the dragon's abdomen, where a powerful surge of demonic energy pulsed. What else could it be but a demon core? He exhaled deeply, for it was clear that the demon core was the most valuable asset of any demon beast. However, it must be noted that the demon cores of demon beasts in the ancient sword realm were fundamentally akin to the magic cores of magical beasts in the Dopa realm, both representing the essence of their power. Lin Tian abruptly extended his hand, reaching out towards the abdomen of the dragon from a distance. As spiritual energy surged, a pearl radiating a verdant glow gradually emerged from the dragon's belly, drawn by his spiritual force until it gently settled into his grasp. With the dragon's demon core clasped firmly in his right hand, Lin Tian felt the tumultuous demonic power coursing within, a flicker of delight flashing across his eyes. Perhaps, if he could harness this demon core effectively, it might provide the opportunity for a momentous breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. However, before that, he needed to eliminate the lingering demonic aura, possibly through the refinement of medicinal pills. Speaking of alchemy, he had a capable ally nearby, Ouyang Xiaogong. Truly, senior brother Lin was formidable, a testament to the prowess of a practitioner from Tianyong City. Yet, might I inquire about the origin of that golden flame you wielded? Senior brother Lin? Ouyang Xiaogong approached Lin Tian with a calm smile, deliberately omitting any mention of the dream soul pill. Behind him, Feng Ruqin's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind equally eager to uncover the origins of that flame, which possessed such terrifying might. It seemed capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, as if even space itself could not escape its wrath. Such a fearsome force would likely surpass even the legendary beings of ancient myth. Lin Tian turned to Ouyang Xiaogong, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he replied, "This flame is known as the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame, a manifestation of the heavens and earth, capable of incinerating all that exists." Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Ouyang Xiaogong's face, the smile fading as he cautiously inquired, "Senior brother Lin, could this flame possibly burn even spiritual energy?" From the moment the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame appeared, he had perceptively noted the gradual dissipation of spiritual energy within the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge. Initially uncertain, the notion solidified upon learning that this flame could consume all things. Spiritual energy is the essence of all living beings. Without it, even deities from the upper realms would fall to the level of mere mortals. The question lingered, when had such a terrifying flame ever emerged in this world? The Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame could indeed scorch the heavens. Lin Tian paused, then realized that the dissipating spiritual energy in the gorge, though imperceptible to Feng Ruqin and her companion, could not elude the senses of Ouyang Xiaogong, the formidable figure of the ancient sword realm. Nodding slightly, he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame is renowned for its ability to incinerate spiritual energy." After a brief pause, Lin Tian waved his hand and continued, "Once I have dealt with this dragon carcass, let us converse tonight, discussing matters beneficial to both parties." A wicked smile played on Lin Tian's lips as he turned back to extract the essence from the dragon's blood, ensuring that the two-headed fire spirit snake could easily consume it. Otherwise, considering that the dragon was nearly twice the size of the snake, it might not be able to finish a single meal. Hence, he decided to refine the entirety of the dragon's essence, dismissing the remnants as inconsequential. Ouyang Xiaogong, at this juncture, could only suppress his questions, a shadow flickering in his gaze as he sighed helplessly. Lin Tian's presence had thoroughly disrupted all his plans. Watching Lin Tian intently, he pondered what secrets Lin Tian had uncovered and what he sought to gain. Was he, like Lei Yin, hoping for assistance in alchemy, pursuing immortality and unparalleled strength? Ouyang Xiaogong remained lost in contemplation. The moonlight lake was enveloped in silence, with everyone holding their breath. Even the sound of the breeze stirring the sand became distinctly audible. Fang Ruqin gazed at Xiaogong and Lin Tian, lingering in silence, seemingly reluctant to return home. As an ordinary person, she was unaware of the dragon's valuable essence and could not help but speak up. Xiaogong, when shall we return? The evening is approaching, and I still need to prepare for the banquet. Moreover, I've heard that the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge is rife with monsters at night. Ouyang Xiaogong, upon hearing her words, ceased his musings and looked skyward, where the setting sun cast a gentle glow, the silhouette of the moon faintly visible. I believe Lan Sheng will manage the banquet himself. You've been overly attentive to him. Allow him some autonomy. It will benefit him in the long run. Ouyang Xiaogong replied with a smile. He then glanced at the dragon lying on the ground, surmising Lin Tian's intentions. He reassured Fang Ruqin. Once senior brother Lin has dealt with this dragon, we may take our leave. After all, with senior brother Lin's formidable powers, even if there are monsters lurking in the Mist Spirit Mountain Gorge, they pose little threat. Fang Ruqin nodded in agreement and quietly awaited, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian. Eager to witness his actions, the trio fell into a hush, wary of disturbing Lin Tian. With a sigh, Lin Tian exhaled, then formed a series of hand seals, weaving spiritual energy into a massive net that enveloped the dragon's carcass. With a shift in his technique, the net swiftly constricted, compressing the dragon's body tightly. Lin Tian then took further action, channeling his spiritual power, causing sharp, blade-like protrusions to pierce through the dragon's scales, with copious amounts of dragon blood gushing forth. Though the blood was not as precious as that of a celestial dragon, it was precisely what he needed. He swiftly raised his hands, and the dragon's blood appeared to be suspended in midair, each drop of dark green liquid floating upward, accumulating in an eerie display. Fang Ruqin and her companion watched in awe at Lin Tian's remarkable display, while Ouyang Xiaogong remained impassive, recognizing that Lin Tian was merely employing a few minor techniques from Tianyong City. As the last drop of blood drained from the dragon's carcass, its once vibrant form dulled, losing its vitality. With a glimmer of excitement at the substantial amount of dragon blood before him, Lin Tian dismissed the spiritual net, allowing the dragon's body to thud heavily to the ground. His focus now solely on the dragon's blood, he began the process of refining its essence. In the 43rd chapter, Qin Xuan, a wisp of the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame, was summoned by Lin Tian, flickering in his palm, its essence meticulously contained. Devoid of any terrifying heat, the surrounding spiritual energy remained undisturbed, appearing no different from ordinary flames aside from its distinctive hue. However, Ouyang Xiaogong's expression shifted, instinctively taking 2 steps back as the horrifying scene replayed in his mind. The incineration of space and spiritual energy. Lin Tian infused the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame into the floating mass of green blood. As the flame melded with the dragon's blood, it began to pulse strangely. He continuously poured in spiritual energy, watching as the mass gradually diminished, its remaining liquid becoming increasingly pure. Moments passed. Time slipped away. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Tian maintained his steady flow of spiritual energy, observing as the blood, once filling a large basin, condensed into a singular mass. Finally, when only a few drops remained suspended in the air, he halted, exhaling a sigh of relief. These 6 drops of dragon blood represented the entirety of the dragon's essence, radiating a fierce aura. The 2-headed fire spirit snake cried out, restless at the sight of the dragon's essence. Ouyang Xiaogong raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze to Lin Tian. Surprised to see a small, peculiar snake with red scales and 2 heads, a sight he had never encountered before. I didn't realize senior brother Lin was raising a demon beast, he remarked. Hearing Ouyang Xiaogong's words, Fang Ruqin and her companion were taken aback. In their eyes, demons were malevolent beings that fed on humans. They had never expected that the seemingly righteous Lin Tian would keep such a creature. What, they wondered, did this demon beast consume? Their thoughts began to spiral. In Tianyong City, there exists a designated area for the breeding of demonic beasts. As a disciple of Tianyong City, it seems entirely appropriate for me to raise a demonic beast. Lin Tian spoke softly, waving his robe to draw the dragon's blood from the sky into his grasp. Observing the wide-eyed 2-headed fire spirit snake gazing at him, he chuckled gently, extracting 1 drop from the 6 drops of essence blood to feed it to the creature. Given the ferocity of such potent blood, Lin Tian dared not allow the 2-headed fire spirit snake to consume it all at once, fearing it might burst from excess. Instead, he chose to let it absorb 1 drop and awaited its reaction. The 2-headed fire spirit snake swallowed the essence blood in 1 gulp, and a violent, Terrifying aura surged within its body. It began to harness its internal energy, intending to refine this drop of blood. Yet, a trace of the dragon's lingering will within the blood was equally relentless, continuously battering against the body of the two-headed fire spirit snake, resulting in a stalemate between the demonic and internal energies. Gradually, the snake's body erupted with a brilliant red light, as the remnant energy was shattered by its repeated internal strikes. With the obstacle removed, the refinement of the essence blood accelerated significantly. Blood began to seep from its scales. Yet the gleam of fervent excitement sparkled in its eyes. Simultaneously, a wave of fatigue began to spread deep within the two-headed fire spirit snake. Lin Tian, observing the snake coiled within his sleeve, felt a flicker of surprise as he noted the blood's crimson hue tinged with a hint of green, leaving him bewildered. In a brief moment, the two-headed fire spirit snake's aura stabilized, and it flicked its tongue before returning to Lin Tian's wrist, descending into a deep slumber. Lin Tian clicked his tongue, bemused, for he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. He pondered whether this signified success or failure. While absorbing the essence blood might enhance its cultivation, he felt no change in its power. It remained undoubtedly at the spirit level. However, if it could elevate its bloodline. Lin Tian was uncertain. Perhaps he would have to wait until the two-headed fire spirit snake awakened to discern the effects. Shaking his head, he resolved to await the snake's revival. After securely storing the demon core and the remaining 5 drops of dragon essence blood, Lin Tian rejoined Xiao Gong and the others to return. As for the remaining carcass of the demonic dragon, he had no intention of taking it. After all, he had already acquired the most valuable parts. Moreover, the dragon was merely a distant relative of the true dragon, and its scales and bones were vastly inferior to those of a proper dragon. Even if fashioned into weapons, they would not surpass the ordinary blades of Tianyong City. With Xiao Gong and the others, Lin Tian found Ma Si, who was still shaken from his encounter with the dragon, likely experiencing his very first sighting of such a creature. After calling out to him several times, they crossed the bamboo grove, accompanied by the setting sun, and boarded the carriage, departing into the distance. Throughout the journey, the 3 occupants of the carriage maintained a solemn silence. Ouyang Xiaogong sat alongside Lin Tian, his thoughts swirling with complexity as he reflected on the day's events and the tales of Lin Tian shared casually by Tusu in Tianyong City. Achieving the golden core stage before the age of 20. Previously, he had dismissed it as a jest, yet he now realized Tusu's words were no exaggeration. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation would surely make the path to immortality seem effortless. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, Ouyang Xiaogong observed him with closed eyes and steady breathing, seemingly in a state of tranquil repose, unguarded. A fierce urge to kill surged within him, tempting him to strike while Lin Tian was vulnerable. The existence of Lin Tian had evidently become a threat. Torn between action and hesitation, he ultimately refrained from attacking, uncertain if Lin Tian might deceive him once more. His gaze fixed on Lin Tian, Ouyang Xiaogong sighed deeply and shook his head, deciding against taking action. After all, he lacked the confidence for a decisive strike. Should Lin Tian summon that peculiar flame again, he dared not face it head-on. Unless he could recover the remaining spirit fragments to become a complete celestial being, swiftly overpowering Lin Tian, his Golden Emperor's inferno would surely become a nightmare. At that moment, unbeknownst to Ouyang Xiaogong, a faint smile had crept onto Lin Tian's lips, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the bright moon ascended. Casting pure light into the night sky, Lin Tian and his companions finally arrived at Qinchuan. Within the Fong residence, Fong Lanxing sat dejectedly at the dining table, occasionally glancing at Bai Li Tusu, murmuring, "What on earth is wrong with my sister today? And what about Xiaogong and Lin Shixiao? Why are they missing at this late hour?" Bai Li Tusu finished his last bite of rice, gestured for Qingxue to stop offering him more, and stood up to stretch, saying, "Lin Shixiang had urgent matters to attend to. As for Xiaogong and Ruqin, I am equally unaware of their whereabouts. Perhaps you could inquire with Aunt Tong." He too was puzzled by Xiaogong's absence, recalling how he had sent his medicine box with tea Xiaoguai earlier that afternoon. Tonight is also the night of the full moon. Your malevolent energy is likely to intensify. Shall we not give it another try? Just once more? Qingxue pleaded, gazing at the moonlight through the window. Bai Li Tusu firmly rejected her. No, with Xiaogong absent tonight, the medicine hut would be unguarded, and there are still 8 villagers lying within. "Su, Qingxue exclaimed, seizing Tusu's arm and shaking it back and forth, hoping to change his mind. "All right, Tusu, you should heed Miss Qingxue's advice. Rest well tonight. As for the medicine hut, let Xiaogong and I handle it." A voice rang out from outside the door. With hurried footsteps, Lin Tian and his companions appeared at the kitchen entrance. "Shixiang Xiaogong, second sister," Fong Lanxing exclaimed, leaping up to embrace Feng Ruqin's arm, a mischievous glint in his eye. You weren't with Xiaogong all afternoon, were you? Feng Ruqin pinched Feng Lanqing's ear, chiding, you've grown bold, haven't you? Although she did not apply much force, Feng Lanqing feigned pain, calling out in mock fear. Lin Tian chuckled at this scene, then nodded at Tusu. As Tusu opened his mouth to speak, Lin Tian quickly waved his hand. Tonight, you should remain at the Feng residence, for Xiaogong, and I will go. Surely, nothing unforeseen will occur. Don't you agree, Xiaogong? Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Xiaogong, contemplating Lin Tian's words, replied, indeed, Tusu should rest well tonight, especially on this full moon night. Afterward, Ouyang Xiaogong casually mentioned he would return to his room to fetch some pills before striding away from the kitchen, declining Ruqin's request to stay for dinner. As he truly had no appetite, Ouyang Xiaogong's figure vanished from sight. Su, with Lin Shixiang and the others heading to the medicine furnace tonight. Shall we not try once more? This time, my secret art of the underworld will surely succeed. Upon hearing this, Bai Tusa finally nodded slightly. Qing Xue's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, you're the best, Su. Moments later, the atmosphere in the kitchen softened. Feng Ruqin joined them at the dining table, feeling both astonished and exhausted from the day's events. As she called for the servants to bring 2 more sets of chopsticks, Lin Tian waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of staying for dinner. After exchanging a few words with Tusu, he strode toward Ouyang Xiaogong's room. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen, a low voice called out, Lin Shixiang, could you teach me a little bit of magic? Lin Tian turned to see Feng Lanqing approaching with a hesitant expression. Teaching Feng Lanqing magic? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He had a good first impression of him, especially since he was the younger brother of Ling Shixiao. Although the 2 parties were unaware, Lin Tian was very much aware of their relationship. Teaching Feng Lanqing cultivation techniques seemed reasonable. He stood still, contemplating for a moment. At this moment, Feng Lanqing cautiously observed senior brother Lin, his heart filled with trepidation. After a brief pause, Lin Tian ultimately shook his head, rejecting him. Your fortune does not lie here. Upon hearing this, Feng Lanqing felt as though the air had been let out of a balloon, his expression immediately dimming. He then realized he had lost face and forced a huff. If you want to teach me, then I'm not eager to learn anyway. Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head, choosing not to engage in a retort with Feng Lanqing, and gently said, in the coming month, a disciple named Ling Yu from Tianyong City, who is also my senior brother, will be available. If you truly wish to seek enlightenment, you may wait patiently. When you meet senior brother Ling Yu, simply show him the birthmark on your left hand. Having spoken, Lin Tian was about to head towards the western courtyard where Xiaogong resided when a thought crossed his mind. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to your second sister, or it will all be in vain. Feng Lanqing scratched the back of his head, utterly bewildered by what senior brother Lin had said. Why must he wait for this Ling Yu? Why should he show his birthmark to him? And why must he keep this from his second sister? Shaking his head, Feng Lanqing glanced towards the now absent figure of senior brother Lin and muttered to himself as he made his way back to his room. With matters having reached this point, there was no alternative. First, Tusu refused to teach him spells, then Xiaogong did not consent, and now it was Lin Tian. Reluctantly, he decided to cling to the last thread of hope and heed Lin Tian's advice to await this Ling Yu. As Lin Tian strolled past the garden's lotus pond, although night had fallen, the Feng residence remained brightly lit. After walking a bit further, he would reach the western courtyard. He ambled along leisurely, contemplating the restless Feng Lanqing, curious to witness the moment when he and Ling Yu would recognize each other. The earlier refusal of Feng Lanqing stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, he had keenly sensed that Feng Ruqin seemed aware of his beast-rearing activities, which had created a rift in his heart. Moreover, the Feng family had always been a scholarly lineage. Should Lin Tian teach Feng Lanqing spells, the first to object would likely be Feng Ruqin. Secondly, his own time was limited. If memory served him correctly, a shard of the jade balance would soon surface, seemingly orchestrated by Ouyang Xiaogong. Rather than teaching Feng Lanqing spells and risking discontent, it was far more prudent to direct him to seek Ling Yu. Lost in thought, Lin Tian soon arrived at the western courtyard and directly made his way to Ouyang Xiaogong's quarters. Why mention the matter of the chain strings to Ruqin? Do you understand? It almost cost her life. Ouyang Xiaogong fixed his gaze upon Aunt Tong, a flicker of ire in his eyes. Aunt Tong rose from her wooden chair, meeting Xiaogong's gaze steadily, and declared, if you truly care for Ruqin, why not embrace her, granting both her and yourself a fresh start? The moment Sun Fang saved me marked a new beginning, yet from the instant she departed, I was destined never to experience rebirth. Ouyang Xiaogong's tone suddenly grew chilling. Ha ha ha, Xiaogong, you are mistaken. Lin Tian entered with a smile, nodding at Aunt Tong before casting a grin at Ouyang Xiaogong. He raised a hand to halt Aunt Tong, who was about to withdraw. No need for that, Aunt Tong. I have come to invite Xiaogong to accompany me to the apothecary. Upon hearing Lin Tian's arrival, Ouyang Xiaogong's demeanor shifted, a smile returning to his face. I didn't expect you, senior brother Lin, to come all this way. Then let us depart. As Lin Tian observed Xiaogong pick up a medicine box from the table, he bid farewell to Aunt Tong, and the two ventured out of the western courtyard together. The night in Qinchuan City was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight, casting faint reflections from lanterns hung at the doors of a few affluent households. However, the majority of the streets and alleys remained impenetrably dark, the moonlight obstructed by towering walls. Exiting the Fong residence, Lin Tian and Xiaogong walked along the desolate streets. A gentle breeze causing the willows on either side to sway, lending a somewhat melancholic atmosphere. Didn't you have something to say to Xiaogong? Before Lin Tian could speak, Ouyang Xiaogong could no longer contain himself and inquired. Lin Tian smiled and released a wave of spiritual energy, creating a protective dome around them within a 3-meter radius. Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes glinted with an inscrutable expression, and his tone turned cold. It seems senior brother Lin wishes to discuss something significant. Considering you've employed the Absolute Spirit technique, being so cautious. The Absolute Spirit technique, one of Tianong City's spells, served a single purpose, to hinder the probing of other spiritual senses. Lin Tian shrugged, his tone laced with exasperation. I'm merely looking out for your well-being. If any cultivator were to casually probe with their spiritual sense and your identity were to be exposed, that would be problematic. He paused, turned to smile at Ouyang Xiaogong, and remarked, Wouldn't you agree? The Prince of Azithir's ethereal counterpart? Chapter 45. The Scale of the Candle Dragon. As these words fell, Ouyang Xiaogong trembled, his gaze turning ominous as he scrutinized Lin Tian. How did you come to know this? Ouyang Xiaogong's expression darkened ominously, his aura reaching a peak. And pale blue spiritual energy erupted, shattering the protective dome, causing faint ice shards to appear around them. Are you planning to make a move? Lin Tian cast a dismissive glance at Ouyang Xiaogong. Without making any move, the fire dragon, residing within Lin Tian's dantian, could no longer contain itself. Standing resolutely, Lin Tian suddenly radiated a brilliant light, golden rays flashing, and in an instant, a golden fire dragon coiled around him, its head resting on his shoulder, occasionally exhaling tendrils of golden flames. The fire spirit, possessing awareness, recognized Lin Tian as its master, and upon witnessing this insufferable human repeatedly exuding murderous intent, it grew utterly enraged. A low rumble echoed from the dragon's throat, its sound intentionally suppressed to a whisper, resonating within a dozen meters. Seemingly understanding its master's intent, the fire dragon retracted its heat, its eyes fixed on Ouyang Xiaogong, ready to incinerate him into nothingness at Lin Tian's command. Lin Tian tilted his head, gazing at Ouyang Xiaogong, a flicker of murderous intent flashing deep within his eyes. Ouyang Xiaogong had provoked him repeatedly. Had it not been for his potential usefulness in aiding Lin Tian's quest to seize the fierce sword, he would have reduced him to ashes by now. Lin Tian acknowledged Ouyang Xiaogong as considerable prowess, yet what of it? The Golden Emperor's flame was his assurance, in the realm of the ancient sword. It was no exaggeration to say that eliminating Ouyang Xiaogong would require little effort. As the fire dragon coiled around Lin Tian, Ouyang Xiaogong suddenly regained clarity. Suppressing his murderous thoughts, he dared not act recklessly against this flame. Since you're already aware, yet Haven T informed Tusu, speak, what is it that you truly desire? Ouyang Xiaogong retracted his imposing presence, and after a moment's reflection, he realized that Lin Tian would not risk exposing his identity at this juncture. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths. Seeing Ouyang Xiaogong's change in attitude, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. For now, he had no desire to fall out with him. Let us proceed to the apothecary and discuss further. Along the way, Ouyang Xiaogong's expression remained grim, stealing sideways glances at Lin Tian, his fists tightening and then relaxing repeatedly. In no time, they arrived at the apothecary, and upon Ouyang Xiaogong opening the wooden door, Lin Tian stepped inside. Once within the apothecary, his gaze fell upon shelves stocked with medicinal herbs, the space feeling rather sparse. Notably, on one side stood 8 shelves, each bearing a villager with a purplish-black complexion, faintly exuding a trace of demonic energy. Lin Tian casually surveyed the surroundings and remarked to Ouyang Xiaogong, it seems your elixirs, crafted from the jade balance shards, are not particularly effective. Upon discovering Lin Tian's secret, Ouyang Xiaogong did not exhibit any signs of surprise. After all, Lin Tian was privy to his greatest secret, rendering these trivial matters inconsequential. Nevertheless, standing before the medicinal platform, Ouyang Xiaogong coldly inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? Lin Tian chuckled lightly, shrugged, and replied, "I shall keep your secret, but in return, you must give me the scale of the candle dragon." With a sharp intake of breath, Ouyang Xiaogong, visibly agitated, clenched his fists tightly, producing a resounding crackle in the air as he glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Eventually, he slowly retrieved the scale from his pocket and threw it forcefully. Securing the scale of the candle dragon, Lin Tian gazed at the yellow shard in his hand. Recognizing it as a formidable treasure with significant capabilities, particularly the ability to reveal the past of both the caster and the subject of the spell. Such a gem would certainly hold considerable value in the realm of ancient swords. His intention in acquiring this scale was not out of idle curiosity regarding his own past, but rather to uncover the past of Feng Qingxue, particularly whether there existed any information regarding the fateful sword among her memories. Which of the remaining 6 swords was it? Remember your promise. Ouyang Xiaogong seethed, his heart filled with a desire to rend Lin Tian to pieces as he glared at the latter's exuberant expression. Lin Tian, securing the scale, smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, I possess a modicum of integrity. However, do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Ouyang Xiaogong's countenance darkened ominously as he sensed Lin Tian's forthcoming words. Unfazed, Lin Tian continued, "I am aware of your plan to gather all the shards of the Jade Balance to resurrect Sun Fang. But what you may not realize is that the Jade Balance can only absorb spiritual energy. It lacks the ability to revive the deceased." "Impossible," Ouyang Xiaogong retorted, clearly skeptical of Lin Tian's assertion. His entire hope rested upon the Jade Balance, and he could not fathom relinquishing that hope based solely on Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian chose not to argue further, acknowledging his own need for the Jade Balance. "You will soon discover whether the Jade Balance is truly useful. However, I must confess, when that moment arrives, I can assist in resurrecting Sun Fang, but I require you to perform a task for me." Turning his gaze towards the villagers sprawled on the ground, their bodies already infested with demonic energy, Lin Tian wore a peculiar smile, an enigmatic gleam flashing in his eyes. Without further regard for Ouyang Xiaogong, he departed from the medicinal chamber, soaring like a swift shadow towards a distant mountain range outside Qingchuan. Ouyang Xiaogong stood outside the medicinal chamber, lost in contemplation as he watched Lin Tian's figure gradually vanish into the night. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tian's journey aimed to intercept him and seize the Jade Balance ahead of time. As Lin Tian released his spiritual awareness, he encompassed a radius of nearly 3,000 meters, gaining insight into everything within that expanse. He had also heard from Tu Su about a mountain known as Qifeng Mountain, situated within the range near Qingchuan, currently occupied by bandits and aptly named Fanyan Stronghold. Lin Tian sought a shard of the Jade Balance hidden within Fanyan Stronghold, but first, he needed to locate Qifeng Mountain. Exiting Qingchuan, Lin Tian hastened westward. Although Tu Su had not provided precise directions to Fanyan Stronghold, he had offered a general indication, thereby saving Lin Tian considerable time. After searching several peaks, Lin Tian's spiritual awareness swept across the area, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. It was not until he approached the 7th peak that he paused, noticing 2 distinct presences halfway up the nearly 1,000-foot mountain, one human, one demonic. Upon this discovery, Lin Tian ascended the mountain, his feet propelled by spiritual energy, moving with a speed akin to a phantom. In the darkness, a shadowy figure swiftly climbed the mountain, the dense trees casting faint moonlight that illuminated him. Within mere breaths, Lin Tian reached the mountainside, standing atop a thick tree, gazing at a clearing where a stronghold loomed prominently. With a mere thought, Lin Tian extended his spiritual awareness, instantly surveying the modest stronghold. Frowning, he discerned that the demonic aura emanated from the stronghold's center. However, as he drew closer, he realized the familiar nature of this demonic energy, reminiscent of the 8 individuals lying in the medicinal chamber. Yet, the demonic energy here was far more potent, indicating complete transformation into demonic entities. Not far from this demonic presence, there lay an area that eluded his probing, causing his spiritual awareness to veer away. Could it be a shard of the Jade Balance? Standing atop the tree, Lin Tian contemplated, casting his gaze over the entire stronghold. Outside, a sign boldly proclaimed the name Fanyan Stronghold. Aside from the one peculiar spot he could not penetrate with his awareness, he understood everything else. Determined not to squander more time in contemplation, he leaped from the tree, effortlessly covering hundreds of meters until he arrived at the stronghold's entrance. The 2 bandits on patrol at Fanyan Stronghold leaned against the stone wall, their eyelids growing heavy with sleep, on the verge of dozing off. As a chilling breeze swept through, they shivered, their drowsiness dissipating. Shaking their heads, they suddenly opened their eyes wide, startled by the figure that appeared before them. In the moonlight, Lin Tian was clearly visible, devoid of any concealment. The bandits were initially taken aback by Lin Tian's sudden appearance in the desolate wilderness, as anyone would be. However, their fear quickly ebbed away, replaced by malicious expressions as they scrutinized the newcomer. One bandit, standing to the left, hefted his sword onto his shoulder and strode toward Lin Tian, leering as he muttered, "Damn, there are no women in this stronghold. Who would have thought I'd encounter a decent-looking fellow today? Though he is a man, he LL do." With a single hand, he loosened his belt, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he chuckled, "Hehehe, boy, you better serve your tiger lord well." A nearby bandit, wearing a smirk, jested, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Lin Tian gazed at the two bandits with an expression as cold as death. Though his face betrayed no emotion, a flicker of fury ignited within his eyes. He barked, seeking death. In an instant, Lin Tian leapt forward, appearing before the nearest bandit. With a swift motion of his left hand, tendrils of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame surged forth, enveloping the bandit. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, he was reduced to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The other bandit stood frozen in shock, finally breaking his stupor with a scream of terror that echoed throughout the mountain stronghold. Lin Tian shook his arm and turned to face the remaining bandit, whose pupils were visibly constricted in fear. He strolled towards him, an aura of impending doom emanating from his being. He had initially contemplated merely retrieving the jade fragments, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. However, the actions of these two bandits had altered his perspective. The number of innocent lives lost at the hands of this stronghold was likely substantial. As fellow outlaws, they were all of a piece, thus, they deserved to be eradicated. As he observed the bandit attempting to flee back to the stronghold, Lin Tian cast his gaze and raised a finger, unleashing a bolt of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. In mere moments, the flame consumed him entirely. Having completed this, Lin Tian resumed his stride toward the enigmatic center of the stronghold. Suddenly, the resounding beat of a drum echoed through the air. Lin Tian was already aware of everything. His spiritual senses had enveloped the entire stronghold, leaving no movement concealed from him. A mere gathering of bandits at the center was all he discerned. Lin Tian sauntered towards the epicenter, finding it more efficient to wait for their congregation before unleashing a single flame to annihilate them all. A slight smile graced his lips as he leapt atop the wooden structures erected by the bandits. At the heart of the stronghold lay a martial training ground, where Li Pan beat the drums, watching as the crowd gathered from all directions. Eventually, he ceased his drumming and settled into a grand chair draped in tiger skin. These days are critical for the stronghold. Keep a close watch. Not a single outsider must enter, he commanded. Motzi, take 20 of your brothers and scout the perimeter. We must ascertain the situation. Yes, came the immediate reply from the training ground below. Let us go. You few will accompany me. From his vantage point atop the roof, Lin Tian observed silently, his expression impassive as he watched nearly 100 people below. He swiftly performed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy. Something was amiss. Li Pan's eyes shot open in alarm, scanning his surroundings. The ambient energy had inexplicably changed, becoming intensely heated, though he was not particularly gifted in cultivation. Having reached only the mid-stage of chi refinement, he could easily perceive fluctuations in the energy around him. Could it be that a cultivator had infiltrated the stronghold? Li Pan's heart raced, but then he reassured himself. If the intruder were indeed a cultivator, they likely lacked significant power, otherwise they wouldn't be so furtive. With this thought, he relaxed, carefully observing his surroundings, surmising that the intruder must be hiding nearby. The crowd gathered in the training ground looked on in confusion at their leader, uncertain of what was transpiring. Out! Lin Tian commanded, and at that moment, Li Pan's ears perked up at the faint sound. He turned sharply, his gaze locking onto Lin Tian. So you were here all along? He sneered, launching himself towards Lin Tian. Before Li Pan could reach him, a bizarre transformation unfolded around the training ground. The onlookers gasped in horror as a six-pointed star of golden flames materialized above, casting a terrifying shadow over them, dispelling the darkness with its fiery radiance. In disbelief, the crowd snapped back to reality, their first instinct being to flee the area. Yet, before they could react, a dreadful scene unfolded. The six-pointed star erupted in brilliant light, and fiery rain began to fall upon the training ground. The intensity of the illumination surged, casting light across the mountainside, making it conspicuously visible among the rugged peaks. The golden droplets of flame rained down, piercing through the gathered crowd, though they did not perish instantly. Agonizing screams filled the air. Li Pan's face drained of color as he watched his comrades drop one by one, consumed by the fiery deluge, leaving no remains. He felt a shudder of fear. Had he not fled in time, he could have easily joined their ranks. Flames engulfed the area. Li Pan turned, terrified, to see the figure who had descended from the rooftop, advancing directly towards him. A being capable of wielding such power was undoubtedly formidable. Killing him would be a trivial matter. Please. I swear I have committed no evil deeds. I implore you, spare my life. Lin Tian trembled as he pleaded, his voice quaking in desperation. At that moment, every other member of the bandit faction lay lifeless, having perished beneath the fiery rain, leaving only Lin Tian to face Lin Tian. Lin Tian regarded the terrified figure before him, noting his grotesque appearance. It was no wonder he had disguised himself as a handsome youth to steal from the unsuspecting villagers. No evil deeds? Lin Tian scoffed. You don't mean to tell me you fed the villagers' demon cores for experimentation without malice? Having said this, Lin Tian offered no further opportunity for explanation, casually unleashing a wave of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame that incinerated Lin Tian. Striding to the edge of the training ground, he noted that the fiery rain had, within moments, scorched a gaping hole nearly 100 meters deep. He marveled at the sheer power unleashed by the fusion of mystical fire and spellcraft, far surpassing the potency of singular forces. The technique he employed was known as the Void Blaze Art, one of the pinnacle spells of Tianyong City. While it may not be classified as celestial magic, ancient texts hinted that mastery of the art could ultimately summon the starfire, rivaling even divine techniques. However, Lin Tian, having only grasped a fragment of this spell, was far from summoning celestial flames. Nonetheless, the Golden Emperor's blazing flame was incomparable to any mere starfire. His ultimate ambition was to evolve the Golden Emperor's blazing flame into a force capable of incinerating celestial, acquired, innate, and even primordial energies. Thus, though his current cultivation and comprehension of the spell were insufficient to match the ancient records describing vast dominion, it was more than adequate to deal with a trivial character like Lin Tian. Nodding slightly, Lin Tian was quite satisfied with the power of this spell. In the past, he had employed a similar technique, but instead of the Golden Emperor's inferno, he had used spirit fire cultivated from spiritual energy. The effectiveness was so inferior that igniting the ground proved to be a strenuous task, far from the spectacular display of today. As the source of flames dissipated from the sky, the fiery rain vanished without a trace, and the Fanfeng stronghold fell into a somber gloom once more. Were it not for the lingering high temperatures and the terrifying deep pits in the ground, one might hardly believe that a massacre had once transpired here, a one-sided slaughter. Retracting his gaze, Lin Tian continued towards the enigmatic location, quickening his pace. Ultimately, he harbored a significant interest in the fragment of the Yuhong. Although he possessed a Qinglian that could expedite his cultivation, this was only effective in the Dopa realm. In the ancient sword realm, the spiritual energy was inherently non-attribute. Thus, where could one find fire attribute spiritual energy for the Qinglian to absorb? In a realm devoid of spiritual energy classification, the Qinglian indeed held no efficacy. Conversely, the Yuhong was distinct. From the dawn of existence, it had the power to absorb all sentient beings in the heavens and earth, even souls. After all, in ancient human realms, the blacksmiths captured the celestial soul of Prince Chaqin solely with the aid of the Yuhang, forging the infamous fierce sword, Wenji. It could be said that all of this was accomplished through the power of the Yuhang. As Lin Tian proceeded, he soon reached the strange location. It was a cavern, illuminated by torches every few meters. Collecting his thoughts, he stepped inside. The winding cave allowed him to advance at a pace of 10 meters per step, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the ground. The cave did not seem to be artificially created. Lin Tian could hardly believe that a mere qi refining cultivator could exert such immense strength. It was likely that Lin Tian had discovered this cave and chosen to set up camp here on the mountainside. Lin Tian walked methodically, and after several seconds, he finally spotted a wooden door. As he drew closer, he felt the spiritual energy in the air diminishing and disappearing. His eyes brightened at this sight, and he dashed inside. Upon entering, Lin Tian was met with a rich medicinal scent. Far from pungent, it was instead a subtle fragrance. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Lin Tian turned to investigate and saw a human figure bound by enormous chains in the corner. His face was darkened, his eyes filled with blood-red fury, and a demonic aura emanated from him. Aside from his vaguely human appearance, there was little left to be called human. Lin Tian surmised that this individual was a victim brought in for drug testing, much like the others in the medicinal chamber. However, he had now been completely demonized, losing his sanity and entirely forsaking his humanity. Frowning, Lin Tian sighed deeply. This was the lament of the weak. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he would not have been captured by these mountain bandits, reduced to such a state. Shaking his head, he casually unleashed a wisp of the Golden Emperor's inferno, ending the man's life and granting him release. Watching as the figure was swiftly consumed by flames, Lin Tian turned his attention to the surroundings. Inside the spacious cavern, on the far left, lay a wooden bed draped with tiger skin, presumably Lin Tian's dwelling. Surrounding it were 5 artificially carved black stones arranged in a peculiar formation. What caught his attention was the imposing medicinal furnace standing at the center of these stones, into which all the spiritual energy in the cave flowed, only to dissipate. Lin Tian approached the furnace, examining it closely. The surface was inscribed with intricate runes, suggesting it was no ordinary object. After circling the furnace, he began to knock on it, disregarding its intense heat. If he was unafraid of the temperature of otherworldly flames, why fear this? After a moment of knocking, Lin Tian formed a rough hypothesis in his mind and began to channel spiritual energy into the furnace. With a cracking sound, the lid of the furnace surprisingly floated upward, revealing its contents. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing a fragment of jade floating within the furnace. Yu-Hung fragment. He summoned his spiritual energy to absorb the jade fragment into his hand, then began to infuse it with energy to activate its powers. Instantly, the Yu-Hang fragment erupted with a torrent of intense spiritual energy, filling the cave with a visible mist of spiritual essence. The potency of the Yu-Hung was indeed formidable, capable of absorbing and storing spiritual energy, ready to be released at the will of its possessor. Even knowing the capabilities of the Yu-Hang, Lin Tian could not help but be astonished by the scene before him. It was worth noting that he held merely a fragment, yet this single shard could saturate the entire cavern with spiritual energy. Its capacity was nothing short of immense. Given such efficacy from a mere fragment, Lin Tian's desire to gather all the Yu-Hung fragments and restore it to its entirety grew stronger. After securing the jade fragment, he glanced at the remaining 3 pills in the furnace with a hint of disdain, undoubtedly demonic pills. Shaking his head, he found it amusing. While the Yu-Hang was an ancient divine object, attempting to use it for pill refinement was utterly impractical. It would alter the properties of the medicinal materials, rendering the resulting pills unrecognizable even to the alchemist. Should one attempt to force the Yu-Hung for pill crafting, the outcome would be no different from those who consumed the demonic pills, losing their sanity and transforming into demons. In a flash, Lin Tian vanished from the cavern. Having acquired the Yu-Hung fragment, his objective was achieved. As he blended into the night, he swiftly descended the mountain, heading towards Qinchuan. He was eager to see how Ouyang Xiaogong would merge the other 3 Yu-Hang fragments he had gathered without his own piece. Ultimately, it seemed he would have to confront him personally. At dawn's break, the sky shimmered with the light of early morning. Lin Tian returned to the Fong Manor, observing as the butler opened the door bright and early, revealing several large carts outside, laden with burlap sacks of rice. This was likely enough to sustain the Fong Manor for half a year. Lin Tian mused but did not inquire further as he stepped inside. Senior brother. Balitusa waved his sword, practicing his sword techniques, a habit formed during his years in Tianyang City. Spotting Lin Tian approaching, he quickly halted his practice and called out, "Oh, senior brother, why haven't I seen Xiaogong?" Balitusa glanced around, having not spotted Ouyang Xiaogong. Lin Tian regarded his naive demeanor with a hint of exasperation. It seemed he would remain oblivious even if Ouyang Xiaogong sold him out. "Perhaps he's in the medicinal furnace," Lin Tian replied. Balitusa paused, then asked, "Perhaps? Weren't you with Xiaogong last night?" Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "No, I had to leave suddenly last night, so I'm unaware of his whereabouts now. He might be tending to patients in the medicinal chamber. After all, there are still 8 lying there." Upon hearing this, Balitusa nodded in understanding. Indeed. Given Xiaogong's character, he would likely still be concocting medicine for those patients. After a moment's reflection, Balitusa snapped back to attention and saw Lin Tian gradually making his way towards the western courtyard. He hurried to catch up. Tisu, do you have something to discuss?" Lin Tian asked, noticing Balitusa trailing behind. He was eager to find a place to cultivate quickly. If not for the concern that practicing in the wilderness might divide his focus and slow his progress, he wouldn't have rushed back to the Fong Manor. In earlier days, he would have trained in the forest, especially with the dual-headed fire spirit snake as his protector. However, the dual-headed fire spirit snake was still in slumber, and who knew when it would awaken? This thought extinguished his intentions. Balitusa shrugged, hesitating to speak, and finally chuckled, "Senior brother, the news about you in Qinchuan has reached Master. Master has instructed you to return promptly." Lin Tian was taken aback, utterly at a loss. How could Master have learned of his whereabouts? A glance at the slyly grinning Balitusa made everything clear in an instant. How amusing. "Tisu, I never imagined that after just a few months on the mountain, you would become so cunning, even betraying your senior brother." Lin Tian shook his head with a wry smile, not truly blaming Tisu, but realizing that the once reticent Balitusa of Tianyang City had indeed changed, becoming much more open and cheerful. "What about you? With Master backing you, are you returning to Tianyang City as well?" Lin Tian's gaze turned towards the east, the direction of Tianyang City. Balitusa shook his head, a determined look in his eyes as he tightly gripped the burning silence sword. I must personally apprehend the murderer of Zhao Lin. Patting Bailey Tusu on the shoulder, Lin Tian sighed inwardly. Zhao Lin was killed by Ouyang Xiaogong. Yet Ouyang Xiaogong currently holds significant influence over me. By the way, Master has sent senior brother Ling Wei to assist me, so you need not worry. Bailey Tusu, observing Lin Tian's complex expression, assumed his earlier remarks had caused concern and quickly shifted the topic. Well, all of you have left Tianyang City. And now you're sending me up there. Won't I be bored to death? Bailey Tusu looked at Lin Tian with an innocent expression, shrugging helplessly to indicate his lack of options. Very well, I shall return to Tianyang City for a brief visit. Fortunately, I seized a fragment of the jade balance last night, preventing Ouyang Xiaogong from gathering a complete set. After exchanging a few more words with Tusu, Lin Tian took his leave and headed towards Tianyang City to report on the day's achievements. Thank you immensely to all the esteemed readers who voted for the chapter of Wu Yu yesterday, garnering nearly 1,000 votes throughout the day. This outcome was beyond my expectations. I had thought that even at the peak, I would only receive 200 to 300 votes. The results today have left me profoundly astonished. I sincerely thank you all. However, speaking candidly, this achievement may still be insufficient to compete in future rankings. Meanwhile, Rebirth has been stuck just behind another title on the new book rankings, always trailing by a few votes. Despite the initial hope, despair has begun to set in. Our Rebirth is indeed on the rise, yet they refuse to yield, consistently outpacing us. If the gap were near 1,000 votes, I might not waste my efforts to compete, but with only a few dozen votes separating us, I cannot help but feel discontented. Therefore, I hereby declare, for every 2 places Rebirth climbs in the new book rankings, there will be an additional update. Up to 4 updates daily. Those familiar with me will know this is my limit and can be postponed by a day. To summarize the current rankings, 17, Rebirth, the strongest transmigration, popularity, 36 39 16, 37 16 15, 38 03 14, 39 29 13, 39 30 12, 39 66 11, 4182 10, 43 41. This feels impossible. Thus, these are the conditions for extra updates, and I hope all esteemed readers can cast your precious votes. I truly wish for Rebirth to have the opportunity to compete rather than fade into obscurity. Chapter 49, Ascending the Mountain in a Fleeting Moment. He exited Qinchuan and hurried towards Tianyang City. As Lin Tian rushed, he took out the candle dragon scale from his bosom, shaking his head and reflecting. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. It seems that in the near term, seeking Feng Qingxue and exploring for news regarding the ghostly sword will be futile. However, upon returning to Tianyang City, he did not intend to linger. At most, he would stay a month, but as little as a few days. Lin Tian did not wish to miss the unfolding plot. He knew that if this small butterfly of his failed to provoke a storm, Tusu and his companions would follow the original storyline and gather all the jade balance fragments within a mere 3 months. They would even utilize the Emperor Qin's burial treasures to reassemble them within the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum. However, the current circumstances diverged from the original narrative. With his connection to Ouyang Xiaogong now established, Tusu would likely feel a heightened urgency to accelerate the search for the jade balance or to employ blood rituals to extract Tusu's soul. Lin Tian was not immediately worried about Ouyang Xiaogong going mad and directly extracting Bailey Tusu's soul, but the other jade balance fragments would likely be collected soon. Ouyang Xiaogong, now an elder of the Qingyan sect, could effortlessly mobilize personnel, especially with the ambitious Lei Yan at his side. With these thoughts in mind, he quickened his pace, vanishing into the forest in an instant. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had already elapsed. On that morning, with the sun blazing high, Lin Tian unleashed a golden emperor flame to extinguish the last of the tiger demons, striding up Kunlun Mountain towards the towering Tianyang City. At this moment, Lin Tian felt somewhat fatigued, not merely from the relentless journey of the past 2 days, but due to the overwhelming number of demons surrounding Tianyang City. As soon as he eliminated one, another would appear before he knew it. Yet, he was no stranger to this, since ancient times. The vicinity of Tianyang City had been a haven for demons. This was due to Tianyang City's reputation as a place of pure energy, attracting them with the intent of enhancing their cultivation. Not long after entering Kunlun Mountain, Lin Tian spotted 10 disciples patrolling. Among them, one happened to meet his gaze. Recognizing Lin Tian, "Who are you?" Tianyang City is a place for cultivation. Mortals are not allowed to enter, a youth declared loudly, his demeanor authoritative. At this, the others turned to scrutinize Lin Tian. "Hey." One individual in the crowd let out a soft exclamation, feeling a sense of familiarity with Lin Tian, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Senior brother Lingchuan, do you recognize this person?" inquired another Tianyang disciple, observing Lingchuan's puzzled expression. The others, who were about to drive Lin Tian away, halted and looked to Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan shook his head, genuinely unable to recall Lin Tian's identity. He just seemed somewhat familiar. Perhaps I saw him during my previous descents. Just a mortal. Upon hearing Ling Chuan's response, the others moved towards Lin Tian, disdain flashing in their eyes as they intended to expel him from the mountain. Lin Tian glanced at them briefly before averting his gaze, disregarding their presence and continuing up the mountain. Bold. One Tianyong disciple, incensed by Lin Tian's apparent disregard for them, took flight, aiming to charge at Lin Tian, his right fist emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. The other 8 disciples cheered, their faces alight with excitement. Yet Ling Chuan's expression darkened, alarmed. He shouted for the disciple to stop. It is absolutely forbidden to act against mortals within Tianyong City. If Master or any other elders learn of this, they will not only face punishment, but could also be expelled from Tianyong City. Ling Chuan cursed inwardly, aware that these were the new disciples specifically brought in by senior brother Ling Yuan this year, and had been expressly instructed to take good care of them. If he were to mishandle the situation, his future would be bleak. Although Ling Chuan's warning came swiftly, it was already too late. The disciple, initially not far from Lin Tian, exerted himself in a fervent dash, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, and arrived before Lin Tian, delivering a powerful punch. It was over. Ling Chuan, witnessing this scene, felt darkness envelop his vision. That punch could potentially leave the recipient gravely injured if not dead. A thunderous explosion echoed, followed by the sight of a figure soaring through the air, crashing violently into a nearby tree. The air was filled with piercing sounds and anguished cries, culminating in a final scream as the unfortunate individual collided with the tree, the force of impact causing blood to erupt from his back, scattering into the air. Silence. An unbearable stillness fell over the surroundings, save for the sound of the fallen man and his cries. The area was utterly hushed. How could this be possible? One disciple exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his severely injured comrade, his anger directed at Lin Tian, demanding, "Who are you, demon, to dare harm the disciples of Tianyong City?" As he spoke, he drew his sword. Does he possess spiritual power? Wait. Causing a commotion in Tianyong City? 3 years ago, Ling Chuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. No wonder this man looked so familiar. He was the one who had bested senior brother Ling Duan 3 years prior. Yet, the sect leader had claimed he was a disciple of the Sword Elder, with unfathomable cultivation. Ling Chuan wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. These fools had provoked such a terrifying individual, the very one who had left senior brother Ling Duan incapacitated for months. Do not act rashly. Let us speak calmly. Senior brother, Ling Chuan interjected, forcing a smile as he shouted at Lin Tian. He also turned to the others, his tone laced with anger, urging them to sheathe their swords. Do you recognize me? Lin Tian, observing the current disciples of Tianyong City, felt an increasing sense of disappointment. He had not anticipated that in merely a few years, the quality of the disciples would decline so drastically. While they all possessed talent, they were all bullies, preying on the weak. If this trend continued, this esteemed sect, once the pinnacle of cultivation, would ultimately earn a tarnished reputation in the martial world. I do recognize you. I met senior brother once 3 years ago, and I have often heard the sect leader speak highly of him over the past few years, Ling Chuan replied, nodding and immediately showering Lin Tian with praise. Lin Tian waved his hand, casting a glance at the disciples, and placed a hand on Ling Chuan's shoulder. A cold glint in his eyes as he said, I wish not to encounter these individuals in Tianyong City again. Mind yourself. With that, he turned away, heading towards Tianyong City, leaving Ling Chuan in a daze. Chapter 50. The insidious Ling Duan. Lin Tian shook off his displeasure and bypassed the main gate of Tianyong City, making his way to the back mountain. 3 years had passed, yet the back mountain remained unchanged, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia within him. He leaped across the lake and swiftly reached the shore. Upon seeing the spirit pavilion before him, Lin Tian hesitated but ultimately stepped inside. On the second floor of the spirit pavilion, he gazed at a hidden chamber, its stone door adorned with a pattern of twinkling stars, serving as the retreat of his master, Zien Jinren. After a brief wait, the stone door creaked open, and a figure appeared before Lin Tian. Clad in the familiar purple robe, Lin Tian immediately clasped his fists in respect, exclaiming, Master. Zien Jinren nodded, observing Lin Tian's aura, relieved to find no trace of malevolence. Without uttering a word, Zien Jinren turned and walked 100 meters out of the spirit pavilion, prompting Lin Tian to follow. Crossing the lake and traversing the forest, Zien Jinren soon arrived at the cosmic hall, gazing at the cliff behind him with a sigh, full of emotion, saying, The fledgling eagle has grown. I must let go and not bind you. Standing behind his master, Lin Tian trembled at the words, feeling a pang of emotion as memories flooded his mind. I thank you for your nurturing, master. he declared, bowing deeply, hands clasped in gratitude, silently resolving to seek out opportunities in other realms for his master in the future. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Had he not encountered Xin Jinren, it was doubtful he would have achieved his current stature, let alone survived with his former frail body. Furthermore, under his master's meticulous guidance, Xin Jinren had patiently answered his every inquiry without weariness, allowing him to cultivate the strength he possessed today, primarily due to his master's tireless instruction. Xin Jinren regarded his disciple with great satisfaction, wishing only for Lin Tian to remain untainted by darkness, focusing solely on his cultivation, for with Lin Tian's extraordinary talents, he hoped for him to ascend to immortality and reach a realm even he aspired to attain. Xin Jinren reflected on his own limitations, recognizing that unless he encountered an extraordinary opportunity, further advancement was improbable. His only wish was for someone to fulfill his unaccomplished dreams and step onto the path of immortality. Yet, he held no hopes for Lingyu, whose innate abilities were mediocre, despite his diligent efforts over the years. He had only just brushed against the threshold of the Golden Core stage, likely achieving little more than a breakthrough to the transformation stage in the end, making the path to immortality seem bleak. As for his other disciple, Bali Tu Su, whose fate intertwined with the fierce sword spirit, Xin Jinren only wished for Tu Su to live in peace. But Lin Tian was different. His innate gifts surpassed even ancient deities, with the essence of sacred beasts converging within him, achieving the mid-Golden Core stage in just over a decade, a talent so formidable that with consistent practice, he would surely succeed on the path to immortality. Supporting Lin Tian, Xin Jinren inquired, "What is it you carry? It radiates an unfamiliar energy." Lin Tian, taken aback, began to explain, refraining from mentioning the two-headed fire spirit snake as a beast of darkness, but instead characterizing it as a mutated creature. Xin Jinren cautioned him to guard the beast closely, ensuring it did not escape to wreak havoc upon the world. The beasts captured and raised in Tianyang City were inherently ferocious, and they dared not release them, only confining them to gradually quell their wildness. In the realm of ancient swords, no taming methods existed, thus necessitating this most primal approach. However, the beasts confined in Tianyang City only grew more savage the longer they were imprisoned. Lin Tian harbored no concerns about the two-headed fire spirit snake betraying him, yet he nodded in agreement. "How is Tu Su faring?" Xin Jinren shifted his gaze towards Qin Xuan, sighing as he inquired. "Tu Su is doing well. He can now suppress the malevolent energy within him, although during the full moon, that energy tends to surge uncontrollably," Lin Tian replied steadily. "Alas," Xin Jinren shook his head, lamenting, "of the three of you, none but Ling Yu have given me peace of mind." Lin Tian shrugged, deliberately omitting himself from the conversation, and joked, "Perhaps this is a chance for Tu Su. While the fierce sword is indeed fearsome, often the effort expended is proportional to the rewards gained. Moreover, after enduring the malevolent energy for years, Tu Su's body may have developed an immunity to typical ghostly and demonic energies. Thus, possessing the burning desolation sword may not be entirely unfavorable. What if Tu Su truly learns to master it in the future?" As he spoke, a glimmer of longing for the ancient fierce sword sparkled in Lin Tian's eyes. Xin Jinren remained unaware of Lin Tian's unusual thoughts. Had he known his disciple harbored intentions toward the fierce sword, he would have confined him within Tianyang City until Lin Tian's cultivation surpassed his own, preventing any reckless attempts. After all, the fierce sword's legendary reputation was too resounding. Xin Jinren would not wish for another disciple to follow in Tu Su's unfortunate footsteps. Xin Jinren nodded, resigned to hope that Tu Su could master the burning desolation without succumbing to its malevolent energies. Lin Tian and his master engaged in idle conversation within the Cosmic Hall, while in another part of Tianyang City, the Yingyun Pavilion served as the residence of the city's disciples. "Sure, I have been inquiring about your whereabouts for the past 3 years, and I never expected you to appear before me today." In the room, Ling Duan rose abruptly, his gaze fixed on his injured junior brother propped up on the bed. A surge of elation filled his heart, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. At last, he could avenge 3 years of grievances. "Ling Duan, wait for me," he bellowed as he strode out of Xingyun Pavilion, heading straight for the Star Hall, muttering under his breath, "Lin Tian, I shall make you wish you were never born." His voice was chilling. Behind him, Ling Chuan shivered involuntarily and timidly spoke, "Senior brother, after all, it was the junior brother who provoked him first. Is it wise to report this to the master?" Ling Duan scoffed, "As long as we remain silent, who would know? When the time comes, you will firmly assert that it was Lin Tian who injured Wang Hong. I am eager to see what he can do this time." "Ah, yes," Ling Chuan replied, terror-stricken. The memory of Lin Tian's terrifying might made him tremble, yet he quickly agreed, drenched in sweat as he met Ling Duan's cold gaze. He had fully committed himself to Ling Duan's side, fervently hoping that his senior brother would swiftly expel Lin Tian from Tianyong City. Just like the monstrous by Li Tu-su. Chapter 51. The Wrath of the Many in the Star Hall. The master sat cross-legged on a mat, weaving incantations to summon his star essence, manifesting a pitch-black Shinming leopard, its eyes like the depths of the abyss, capable of ensnaring souls. The roars of the leopard echoed, uninterrupted in the Star Hall as the master absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his cultivation. Suddenly, it seemed he sensed something. His tightly shut eyes flew open, dispersing the star essence above him as he rose and walked towards the hall's entrance. Why have you come, Ling Duan? Did I not instruct you not to disturb me for the next few days? Any matters should be reported to the elders, the master said. His voice stern as he regarded the approaching figures with a penetrating gaze that sent chills down their spines. Ling Duan's previously calm facade suddenly twisted into one of bitterness and indignation. Master, you are unaware. Today, Elder Jian's disciple Lin Tian unexpectedly returned to the mountain, only to injure a newly admitted disciple. The master's previously grim expression shifted to one of delight, but that joy vanished upon hearing the next statement. Do you have any evidence that Lin Tian injured the disciple? He scrutinized Ling Duan with skepticism, clearly doubtful of his claims. Ling Duan felt a surge of loathing towards Lin Tian, wishing he could eliminate him on the spot. Both Bai Li Tu-su and this Lin Tian were thorns in his side. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he clenched his hands hidden within his robe, veins bulging. He quickly steadied his emotions, suppressing his anger, and forced a look of sorrowful indignation, fearful of raising the master's suspicion. Several junior brothers witnessed this. You can ask Ling Chuan if it was indeed Lin Tian who injured our junior brother. The master turned to Ling Chuan, who was trembling with fear, and slowly asked, Is it true that Lin Tian really injured the disciple? With a heart pounding in trepidation, Ling Chuan managed to stammer, Master. It was indeed Lin Tian who injured the new disciple. I fear that disciple may have no hope of future cultivation. The master thundered with anger. What is the condition of that disciple now? Master, he has suffered severe injuries to his back, his bones shattered, and his internal organs damaged. I fear for his life. Ling Chuan trailed off, but the master understood all too well. He waved his sleeve and headed straight for Xingyun Pavilion. Lin Tian, this time I shall see how you escape. Ling Duan watched the master rush toward Xingyun Pavilion, a wicked smile creeping onto his face as he felt a surge of satisfaction. He envisioned Lin Tian trapped in a dark ancient cage, begging for mercy. Hey, Ling Duan. Ling Chuan, what are you two doing here? A melodious voice chimed in. Ling Duan turned to see his junior sister, Fu Hu, and his anger flared. Junior sister Fu Hu. To be honest, Elder Jian's disciple Lin Tian has returned, but as soon as he arrived, he injured a new disciple, who is now in critical condition. The master has already gone to Xingyun Pavilion to check on him. Fu Hu looked shocked, clearly unable to believe it. She had heard her senior brother speak of Lin Tian before, describing him as composed and steady. How could he commit such an act? Though she held no particular feelings for Lin Tian, he was her senior brother's disciple, akin to Tu-su. Instinctively, she wished to defend him and rushed towards Xingyun Pavilion to assess the situation. Come on, Ling Chuan, we should also check it out. By the way, spread the word about this incident. It would be best if the entire Tianyong city were aware. I want to see how Elder Jian will protect his disciple this time. Ling Duan declared vehemently, a cold smile appearing on his face as he hastened towards Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Chuan replied, closely following Ling Duan. In Tianyong City, within Xingyun Pavilion. How despicable. I never expected Lin Tian to be so brutal, showing no regard for our brotherhood. The master slammed the table with such force that it split in two, revealing his genuine fury. Father, perhaps there is some misunderstanding? Fu Hu pleaded, shaking the master's hand in defense of Lin Tian. Misunderstanding? Just look at your junior brother lying there. His foundation is damaged, and he has nearly been rendered a cripple. What misunderstanding could there be? Fu Hu gazed at the severely injured disciple, her heart filled with sympathy. Standing there, she could clearly see the bloodied back, blood still seeping out. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, standing silently by. Master, you have seen the evidence. Lin Tian is utterly despicable, showing complete disregard for the laws of Tianyong City. If we fail to punish him, who will adhere to the rules in the future? Ling Duan interjected, having already entered the room. The master exhaled heavily, glancing gratefully at Fu Hu, silently relieved that he had not pushed her into the fire. He had once considered making Lin Tian his son-in-law, but now realized the man's character was truly vile. Let us head to the Elder's Pavilion. Lin Tian must be punished severely, or what will become of the authority of our laws? The master declared sternly. Yet he did not intend to directly confront Zien for Lin Tian, especially given by Li Tusu's previous example. It was likely that Lin Tian would only face a few years of confinement, but the reputation of Tianyong City would be irreparably tarnished. Wise master, wise master, wise master. At some point, a multitude of disciples had gathered at Yun Pavilion, chanting loudly, their voices rising in a wave. The master was too preoccupied to ponder why so many disciples were present, as he noticed a sea of black-clad figures outside, thousands of them, all disciples of Tianyong City. Xin raised his hand, and the clamorous chants gradually subsided. He chose not to disperse the disciples, allowing them to witness the consequences of violating the laws of Tianyong City. Hoping it would serve as a cautionary tale, the master waved his robe, rising into the air, with Fuhu beside him. Their figures like meteors darting towards the elders' pavilion. Lin Tian, a scourge to all, must be expelled from Tianyong City. Lin Tian, a scourge to all, must be expelled from Tianyong City. Lin Tian, a scourge to all, must be expelled from Tianyong City. In the meantime, Lin Tian, who was situated in the back mountains Yudian, engaged in light-hearted conversation with his master, reminiscing about amusing incidents that occurred in the Tusu and Qinchuan areas. Unbeknownst to him, a calamity was about to befall him. Chapter 52, Confrontation with Blade's Master. I shall take my leave for the Linggu now, Lin Tian respectfully announced. Having previously informed his master, Xin Jinren, of his imminent descent from the mountain, to which the latter offered no objection. Very well, go ahead, Xin Jinren replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian leapt vigorously, traversing the treacherous cliffs and stepping over the scattered leaves and branches, making his way towards the towering edifice in the distance. After crossing a serene lake, he arrived at the entrance of the Linggu, only to be met with a sight that left him bewildered. It appeared that a multitude of disciples from Tianyong City had gathered around the Linggu, their gazes directed at him with palpable disdain. In front of these disciples stood the headmaster, accompanied by 6 elderly men he had never encountered before. Although Lin Tian was not well acquainted with many individuals in Tianyong City, he recognized a few familiar faces. One was Fu Chu, another was Ling Chuan, and the last was the irksome Ling Duan. Lin Tian, did you injure a newly initiated disciple today? Fu Chu suddenly interjected, directing a pointed look at him. You, Lin Tian began to respond, but his voice was drowned out by another loud proclamation. Capture this rebellious disciple. Do not allow him to escape. The headmaster bellowed. The 6 previously motionless elders abruptly opened their eyes and responded in unison, yes. They shot towards Lin Tian like arrows, and moments later, each brandished a vividly colored spiritual sword, plunging them downwards, creating a bizarre formation around Lin Tian. The sword formation erupted, seemingly conjuring countless spiritual swords aimed directly at him. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Tian struggled to regain his composure. He exhaled softly, raising his gaze to the 6 elders above with a fierce glint in his eyes. No one dares to act recklessly above me. A cold smirk spread across his lips as he pondered Fu Chu's words, his heart filling with a sense of foreboding. He turned his gaze towards the headmaster, his eyes reflecting a mixture of pity and disdain. It must be this Ling Duan's slanderous words that have twisted the truth and incited this situation. Lin Tian felt utterly disheartened by the headmaster's gullibility, recalling how easily he had been swayed by Ling Duan's words in the original narrative. It was astonishing to him that someone with such a lack of discernment could hold the position of a sect leader. Lin Tian, I ask you directly, did you injure Lingshi? The headmaster demanded, his eyes filled with fury. Lin Tian nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the hostility directed at him. I did injure a disciple, but before he could finish, the headmaster cut him off, roaring, it is indeed you. You have harmed a fellow disciple, damaging his foundation. According to the laws of Tianyong City, your cultivation will be abolished, and you shall be expelled to the extreme northern wasteland for 20 years. Instantly, the disciples of Tianyong City gasped in shock, their expression shifting to a mix of pity, relief, and schadenfreude as they regarded Lin Tian. After issuing his decree, the headmaster fixed Lin Tian with a penetrating gaze. Do you accept this punishment? Despite being at the golden core stage, the headmaster showed no mercy, for Lin Tian was not his disciple. Ling Duan, standing nearby, reveled in the situation, thinking that with Lin Tian's cultivation abolished, he would no longer pose a threat. He looked forward to the day he could visit the extreme northern wasteland to entertain his former comrade. Father, is this punishment too severe? Shouldn't we reconsider? Perhaps confining him for 20 years would suffice? Fu Chu, startled by her father's harsh decree, urged for a modification. A cultivator stripped of their power is akin to severing their very essence. This punishment is excessively harsh. The headmaster shot her a fierce glare, admonishing. When Lin Tian chose to harm his fellow disciples, did he consider exercising restraint? Ling Duan chimed in, Indeed, Fu Chu, I believe it is unwise to defend someone of such brutality. It is unworthy of your efforts. Lin Tian, I ask you once more, do you accept this punishment? Lin Tian surveyed the scene with a widening grin, yet within him, a tempest of rage brewed. Stronger than any he had felt before, even surpassing the anger he experienced when wounded by an ancient clan's formidable warrior in the Dopa realm. Since the age of 6, he had called Tianyang City home, and now, after over 15 years, this befuddled headmaster was intent on ruining him based on falsehoods? With a cold chuckle escaping his lips, Lin Tian was overwhelmed with disappointment, perhaps even despair, regarding this sect. If this continued, the entirety of Tianyang City might very well meet its demise at his hands. Is he perhaps so deeply affected that he has lost his senses? The disciples of Tianyang City thought to themselves as they observed Lin Tian's derisive laughter. The headmaster furrowed his brow upon witnessing Lin Tian's demeanor. Lin Tian's gaze locked onto Ling Duan, a palpable killing intent flashing in his eyes, unreserved and fierce. He turned away from the headmaster, disdain dripping from his voice as he thundered, "What are you? Do you think I would yield to you?" At this proclamation, the gathered crowd was stunned into silence. Lin Tian had openly defied the headmaster, even resorting to insults. The onlookers were taken aback, including the 6 elders suspended above, albeit one exception, Ling Duan, who was barely suppressing his laughter, his lips curling into a grin. You rebellious disciple." The headmaster, trembling with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Tian, his voice rising to a fever pitch. "Seize him." As the headmaster's words echoed, the 6 elders sprang into action, each forming peculiar hand seals. The air around them crackled with spiritual energy, which surged into the sword formation below. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blades and swords whirled in a dazzling display throughout the formation. Yet Lin Tian stood resolute, his gaze calm amidst the chaos. In truth, only 3 individuals in Tianyang City held significance for him: his master, his elder brother Tu Su, and today, standing against them, was the perfect opportunity to sever any lingering attachment he had to the sect. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Tian regarded the sword formation. "Do you really think a formation crafted by a few at the early stage of Yuan can trap me?" He had no fear of Ouyang Shaogong, let alone these feeble attempts. Simultaneously, the sounds of hissing serpents echoed around him. Note: this passage contains elements of advertisement and promotional content that have been omitted for clarity. Today, the power was out all day, and it has only just returned, leading to a lack of updates at noon. I apologize for this delay in writing. There will be 4 updates today, and I expect to complete them by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once again, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 53, The Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent, Defeated. Accompanied by the piercing hisses of the serpent, a brilliant crimson light emanated from Lin Tian's wrist, hovering above his head. Another resounding hiss echoed, and the crimson light above Lin Tian suddenly expanded, taking on a massive form in the air. Lin Tian squinted, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated the awakening of the two-headed fire spirit serpent at this moment. He keenly sensed the changes in the serpent. It was no longer merely crimson-scaled, but now bore a faint ink-green hue, exuding a chill. Moreover, magma flowed along its body, a blend of fiery and icy elements, hinting at the essence of bone-chilling cold fire. It was evident that it had reached the level of a battle king. Rebellious disciple, how dare you consort with demons? The sect leader glared at the two-headed fire spirit serpent, bellowing in rage. Upon discovering that Lin Tian harbored a beast, the disciples of Tianyang City erupted in uproar. The purpose of Tianyang City was to eradicate demons, yet Lin Tian, apart from being ruthless, had now allied himself with a beast. Once again, Lin Tian became the target of everyone's scorn. Lin Tian calmly observed the unfolding scene, uttering, "To add a crime. One need not lack for excuses." He shifted his gaze to the spiritual swords within the formation, and suddenly, the focus shifted from him to the two-headed fire spirit serpent. In an instant, countless sword shadows and blades rained down upon the serpent. The two-headed fire spirit serpent, however, did not yield, having absorbed a drop of dragon's blood. It had not only improved its bloodline but also grown to 30 meters in length, a sea of azure flames surrounding it, with pain flashing in its colossal eyes. The serpent coiled gracefully in the air, displaying no sense of heaviness. Its speed was remarkable, darting through the center of the sword formation to the edges in the blink of an eye. The two massive heads suddenly opened wide, magma erupting forth in an attempt to break through the formation. Though formidable, it was far from enough to breach the sword array. A gray-robed elder in the sky spoke slowly, his eyes filled with disdain. The other elders nodded in agreement, contempt evident in their gazes directed at the two-headed fire spirit serpent and Lin Tian. With a swift motion, they activated the spiritual swords within the formation, launching another round of attacks. The sky became a whirlwind of sword shadows. The observing disciples of Tianyong City swallowed hard. They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Yet, the more intense the scene, the more exhilarated they became. In Tianyong City, regardless of the demons or monsters, those who dared to intrude would find no return. Watching the elders effortlessly breach the serpent's scales, blood raining down from the sky, they yearned to join the fray against the serpent. Fu Hua stared in a daze at the unfolding drama, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, unable to believe that Lin Tian had concealed a serpent demon. After a moment of contemplation, anxiety began to creep into her heart. Only the Sword Elder could possibly intervene now. Otherwise, Brother Lin Tian would surely meet a grim fate. Fu Hua steadied herself and hurried towards the U-Hall, hoping that if the Sword Elder were in the Spirit Hall, he would have already intervened. The Sword Elder typically favored staying in 2 places, the Spirit Hall and the U-Hall. However, as Fu Hua moved only a few steps, Ling Duan, who had been watching her intently, immediately obstructed her path, saying, "Fu Hua, it would be futile to try. Today, the sect leader has brought 6 law enforcement elders with him. Even if the Sword Elder were here, he could not save this demon. He has harmed my junior brother, insulted the sect leader, and now harbors a demon. He is a disgrace to Tianyong City." Fu Hua felt tears welling up, realizing that with others surrounding her, Brother Lin Tian was in grave danger. What if the senior brother inquired about this matter in the future? In the air above the sword formation, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent let out its final anguished hiss before plummeting from the sky, its scales riddled with cracks. Its aura diminished sharply. The sect leader nodded approvingly at the sight. It was merely a beast, daring to assert its might in Tianyong City. He turned his gaze to Lin Tian, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his expression. Lin Tian's previous insults had completely incensed him. Never before had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially not in front of the disciples of Tianyong City. This final shred of his reason was consumed by anger. Lin Tian remained unmoved, standing beneath the sword formation, observing the 2-headed fire spirit serpent. It was not out of cruelty that he allowed it to face death, but rather he sensed that the serpent's internal energy was unstable. It seemed that the dragon's blood had not been fully refined. Thus, he hoped that through this battle, it could absorb the essence of the dragon's blood. As long as it was not at death's door, he intended to watch until the serpent could no longer continue fighting. Lin Tian certainly did not believe the 2-headed fire spirit serpent could break the formation. After all, it was merely a battle king. While the elders above had reached the nascent soul stage, with 6 of them combined to set up this formation, the serpent had no hope of success, unless it could break through to the battle sovereign level. Is this your trump card? Do you think a mere serpent demon can break through? Even if today the true Master Zien were here, he could not save you. The sect leader scoffed. Lin Tian paid no heed to the jeers. He observed as all the spiritual swords converged into a colossal sword, aimed directly at the descending 2-headed fire spirit serpent. The massive sword radiated a fierce cold light, and a ripping sound filled the air. If this strike hit, the serpent would undoubtedly perish. At this moment, the 6 elders in the sky wore smiles, as if they shared a common understanding, and they subtly altered the trajectory of the giant sword, intending to slay Lin Tian as well. The disciples of Tianyong City gathered in the Spirit Hall erupted in jubilant cheers. The serpent demon was finally about to fall. As the giant sword descended rapidly, Lin Tian moved. With a powerful push of his foot, the ground beneath him cracked, the fissures spreading outward. Lin Tian shot upward towards the colossal sword, the sound of breaking air echoing around him. Arrogant fool, the sect leader chuckled, watching the scene unfold. Ling Duan, amidst the crowd, felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly believe that Lin Tian was so conceited, daring to confront the spell forged by the elders. He envisioned Lin Tian being cleaved in 2 by the giant sword, and could not help but burst into laughter. At that moment, all disciples of Tianyong City, except for Fu Hua who dared not look, closed their eyes, brimming with excitement. To consort with demons was to invite death. Everyone believed Lin Tian would surely perish beneath this sword, with no chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian reached the base of the giant sword, golden flames erupting from his hands, rapidly engulfing his entire being. Chapter 54. A single punch shatters. Lin Tian gazed at the looming giant sword above him. With a fierce grip of his left hand, he swung a punch, infused with the Golden Emperor's flame, intending to clash with the colossal sword formed from all the gathered spiritual swords. Those with a modicum of insight shook their heads in disbelief. He sought to resist with mere flesh. Such ignorance was astonishing. It was clear that everyone believed Lin Tian was doomed. The disciples led by Ling Duan erupted into raucous laughter, mocking Lin Tian's audacity in attempting to confront the 6 elders with nothing more than a mere flame of spirit. It was akin to courting death. Even if Zien were to inquire about it in the future, he could not be held accountable. The elder in gray robe spoke indifferently, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After exchanging glances with the other 5 elders, they collectively infused their magical powers into the enormous sword, enhancing its might. The sword, like a shadow, sliced through the air. With a resounding clash, the giant sword met Lin Tian's right fist, producing a shattering sound. Instantly, disbelief filled the eyes of all disciples present in Tianyong City. The entire venue was engulfed in shock. Lin Tian's fist struck the colossal sword with ferocity. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flames swiftly enveloping it, consuming its spiritual energy. Unrelenting, Lin Tian's fist shattered the now powerless sword into fragments. Simultaneously, the 6 elders in the sky coughed up blood, their bodies swaying precariously as their vitality waned. One by one, they fell from the sky. The sword formation was obliterated. In that moment, all disciples of Tianyong City gasped in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They had never anticipated such an outcome. The 6 law-enforcing elders, one of the pinnacle powers of Tianyong City, had been defeated, and by a mere disciple of their own. Everyone was in a state of bewilderment. Hearing the chaotic sounds around her, Fuziu opened her tightly shut eyes slightly. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, This is incredible. Impossible. How can he be this powerful? Lingduan's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. Even the sect leader was taken aback by this spectacle. He had never imagined Lin Tian could vanquish the law-enforcing elders. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that no matter how formidable Lin Tian was, he remained a destabilizing force within Tianyong City. Moreover, these 6 elders were merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He could easily suppress them. Thus, apart from a hint of surprise, he felt no fear, as he had already attained the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, confident in his ability to subdue Lin Tian. You are ruthless. A purple-clad elder struggled to rise from the ground, trembling fingers pointing at Lin Tian, rage flashing in his eyes. Lin Tian picked up 5 shattered sword fragments from the ground, a glimmer of inexplicable light passing through his gaze. He looked at the 6 elders and spoke casually. The spirit sword is indeed a commendable technique, but you have chosen the wrong opponent. If you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to face the consequences of your failure. A fierce glint crossed Lin Tian's eyes. He was fully aware that these 6 individuals had indeed intended to slay him with a single sword strike. Since the battle had commenced, Lin Tian would show no mercy. He immediately summoned the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, incinerating the remaining broken swords into nothingness. The golden flames climbed the remnants, leaving not even a trace of ash. In a moment, as he reduced all the fragments to ashes, the 6 elders once again spewed blood, their faces paling further, with 4 of them having already lost consciousness. Evidently unable to withstand the backlash from the destruction and subsequent incineration of their spirit swords. Their cultivation was significantly diminished, given their ages. It was likely that after this battle, they would never progress in their cultivation again, effectively severing their path to advancement. The gray-robed elder, still conscious, managed to bow towards the sect leader. The sect leader understood the situation, sighed deeply, and stepped forward to halt the elder's descent, lifting him up. Alas, Su Lao, this time I have brought harm upon you. I never imagined this rebellious disciple would possess such extraordinary prowess. I fear that within Tianyong City, besides Zine and myself, no one can subdue him. Very well, take these 6 law-enforcing elders back to the medicine pavilion for recuperation, the sect leader instructed, turning to the disciples of Tianyong City. With a breath of relief, the sect leader felt a multitude of emotions welling within him. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Tian, his heart brimming with fury. It was this rebellious disciple who had caused such turmoil in Tianyong City today. Zine, without further words, unleashed his spiritual energy. Stepping forward with a stride that spanned 100 meters, slowly extending his right hand towards Lin Tian, as if summoning an invisible giant hand from the void to seize him. Boom! Even before the hand reached him, the shimmering surface of the lake behind him seemed unable to withstand the pressure emanating from this strike, erupting violently. In an instant, pillars of water of various heights shot up from the lake. The disciples of Tianyong City saw their sect leader personally intervening and were stirred once more. Although they were still in shock from witnessing Lin Tian defeat the 6 elders, they could not believe he possessed the strength to overcome the sect leader. They adjusted their mindset, anticipating to witness Lin Tian's downfall. For no one relishes the existence of someone whose cultivation surpasses their own to such an extent that it feels insurmountable. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with several disciples casting disdainful glances at Lin Tian, murmuring among themselves that regardless of his prowess, he was destined to become a mere waste, or worse, perish within Tianyong City. Kill this demon. Eliminate him. Lingduan shouted in terror, having been thoroughly frightened since Lin Tian had defeated the elders with a single punch. Praying that the sect leader would eradicate him on the spot. He must not be allowed to escape. The sect leader frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Ling Duan before charging towards Lin Tian, unleashing a barrage of strikes from afar, each blow layering upon the last, creating a thunderous roar in the sky. Lin Tian regarded the empty space before him as if it were non-existent, yet a hint of alarm arose within him. This sect leader indeed possessed formidable strength, Lin Tian thought to himself, while his hands moved swiftly, forming incantations. Suddenly, a small-scale rain formation materialized in the sky, with fiery droplets cascading down. Boom! Under the rain formation, the fiery rain fell, echoing with thunderous roars as the air erupted with strange explosions, seemingly shattering the sect leader's assault. The sect leader's expression shifted as he found himself amidst the fiery rain, a deep sense of unease gripping him as the flames threatened to descend upon him. Retreat! The wind swirled at his feet, and in an instant, he withdrew from the area where the fiery rain was set to fall. Casting a glance, he remarked coolly, "It resembles our Tianyong city's void flame technique. Yet this fire is exceedingly peculiar. I can sense danger from it. But at your golden core stage, how many times can you invoke such a spell?" The sect leader's voice resonated, and upon hearing this, the disciples of Tianyong City widened their eyes in disbelief. A spell that even the sect leader deemed dangerous. The atmosphere fell eerily silent as all attention turned to Lin Tian, their gazes burning with fervor and greed. They believed Lin Tian must possess celestial techniques, otherwise it would be impossible for him to rival the sect leader. In the direction of the spirit pavilion, hurried breaths filled the air, eyes glinting like hungry wolves. Lin Tian remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at the sect leader. There were indeed forces capable of depleting his spiritual energy, but he would not be one of them. Very well, today shall serve as a lesson for you, inciting the wrath of Tianyong City's loss. With a fierce shout, the sect leader unleashed a series of strikes in the void, intent on exhausting Lin Tian's spiritual energy. He believed he had discerned Lin Tian's weakness. A golden core cultivator could not sustain such a spell for long. Unbeknownst to him, the flames above, while seemingly trivial, invoked an unsettling sense of dread within him. Oh, the wretched power outage. To prevent previous chapters from affecting reading, any rain will be promptly erased. However, the promises made remain valid. 2 more chapters shall be added. Is it too much to request your recommendation for Rebirth of the Strongest Transmigration? The content is currently being typed, so please wait a moment. Once updated, refresh the page to access the latest content. Chapter 55. The Fire Dragon. The Grandmaster stood several dozen meters away from Lin Tian, unleashing a series of punches and palm strikes, each imbued with terrifying force. Water columns erupted from the serene lake. Cracks began to form in the ground, gradually spreading outward, and the atmosphere within the arena became oppressively heavy, as if facing the heavens themselves. The disciples of Tianyong City, suffocated by this overwhelming aura, hastily retreated in orderly fashion, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the Grandmaster. The might of a transformation stage cultivator is indeed horrifying. Yet, Lin Tian appeared oblivious to this oppressive aura. Flames of the Golden Emperor burning heaven blazing fiercely around him. Seeing that he intended to expend his own spiritual energy, Lin Tian smirked, unperturbed, as he directed his spiritual energy into the rain diagram, stabilizing the fiery rain. Observing the continuous explosions within the fiery rain, a glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he mused, who is truly exhausting, whose spiritual energy remains uncertain. Fortunately, with the Golden Emperor burning heaven flames enhancing him, he felt assured that the Grandmaster's casual strike would not easily breach his spell. "I shall see how long you can endure," the Grandmaster sneered. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of attacks, each strike more formidable than the last. And after delivering 10 palm strikes, he abruptly halted, dark spiritual energy surging forth as he executed a spell. Behind him, several bolts of lightning, each as large as a bowl, manifested, crackling ominously with a destructive aura. Thunder control technique. From a distance, Lin Tian's pupils constricted, and he articulated each word. Though unfamiliar with this spell, he recognized it well. This was the thunder control technique, renowned alongside the void flame technique, one of Tianyong City's 3 supreme spells. The disciples observing from afar were captivated, eyes gleaming as they beheld the violet divine lightning. Such a strike could undoubtedly shatter Lin Tian into pieces. Haha. The Grandmaster seldom employs this technique. It seems Lin Tian is doomed. Ling Duan's face was alight with manic joy. His gaze filled with hatred as he turned toward Lin Tian. "No matter your immense talents, you shall perish within Tianyong City. When I find that by Li Tu Su, his fate will mirror yours today." Ling Duan thought maliciously. "Rebellious disciple, let us see how you will defend yourself." The Grandmaster unleashed the lightning towards Lin Tian, a flash of purple streaking through the air, intertwining with the fiery rain. Lin Tian's demeanor shifted as he urged the rain diagram. causing the downpour to intensify into a torrential rain, which began to rapidly dissolve the ground beneath, forming a deepening pit. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature soared, akin to being scorched under the blazing sun, prompting the Tianyong city disciples to sweat profusely. They drew upon their meager spiritual energy to alleviate the heat. Eyes fixed on Lin Tian. They could not deny that he was indeed the strongest disciple of Tianyong city, undeniably so. However, they speculated that after this battle, that title might change. They eagerly continued to observe, their interest undiminished despite the sweltering heat, eager to see the Grandmaster suppress this prodigy. Fu Hua gazed at the purple lightning in the sky, exclaiming, "Father, no." As the divine lightning entered the fiery rain, it behaved unusually, dissipating without the usual thunderous crash. Its momentum remained undiminished, the violet light shimmering brilliantly amidst the golden rain, radiating an unstoppable force, piercing through the fiery rain and dismantling Lin Tian's spell entirely. The divine lightning surged toward Lin Tian. "Do you have any trump cards left?" The Grandmaster mocked Lin Tian, whispering to himself, a smile creeping onto his face, unable to believe that Lin Tian could withstand this onslaught of divine lightning. Ling Duan, witnessing this scene, finally felt his anxiety dissipate, inwardly exclaiming, "At last. It is all coming to an end." Fu Hua, however, wore an expression of despair. Had Lin Tian fled towards the Yu Palace or the direction of Xin Jinren at the onset of his injuries, he might have had a chance. But now, even if the elder with the sword arrived, it would likely be too late. Having witnessed the power of the thunder control technique multiple times, she understood its terror intimately. Lin Tian, her senior brother, was likely facing certain death. Fu Hua could not fathom that her father harbored such murderous intent towards Lin Tian. Even if she wished to intervene now, it was too late. The violet divine lightning swiftly approached Lin Tian, and the disciples of Tianyong city held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama, afraid to miss a single detail. Lin Tian calmly dissipated the rain diagram, and had it been in the past without the Golden Emperor burning heaven flames or the fire dragon, this might have posed a slight challenge. But now, it was no longer the case. "Devour it." His low growl crescendoed. Lin Tian's gaze fixed upon the divine lightning before him, his countenance unyielding and fearless. The dragon's roar erupted from Lin Tian, and suddenly, a golden vortex of flames appeared on his chest, from which a magnificent golden fire dragon surged forth, diving into action. The fire dragon flicked its tail, and the air crackled with sound as it burned brightly, its light gradually fading into the void, golden flames rampaging. The dragon's eyes glanced at the purple divine lightning, exuding a disdainful human-like expression as its claws seized the bolts of lightning, swallowing them whole. As if performing a trivial feat, the fire dragon circled above Lin Tian, scattering strands of golden emperor burning heaven flames upon its master, fueling the fire's intensity. The sound of dragon roars filled the air. "What?" The Grandmaster stared, utterly shocked, his heart racing. "Is that a dragon? A fire dragon?" It was known that since ancient times, the dragon race had quietly vanished, leaving only a few water serpents that had attained the status of true dragons. The sight of this fire dragon left the Grandmaster awestruck, at a loss for words. Chapter 56. Divine Powers. Meanwhile, at another location, the disciples of Tianyong City gaped in astonishment at the soaring fire dragon above, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. As disbelief washed over them, a disciple of Tianyong City could summon a fire dragon, although many present were unfamiliar with ancient scripts. The mere existence of a dragon was enough to terrify them. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings of the spirit pavilion. A dragon. This is truly a dragon. At last, a gasp erupted among the disciples of Tianyong City, their voices trembling, shattering the previous tranquility. Ling Duan glared menacingly at the figure in the distance, his heart brimming with resentment. Why did it seem as though all divine entities in the universe were claimed by him? Why did he possess such terrifying talent? Why? He screamed inwardly, his gaze fixated on Lin Tian like a venomous serpent, a torrent of bitterness surging within him, his face contorted in rage. At that moment, no one noticed Ling Duan's abnormality. They were all entranced by the sight above, gazing at the fire dragon, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: envy, greed, jealousy, each feeling distinct. Fu Hua, covering her mouth with her small hand, looked up in astonishment at the spiraling fire dragon, her eyes filled with disbelief. A dragon, a divine beast rivaling celestial beings, wielding the power to shake heaven and earth. In an instant, all eyes turned anxiously towards Lin Tian, and doubt began to creep into their hearts. Could the master still suppress Lin Tian? Uncertainty loomed within them, for after all, the dragon had been mythologized to an extraordinary degree. It seemed as though the fire dragon could effortlessly shatter the master's spells, Victory today appeared uncertain. The disciples of Tianyong City shifted their focus between Lin Tian and the master. For the majority, there was a lingering hope that the master could subdue Lin Tian right there and then, though this hope seemed increasingly dim. The master, maintaining his composure, took a deep breath, gradually suppressing the shock within. After a moment of steady contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes, a ghostly light flickering within them. You truly deserve to be called the greatest of all time, he mused, acknowledging Lin Tian's achievement of the Golden Core stage at such a young age. With the fire dragon by your side, you may face the deities of the heavenly realm without fear. The master's voice crescendoed, culminating in a thunderous shout. But that is your future. For now, I can still suppress you. Today, you shall witness that the disparity in realms cannot be bridged by your unorthodox means. Indeed, the master recognized Lin Tian's potential once more, yet with his ruthless disposition and alliances with demons, Lin Tian could very well become a calamity for humanity. He must not be allowed to flourish. With a sudden movement, the master swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, ethereal light erupted from his being, mingling with the dark spiritual energy that spread outward, casting an oppressive shadow over a vast area. The sunlight could not penetrate this darkness, the ground rapidly fracturing, draining the vitality from all vegetation within. A suffocating aura enveloped the air, akin to a realm of the dead. The pressure from the master surpassed that of the fire dragon, and he continued to expand this realm of the dead toward Lin Tian. The disciples of Tianyong City, realizing the nature of the master's power, gasped in astonishment. One quickly explained to his bewildered peers, "This is a divine ability. Only those who have reached the transformation stage can comprehend such spells, which may not even be considered spells, as some divine abilities can rival or even surpass celestial techniques. However, not every practitioner could master a divine ability. Only those of extraordinary talent could hope to grasp one, and even then, such abilities were unique and could not be imparted to others." A wave of realization washed over the crowd. They had not anticipated the existence of divine abilities in this world and turned their gazes towards the master. In that moment, their confidence surged, believing the master would be able to subdue Lin Tian. After learning about divine abilities, no one could still hold out hope for Lin Tian. After all, divine abilities transcended celestial techniques. In ancient texts, some top-tier celestial techniques could slay dragons. So how could Lin Tian, despite having a fire dragon at his side, stand a chance? If the fire dragon had been of exceptional cultivation, perhaps some might not have deemed Lin Tian's defeat a certainty. But this dragon was merely a recent birth, barely measuring a few meters in length, far from reaching its full potential. Although its power was not to be underestimated, it seemed destined to succumb before the master's invincible divine ability. Perhaps capturing this fire dragon to serve as a guardian beast for Tianyong City would not be a bad idea. As the darkness enveloped the area for miles, thoughts of vengeance began to brew among the onlookers. I must kill him. Quickly, kill him. Ling Duan trembled uncontrollably, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, drawing blood. Yet he felt no pain, his face a mask of fury as he silently shouted. He was utterly terrified of Lin Tian. If Lin Tian were to survive today, he would be unable to find peace. "Father, spare Lin Tian." "Oh, Elder with the sword. Quickly, save Lin Tian." Fu Hua, initially pleading for Lin Tian's mercy, caught a glimpse of the purple light streaking towards the spirit pavilion and realized it was the purple sky divine sword wielded by the elder with the sword. In the sky, Xian Jinren transformed into a sword, racing towards Lin Tian with astonishing speed. He was astonished, unsure why the master had suddenly turned against Lin Tian, and his heart filled with anger. Had he not sensed the emergence of a dark power in the spirit pavilion on the back mountain of Tianyong City, he would not have rushed to investigate. He never imagined the master would attack Lin Tian, and with the master's transformation stage strength. Every second that passed increased Lin Tian's peril. "Divine ability," Xian Jinren uttered, his anger reaching a boiling point. It appeared the master was determined to eradicate Lin Tian. Anxious and furious, he realized they were still nearly 2,000 meters away from the spirit pavilion, although that distance could be covered in mere breaths. The master's divine ability had already coalesced and could be unleashed at any moment. By the time he arrived, Lin Tian might already have perished under the weight of that divine ability. Anguish surged within him, and he could only hope Lin Tian would endure this assault. Yet, as despair gripped his heart, he pressed on, unwilling to believe that a Golden Core practitioner could withstand the full force of a transformation stage master. Every major realm was indeed an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 57. The Nether Leopard Below. The disciples of Tianyong City recognized the purple light in the sky. Understanding that the elder with the sword had arrived, they quickly turned their attention back to the master. The elder was approaching. and the master knew he had but a fleeting moment to act. To kill his beloved disciple in the presence of the elder was nearly impossible. All disciples were aware that the true might of Tianyong City did not lie with the master, but rather with the elder who seldom engaged with worldly affairs. The realm of the dead had expanded nearly 1,000 meters, and the master, having sensed Xin's presence, understood he could no longer delay, lest unforeseen changes arise. He swiftly altered his hand seals, summoning a faint ethereal silhouette above him. A roar echoed through the realm of the dead, and an agile figure surged forth. Propelled from the void, a black leopard, standing 3 meters tall, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light identical to that of the master. As if it were attuned to the netherworld, the black leopard's claws tore into the ground, its gaze fixed ominously on Lin Tian. This was the Master's starry nether leopard. With the appearance of the nether leopard, the atmosphere of the realm of the dead grew even more oppressive. The Master's expression turned serious, and he continued to manipulate the seals in his hands. The realm of the dead trembled as if something terrifying was about to emerge. A roar erupted from the nether realm, causing the surrounding space to shake violently, and phantoms began to leap forth, gradually coalescing into massive forms, drawing power from the deathly energy of the realm. The newly coalesced bodies were none other than the spectral leopards, and at this moment, their numbers in the realm of shadows exceeded 1,000. Each spectral leopard exuded a terrifying aura, possessing the strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage nascent soul. At the very center of the shadowy expanse, circling around the figure of the Grandmaster, was the first spectral leopard to emerge, its internal energy horrifyingly reaching the early stage of transformation, a force formidable enough to rival the Grandmaster himself, truly terrifying. In an instant, the realm of shadows was filled with the resounding roars of leopards, their dark forms overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. The onlookers gasped in shock, acutely aware that any one of these spectral leopards possessed the capability to rend them to shreds. Indeed, the prowess of the Grandmaster surpassed that of mere spells or celestial arts. "You must be finished now," Ling Duan remarked ominously, his gaze fixed on the distant figure, his voice dripping with cold malice. Even the disciples of Tianyong City standing close by shivered involuntarily, their hearts filled with trepidation. The Grandmaster had accomplished this feat in the blink of an eye, while Xin, hovering nearly 1,000 meters above, was still far from the scene. Witnessing the Grandmaster's display of power for the first time, Xin felt a tremor of fear within him. He calculated that in terms of divine abilities, his own transformation into myriad swords could not compare to the Grandmaster's might. The ability to elevate one's star essence to match an opponent's cultivation level effectively doubled one's combat power, not accounting for the frightening number of nascent soul spectral leopards. It was likely that if the Grandmaster were to cultivate for several hundred more years and break through to the later stage of transformation, he would be an insurmountable opponent. Yet not now. Ling Duan's gaze remained fixed on the Grandmaster. Should Lin Tian perish beneath this divine ability, he vowed to ensure the Grandmaster paid a grievous price. "Hansu, cease this at once." A thunderous roar erupted from above, as Xin, in a fit of fury, called out the Grandmaster's name. The sound, infused with his formidable cultivation, reverberated like rolling thunder in the Grandmaster's ears, momentarily pausing him. But as a leopard's roar echoed, he regained focus, secretly lamenting Xin's formidable prowess, while his own movements remained swift. With a sudden flourish of his violet robes, a tearing sound filled the air. At that moment, all the spectral leopards seemed to receive a command, their sinister gazes fixating on Lin Tian, each leaping towards him with jaws agape. The combined might of the spectral and stellar energies emanated from each leopard. This was the Grandmaster's divine ability, the shadowed dark leopard, a technique he had comprehended within his own star essence. The speed of the spectral leopards was ghostly, and in an instant, several had reached Lin Tian's side. One spectral leopard lunged with claws imbued with spectral energy, aiming to tear him apart, while several others swiftly darted behind him, targeting his neck and shoulders. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, channeling his spirit energy, intensifying the flames of the Golden Emperor's heavenly fire, reducing the surrounding space to nothingness. The onlookers dared not breathe, their eyes riveted to the unfolding scene, anxious not to miss a single detail. The mass of spectral leopards split into two groups. Hundreds charged directly at Lin Tian, while an equal number aimed to intercept the fire dragon, preventing any interference. Watching Lin Tian in peril, teetering on the brink of death, Ling Duan's heart surged with exhilaration, his fear dissipating as he envisioned Lin Tian's demise. Even Xin would be unable to avert this disaster. With a thunderous strike, Lin Tian unleashed a punch imbued with the Golden Emperor's heavenly fire, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. A spectral leopard fell instantly. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the remaining leopards surged forth, and Lin Tian retaliated with a flurry of strikes, unleashing the flames across a 10-mile radius. One after another, the spectral leopards perished, while the fire dragon continued its relentless hunt. However, their combined efforts seemed insignificant against the overwhelming numbers of the leopards, which appeared unaffected. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the group of spectral leopards. The singular transformation stage leopard sprang into the air, vanishing from sight. Alarmed, Lin Tian's heart raced, his body tensing as he unleashed his spirit energy like a torrent, swiftly pivoting to face the emptiness behind him. With a powerful leap, he struck out with a fist. In the blink of an eye, a spectral leopard emerged from the void, its chilling gaze locked onto Lin Tian. It opened its jaws wide, and an enormous maw materialized in the air, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. The power of the spectral leopard surged, and in the astonished eyes of the Tianyong city disciples, it lunged to bite Lin Tian. The fire dragon, sensing its master's sudden relinquishment of the Golden Emperor's heavenly fire, emitted a mournful roar. It struck down another spectral leopard but did not linger, propelling itself toward Lin Tian with all its might. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyong City, witnessing Lin Tian's voluntary extinguishing of the flames, concluded that he must have seen no path to survival, prompting such an action. In a moment, despair engulfed the disciples. They unanimously believed Lin Tian was doomed. While a few shook their heads in pity, the others wore expressions of glee. Ling Duan, however, appeared even more deranged, erupting into maniacal laughter, his face contorting grotesquely. "You dare!" Xin bellowed, his heart heavy with sorrow as he observed the distance still separating him from the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster, standing resolutely, paid no heed to Xin, contemplating an explanation for later. With a thought, the leopard's maw descended from the sky, and a sense of relief washed over his face, clearly believing that this strike would surely end the rebellious disciple's life. The skies darkened ominously as Lin Tian exhaled softly, retrieving a jade stone from his pocket, none other than a fragment of the Yuang. A flicker of incomprehensible intensity sparkled in his eyes as he seethed with fury, emanating a radiant white light while rapidly absorbing the essence from the jade fragment. With a sudden gesture, the heavens shifted dramatically, and a vibrant glow surged forth, spanning thousands of meters. In the air, 5 terrifying auras began to coalesce. Chapter 58. What are you that would command my obedience? What is this? The disciples of Tianyong City gazed around in bewilderment at the colorful glow, their minds racing with questions. Could this be yet another spell? The Grandmaster, witnessing the sudden change in the sky, felt a surge of intense unease, sensing an oppressive force brewing above. Xin, equally astonished, began to surmise the nature of this phenomenon. Yet he could hardly fathom that within a mere 3 years, Lin Tian had condensed his star essence to such a formidable degree. Little did he know, Lin Tian's star essence was unlike that of any ancient sword realm inhabitant, as a natural Tao body. His 5 sacred beast star essences could continue to grow indefinitely with relentless cultivation. The 5-colored glow, extending for several thousand meters, heralded a thunderous roar from the heavens. Suddenly, amidst the radiant light, a brilliant red flame descended, seemingly ordinary yet devoid of any fearsome aura, rapidly plummeting towards the spectral leopard before Lin Tian. Yet, no one perceived this flame as mundane. Such a phenomenon, descending from the heavens, signified its extraordinary nature. Could this be a spell unleashed by the Sword Elder? The onlookers instinctively recalled the Sword Elder's prowess, realizing that such might could only emanate from him. As for Lin Tian, no one believed he possessed the capacity to invoke such an extraordinary spectacle. All disciples of Tianyong City turned their gazes towards the celestial figure of Xin Jinren, including Ling Duan, though a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. The master of the sect focused on the flame descending vertically from the sky, not attributing this phenomenon to Xin, as he sensed a familiar wave amidst the 5-colored glow. The power of star essence. A dark line crossed the master's brow as he pondered whether this flame was indeed the star essence of this rebellious disciple. However, surrounded by the sprawling 5-colored radiance, he found himself in a haze of confusion, questioning if this could be considered star essence. A flame, a mass of light. The master fixed his gaze upon the flame, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. Lin Tian's innate talent was so formidable that perhaps his star essence was indeed something extraordinary. Could this flame be a divine fire? Thoughts raced through his mind one after another. Yet, almost immediately, a sinister smile crept across the master's face. His nether leopard thrived in the presence of darkness, being utterly unafraid of flames. Regardless of the flame's origin, he doubted that a mere golden core cultivator could conjure something of great might. The vast expanse of 5-colored light was likely superficial. With this thought, the unease in his heart dissipated, and he looked at Lin Tian with disdain, believing that summoning star essence would not shield him from his divine powers. How foolish. However, unbeknownst to the master and the disciples of Tianyong City, a great terror loomed above the clouds shrouded in five-colored light, casting its gaze downward. 5 colossal figures were concealed within the vibrant glow. Xin Jinren seemed to sense something amiss, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he curiously glanced upward, scanning the clouds for what he sought. Over the past 3 years, he had not anticipated such rapid growth. Perhaps this was for the best. Xin felt a sense of relief as he observed the distant fire dragon, Lin Tian's aura at the late Golden Core stage, and the star essence emanating from him. It was evident that Lin Tian had encountered a significant opportunity during these 3 years. The flame that fell from the sky finally landed atop the nether leopard, causing the watching disciples to hold their breath, believing it to have originated from the Sword Elder. The master, meanwhile, manipulated his techniques while casting a scornful glance at the flame, causing the aura of the nether leopard to surge dramatically. In a breath's time, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The flame continued to hover above the nether leopard, burning steadily as if it posed no threat. As time passed, the nether leopard's massive jaws were poised to strike. The disciples of Tianyong City were once again astonished by the extent of divine powers, recognizing that the master was capable of restraining the Sword Elder. Yet, they also looked upon Lin Tian with pity and ridicule, believing his life was forfeit. At this moment, Lingduan was the most elated, his face flushed with excitement as he stifled laughter. After all, with the Sword Elder present, he dared not be too brazen. As everyone watched the flame atop the nether leopard, it felt akin to witnessing a farcical spectacle. Lin Tian, radiating brilliance, disdainfully regarded the self-assured master, disregarding the imminent threat of the nether leopard, and calmly declared, "Annihilate." As his voice fell, the nether leopard suddenly trembled violently, its formed law dissipating into nothingness. And in an instant, Lin Tian neutralized the assault. The crowd was left in shock. Turning his head with an enigmatic smile, he regarded the master, feeling it was only courteous to reciprocate after so many attacks. With a sudden shift in aura, Lin Tian leaped fiercely from the ground, soaring nearly 100 meters amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Just as his momentum began to wane, a stunning sight unfolded. With a light cry echoing through the air, a vivid crimson bird, nearly 100 meters long and enveloped in an unknown flame, fell from the sky. Following this, a series of thunderous roars reverberated across the heavens. Enormous figures emerged into view, startling all present. This was the sacred beast Vermilion Bird, the sacred beast Qinlong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Qilin. The ancient names echoed once more among the crowd. Lingduan felt a deafening roar in his mind. His gaze fixated on the sky, trembling involuntarily. Was this the star essence? A voice emerged from the crowd, and an uproar ensued. They were not foolish. Upon seeing the sacred beast Qinlong and Vermilion Bird, they instantly deduced it was undoubtedly star essence. Yet, they were reluctant to believe it. Ancient records did mention individuals awakening 2 star essences, but nothing could compare to the terror they witnessed today. Lin Tian alone possessed 5 star essences, and most frighteningly, all were ancient sacred beasts. With such talent, achieving immortality seemed effortless. In an instant, all who had previously mocked Lin Tian trembled, fearing retribution. Ling Chuan, gazing at the sky, was overtaken by darkness and collapsed to the ground. No one dared to believe the master could suppress him any longer. Not only had Xin Jinren arrived, but the 5 sacred beasts were enough to give him a headache. Lin Tian stood proudly atop the Vermilion Bird, looking down at the master with indifference, stating, "What are you? Do you think you can compel my submission?" His voice reverberated downwards, while the roars of dragons and tigers echoed in agreement, as if affirming his words. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The main content is as follows. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the numerous esteemed readers. Without your daily support through recommendations and contributions, the achievements of our work, Rebirth, would not have reached such heights. It has become a regular presence on the recommendation charts. Albeit these charts hold little significance, I sincerely hope that after Rebirth is officially published, those who are able will lend their support. I harbor no resentment towards those who read pirated versions. Life presents challenges for us all. I merely request that if any of you find this book worthwhile, you might take a moment to open QQ Reading and cast a vote of recommendation, even if just one. I am immensely grateful. Next, I wish to thank my editor, the esteemed Xuanwu. Although our conversations have been limited over the past few months, I am acutely aware that without your recommendations, the success of Rebirth would have remained a distant dream. Therefore, I am deeply appreciative of your ongoing support. Now, allow me to share my thoughts on why I embarked on this journey of writing web literature. I have no intention of deceiving anyone with grandiose claims. My motivation has been purely financial. In the past, when asked by readers about my reasons for writing, I answered honestly. Some responses agreed with my perspective, while others did not. A few readers argue that a true author writes from the heart. However, I must admit that very few authors share this sentiment. Most write primarily to earn a living, though they may not openly admit it. A small minority write for the sheer joy of telling their stories, often without considering the commercial aspect, which unfortunately results in their works lacking readership. The evolution of web novels has transitioned from a nascent industry to a booming commercial enterprise. Years ago, earning 1 million in a year marked the pinnacle of success. Now, top authors rake in tens of millions. I have been a long-time reader, having started with Xiao Ding's Zhu Xian, and have witnessed the landscape change dramatically. My approach to reading has shifted from seeking enjoyment to an analytical perspective. I often ponder the significance of a plot, considering how I might write it differently, and analyzing the effectiveness of various narrative strategies. The publication of my work is merely the beginning. Since its release, I have noticed a decline in readership, particularly among students. While a chapter may cost only a dime, the cumulative cost of a novel can be substantial. I understand that for many students, this can be a financial burden. However, I too must shoulder my own responsibilities. As I prepare for marriage, I recognize the weight of future obligations, supporting my parents and in-laws as they age. As a man, I cannot expect my wife to bear these burdens alone. Life's inevitable cycle of aging and illness is unavoidable. If someone escapes this cycle, it is a tragic indication that they have departed too soon. I acknowledge the harsh realities of life, including the financial demands of providing quality care for aging parents. The costs associated with healthcare are staggering, and I must prepare to meet these expenses. Furthermore, as I enter marriage, I will have a partner whose well-being is my responsibility. It is imperative that I provide a comfortable life for my wife, regardless of her material desires. Neglecting this duty under the guise of her indifference is a grave mistake. I will also be a father, and the financial responsibilities associated with raising a child are significant. Hence, I must publish my work to earn royalties. Some readers have criticized my materialistic pursuits, yet I embrace my desire for financial stability, not for personal indulgence, but to ensure a better life for my loved ones. I wish for my parents to share their pride in my accomplishments, and for my wife to speak favorably of me among her friends. Ultimately, I aspire to be a strong support for my child in a world where success often depends on familial connections and hard work. I understand the loss of student readers, and I hope that you can appreciate my need to publish. If circumstances allow, I kindly ask for your subscriptions. I take solace in the fact that my comment section has not been filled with vitriol, but rather with inquiries and concerns regarding my work's publication. This reflects the quality and maturity of my readership, for which I am proud. Now, I shall return to my writing. By the way, this message is free of charge. No credits are required. Chapter 59, A Strike. How is this possible? The master teacher gazed up in astonishment, utterly shocked. He could scarcely believe that Lin Tian possessed such terrifying talent. Awakening the ancient holy beasts, 5 in total, left him feeling overwhelmed, his heart racing and breath quickening. No wonder. This must be the source of your audacity. At this moment, the master of the sect no longer displayed his previous arrogance. He looked at Lin Tian with a grave expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. His face darkened ominously, with beads of sweat already beading on his forehead. Deep down, he realized that all hope of suppressing Lin Tian today had dissipated. Although, upon first witnessing Lin Tian summoned the sacred beast star essence, a fleeting moment of regret flickered in his heart for having overlooked such a prodigy. He quickly dismissed it, recalling Lin Tian's heinous actions against his fellow disciples and his alliance with demons. In light of these transgressions, he convinced himself that his decisions were justified. Nevertheless, the shock he felt was undiminished. Lin Tian regarded the master of the sect disdainfully, scoffing, "How audacious. That term scarcely applies to you." Lin Tian felt a deep-seated aversion towards this blind sect leader, though not quite as intense as that towards Ling Duan. It was still considerable. Without discerning right from wrong, the master sought to subdue him. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to return the favor in kind. With a flicker of cold light in his eyes, Lin Tian gripped the shattered jade fragment tightly. At his behest, the spiritual energy contained within it surged forth, not dissipating into the ether, but coalescing into vibrant hues of light that gathered behind him. In an instant, the energy amalgamated into a dense mist, shrouding the area in a veil of white. Observers in Tianyong City stared in disbelief at the celestial phenomenon above, their eyes widening as they initially thought the elder with the sword had arrived to resolve the situation, only to realize that matters were far from simple. Did he intend to fight still? Everyone watched in stunned silence as the vermilion bird loomed in the sky. No, more accurately, the figure standing atop it. A resounding roar echoed, a dragon's cry that pierced the heavens. An invisible pressure radiated from the scene, saturating the space enveloped in celestial light. The onlookers held their breath, The oppressive aura emanating from the sacred beast was beyond their capacity to withstand. The less experienced disciples felt as if their legs were infused with mercury, collapsing instantaneously. Those with slightly higher cultivation could endure for a moment longer, but soon fell as well. Sweat poured down their faces as they leaned away, their pupils dilating in fear. Was he now intending to strike not only at the master of the sect but also at the disciples of Tianyang City, who had previously mocked and belittled Lin Tian? Were now stricken with terror, their faces turning pale. The master of the sect furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he scrutinized the sky. Sensing a hint of agitation from the azure dragon above, a feeling of unease washed over him, as if he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. He exhaled softly, centering himself, and swiftly gestured with his hands, summoning the shadow leopards to retreat. Transforming into wisps of deathly energy that surged toward the formidable shadow leopard in its transformation stage. The realm of shadows contracted rapidly, and in a mere moment. Aside from the one shadow leopard whose aura had suddenly surged, the entire shadowy domain vanished. However, as the realm of shadows had been cloaked in radiant hues, and given the spectators' focus on the sky, few noticed the changes in the shadow leopard. At the same time, Zine, the true master, had arrived on the scene. Observing the impending confrontation, he wished to intervene, yet a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, I implore you not to meddle. I must vent my grievances today." Zine fell silent, uncertain of the circumstances. He understood that the master of the sect and Lin Tian were on opposing sides, with all disciples of Tianyang City involved. However, Lin Tian was his disciple, and he was well aware of his temperament. With a resigned sigh, he communicated telepathically, "Only 3 moves." A cold smile crept across Lin Tian's lips. His objectives had been achieved. Had his master attempted to intervene, he would have indeed found it challenging to act. But now, not only 3 moves, he had intended to unleash a single strike, a culmination of all his spiritual energy, his most powerful move. Perhaps Lin Tian was unaware that his master's acquiescence to limit him to 3 moves stemmed from the belief that Lin Tian could not possibly kill or severely injure the master of the sect within that time frame. The ancient sacred beast star essence was immensely powerful, yet Lin Tian's cultivation was still lacking. Merely achieving a stalemate with the master would have been the utmost limit. Zine merely wished for Lin Tian to quell his rage within those 3 moves, as one was his disciple and the other a long-standing acquaintance. Since Lin Tian was unharmed and unaware of the full story, he preferred to grasp the situation before making any decisions. Yet, how could Zine comprehend the terrifying potential of the sacred beast star essence? With Lin Tian's thunderous shout, he focused his intent, and a booming roar resonated from above. The azure dragon soared through the clouds, racing behind Lin Tian, its maw agape as it devoured the spiritual energy from the sky. Once all the spiritual energy was consumed, the azure dragon gazed down at the diminutive figure of Lin Tian, circling above him as it emitted a thundering roar. Simultaneously, the azure dragon began to transform, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in its eyes as it howled to the heavens. A faint ethereal silhouette of a towering tree manifesting atop its back, an imposing figure stretching towards the skies. What is this? The onlookers stared blankly at the spectacle above, fear creeping into their hearts, leaving them speechless. "Lin Tian, brother, father, please stop," Futsu cried out, her voice filled with concern. Yet she was equally astonished, realizing that her brother Lin Tian could now rival a cultivator in the transformation stage. Moreover, his star essence was composed of 5 sacred beasts. The master of the sect's gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on the azure dragon above, his fingers weaving intricate seals, summoning the shadow leopard's overwhelming aura. In an instant, the shadow leopard emitted a series of low growls, and with a powerful leap, it once again materialized a formidable form, towering 100 meters high, its presence on par with that of the azure dragon. The crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding confrontation. "Kill him! Kill him!" Ling Duan whispered, his face ashen and his pupils constricted. Above, the azure dragon rode the clouds, radiant hues illuminating its scales, reflecting dazzling brilliance. The sound of its roars echoed, as the towering tree upon its back gradually took shape. As the colossal tree materialized, its branches unfurled, the azure dragon spiraled in the sky, momentarily pausing, its might surging as it unleashed a roar, diving toward the shadow leopard. Lin Tian observed the unfolding chaos with a grin, intrigued as he appraised the shadow leopard, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Can you withstand this?" With that, his gaze shifted to the side, sweeping over the fallen Ling Duan, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "This man must perish today." Below, Ling Duan seemed to sense Lin Tian's stare, and he instinctively raised his head to meet Lin Tian's gaze, instantly feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling and his face growing paler. The master of the sect snorted coldly, and as he focused his thoughts, a flicker of ghostly light appeared in the shadow leopard's eyes. With a gust of chilling wind, it lunged toward the azure dragon, its speed akin to that of a specter, reaching the azure dragon's underbelly in an instant. The immense claws formed by the laws of nature swiped down at the azure dragon, the air tearing apart with a deafening sound. The master of the sect wore a cold smile, brimming with confidence. This claw contained the full essence of the shadow leopard's deathly aura. Surely, Lin Tian's azure dragon, summoned with his current cultivation, could not withstand it. Yet, as the claw descended, the azure dragon too prepared for action, its azure light intensifying, illuminating the colossal tree above. The leaves rustled, falling like rain, brimming with boundless vitality. The azure dragon emitted a resonant roar, its spiritual energy surging forth. In that moment, all the fallen leaves suddenly gathered together, forming chains that shot towards the nether leopard with astonishing speed. As for the colossal tree, the esteemed purple Infong gazed thoughtfully at the sky. Although ancient texts on the sacred beast azure dragon contained scant details, he was unaware of the ancient tree that the azure dragon bore. The master of the sect's eyes glinted coldly as he observed the chains of green leaves forming, seemingly devoid of any defensive capability. A flicker of disdain crossed his mind. Did he think that mere leaves could thwart him, even if it were a primordial sacred beast? The master of the sect believed the azure dragon, or Lin Tian, was overly arrogant to underestimate him. So be it. A ruthless glint flashed in the master of the sect's eyes. Did he truly believe that possessing the sacred beast's star essence made him invincible? One must remember, he was merely a small golden core cultivator. The moment had come. Everyone sharpened their eyes, their expressions tense, questioning whether the sacred beast truly possessed the power to dominate the world as the ancient texts suggested. All disciples of Tianyong City felt a surge of unease as the green chains descended rapidly, akin to a full-force strike from an early nascent soul cultivator. Purple Infong furrowed his brow, speaking softly. He sensed something amiss. The earlier display of grandeur, especially that emanating from the sacred beast azure dragon, seemed inexplicably weak. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart, though he could not articulate why. Little did he know, Lin Tian aimed to utterly destroy the master of the sect's star essence, rendering him a lifelong cripple. Their circumstances were vastly different. Although Lin Tian had previously lost the azure dragon and vermilion bird star essences to a mysterious ancient clan's formidable being, he possessed 5 sacred beast star essences in total. Thus, unless all 5 were annihilated simultaneously, he could eventually reconstitute them. However, the master of the sect, with merely 1 star essence, would find it impossible to regenerate once destroyed. The backlash from the destruction of his star essence could either collapse his foundation and cause him to regress in cultivation, or worse, bring him to the brink of death as a mere mortal. Lin Tian would show no mercy. The master of the sect had repeatedly sought his demise. It would be unjust not to retaliate at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the green chains slicing through the air erupted. As Lin Tian observed the nether leopard's claw approaching the devouring spirit chain, he murmured, "Is it a plummet in cultivation, or will it meet its end? Life and death, it all hinges on your fate. Only this strike." Just as Lin Tian's words fell, the green chains emitted a crisp sound as they ensnared the nether leopard along with its 100-meter-high manifestation of laws. No matter how the authentic nether leopard struggled, clawing, biting, or even channeling death energy to corrode, the green chains remained unyielding, gradually tightening their grip. The nether leopard was firmly bound. What? The onlookers gasped in shock, inhaling sharply. Could it be that mere fallen leaves could restrain the full force of the master of the sect? If the sacred beasts were to intervene directly, could they truly annihilate heaven and earth? Everyone's hearts raced with fear. They dared not look directly at the figure in the sky, fearing to attract his attention, wondering if he had overheard their previous taunts and insults. Some lowered their heads, trembling, while others cast their gaze upon the elder with the sword, including Ling Duan. At this moment, it was evident to all that the master of the sect had utterly lost, and to a disciple of Tianyong City, no less, which was profoundly ironic. Purple Infong, witnessing this scene, momentarily lost his composure. This had truly thwarted his attack, and it appeared there was still strength remaining. He was now acutely aware of the terrifying power of the sacred beast's star essence. It seemed that if Lin Tian unleashed his full might, they would be nearly equals. Nodding slightly, Purple Infong felt a surge of satisfaction. The stronger Lin Tian became, the more delighted he was, hoping to one day witness him reach such heights. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes just as he was about to call out for Lin Tian to cease his actions. The azure dragon moved amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. It dove toward the nether leopard, intensifying the constriction of the green chains, which sprouted vicious hooks that pierced the nether leopard's body. The chains absorbed all its spiritual energy, death energy, and life force, even the power of its star essence. The nether leopard's once bright eyes gradually dimmed, losing their vitality. Despite its desperate struggles fueled by death energy, it was in vain, hastening its demise. A chilling roar echoed through the sky. Below, the master of the sect spat a mouthful of reverse blood, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed upward. Bellowing in fury, "Rebellious disciple, how dare you?" Sight today was inexplicably disheartening. Upon seeing the computer, my thoughts scattered. It truly felt like the most agonizing day without rain. I shall attempt to adjust my state tomorrow. I am grateful to all the esteemed readers for enduring 2 chapters of Poison. Honestly, I felt embarrassed to look at it after writing. My confidence has taken a significant hit recently. Alas. However, there is a silver lining. My superior has arranged another recommendation for me this week, set to appear on the recommendation list this Friday, so I hope for your support. I admire my own courage in uttering these words. All the chapters 1-0 are etched in my heart, and I will indeed repay them. Esteemed readers, feel free to urge me daily in the review section. In truth, I have been quite dissatisfied with the recent chapters 1v written, particularly today. Writing has been painfully slow, and as I watched the time slowly slip away, I felt an urge to smash the keyboard. Yet, what has passed is now set in stone. I can only strive to write with more dedication in the future. I still welcome all esteemed readers to critique my work. A myriad of words can be distilled into a single sigh. Lastly, I humbly implore for a few recommendation votes. It seems I have lost all sense of shame. Chapter 61. Defunct, the sect's leadership. Lin Tian remained oblivious, standing atop the vermilion bird, gazing down at the master of the sect with disdain. What? The disciples of Tianyong City, witnessing the master of the sect severely injured and his aura waning, looked up and roared in outrage at Lin Tian, their words incomprehensible. After all, they had never heard nor seen anyone's star essence being forcefully destroyed. Yet, the current scene could not suppress their astonishment. The sacred beast Azure Dragon had casually unleashed this strike, blocking and even overpowering the master of the sect's divine abilities. Indeed, the name of the sacred beast was well-deserved. The onlookers' eyes brimmed with amazement as they scanned the sky for other sacred beasts, the majestic white tiger, the undying vermilion bird, the 9 nether Xuanwu, and the sacred Kirin. With the aid of these sacred beasts, it seemed he would be invincible in this realm. Meanwhile, Purple Phone was utterly aghast. Although he stood below, he could clearly perceive the master of the sect's star essence dissipating rapidly. Lin Tian truly intended to cripple the master of the sect. Purple Phone hurriedly summoned his sword, intent on intervening. But Lin Tian seemed to sense this and turned to face his approaching master, a purple light streaking across the sky. His master had promised him 3 moves. But what did this mean? Lin Tian understood well. After all, his master had shared a long-standing friendship with Purple Phone. Seeing his intention to cripple the master was undoubtedly a cause for intervention. Yet, he feigned ignorance, a light smile gracing his lips. Perhaps had his master arrived earlier, he might have been able to prevent it, but now it was far too late. Do you truly intend to destroy his star essence? The purple light of the divine sword trembled, emanating a resonant voice. Below, the disciples of Tianyong City felt as if they were engulfed in a maelstrom of shock. Their eyes fixated on Lin Tian, their bodies trembling. He actually intended to cripple the leader of Tianyong City. In that moment, Futsu felt her mind explode. She stared blankly at the nether leopard in the sky, utterly dazed. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and after an indeterminate time, Futsu regained her composure. Lin Tian. Senior brother, could you spare my father? Futsu pleaded, her voice laced with sobs that invoked a natural instinct in all who heard her to protect and cherish her. Futsu, do not plead for this wayward disciple. The Grand Master's face turned ashen, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was at the end of his strength, barely standing as he turned to Futsu with great effort. With a mere thought, Lin Tian summoned the divine beast Qilin, which descended upon a cloud. Its colossal form radiating an undeniable aura. In an instant, it stood before the Grand Master, blocking his path, its roars echoing fiercely. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with guilt as he declared, after this matter, I shall surely apologize to my master, but today, regardless of life or death, I shall obliterate his star essence. His eyes were resolute, filled with a certainty that echoed in his words. He has repeatedly sought my demise today, and now he faces the consequences of his own actions. Lin Tian's declaration was not only for his master to hear, but also aimed at Futsu. Observing the temporarily trapped master, he focused his thoughts, and the Azure Dragon seemed to sense the urgency, swiftly coiling around the phantom leopard. Its sharp, gleaming claws pierced through the azure chain with a resounding crack. The phantom leopard let out a pained roar as a massive wound appeared on its back. Dark blood gushing forth. The azure chain absorbed not only the blood, but everything it released. In an instant, the phantom leopard began to fade, as if on the verge of disintegration. Meanwhile, the Grand Master collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood spilling from his lips. A look of despair crossed his face as he sensed his inner core waning. He feared he quickly stifled that thought, fixating his hatred upon the figure in the sky. He loathed the fact that, had he known this day would come, he should have eliminated this child 3 years prior. Now it was too late. The Grand Master lay on the ground, bitterness etched upon his features, laughing maniacally at the heavens as his cultivation plummeted. Lin Tian, cease at once. The Grand Master, drenched in cold sweat, was once again confronted with his renewed perception of the divine beast. Its impenetrable scales had effectively blocked him, and with a sidelong glance at the Grand Master lying in a pool of blood, he felt a pang of urgency. After all, so many years of camaraderie lingered. Lin Tian offered an apologetic glance at his master. Shaking his head in resignation, he sighed. It is too late. Azure Dragon, annihilate. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted. The Azure Dragon's deep green eyes flashing with indifference, akin to an ancient deity surveying lesser beings. It unleashed a breath upon the phantom leopard, and in that instant, the azure chain trembled violently, emitting an overwhelming suction force. The vast body of the phantom leopard seemed to be drained of its very essence, rapidly shrinking, until, with a sharp contraction of its pupils, a resounding shatter echoed through the air. In a moment of collective horror, shock, and grief, the phantom leopard was utterly obliterated. No! Fuchu cried out, her eyes red from weeping, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. The destruction of the star essence unleashed a powerful backlash, shattering the Grand Master's inner core, rendering him incapable of further cultivation. Lin Tian sighed deeply. At last, it is over. Ignoring Fu Chu's anguished cries below, he turned to observe the azure dragon condensing the azure chain back into leaves as the ancient tree trembled. The enormous leaves returned to their rightful place upon the ancient tree. Lin Tian nodded, contemplating the fragment of the jade balance in his hand, now devoid of spiritual energy, and he placed it back to absorb spiritual power autonomously. This time, the reliance on the jade balance was paramount. Without the immense spiritual energy within, even the azure dragon, as an ancient divine beast, would struggle to unleash its full might. Moreover, it required its own energy to summon the Qilin. Feeling the meager spiritual energy remaining within him, Lin Tian summoned the fire dragon back into his body and, stepping upon the vermilion bird, descended to the ground. This battle had utterly devastated the surroundings of the spirit pavilion. Even the azure lake had been scorched dry by the earlier flames of the Golden Emperor. The fiery rain had created a nearly 1,000-meter-wide black hole, and Lin Tian could keenly sense the residual heat within. One could say that the losses in Tianyong City were catastrophic. Lin Tian leaped gracefully from 10 meters above the ground, landing smoothly. And though his powers were nearly depleted, he rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted Ling Duan amid the crowd, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. He shook his head, deciding to let him live a moment longer. Turning to face his glaring master, he shrugged helplessly and walked towards him. Chapter 62. The conclusion of Tianyong City Speak. What transpired here? The Grand Master, having gently propped up the Grand Master, administered a pill to preserve his life before turning to suppress his inner fury. Lin Tian, noting his master's grave demeanor, replied with a hint of exasperation. How would I know? The moment I arrived, he seemed to go mad, attacking me with lethal intent. So, Lin Tian spread his hands, looking indifferently at the Grand Master, thinking that foolish individuals are always exploited. Since he survived, it could be considered fortunate. And living as an ordinary person might not be so bad. The Grand Master, upon hearing this, glanced down at the visibly weakened Grand Master, who, despite having taken the pill, still bore a pallid complexion. It was clear that seeking clarity from him would not be feasible. The Grand Master then turned to the gathered disciples of Tianyong City, realizing that since the Grand Master had brought them, perhaps someone among them knew the cause of the incident. Raising his voice, the Grand Master called out, "Who among you knows what happened?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately responded, I know. Stepping forward was none other than Ling Duan, who cast a fearful glance at Lin Tian, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes as he hurried to hide behind the Elder of the Sword. What transpired today? In response to the Elder's inquiry, Ling Duan feigned innocence and, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Tian, declared, It was him, Lin Tian. Ling Duan paused, taking a deep breath, hoping to incite the Elder's wrath. Otherwise, his fate would surely be dire. He continued, Today, when Lin Tian arrived at Tianyong City, he injured a disciple, rendering his roots useless, likely condemning him to a future devoid of cultivation. That is why the Grand Master brought all the disciples of Tianyong City to the back mountain to capture Lin Tian. Who would have thought that Lin Tian not only refused to surrender, but also insulted the Grand Master, and then injured the Elder of Law? As for the events that followed, you witnessed them all. After speaking, Ling Duan cautiously gauged the Elder's expression, his heart racing with anxiety. The Grand Master scrutinized Lin Tian. He would not take Ling Duan's word at face value, and being his disciple, he understood Lin Tian's character well. However, Lin Tian had indeed provoked him today. The Grand Master asked, "Is what Ling Duan said true?" Lin Tian, intrigued, looked at Ling Duan and, seeing that his master had inquired, he did not conceal anything, stating, "What he said is largely true, but it seems he did not explain why I incapacitated that disciple." Upon hearing Lin Tian's statement, the Grand Master felt a tightening in his chest, but soon realized that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Casting a puzzled glance at the Grand Master below, he noticed that the previously weak Grand Master seemed startled by Lin Tian's words, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Father, do not be angry." Unbeknownst to her, Fu Zhu had already stepped forward. Witnessing her father spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood, she immediately cried out in distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. She turned her gaze fiercely towards Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian appeared indifferent, shrugging his shoulders, seemingly unconcerned. It seemed that some individuals were not entirely foolish, albeit a bit slow to react. Gazing at the sky, Lin Tian chuckled mockingly. Xin, the true man, observed everything intently and inquired of Lin Tian, "Speak, why did you injure that disciple?" At this moment, all the disciples of Tianyong City were watching from a distance, eavesdropping on the conversation, their imaginations running wild. Yet, without exception, they envisioned Lin Tian as a ruthless demon, one who relished in provocation and chaos. They speculated that a new disciple must have offended him over some trivial matter, thus falling victim to his wrath. In their hearts, they pondered this, but dared not voice their thoughts, especially with the terrifying presence of the azure dragon and vermilion birds still soaring above them. They were utterly afraid to provoke Lin Tian, fearing they might suffer the same fate as the esteemed master. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, he seemed to recall something, looked up at the sky, and smiled slightly, saying, "I mentioned that many present might not believe me. So it's better to." As his voice fell, Lin Tian swiftly crossed over to Ling Duan, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. "What do you want to do?" Ling Duan's face contorted in terror, and Lin Tian chuckled softly, "I'll borrow you for a moment, and then you can go where you belong." Xin furrowed his brow and said, "Release Ling Duan." However, Lin Tian disregarded his command and instead pulled out a palm-sized scale. The scale of the candle dragon. Xin recognized this divine artifact, and his heart trembled at the thought of Lin Tian's extraordinary fortune. Ling Duan felt a surge of intense unease as he struggled futilely, finding Lin Tian's grip unyielding, as if it were a mountain. More terrifyingly, his spiritual energy had been utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of casting any spells to escape. He was now like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Let me go! Let me go!" Ling Duan's heart surged with indignation, his gaze filled with unrestrained hatred directed at Lin Tian, speaking each word with effort. Lin Tian laughed lightly, tapping the scale against Ling Duan's face, remarking, "Feeling guilty? Afraid of death?" Infusing his magical energy into the scale of the candle dragon. Lin Tian glanced at the heavens and gradually directed the faint green luminescence emanating from the scale onto Ling Duan. In an instant, the scene illuminated by this glow became vividly clear to all the disciples of Tianyong City. It was outside the Xingyun Pavilion. Senior brother Ling Duan, senior brother Ling Chuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight. Lin Tian, relieved by the successful first use of the scale, began to gaze intently at the unfolding scene. In the image, Ling Duan and Ling Chuan were seen walking towards the Star Hall. At that moment, Ling Chuan timidly voiced, "Senior brother, after all, it was the junior disciple who provoked first. Is it wise to confront the master?" Ling Duan snorted coldly, replying, "As long as we don't speak of it. Who would know? Later, you can firmly place the blame on Lin Tian for injuring Wang Hong. I'm eager to see what skills he possesses this time." "Ah, indeed," Ling Chuan agreed. As the last segment concluded, the scene came to an abrupt halt. The onlookers gasped in horror, realizing that this entire affair had been instigated solely by Ling Duan. Lin Tian chuckled, "So what do you have to say now?" Observing Ling Duan's face of utter despair, he shook his head, denying him further opportunity to speak. With a sudden burst, the golden emperor flame surged forth from Lin Tian's hand, yet he restrained its fiery intensity. For someone like Ling Duan, a swift death would be a mercy. But Lin Tian did not intend to grant him such a reprieve. Trembling, Ling Duan beheld the golden emperor flame as it enveloped his feet, swiftly incinerating them. Ling Duan let out a grotesque scream, experiencing an indescribable agony that, while excruciating, was not fatal. "I will kill you, Lin Tian. I will definitely kill you," he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Tian shook his head, flinging Ling Duan aside, allowing the golden emperor flame to gradually consume his flesh and blood. "Let him perish." Ziyin observed the scene silently, refraining from intervention, recognizing that Ling Duan truly deserved death. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the fate of the master, who had unwittingly taken on such a disciple. Meanwhile, the master, eyes wide in shock after witnessing the scene, trembled with rage and, after spewing blood, fainted from the intensity of his emotions. In that moment, the elite forces of Tianyong City, aside from Ziyin, were either injured by Lin Tian or incapacitated. The once mighty sect of cultivation seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Chapter 63. Jiangdu. Above the heavens, clouds gathered ominously, and suddenly a vibrant light flashed, drawing attention. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on his wooden sword, his eyes tightly shut, directing a portion of his consciousness to guide the sword in flight while he began to circulate the sword cannon. He sensed that he had fully mastered the golden core stage. It felt as though he could break through at any moment. Without concern for the instability of his foundation when ascending to the realms of immortality, Tai Golden Immortal, Douluo Golden Immortal, or even the quasi-saint level. This was the reason he had willingly consumed extra time, refraining from breaking through, focusing solely on achieving perfection in his cultivation. Though he possessed the innate Tao body, he aimed to refine each realm to its utmost pinnacle, combining his inherent advantages to ensure a smoother journey in future cultivation, thus avoiding any awkward predicaments. A towering edifice must be built upon a solid foundation, otherwise, even if one reaches great heights, without a firm base to support it, it is all in vain. Unable to withstand any calamity, opening his eyes, Lin Tian recognized that he had indeed reached the pinnacle of his realm. Yet he had no intention of breaking through just yet. After all, he was still soaring through the skies and preferred to wait until he reached his destination to find a quiet place for his breakthrough. Years had passed, and he was not averse to waiting a little longer for the nascent soul stage. Turning his gaze towards Tianyong City, Lin Tian sighed, reflecting on how, since he had annihilated Ling Duan, he had lost the desire to remain in Tianyong City. However, as his master was still present, he refrained from leaving directly. Instead, he returned to the U-Hall, where the master had lost all his powers and was reduced to immortal, while the 5 chief elders were gravely injured. Only the sword elder, Ziyin, remained to handle the aftermath, staying in the U-Hall to cultivate for 3 days. Lin Tian unexpectedly sensed with his spiritual perception that Su Han had voluntarily abdicated the position of master, passing the mantle to the senior brother Ling Yu. However, Ling Yu was temporarily away from Tianyong City, and the sword elder was managing affairs in his stead. 5 days passed before Lin Tian finally met his master again. Though Ziyin harbored a hint of anger towards Lin Tian, it dissipated over the days, as it was only human nature. Perhaps Su Han was destined to face such tribulations. After a casual conversation, Lin Tian took the initiative to express his desire to leave Tianyong City, to which Ziyin nodded in agreement. He also instructed Lin Tian to visit the sword pavilion before departing to procure a few spiritual swords from Hongyu, knowing that Lin Tian's swordsmanship was quite formidable. Lin Tian naturally did not object, promptly heading to the sword pavilion to select 3 wooden spiritual swords before concluding his tasks. He then took flight on his sword, leaving Tianyong City behind. Regaining his focus, Lin Tian shook his head, observing the ancient city now within reach. He performed a hand gesture, guiding the wooden spiritual sword into a secluded bamboo grove outside the city, landing steadily on the ground. Lin Tian sheathed the wooden sword on his back and, carrying the 3 spiritual swords, slowly made his way towards the ancient city. Along a broad official road, the trees on either side flourished with dense foliage, their petals scattered on the ground, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. The occasional chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects added to the ambience, evoking a sense of paradise. Before long, Lin Tian arrived at the ancient city, surrounded by bustling pedestrians. He paused for a moment, gazing at the inscription above the city gate, Jiangdu. He murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips as he thought of someone residing in Jiangdu. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing his eyes, filling him with delight. After inquiring with a passerby about the direction to Wamanlu, Lin Tian strode confidently into the city. The streets, paved with blue stones, were lined with willow trees, and numerous inns and taverns dotted the landscape. Aside from the absence of arched bridges and clear lakes, Jiangdu bore little difference from Qinchuan, except, perhaps, for its more exquisite scenery and the profusion of blooming flowers. Following the directions given, he navigated through a series of turns and, after a leisurely stroll, arrived at the heart of the city at Wamanlu. In the realm of the ancient sword, this establishment was akin to a brothel. However, the women here predominantly offered their artistic talents rather than their bodies, unless they chose to serve willingly. Being daytime, the doors were open but no patrons were inside, leaving Lin Tian standing alone and conspicuous. "Ah, young master, if you wish to see a dance, it would be better to return later." A woman clad in a flowing purple gown emerged from within Wamanlu. Turning to face her, Lin Tian beheld her beauty, a delicate oval face framed by alluring phoenix-like eyes. Her skin fair and smooth, her tall figure elegantly concealed by her attire. She was undeniably enchanting. Yet, Lin Tian remained composed, his gaze clear as he replied, "If there is no dance, surely a meal would suffice." With that, he boldly entered the establishment. Inside, Wamanlu, despite its reputation, exhibited remarkable charm. The spacious hall boasted 2 levels, with tables and chairs arranged in an orderly fashion. To one side lay an inner garden, blooming with peach blossoms. Perfectly vibrant in this season, Lin Tian felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The hall was nearly empty, save for a disheveled man on the second floor, heartily enjoying his meal and drink. From below, Lin Tian could see a dark, massive sword resting on the man's table, which immediately piqued his interest. He ascended the stairs and took a seat opposite the man, cheerfully asking, "May I join you?" The man looked up, mouth full of chicken leg, and replied, "Of course." Lin Tian smiled and gestured to the attendant in purple, "Bring me the same food and drink as this gentleman, and his meal will be on my tab." He produced a magic crystal from his pocket, placing it on the wooden table. While it was merely a gem born from a Dadashi-level magical beast, it could easily cover the cost of a meal, or even sustain a stay at Wamanlu for half a year, given its value in this realm. "Is this a gemstone?" the purple-clad woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It is my first encounter with such a color. It resembles a demon core, if I am not mistaken." "You must be a cultivator," the man remarked, downing his drink with gusto. Lin Tian nodded, observing the empty bowl on the table. With a wave of his hand, he summoned spirit energy to pour wine from the jug into the bowl. Lin Tian, a wandering cultivator, he introduced himself, raising his bowl toward the man. "Yin Xianshang, a rogue hero of the martial world," the man responded, laughing heartily as their bowls clinked together, producing a clear sound. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the name Yin Xianshang. He downed his drink and moved to sit beside him. "Delightful," Yin Xianshang exclaimed, pouring Lin Tian another bowl. "It seems Qianshang enjoys his drink." Lin Tian chuckled, knowing that his visit to Jiangdu was primarily to seek out Yin Qianshang, whose true name was Wu Guangma, a renowned figure in the underworld and the brother of Feng Qing Snow. Years ago, he had been dispatched to Wuming Spirit Valley by the Witch of the Ghost City, only to lose his memory after being attacked by the Iron-Masked Man, eventually saved by Ouyang Xiaogong. Lin Tian was well informed of Yin Xianshang's story, but now the challenge lay in the fact that he had lost his memory and trusted Ouyang Xiaogong implicitly, until his memories returned. Lin Tian could not afford to trust him completely, especially given his own history of extorting a scale from Ouyang Xiaogong and knowing his secrets, which made him a potential adversary. After another hearty drink, Yin Xianshang sighed. "To drink and sing, what is life?" Lin Tian, amused, replied, "I did not expect Qianshang to possess such literary talent. You truly impress me. There is no need for flattery, my friend. I have wandered the world for many years, witnessing the ebb and flow of human emotions and conflicts, which inspires my musings." Yin Qianshang chuckled. "Ah, you must have traveled to many places," Lin Tian said. His curiosity piqued. Just then, 2 attendants arrived with the food and drink Lin Tian had ordered. He nodded appreciatively and turned to Yin Qianshang. "Indeed, I have visited numerous places. Are you perhaps seeking directions?" Yin Qianshang, finishing the last drop of wine, wiped his mouth and replied, "What location do you seek?" "I am looking for the specific location of Kaomayakan," Lin Tian inquired. Kaomayakan held a fragment of the Jade Hung, which he needed to verify whether it had been found by Bailey Tusu and his companions. Regardless, he wanted to investigate for himself. With the Jade Hung fragment in someone else's possession, he could not afford to be complacent, especially after witnessing its benefits during the battle at Tianyang City. For Lin Tian, each additional fragment represented another safeguard for his life. Yin Qianshang stroked his chin, deep in thought, as he murmured, "Kaomayakan?" After several moments had passed, observing Yin Qianshang's contemplative expression, Lin Tian's demeanor darkened. It seemed that there was no hope, and shaking his head, he remarked, Since Qianshang is unaware, let it be. In this vast world, how arduous it is to locate a mere village. Qianshang offered an awkward smile and considered Lin Tian. This individual indeed piqued his interest, and perhaps he could lend a hand. If Brother Lin truly wishes to know the location of Caomiao village, then let us tarry in Jiangdu for a few days. I may not possess much, but I do have a few acquaintances in the martial world. Lin Tian's face brightened with a smile as he nodded in agreement, saying, Then I shall trouble you, Qianshang. After a hearty meal, Lin Tian accompanied Qianshang, consuming several large jars of wine, until it was Lin Tian who finally suggested stopping, lest they continue drinking indefinitely. Fortunately, the establishment had ample guest rooms, so Lin Tian opted to stay there rather than seek accommodations elsewhere. The cost would naturally be deducted from the magic crystal he possessed. Upon entering his room, Lin Tian promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and utilized his internal spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. In an instant, his mind cleared, and he felt refreshed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lin Tian slowly rose. He was untroubled by the prospect of Qianshang seeking the village on his behalf, for it was likely that very few knew of Caomiao village's connection to the shattered jade fragment. Additionally, Lin Tian hoped to utilize the scales of the candle dragon to probe into Qianshang's memories for any information regarding the ominous sword. Looking out the window at the sun high in the sky, although the temperature was not excessively hot, the streets were sparsely populated. Most had either entered taverns or returned to their homes. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze, closed the window, and strode purposefully towards another room, Qianshang's quarters. Earlier, he had noticed Qianshang inebriated, so he seized the opportunity to investigate, hoping to glimpse the scene he desired. Upon reaching Qianshang's door, he gently pushed it open, revealing Qianshang sprawled on the bed, snoring thunderously, clearly in a deep slumber. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, detecting the strong scent of alcohol in the room, evidently emanating from Qianshang. While the presence of alcohol was not alarming, the intensity was unusual. After all, Qianshang was a cultivator, skilled in the arts of the netherworld, and despite his amnesia, he should possess sufficient strength, at least at the golden core stage. With such prowess, even without actively dispelling the effects of the alcohol, his internal energy would naturally dissipate it over time. Yet, the stench lingered as if he had just stepped away from the table. Was he truly inebriated, or merely feigning drunkenness to test Lin Tian? At that moment, Lin Tian's thoughts were interrupted as he caught a glimpse of Qianshang's right arm, which had tensed under the quilt. Was he genuinely testing me? Lin Tian mused, unwilling to sever their relationship. He had already contemplated the prospect of bringing Qianshang along for his future endeavors in the netherworld. Cursing his misfortune inwardly, he resolved to proceed. Having already entered the room, he was aware that Qianshang had detected his presence. Approaching Qianshang, Lin Tian's eyes twinkled as he suddenly smiled and spoke softly, Our meeting is fated. I sense an unusual energy within you, akin to the worms of the extreme south. Very well, having enjoyed our conversation today, I shall rid you of this affliction. His words were not mere idle chatter. Lin Tian was well aware that Qianshang harbored a worm implanted by Ouyang Shaogong to prevent him from regaining his memory. Indeed, as Lin Tian finished speaking, Qianshang's body gradually relaxed, though a hint of vigilance remained. Chapter 65. Expelling the worm unbeknownst to Lin Tian. Upon returning to his room, Qianshang had indeed intended to use his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. However, before he could act, he keenly sensed Lin Tian's presence outside his door. After a brief pause, Lin Tian had boldly entered, causing Qianshang to feel a surge of alarm, prompting his current pretense, curious about Lin Tian's intentions. Worms. Although Qianshang lay feigning sleep, he was bewildered, uncertain whether Lin Tian's claims held any truth. Ouyang had previously examined him and confirmed his health was intact, with no hidden injuries. Over the years, he had felt no discomfort. However, Qianshang remained unaware that Lin Tian had already discerned his ruse and continued to lie in bed, determined to observe Lin Tian's actions. He was confident in his own abilities. Should Lin Tian exhibit any irregular behavior, he would swiftly suppress him. Taking a deep breath, Qianshang steadied his mind, allowing his thoughts to settle. Lin Tian approached Qianshang's bedside, inhaling the overwhelming scent of alcohol. With a casual wave of his right hand, a surge of five-colored spiritual energy enveloped the room, dissipating the alcohol's stench. Yet, a faint aroma still lingered from Qianshang's form. Ignoring this, Lin Tian focused on the reclining figure, his spiritual awareness sweeping over Qianshang's body. He muttered, The worms that shift with the blood's flow are indeed troublesome. Though this was a self-directed musing, It was intended for Yin Qianshang's ears. Naturally, Lin Tian's statement was entirely fabricated. If his spiritual awareness could truly detect such a worm, it would not escape Yin Qianshang's notice, nor would Ouyang Xiaogong be foolish enough to enact such a scheme. Lin Tian's intent was to explore Yin Qianshang's body gradually, undoubtedly employing the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. Could it be that I truly harbor a worm within me? Yin Qianshang felt Lin Tian at his bedside, yet remained motionless, his demeanor suggesting he was preparing to treat him. Unease began to creep into his mind. After all, Lin Tian was a cultivator with mysterious methods. Could he have genuinely discovered a worm within him? Yin Qianshang's heart raced, yet he did not stir, remaining vigilant to Lin Tian's next move. He held a flicker of belief, but it was not absolute. Lin Tian, unaware of the extent of Yin Qianshang's thoughts, continued to channel spiritual energy, flattening Yin Qianshang's body on the bed. He gently removed the quilt, noticing a momentary tension in Yin Qianshang's form, which quickly dissipated. Shaking his head, Lin Tian focused on Yin Qianshang, muttering, "It seems I must ascertain the location of the worm." As his words fell, a flicker of golden flame erupted from Lin Tian's hand. Aside from its peculiar hue, it bore no heat, even less than the fire used for cooking. Carefully, Lin Tian directed the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame into Yin Qianshang's body. Observing that Yin Qianshang remained still, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that all was well. Indeed, Yin Qianshang sensed that this flame posed no threat, allowing him to remain silent and watchful. Had the flame carried any hint of danger, he would never have engaged in such a perilous act. At this moment, Yin Qianshang was eager to discover whether a worm truly resided within him. Mobilizing his entire spiritual energy, he remained poised for any eventuality. As the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame coursed into Yin Qianshang's right arm, Lin Tian guided it through his meridians in search of abnormalities. It traversed the Ren and Du meridians without incident, prompting Lin Tian to direct the flame toward the remaining 6 meridians. Time trickled by, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Lin Tian's forehead. It was not a lack of magical power, but rather the prolonged control over the Golden Emperor's flame of destruction flowing through Yin Qianshang's meridians, all while cautiously avoiding any harm to his veins, which had drained a considerable amount of mental energy. After all, he was merely a golden core cultivator at present. Cold sweat dripped from Lin Tian's forehead, and after several breaths, he finally detected an anomaly at the pulse of Yin Qianshang. A wave of relief washed over him as he muttered softly to himself, swiftly forming a seal with his hands, allowing the Golden Emperor's flame to penetrate the hidden goo worm within Yin Qianshang's body. Once completed, Lin Tian's spiritual energy erupted, evaporating the cold sweat on his skin, and he then addressed Yin Qianshang. "Qianshang, there is no need to feign sleep any longer." Upon hearing his words, Yin Qianshang's body jolted, and he sprang up from the bed, grasping the black giant sword placed beside him with a vigilant expression directed at Lin Tian. "When did you realize I was pretending to sleep? What have you done to my body?" Lin Tian waved his hand with a light chuckle. "You will soon find out." Indeed, the moment his words fell, Yin Qianshang's expression shifted dramatically, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground while clutching his chest in agony. His face turned crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging. "What have you done to me?" Yin Qianshang stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Tian, his voice laced with anger. Lin Tian merely smiled, turning away to the tea table where he poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip while observing Yin Qianshang. Yin Qianshang roared in the room, releasing his physical torment, while someone outside the door appeared to sense the disturbance. A woman knocked incessantly, her voice filled with anxious exclamations. However, at the instant she arrived, Lin Tian had sealed the wooden door, rendering her efforts futile. "She's here," Lin Tian murmured as he gazed at Yin Qianshang's throat. He stepped closer, grasping Yin Qianshang's chin, forcing his mouth wide open. Slowly, before Yin Qianshang's horrified and pained gaze, a 2-inch black flesh worm began to writhe out of his mouth. Lin Tian swiftly used his spiritual power to strike the black worm to the ground before releasing Yin Qianshang and gently placing him back on the bed. Gasping for air, Yin Qianshang felt the intense pain in his body subside, though it had not caused any lasting injury. After a moment, he regained some composure. Gazing at the writhing black worm on the floor, he felt his stomach churn, recalling that this very creature had once resided within him. With a shudder, he shook his head, steadied his mind, and turned to Lin Tian with cupped fists, expressing his gratitude. "I previously misjudged you, Lin brother. Thank you for saving my life." As he prepared to bow, Lin Tian immediately interjected, shaking his head, "Our acquaintance is like old friends. It's but a trivial matter." After pausing, Lin Tian lifted the barrier at the door and, with a playful smile, remarked, No wonder Qianshang resides in this magnificent building. It seems there is a lovely companion. With that, he waved a hand to silence Qianshang's impending words and nodded to the woman who had entered, hastily striding out. Laughter echoed behind him. Chapter 66. Gongquan Village. Upon returning to his room, Lin Tian made his way directly to the bed, settling down to meditate and recuperate. Assisting Qianshang in expelling the goo worm had indeed taken its toll on him, depleting his mental energy. However, there was a silver lining. It appeared that during this time, Ouyang Xiaogong had not yet contacted Qianshang. It was likely that Ouyang Xiaogong remained unaware that Lin Tian had come to seek out Qianshang. At least for now, having helped Qianshang rid himself of the goo worm, it would be much easier for him to request assistance in the future. As time passed, the sky darkened, and Lin Tian remained in his room throughout the afternoon, not stepping outside even once. It was not that he required such a lengthy recuperation. Rather, he spent the entire afternoon pondering whether Ouyang Xiaogong and Tu Su had located the jade fragment. Lin Tian was acutely aware that Ouyang Xiaogong must have realized he possessed a piece of the jade. After all, given Ouyang Xiaogong's intellect, a visit to the Fanyan stronghold coupled with the events of that night would lead him to deduce this easily. At this moment, both he and Ouyang Xiaogong shared the same objective: to gather the 4 pieces of the jade and then venture to the tomb of Qin Shi Huang to utilize the treasure and restore the jade. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Lin Tian halted his thoughts, shook his head, and approached the door. Qianshang, he called upon seeing the figure outside. A smile crossed his face as he continued. Why are you not with that lovely lady at this late hour? Qianshang appeared flustered, panting slightly as he waved his hand, clearly catching on to Lin Tian's jest. I found it. What? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he jolted, staring wide-eyed at Qianshang. Could it be Kaomayakin? Qianshang burst into hearty laughter, nodding vigorously as he entered Lin Tian's room without ceremony. Sitting in a chair, he poured himself a cup of tea and, after gulping it down, elaborated with a grin. I received this news from a friend in Qinchuan. Interestingly, when I found him, he was just about to return to Qinchuan. Lin Tian seated himself in an adjacent chair, pouring another cup of tea for Qianshang, and with a wry smile, he said, Qianshang, please do not tease me. In response, Qianshang nodded, understanding the significance of this information to Lin Tian. He continued, according to my friend from the martial world, Kaomayakin is located not far southwest of Qinchuan, merely 20 to 30 miles away. Moreover, this village is quite peculiar. It has virtually no water sources, wells and ponds have nearly run dry. The only residents are a few immobile old men and a young man who runs a clinic. Is this the Kaomayakin you were seeking, Lin brother? Qianshang inquired, still uncertain. However, upon hearing Qianshang's description, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he felt a surge of joy. If Qianshang's account was accurate, this Kaomayakin undoubtedly concealed the jade fragment he sought. Lin Tian nodded emphatically, expressing his gratitude. Thank you immensely, Qianshang. Without your help, I would have wasted considerable time searching alone. Qianshang waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious. Lin brother, you have saved my life. This is but a small matter. By the way, are you planning to set off tomorrow morning, or? Lin Tian rose and retrieved the 3 scabbards resting on the bed, declaring, time is of the essence. I intend to depart immediately. Pausing, he looked at Qianshang and added, in that case, Qianshang, we shall meet again. With a bow, he proceeded towards the door. Wait, Lin brother. Qianshang quickly stopped him, smiling. Since I'm free in Jiangdu and feeling rather bored, why not accompany you? At least there will be company along the way. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian nodded in agreement, eager to see if an opportunity would arise to employ the scales of the candle dragon on Qianshang during their journey. Very well. In a matter of moments, the two of them dashed out of the Wamanlu, heading towards the northern city gate of Jiangdu. Under the bright moonlight, the silver glow illuminated the entire city. In the city of Jiangdu, the night was devoid of restrictions, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians, predominantly men. On this evening, their destinations were clear, seeking beauty and revelry amidst the fireworks. Lin Tian and Qianshang hastened to the city gate, accomplishing the journey in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Upon arriving at the closed gate, they easily leaped over it as if it were merely a decorative barrier. However, Lin Tian couldn't help but mentally chastise Qianshang for lacking the ability to wield sword techniques, despite possessing magical powers. It seemed that Qianshang intended for Lin Tian to accompany him all the way to Qinchuan. Lin Tian felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had agreed to accompany Qianshang But the distance to Qinshuan was considerable, and the journey would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Given the circumstances, he could only hope that Qinshuan's lightness technique would allow them to travel swiftly. Thus, the two figures darted through the moonlit earth, plunging into the forest and vanishing from sight. On this day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour that cast a shadow over the hearts of those below. Emerging from a nearby forest were two men, one a burly figure bearing a massive sword, while the other comically carried 3 wooden swords. "Ah, we have finally arrived," Lin Tian exclaimed, gazing at the distant small village. The journey had indeed taken far too long, 2 days and 2 nights. Under normal circumstances, he would not have minded. But this was a matter concerning the fragments of the Yuan. He feared that the fragments might be snatched away by Bailey Tusu and his companions. Otherwise, he would be tempted to unleash his frustrations on Qinshuan. Moreover, he had yet to find an opportunity to utilize the scales of the candle dragon on Qinshuan. Turning to his companion, Lin Tian nodded and said, "Let us proceed. The clouds above indicate that a heavy rain is imminent." "Indeed," Qinshuan replied, following Lin Tian toward the small village. As they walked, the first droplets of rain began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying. Thunder rumbled, and a torrential rain cascaded down, drenching the parched land. Yet, remarkably, no raindrop touched Lin Tian, who emanated a faint golden glow, causing the impending rain to evaporate before it could reach him. Qinshuan, too, summoned his spiritual energy to form a deep blue shield above his head, though small. It held back the onslaught of rain. "Brother Lin, you seem to be heading away from Gongquan village," Qinshuan remarked, observing Lin Tian's path toward a nearby mountain. Lin Tian halted, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Have you not sensed anything unusual about this mountain?" "Unusual?" Qinshuan was perplexed, scanning the mountain before him. The flora at the base and summit appeared sparse, many trees having withered, yet the mid-slope thrived. Puzzled, he shook his head and said, "Brother Lin, this seems like an ordinary mountain to me. Where is the peculiarity?" Lin Tian, contemplating, directed his gaze toward the mid-slope and smiled. "Why not use your spiritual awareness to discern what is truly different?" Qinshuan, though confused, complied and extended his spiritual awareness. The distance between the base and mid-slope was roughly 100 meters, allowing him to easily cover the area. It is worth noting that not everyone possesses Lin Tian's exceptional talent, capable of extending his awareness 5,000 meters with mere golden core cultivation, a feat even some veterans in the nascent soul stage could not achieve. As Qinshuan's awareness expanded, his expression shifted drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "A monster." Lin Tian approached and playfully patted Qinshuan's shoulder, teasing, "Indeed, a monster. But given your fright, could it be that you're afraid?" After catching his breath, Qinshuan shook his head, astonished that such a creature could hide in the mountain, which elucidated the lack of water in Gongquan village. The monster must have absorbed all the spiritual energy from the earth's veins, leaving the village in such dire straits, suffering from years of drought. "Let us move quickly. That monster possesses something of great value." Lin Tian's heart raced at the thought of the Yuhing fragment hidden within the mountain, and he urged Qinshuan to follow as he activated his swift movement technique. Dashing toward the mid-slope, Qinshuan, recovering from his astonishment, responded with a simple, "Oh," and hurried to keep pace with Lin Tian. The deluge turned the hardened earth into mud, yet it did not hinder Lin Tian's speed, and within mere breaths, they reached the mid-slope. Surrounded by lush trees, Qinshuan drew his massive sword, cautiously surveying the area for any sign of the lurking monster. Meanwhile, Lin Tian extended his spiritual awareness, enveloping the entire mid-slope in an instant. A large cave entrance soon materialized in his mind. "This is the place." A smile graced Lin Tian's lips as he turned to Qinshuan, urging him to stay close as he strode toward the cave. The cave, nearly 3 meters high, was partially concealed by dense vegetation, allowing glimpses of its interior. Rainwater dripped from the cave ceiling, creating a rhythmic sound as they entered. Upon stepping inside, Lin Tian felt the scattered, demonic energy within. The minor demons of the Foundation establishment stage posed no threat, he remarked as he descended the greenstone steps. Observing the thick branches that filled the cave, Qinshuan, who had grown increasingly curious, directly asked Lin Tian, "It appears you are quite familiar with this place, and even know of the monsters hidden within the mountain. Yet, why were you unaware of Gongquan village's location while in Jiangdu?" With that, he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, adding, "This truly piques my curiosity." Lin Tian paused, retracting his gaze from the branches, and replied nonchalantly, "Do you suspect me, Qinshuan?" Qinshuan quickly waved his hands, laughing, "I was merely asking out of curiosity. Brother Lin saved my life. I trust you completely." Lin Tian, however, found his words hard to believe. anticipating such inquiries since bringing Yin Qianshang to Gongquan village. He had already prepared his response. Noticing that Yin Qianshang, despite his denial, likely harbored doubts, Lin Tian seized the opportunity to alleviate his concerns. With a light chuckle, he explained, "Since you wish to know, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The reason I sought Gongquan village is that I heard a rumor in the martial world that a fragment of the Yuheng had emerged within the village." What? Lin Tian's words startled Yin Qianshang. Another fragment of the Yuheng. His reason for remaining in Jiangdu was to assist Ouyang Xiaogong in searching for the Yuheng fragments. The revelation that another fragment existed here filled him with both surprise and joy. "Brother Lin, if there truly lies a shard of the jade balance here, may I borrow it from Qianshang for a time? Rest assured, I shall return it with both hands in the future." Although Yin Qianshang wished to obtain a shard of the jade balance for Xiaogong, Lin Tian was also his savior, hence he could only ask for a loan. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He had no intention of letting the shard slip away now that it was in his possession. Furthermore, he surmised that Yin Qianshang intended to present the shard to Ouyang Xiaogong. Such a loss-making transaction was not something Lin Tian would entertain. With his thoughts racing, he met Yin Qianshang's gaze and feigned ignorance, asking, "Are you planning to give this jade balance shard to Xiaogong to resurrect Xuanfeng?" Yin Qianshang was taken aback and filled with confusion, yet he nodded repeatedly, inquiring, "How did Brother Lin know about Xiaogong?" Lin Tian let out a hearty laugh and revealed the scale of the candle dragon from his robe. "Do you recognize this?" Yin Qianshang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Isn't this Xiaogong's?" Lin Tian waved his hand, concealing the jade balance shard in his robe, and replied, "Indeed, it belongs to Xiaogong. I borrowed it from him a few days ago in Qinchuan. Moreover, Xiaogong spoke of Qianshang. Otherwise, why would I venture to Wamanlu? Since we are not far from Qinchuan, how about we retrieve the shard first, and then head there to find Xiaogong?" If Lin Tian's earlier words had sown seeds of doubt in Yin Qianshang, his final statement dispelled all uncertainty regarding Lin Tian's acquaintance with Xiaogong. A smile spread across Yin Qianshang's face, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. The two then began to survey the cave, stepping deeper within as the aura of demons thickened around them. Chapter 68. The annihilation of the tree demon inside the cave, thick vines intertwined above, while the ground was equally covered with them, emanating a faint aura of demonic energy. "Is this a tree demon?" exclaimed Yin Qianshang, his body tensing immediately. Gripping his massive sword firmly, unwilling to relax even a fraction, the tree demon was notoriously difficult to deal with, although it could not move. Each vine and leaf served as its eyes and weapons. Yet, this particular tree demon's cultivation seemed low. Otherwise, they would have faced an immediate attack upon entering its territory, rather than the current calm that made the cave appear ordinary. "Brother Lin, should we clear the area from outside first? Otherwise, we might find ourselves ambushed from both sides," Yin Qianshang suggested, observing Lin Tian's determination to proceed without hesitation. He feared that should a battle ensue, the dense mass of vines would pose a significant threat. Lin Tian glanced back at the hesitant Yin Qianshang, following his gaze to the surrounding vines, and felt a flicker of annoyance. Was he truly so cautious over a mere foundational-level tree demon? Lin Tian was unaware that Yin Qianshang had only retained a handful of the ghostly arts, with the rest forgotten, relying primarily on his sword for offense. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's no need. It's just a tree demon. Just a tree demon." Yin Qianshang thought, momentarily stunned by Lin Tian's nonchalance before quickly following suit. It appeared Brother Lin possessed remarkable strength. Upon entering the cave's depths, Lin Tian found the vines even denser, with a large willow tree rising prominently. The vines hung ominously above, and from the willow, he sensed a powerful wave of demonic energy, yet that did not capture his attention. Instead, he was drawn to a small red string bound among the willow's vines, specifically to the shard of the jade balance at its end. "Jade balance shard," Yin Qianshang, who had just entered the cave's interior, exclaimed upon spotting the shard suspended in the air. Lin Tian could clearly detect the hint of joy in his voice. Without a word, Lin Tian lunged forward, hastening towards the jade balance shard. Crack, crack. The sound of willow branches slicing through the air echoed as they targeted Lin Tian, who sought to seize the shard. "Brother Lin, retreat quickly," Yin Qianshang shouted, his eyes nearly bulging as he witnessed the oncoming attack. He was astounded. He could sense the intense demonic energy infused in each branch. If struck, the energy would be quite harmful. As Yin Qianshang gazed upon the jade balance shard's faint luminescence, his understanding of the tree demon deepened. It had the ability to absorb the shard's spiritual energy to replenish its own. Swallowing hard, he abandoned thoughts of confronting the tree demon and focused solely on hoping for Lin Tian's safe escape, devising a new plan afterward. Having witnessed the tree demon's prowess, especially with the added strength from the Jade Balance Shard, he no longer believed Lin Tian could defeat it. His only wish now was for Lin Tian to survive. Taking a deep breath to quell his shock, Yin Qianshang fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, as his own spiritual energy began to surge, ready to assist Lin Tian's withdrawal at any moment. Little did he know, to Lin Tian, an ant was always just an ant, seeking death. Lin Tian abruptly turned to face the approaching willow branches, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he scoffed. What a trivial foundational-level tree demon. Yet, it was enraged. Hiss. A series of eerie hissing sounds echoed within the cave, drowning out the sounds of the willow branches. From beneath Lin Tian's light blue robe, a red glow shot forth, hovering above his head. Accompanied by the hissing, the glow expanded rapidly, revealing a massive two-headed fire spirit snake before Yin Qianshang's astonished eyes. The two-headed fire spirit snake opened its colossal jaws, molten magma flowing over its vividly colored scales, its forked tongue flicking as it glared at the attacking willow branches. Suspended in midair, it unleashed a blast of blue-red magma from its mouths, directly targeting the advancing branches. The cave filled with hissing sounds as Yin Qianshang staggered back, utterly astonished by the sight of the two-headed fire spirit snake. Having traversed the martial world for years, he had encountered many demons and felt confident he could escape the earlier tree demon. Yet, against this giant serpent, he felt no inclination to resist and realized escape was impossible. Yin Qianshang swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Tian with shock. His heart churned as he never anticipated that Brother Lin possessed a demon pet. If even his pet wielded such terrifying power, it suggested Lin Tian's own strength must be even more formidable. Realizing this, Yin Qianshang gasped in astonishment, feeling relieved that Lin Tian was a friend rather than an enemy. The magma spewed forth by the two-headed fire spirit snake incinerated the willow branches in an instant. Just when Yin Qianshang thought it was over, a more astonishing scene unfolded. The two streams of blue-red magma, having dissolved the branches, spiraled in the air as if possessed, ultimately converging into a single, more powerful stream that surged straight toward the tree demon, transforming the air into a blazing inferno. The tree demon evidently sensed the terrifying nature of the impending attack. In an instant, it commanded all the vines to surge downwards, swiftly intertwining to form a colossal wooden shield before its core. Boom! With a resounding thud, the molten lava struck the wooden shield, unleashing an overwhelming force that shattered the tree demon's defense in an instant, crashing down upon its very essence. Flames from the molten lava began to spread and engulf the tree demon, filling the cavern with anguished cries and howls. Only when the demon was completely consumed by the flames did the sounds finally dissipate. Gulp! Witnessing this scene, Yin Qianshang could only swallow hard in shock. The two-headed fire serpent was indeed fearsome. Chapter 69. Back to Qin Chuan with the demise of the tree demon, the molten lava surged. The boiling lava began to spill throughout the cavern, originating from where the tree demon had been. The two-headed fire serpent swiftly maneuvered its massive body, plunging headlong into the molten lava, emitting a contented hiss. Yin Qianshang, horrified, watched the rolling lava approach, retreating repeatedly in alarm. At that moment, the two-headed fire serpent lazily fixed its gaze upon Yin Qianshang, aware that this was a friend of its master. Otherwise, this human would have long since been eliminated. However, the serpent's gaze felt chillingly sinister to Yin Qianshang, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Lin, your creature seems to not be too fond of strangers, he stammered. At this time, Lin Tian was examining the fragments of the jade horizontal piece, feeling the absence of spiritual energy within him, clearly having been used for cultivation by the tree demon. Hearing the voice, Lin Tian turned to see the amusing sight of Yin Qianshang visibly intimidated by the two-headed fire serpent. Waving his hand, he approached the serpent, and to Yin Qianshang's astonishment, he traversed the boiling lava without utilizing any spiritual energy, as if the lava bore no heat at all, even the light blue robe he wore remaining unscathed. Gulp! Yin Qianshang found himself swallowing again, fully aware of the lava's potency, which the tree demon could not withstand even with all its might. He had not anticipated Lin Tian's terrifying prowess. Merely relying on his physical form, he was able to confront such dreadful molten lava. Without further consideration of Yin Qianshang's shock, Lin Tian reached the coiled two-headed fire serpent, bending down to examine the once mighty roots of the tree demon. As the lava relentlessly burned, nothing remained but some hollow stones. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. He had hoped the tree demon might have produced a demon core, but it seemed likely that the core had been incinerated by the lava or had yet to be formed. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze from the still trembling Yin Qianshang and recalled the two-headed fire serpent. At that moment, the serpent seemed to understand its master's intent. and with two enormous jaws, it began to absorb the molten lava into its belly. Its massive body glowed red before gradually shrinking and coiling back around Lin Tian's wrist. It was only after the serpent vanished that Yin Qianshang timidly approached, exhaling a long, relieved breath before plopping down onto the cool ground. If not for witnessing the scene with his own eyes, he would never have believed that just moments ago, this place had been a roiling cauldron of lava. Yin Qianshang glanced at Lin Tian, his lips pursing in thought. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem like the demeanor of a master, he mused. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, shaking his head, admiring Yin Qianshang's character. Most individuals, upon witnessing his formidable strength, would either flatter him excessively or flee in terror. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a genuine fondness for Yin Qianshang, recognizing him as a straightforward and loyal individual worthy of friendship. However, Lin Tian remained rational. Until Yin Qianshang regained his memory, he could potentially be swayed by Ouyang Xiaogong and become an adversary. Even after regaining his memory, Lin Tian still needed to infiltrate the ghost realm to procure the fierce sword, which likewise placed Yin Qianshang on the opposing side. Unless he wielded unparalleled power in this ancient sword realm, even the gods would be powerless against him. The concept of friend held little significance. Of course, his master, Tu Su, and his companions were exceptions. Nevertheless, for the time being, maintaining a facade of friendship with Yin Qianshang was entirely feasible. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Tian sat down beside Yin Qianshang, deliberately avoiding any mention of the two-headed fire serpent. Holding the jade horizontal fragment in hand, Lin Tian offered Yin Qianshang a faint smile, stating, "At last, it is in my possession." Yin Qianshang set down his heavy sword, waving his hand before propping himself up on the ground, gazing up at the cavern ceiling. "This jade horizontal fragment is fortunate to have you, Brother Lin, accompanied by such a fierce, formidable demon pet. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge for me to venture into this cave alone." Clearly aware of Lin Tian's connection with Ouyang Xiaogong, Yin Qianshang no longer regarded the jade horizontal fragment with the same fervor as before. In his eyes, brotherhood, fine wine, and a sense of vengeance took precedence. The jade horizontal fragment was of little interest to him. Lin Tian meticulously inspected the jade horizontal fragment, observing its shattered remnants. He sighed internally. At last, he had secured 2 pieces of the jade horizontal fragment. Yet, 2 more remained scattered throughout the world. Although he had a general understanding of the ancient sword's narrative trajectory, the jade horizontal fragments were evidently not part of it. Relying on chance, he did not expect to find the remaining pieces. Now, he could only rely on Bailey Tu Su and his companions. He believed that Ouyang Xiaogong and Lei Yin, the leader of the Qingyu altar, were even more eager to gather the complete jade horizontal fragments than he was. At this moment, he could only observe whether Bailey Tu Su, the fated child of this ancient sword realm, would seize the jade horizontal fragments first, or if Ouyang Xiaogong and the Qingyu altar would outpace him in acquiring the remaining 2 pieces. Regardless of who obtained them, it would not be detrimental to Lin Tian. His only hope was to swiftly gather all the jade horizontal fragments and fuse them into a complete jade horizontal piece. At that point, not only could he shatter Ouyang Xiaogong's illusions, but he would also possess a trump card. The spiritual energy contained within the complete jade horizontal piece would undoubtedly surpass the combined energy of the 4 shattered fragments. More importantly, a complete jade horizontal piece could absorb spiritual energy, far surpassing the mere absorption capabilities of the fragmented pieces. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian rose, using his spiritual energy to dispel the dust clinging to him. Looking at Yin Qianshang still seated on the ground, he remarked, "Time is of the essence. Qianshang, let us hasten to Qinchuan." Upon hearing this, Yin Qianshang swiftly sprang to his feet, retrieving his heavy sword, nodding in agreement. To be honest, it has been quite some time since I last encountered Xiaogong. Today is an opportune moment to see what he has been up to in Qinchuan. A flicker of an inscrutable expression crossed Lin Tian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. After securing the jade horizontal fragment, he strode purposefully toward the cave entrance. A gust of wind swirled around him, and wisps of golden flame energy emanated from his form, propelling him out of the cave in an instant. Yin Qianshang closely followed behind, the 2 of them moving in tandem, one fast and one slow, as they made their way through the torrential rain toward Qinchuan. Regarding today's update issue, apologies. Due to an urgent matter that arose midday, I was unable to write, resulting in a delayed update. However, the schedule remains unchanged. Tonight at 9 p.m., one update, 11 p.m., another update, and one more at 1 a.m. Once again, I apologize. It seems I should have prepared more drafts. Rebirth, the strongest transmigration regarding today's update issue. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content updates, Please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. As time passed, the sky remained unchanged, a dark and oppressive expanse that appeared exceedingly somber, with the torrential downpour intensifying relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. Raindrops cascaded upon the foliage and earth within the mountains and forests, reverberating with a persistent patter. At that moment, two figures were hastening eastward at remarkable speed, their forms gliding over branches and muddy slopes. Lin Tian was employing his swift movement technique while directing his attention towards Qianshang behind him. A thought crossed his mind, and he remarked lightly, "I have observed Qianshang utilizing the techniques of the netherworld. Could it be that Qianshang hails from that realm?" Although his voice was soft, it reached Qianshang's ears clearly. Qianshang chuckled wryly, replying, "I fear Brother Lin has made an error. The rudimentary spells I practice cannot possibly be of the netherworld." Despite his uncertainty regarding his own identity, he retorted, "Your assertion is flawed, for I have indeed witnessed the spells of the netherworld, and they bear a striking resemblance to what I have employed. Perhaps I learned them surreptitiously from somewhere," Qianshang said casually, then fell silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Tian sighed inwardly, having hoped to coax Qianshang into revealing his amnesia, which would provide Lin with an opportunity to inquire about the scales of the candle dragon. However, it seemed that approach was now futile. Lin had no intention of broaching the subject directly, for the true identity of Qianshang as a figure from the netherworld was an integral element of his plan to seize the sword, and he deemed it prudent to avoid raising excessive suspicion. Qianshang's place of residence could be concealed under the guise of Ouyang Xiaogong, but this particular matter was altogether different. Shaking his head internally, Lin could only await the reaction of Feng Qingxue upon encountering Qianshang, hoping it might prove beneficial. He firmly resolved that restoring Qianshang's full memory using the scales of the candle dragon was not something he would consider at this juncture. He merely sought to glimpse a fragment of the desired scene, contingent upon whether Qianshang or Feng Qingxue had indeed shared an experience. The two fell into silence, exerting their full efforts towards reaching Qinchuan as the relentless rain continued to pour, and time slipped away imperceptibly. Outside Qinchuan City, Lin Tian and Qianshang finally arrived after more than an hour of travel. They strode purposefully into the city, which appeared desolate, perhaps due to the downpour. Apart from the taverns and tea houses that remained open, most shops were tightly shuttered. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few individuals hurrying home beneath their oil paper umbrellas. Having previously visited the Feng residence, Lin Tian was well aware of its location, leading Qianshang directly towards it. Navigating through the streets, it wasn't long before they stood before the Feng family's gates. The entrance was firmly closed, prompting Lin Tian to step forward and knock upon the door. At that moment, Qianshang, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Lin, does Xiaogong reside here?" Qianshang recalled that Xiaogong had his own residence in Qinchuan. Why then were they at the Feng residence? As Lin Tian rapped on the door, he turned to explain, "Indeed, Xiaogong resides here." Just as he spoke, the heavy door emitted a creaking sound and began to open slowly. "Lin Gongzi." A melodious female voice rang out. Lin Tian turned to see Xiao Chui, the maid frequently in attendance upon Feng Ruqing. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Might I inquire if Tu Su and Xiaogong still reside at the Feng residence?" Qianshang, taken aback, also directed his gaze towards Xiao Chui, awaiting her response. "Young Master Tu Su still resides here, but young Master Xiaogong departed just a day ago." Xiao Chui replied promptly, swinging the door wide open. "He's gone." Qianshang chuckled helplessly, surprised by the coincidence that Xiaogong had left just before their arrival. He shook his head, turning his attention back to Lin Tian. Upon hearing that Ouyang Xiaogong had departed, Lin Tian felt a surge of relief. This was fortuitous, as it would preclude any interruptions to his plans to use Feng Qingxue to cloud Qianshang's thoughts. Sighing inwardly, Lin Tian shrugged at Qianshang, saying, "Since Xiaogong has left, perhaps we should temporarily reside within the Feng residence and wait a while. What do you think, Qianshang?" Qianshang nodded in agreement, recognizing that their uncertainty about Xiaogong's whereabouts made this a viable plan. "Very well," Lin Tian replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He expressed his apologies to Xiao Chui for the intrusion before leading Qianshang into the Feng residence. As they traversed the front courtyard, Lin Tian noticed the lingering ominous aura in the sky. Even without employing his spiritual sense, he could discern the location of Baili Tu Su. Making their way toward the western courtyard, Qianshang closely followed Lin Tian. Inside the western courtyard, Baili Tu Su hurriedly packed his belongings, organizing his garments before placing the entire bundle upon the table, sitting down with a restless demeanor. "Su, do not fret too much. Lei Yin merely seeks the fragments of the Yuhong, and he will not trouble Xiaogong. Have faith that it will not be long before Xiaogong returns to Qinchuan with Sister Sun Feng, Feng Qingxue consoled, observing by Li Tu Su's anxious state. Feng Lanqing nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, Xiaogong will be just fine. Brother Tu Su, have some tea to calm your nerves, chimed Xiangling, who had gracefully approached the tea table to pour a cup for by Li Tu Su. Unable to contain herself, Feng Lanqing rushed over to Xiangling, exclaiming, Xiangling, could you pour me a cup as well? However, she received only a cold glare in response. By Li Tu Su shook his head. Gazing out the window at the relentless rain, his heart filled with urgency, yet powerless to act. Once the rain lessens, I shall visit the Qingyu altar. For safety's sake, you all should remain in Qingchuan for the time being. His words ignited a commotion among the three others in the room. No, no, no. Their vehement protests echoed throughout the space. Feng Qingxue settled beside by Li Tu Su, concern etched upon her face as she implored. The Qingyu altar is fraught with danger. We cannot allow you to venture there alone. Xiangling nodded vigorously, adding, indeed, I possess some magical abilities. I can accompany Brother Tu Su. I can also manage a little magic. I refuse to be left behind. Feng Lanqing declared, hands on her hips. Raising her voice at the others, Bali Tu Su's expression hardened as he shook his head, asserting, no, your cultivation levels are far too low. Before he could finish, a voice resonated through the room, silencing him. Xixiao, Lin Xixiao. Both Bali Tu Su and Feng Lanqing recognized the voice instantly, exclaiming in surprise as they turned their attention to the doorway. Indeed, standing there was none other than Lin Tian. Bali Tu Su sprang to his feet, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. With the Xixiang's assistance, their impending journey to the Qingyu altar would surely be much smoother. Lin Tian observed the group within the room, his heart sinking as he realized that fate had taken an unexpected turn. He had initially felt elated at the departure of Ouyang Xiaogong, but upon overhearing the conversation among Bai Li Tu Su and the others, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He never anticipated that Ouyang Xiaogong would find another fragment of the Yu Heng so swiftly. It seemed that a visit to the Qingyu altar was now imperative. Chapter 71. The embarrassment of Yin Qianshang. Lin Tian nodded at them, glancing around the room with a hint of curiosity. Is Ling Yu Xixiang not present? Bai Li Tu Su responded, indeed, 3 days ago, Xixiang returned alone to Tianyong City in quite a hurry. As he recounted the events, Bai Li Tu Su recalled how his master had received a message from Tianyong City, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He had merely bid farewell before hastily departing. Even now, Bai Li Tu Su felt a lingering sense of unease, but he reassured himself, thinking that with their master safeguarding Tianyong City, there was no need for concern. Now, what remains paramount is the safety of Xiaogong. Lin Tian has come to realize that senior brother Ling Wei has likely been appointed as the sect leader in the Heavenly Dome City by their master. However, observing the puzzled expression on Bai Li Tu Su's face, it is unclear whether senior brother Ling Wei is unaware of that matter or has deliberately chosen not to inform Bai Li Tu Su. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Lin Tian turned to the still-standing Yin Qianshang at the corridor's edge, a faint smile gracing his lips. Feng Qingxue, Yin Qianshang. Qianshang, allow me to introduce a few friends. Lin Tian called out to Yin Qianshang beside him. Yin Qianshang, with his right hand gripping a solid dark pillar, gazed at the torrential rain outside, appearing calm. Yet his heart was in turmoil, even shock. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the girl's visage through the window, and he immediately felt ill-fated. For she was none other than the female disciple he had taken hostage 3 years ago in Heavenly Dome City when surrounded by its disciples. At this moment, Yin Qianshang felt as if he could weep without tears. That incident was the only blemish in his life. And now fate seemed to have brought the principal back to him. His right hand tightened around the wooden pillar, producing a low sound of cracking. As deep anxiety consumed him, Senior brother, who is that? Bai Li Tu Su inquired, looking at Yin Qianshang with curiosity. Feng Lanqing, who had just emerged, also redirected his gaze towards Yin Qianshang. Lin Tian approached Yin Qianshang, speaking leisurely. This is my friend Qianshang from Jiangdu, and he is also a friend of Xiaogong. Since he is a friend of Lin and Xiaogong, he must be my friend too. Qianshang, do you have any extraordinary spells to teach me? Feng Lanqing remarked, his eyes glinting as he glanced at the enormous sword Yin Qianshang bore, immediately drawn closer. Bai Li Tu Su was already accustomed to such scenes. Nodding at Yin Qianshang, I am Bai Li Tu Su. Lin Tian patted Yin Qianshang on the shoulder, chuckling, do not take offense. Tu Su has always been this way. And he is actually quite mild today. Yin Qianshang nodded, casting a wary glance at Feng Lanqing, shuddering involuntarily, feeling discomfort wash over him. He thought to himself, is this truly a man? Gently withdrawing his hand from Feng Lanqing's grip, he awkwardly smiled, unable to tolerate such a person. This was too effeminate. Lin Tian flashed a mischievous smile at Yin Qianshang, teasingly saying, come, let us go inside and sit. And no, perhaps not. Yin Qianshan hastily waved his hand. He genuinely feared encountering Feng Qingxue. Although he had worn a mask during that incident in Heavenly Dome City, one can never fully escape the guilt of past misdeeds. Observing Yin Qianshan's reluctance to enter, Lin Tian, determined not to let him escape, cheerfully pulled him inside. Though Yin Qianshan wished to resist, he was no match for Lin Tian's strength, and being friends, he couldn't use all his might. He had no choice but to be dragged inside. Yin Qianshan simply closed his eyes, sighing deeply within, feeling as if doom were upon him, nearly despondent. You. Inside the room, Feng Qingxue turned to look at Yin Qianshan, gasping in astonishment. The resemblance to her brother was uncanny. Despite having seen him only in her childhood, she vividly recalled her brother's features. Though Yin Qianshan appeared somewhat more unassuming now, his free-spirited aura remained unmasked, just like her brother in her memories. He longed to leave the confines of the underworld, to wander the vast world, experiencing the myriad of human emotions. However, at this moment, Yin Qianshan misinterpreted her reaction. Believing Feng Qingxue had recognized him as the one who had taken her captive 3 years prior, he instinctively stepped back, wide-eyed and waving his hands, hurriedly explaining. It wasn't me, I swear. I knew nothing. Lin Tian observed the unfolding scene with a sly grin, since Yin Qianshan and Feng Qingxue, this brother-sister pair, had already met. It would be an opportune moment to stoke the flames of inquiry regarding the notorious sword. He turned to Feng Qingxue, casually remarking, interestingly, today I witnessed Qianshan employing the underworld spells, and I thought it was the work of your people. At this point, Lin Tian decided to halt his words, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Ah, the underworld spells, a force rivaling that of Heavenly Dome City. Feng Lansheng exclaimed upon entering and hearing this. His eyes nearly sparkling as he regarded Yin Qianshan, his mind racing with thoughts of learning even a fraction of his skills. As he approached step by step, Lin Tian, ever watchful, would not allow him to disrupt his plans, swiftly intercepting him and guiding Feng Lansheng to a nearby wooden chair. He then beckoned Li Tu-Su over, while Xiang Ling, standing nearby, seemed to understand the situation, tightly sealing her lips and promptly moving towards her brother Tu-Su. Underworld spells? Feng Qingxue's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. Seeing this, Yin Qianshan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Even he himself was unaware of the reason. Yet, a sudden headache surged within him, and he began to flail his hands uncontrollably. For he could hardly stand the sight of a girl weeping. All right, I admit it. I was wrong back then. I shouldn't have taken you hostage. Please. Stop crying. In a flurry, Yin Qianshan confessed to his past transgressions, feeling utterly humiliated. Ah, Feng Lansheng gasped, taken aback by the revelation of the hostage situation. The magnitude of the information was substantial. Having perused countless historical texts, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Meanwhile, Li Tu-Su felt a stir of anger rising within him, a malevolent energy emanating from the burning silence sword. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, swiftly extending his hand behind Li Tu-Su to stabilize his internal turmoil with spiritual energy. Although the malevolence radiating from the burning silence sword was but a trace, it was not something that could be easily suppressed by mere spiritual force. Alarmed by the sword's formidable power, Lin Tian employed a technique to convey through thought. Calm yourself, stabilize your mind. Lin Tian had methods to counteract malevolence. The Golden Emperor's heavenly flame and the 5 sacred beast stars could easily handle it. Yet, he needed to ensure that Feng Qingxue and Yin Qianshan remained undisturbed. In that instant, Lin Tian's urgent voice echoed in Li Tu-Su's mind, akin to a splash of cold water awakening him to clarity. Feeling the comforting flow of spiritual energy surging through his back, Li Tu-Su realized with horror that he had nearly succumbed to the control of the burning silence's malevolence just moments ago. Nodding gratefully towards Lin Tian, Li Tu-Su promptly closed his eyes, centering himself to stabilize his spirit. Observing this, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Li Tu-Su's moment of loss of control had gone unnoticed by Feng Qingxue. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. With that, Lin Tian shifted his focus back to the brother-sister pair within the room. I assure you, it was not intentional. The circumstances were dire. I was surrounded by those Heavenly Dome disciples and had no option but to seize one as leverage. I never expected. Oh dear, please, stop crying. Yin Qianshan lamented, his mind frazzled as he repeatedly attempted to explain, but the tears continued to flow unabated from her eyes. At this moment, Yin Qianshan felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet this woman seemed to be yet another of Lin's acquaintances, and with Lin present, escaping was not an option. His heart raced with anxiety. Brother. Feng Qingxue allowed her tears to cascade freely, finally uttering a choked cry as she stepped forward, embracing Yin Qianshan tightly, burying her forehead against his chest as she wept openly. Brother. Feng Lansheng and Xiang Ling, along with even by Li Tu-su, who was focusing on regaining his composure, were taken aback. They had initially believed that Qingxue recognized Yin Qianshang as the very kidnapper from her past. After all, they were not deaf. They had all heard Yin Qianshang's voluntary admission earlier. Yet, who would have thought that he would now recognize a brother? Feng Lansheng watched the unfolding drama of sibling recognition with great interest, secretly astonished by the rapid plot twist that even a genius like him had not anticipated. Lin Tian and his companions leaned against the wall, observing the scene as if it were a play. Even Li Tu-su opened his eyes, casting a puzzled glance at Yin Qianshang. He had heard Qingxue mention that 3 years ago, she had ventured alone to Tianyong City to find him and to seek her brother's whereabouts. To his astonishment, Yin Qianshang turned out to be Qingxue's brother. However, it seemed that he did not recognize Qingxue at all. Within the hall, Yin Qianshang raised both hands, careful not to touch Feng Qingxue, as he felt her embrace. A warm sensation soaked through his chest, and he listened to the sorrowful yet joyous sobs that were undoubtedly tears. "Miss, I am aware that I possess a certain charm that appeals to young ladies like yourselves. But you cannot recklessly claim kinship due to a minor error I made years ago," Yin Qianshang said, casting a pleading glance at Lin, silently urging him to intervene. Lin Tian, taken aback, quickly understood Yin Qianshang's intention. He smiled and did not refuse, having achieved the desired effect. Approaching Feng Qingxue, he was soon joined by Li Tu-su and Feng Lansheng. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, Lin Tian gently pulled Feng Qingxue away from Yin Qianshang, feigning confusion. "Qingxue, you must be mistaken. How could Qianshang possibly be your brother?" Indeed, I truly am not." Yin Qianshang hastily waved his hands in agreement. Feng Qingxue retrieved a silk handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe away the remaining tears on her face, striving to calm her agitated heart. Her eyes read and fixed intently on Yin Qianshang. She affirmed, "No doubt, you are my brother, Wu Xianfeng Guangma from Yudu. I am familiar with my brother's aura and cannot be mistaken. After that incident many years ago, why did you not return to Yudu? Over the past decade, our grandmother has been deeply worried about you. If she were to learn that you were still alive, she would surely be overjoyed." Yin Qianshang, seeing Feng Qingxue approach once more, was thoroughly frightened by this woman and quickly retreated behind Lin Tian, repeatedly insisting, "I am truly not your brother. Nor do I recognize anyone named Wu Guangma, and I have no idea what Yudu even is." However, it was evident that Feng Qingxue did not believe him. Firmly convinced that this person was undoubtedly her brother, Lin Tian observed the scene with amusement, while Li Tu-su expressed his confusion. "Qingxue, it seems that Qianshang truly does not know you. Could it be that you have made a mistake?" Yin Qianshang immediately concurred. "What Brother Tu-su says is correct, Qingxue, you are indeed mistaken." At that moment, Lin Tian's eyes brightened. Having waited so long, he had finally found the opportunity he sought. He spoke to Yin Qianshang. "A few days ago in Qinchuan, Xiaogong mentioned that Qianshang had been severely injured and was saved by him. Upon waking, he was entirely amnesic. Xiaogong entrusted me to gather herbs for him and to concoct medicine for Qianshang. Could it be that before losing his memory, Qianshang truly was Qingxue's brother, Wu Xian?" At this revelation, all eyes turned to Yin Qianshang. Lin Tian smiled at him nonchalantly. Earlier, he had refrained from discussing amnesia with Yin Qianshang outside the mountain, as he knew that Qianshang's thoughts would be clear at that time. And a mere shift in focus could lead him to deduce that Xiaogong would never have disclosed such matters. Perhaps he would even question whether he truly knew Ouyang Xiaogong. As Yin Qianshang viewed Xiaogong merely as a physician, capable of dealing with some ruffians at best, seizing the candle dragon's scale from his grasp had been exceedingly easy. However, at present, with Feng Qingxue disrupting Yin Qianshang's thoughts, it was likely that, given Qianshang's temperament, he would be too anxious to think further. Moreover, Yin Qianshang had overheard Li Tu-su and others speaking outside, which further confirmed his connection to Ouyang Xiaogong. Even if Yin Qianshang were to come to his senses later, it would not matter, as Lin Tian intended to give him that chance to react. Amnesia. Feng Qingxue's words only solidified her belief that Yin Qianshang was indeed her brother. Even Li Tu-su and the others began to ponder if it were true that Yin Qianshang might genuinely be Qingxue's brother. Yin Qianshang shook his head with a bitter smile. Not doubting Lin Tian, but unable to comprehend why, upon awakening from his injuries, he had told Xiaogong that the past was but smoke, and he would only live in the present. He never imagined that Xiaogong would secretly gather medicinal materials for him, intending to help restore his memory. In that moment, he truly found it difficult to face Feng Qingxue, as he had always felt an inexplicable familiarity towards her. Yin Qianshang's heart raced with fear. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Chapter 73. Yudu the Fierce Sword. Qianshang need not be so troubled. I can ascertain whether Qianshang is indeed from Yudu. A voice resonated within the room. The group turned to see Lin Tian, having taken out a palm-sized scale. Aside from Yin Qianshan, the others were unfamiliar with the scale's function and were filled with curiosity. Lin Tian, noticing their confusion, smiled as he explained, "This is the ancient divine artifact, the Candle Dragon Scale. By activating it, one can glimpse a fragment of the past of either the caster or the subject." Everyone gasped in astonishment. "How incredible!" Feng Lanqing exclaimed, while Bailey Tusu's mind drifted to other thoughts, recalling the past, the Wuming Spirit Valley. Han Yunxi. Yin Qianshan repeatedly shook his head, an inkling of suspicion creeping in that Feng Qingxue might truly be his sister. Yet, the fear of the unknown held him back, as he dreaded recalling actions that he could not even forgive himself for. No. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Maybe Qingxue truly has mistaken me. However, since I resemble your brother, why not let me be your godbrother instead? As he spoke, Yin Qianshan took 2 steps back, trying to distance himself from Lin Tian. The sight of the Candle Dragon Scale in Lin Tian's hand only amplified his fear. Lin Tian, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, swiftly restrained Yin Qianshan, grinning, "Why not give it a try, in case Qingxue is indeed your sister?" Yes. Brother, you should give it a try." Feng Qingxue sobbed. Yin Qianshan offered a bitter smile to Lin Tian. "Brother Lin, surely this is unnecessary. I am truly not her brother." Clearly, despite his inner suspicions, Yin Qianshan was resolutely determined not to admit it. "In that case, Qianshan, I apologize," Lin Tian said with a mischievous smile, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Before Yin Qianshan could react, a hand infused with spiritual energy struck the back of his neck, and he felt a wave of numbness wash over him, his eyelids growing heavy. "Lin, brother, you are not kind." Yin Qianshan succumbed to unconsciousness, while Lin Tian suppressed his joy and propped him up. "Please, brother Lin, hasten to use the Candle Dragon Scale to uncover my brother's past," Feng Qingxue urged, unfazed by Lin Tian's actions. Bailey Tusu and the others also looked on, eager to see if the scale truly possessed such miraculous capabilities. Lin Tian held the Candle Dragon Scale in hand, gently laying Qianshan on a wooden chair before turning to the others. For now, he had achieved his goal and would not allow Feng Qingxue to remain in the room any longer. With a light exhalation, Lin Tian remarked indifferently, "It is indeed feasible to utilize the scales of the Candle Dragon, but it necessitates a tranquil environment free from disturbances. Just look at you all." Before he could finish, Feng Lanqing let out an astonished gasp, akin to a deflated balloon, burying his head in despair and lamenting, "What a bother. We can't even do that." "Humph. Let us go. Don't trouble Lingage any further," Xiang Ling huffed, promptly pushing Feng Lanqing out of the way. Lin Tian cast a glance of admiration at Xiang Ling. He had not anticipated that this little fox would be so capable. Utilizing the scales of the Candle Dragon certainly did not require the conditions he had mentioned earlier, but he did not wish for Feng Qingxue to witness Yin Qianshan's past. He intended to keep Yin Qianshan's identity concealed for a while longer, at least until the fierce sword was stolen. It absolutely must not be revealed openly. He turned his gaze towards Feng Qingxue, who was watching intently. Bailey Tusa gently patted Feng Qingxue on the shoulder and whispered, "Let us step outside for now." Feng Qingxue nodded, took a deep breath to steady her emotions, and slowly spoke to Lin Tian. "Then I'll trouble you, senior brother Lin." The two exited the room, with Bailey Tusu closing the door behind them, and the group waited in the corridor. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze, his spiritual energy erupting outward, causing all the wooden windows to rattle violently. He swiftly formed a hand seal, casting a sealing technique that enveloped the entire room, blocking any possibility of prying eyes. Finally, he was able to delve into the truth. He hoped that Qianshan had truly witnessed it. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Lin Tian murmured to himself, casting the scales of the Candle Dragon into the air. His spiritual power surged, suspending the scales, which then radiated a faint glow. After taking a deep breath, he illuminated Yin Qianshan with the scales, his thoughts soaring high. The underworld, the seal, the fierce sword. Lin Tian's gaze was fixated upon the luminous orb above, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Quickly, show me the scene," he urged internally. The glowing light seemed to respond, and images gradually materialized. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened as he beheld the unfolding scenes. Without a doubt, they depicted Yin Qianshan's past, and his breath quickened with the flow of images. The scene revealed a brightly illuminated place, reminiscent of a cavern, devoid of darkness. There stood Yin Qianshan, or rather Feng Guangma, wielding a witch's staff beside a white-haired old woman. This must be the elder of the underworld, Lin Tian thought, but as the images progressed, his eyes widened in astonishment. The figures of Feng Guangma and the elder of the underworld were performing hand seals, seemingly akin to a sealing technique, which they directed towards a raised platform where a sword stood poised. The chains of inky darkness, adorned with glowing light like stars and the moon, completely ensnared the sword. Yet, Through the chains, Lin Tian could discern the sword's shape. It was a 3-foot-long blade, emanating a fierce heat akin to a blazing sun, with a reddish-yellow hue. The blade's left edge bore sharp teeth that jutted upward, while the right edge featured equally sharp teeth that plunged downward. Although this sight was merely a glimpse through the scales of the candle dragon, Lin Tian felt a keen awareness of the sword's razor sharpness and searing heat. As the images abruptly ceased, tranquility returned to the room. However, Lin Tian's heart was tumultuous, a crimson hue flickering in his eyes due to his agitation. He shook his head, tightly closing his eyes to control his internal spiritual energy and stabilize his mind. After a brief moment, he exhaled a heavy breath and opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Yet, his heart was struck with fear. The fierce sword had awakened an insatiable greed from within him, simply through the images. At that moment, he discerned the fearsome name of the sword. Chapter 74. Huangmie. Lin Tian gazed down at Yin Qianshang, an inscrutable expression crossing his face as he spoke solemnly. I never expected that the sword sealed within the underworld would be the Yang sword, Huangmie, one of the 7 fierce swords of Lan Yuan. Moreover, it is the only dual sword among these 7 in the ancient sword realm. It could be wielded alongside the Yin sword, Comet Erosion, creating a potent synergy. The 5 elements of the ancient sword realm consist of Jin sword of non-anger, Hua sword of burning silence, Mu sword of long vision, Shui sword of absolute clouds, and Tu sword of great matrix. Yet, despite his desire for power, Lin Tian yearned not for the mightiest Hua sword, nor the healing prowess of the Mu sword. He coveted either of the dual swords of Yin and Yang. For should he ever unite the two, the resulting power would undoubtedly transcend mere arithmetic. Perhaps the unleashed force would exceed his wildest imagination. Shaking off his reverie, Lin Tian swiftly quelled the surge of excitement within him and turned towards the door. With a decisive creak, he pushed the door open. Noticing that Tusu and the others had been waiting outside, along with Feng Ruqin, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. Senior brother Lin, my brother's memories are intact, right? Feng Qingxue rushed forward, her voice laced with urgency, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she feared that the answer she held dear might be abruptly shattered. At that moment, Bailey Tusu and the others gradually approached, while Lin Tian entered the room, taking a seat. He placed the scales of the candle dragon back into his pocket, shaking his head in disappointment. I did not witness Qianshang's memories in the underworld. The images displayed on the scales were merely from within the underworld. I fear I may disappoint Miss Qingxue. Reveal the truth to Feng Qingxue? Impossible. Ah, Feng Qingxue murmured, her gaze shifting to Yin Qianshang. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, she felt a pang of disappointment, yet amidst it, a flicker of hope arose within her. However, she still yearned for a resolution, her eyes beseeching as she looked at Lin Tian. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Qingxue finally spoke. Senior brother Lin, could you perhaps use the scales of the candle dragon once more? Bailey Tusu and the others remained silent, observing without interruption. Lin Tian waved his hand, turning his gaze to Feng Qingxue, surprised by her tenacity. Yet, he would not assist her and concocted a flimsy excuse. The ancient divine artifact. The scales of the candle dragon, while capable of probing the past, inflicts significant damage on the subject. If several years pass before another attempt, it may be harmless. Otherwise, regret would come too late. At this, Feng Qingxue grasped that the scales could not aid her in the immediate future. But seeing her brother in such a state indicated he would not return to the underworld with her. Suddenly, she was engulfed in distress. Sensing her turmoil, Lin Tian stood and waved his sleeve, channeling spiritual energy into Yin Qianshang's body to help him awaken swiftly. Indeed, in mere moments, a pain cry escaped Yin Qianshang as he began to stir. He squinted, instinctively touching his neck, a sharp pain surging through him, causing him to gasp in shock. Though it quickly dissipated, shaking off the fog in his mind, Yin Qianshang began to recollect the events that had just transpired. Qingxue. The scales of the candle dragon, not just. His thoughts trailed off as he regained full consciousness. Abruptly lifting his head to find the familiar figures in the room, with none other than Feng Qingxue seated beside him, he instinctively swallowed hard. Recalling the treachery of the unscrupulous brother he had just befriended, who had led him into such a predicament. At this moment, he had no time to lament Lin Tian. Judging by the expressions of those around him, it seemed he had indeed been subjected to the scales of the candle dragon. Yin Qianshang's legs trembled slightly as he cautiously surveyed the crowd, inquiring, I should be fine now, right? I'm not. Not the brother of Qingxue, am I? The crowd fell silent, but Feng Qingxue was the first to speak, declaring, You are indeed my brother. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Qianshang instinctively pushed off with his feet, causing him to tumble backward off his chair and crash to the ground. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Coughing a few times, his gaze fixed on Feng Qingxue, his face a mask of shock. She is my sister. Lin Tian observed Yin Qianshang's reaction, recognizing that he would not acquiesce to Feng Qingshue's wish. He chuckled, "Qianshang, you need not worry. I had not seen any connection between you and the underworld." Merely fragmented images from Jiangdu. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianshang let out a great sigh of relief, as if all his strength had been drained. And he collapsed back onto the ground. He patted his chest repeatedly, gasping for air, and urgently shook his head at Feng Qingxue, saying, "You really, truly scare me to death." Seeing Yin Qianshang in such a state, Feng Qingxue could only let out a soft huff. In her heart, she was certain. He must undoubtedly be her brother. Although the scales of the candle dragon did not reveal his past in the underworld, such coincidences are rare in this world. While appearances may be similar, one's aura cannot be faked, especially since he also possessed the spellcraft of the underworld. Who else could he possibly be but her brother? Lin Tian stepped forward to assist Yin Qianshang back to his feet. Now that they were aware of the information regarding the fierce sword, the focus shifted to the matter of the jade balance. We must seek the shards, unite the jade balance, summon Xiaogong, and seize the fierce sword. Turning his gaze to the others, Lin Tian began, "Earlier, I overheard your discussion about the green jade altar. How does it relate to Xiaogong?" With Lin Tian's mention, the others suddenly realized that Ouyang Xiaogong had indeed gone to the green jade altar. Bai Li Tusu, looking anxious, approached Lin Tian to explain. Just a few dozen days ago, Xiaogong unexpectedly discovered a shard of the jade balance. However, for some unknown reason, it was learned of by the altar master, Lei Yin. Yet, more strangely, Xiaogong's wife, Sun Fang, is not dead. Rather, she has been captured by Lei Yin, who is threatening him to hand over the jade balance. The news of Sun Fang being alive was something Lin Tian agreed with. After all, he had intended to use Sun Fang's life or death as leverage to persuade Ouyang Xiaogong to assist in stealing the fierce sword. However, he believed that the Sun Fang beside Lei Yin was certainly not the genuine one, but rather someone under the influence of a disguise spell. Furthermore, Lin Tian understood that with Ouyang Xiaogong's temperament, discovering the false Sun Fang would not be difficult. Gazing out at the torrential rain, Lin Tian calmly inquired, "How many days has Xiaogong been gone?" 2 days. He left just 2 days ago, Fang Lanqing quickly interjected, only to be met with a sharp cry as Fang Ruqin twisted his ear. Apologetically, she nodded at Lin Tian and dragged Fang Lanqing back to his seat. "Brother, what do you suggest we do?" "Lin brother, I have secretly visited the green jade altar a few times. Although Xiaogong is an elder of the altar, is skilled in alchemy, there may not be immediate danger. Still, we should prepare early." Bali Tusu and Yin Qianshang spoke in succession. Lin Tian tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze drifting through the window. Finally, he declared, "Once the rain ceases, we shall proceed to the green jade altar. From tomorrow onward, I will ensure a stable update schedule. I must apologize. Today there are only 2 chapters. I sincerely apologize. Considering that some readers are still students, I have adjusted the update schedule to morning, 6 to 6:30, 1 update. Within this half-hour window, noon, 12:30 to 1 o'clock, 1 update evening, 8:30 to 9 o'clock, 1 update. Additional updates will be made during other times. I currently have 1 chapter ready, so dear readers, rest assured. I am diligently typing away. Rebirth, the strongest transmigration, will begin stable updates tomorrow. Please wait a moment as I continue to write. Once the content is updated, refresh the page for the latest updates. Rebirth, the strongest transmigration novel website full text updates. Remember the URL, Chapter 75, heading to the green jade altar. The rain continued unabated in the sky. Lin Tian, Bai Li Tusu, and the others remained within the Fang residence, awaiting the weather to improve. In a room of the western courtyard, Lin Tian sat alone on a wooden chair, each hand holding a shard of the jade balance, scrutinizing them intently. After a long while, he sighed softly, shaking his head. These 2 shards of the jade balance, even if fully infused with spiritual energy, would likely only suffice to empower 2-star essence sacred beasts. Moreover, they would only be at the golden core stage. Should he break through to the nascent soul stage, the power of his 5 sacred beasts would surge significantly. Exhaling lightly, Lin Tian listened to the sound of rain cascading onto the ground outside. He watched as the 2 shards of the jade balance slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, uncertain how long it would take to fully recharge. Therefore, he decided to channel his own spiritual energy to expedite the absorption process. The heavy rain persisted throughout the night. In the early hours of dawn, Lin Tian awoke from his meditative state, opened his eyes, and stowed the 2 shards, now fully energized, back into his sleeve. Rising to his feet, he strode purposefully toward the door. Creaking open the door, he looked up at the sky, now free from rain, as the atmosphere began to clear. "Brother," a voice called out, and upon turning, Lin Tian saw Bai Li Tusu had also emerged from his room. He nodded in acknowledgement. Let us go call Qianshang and then head straight to the green jade altar. Lin Tian instructed by Li Tisu. He nodded and returned to his room, shortly emerging with a pack slung over his back. As they proceeded to Qianshang's room, they found him already aware of the commotion outside and had opened the door, brandishing a massive sword. Seeing the two, he chuckled ruefully. Without fine wine to accompany me, I can hardly sleep. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, If Qianshang truly wishes to indulge in drink, I shall certainly accompany you after our expedition to the green jade altar. Ha ha ha, Lin brother truly understands me. Qianshang laughed heartily. Lin Tian turned to Bai Li Tusu and softly asked, Should we not invite Feng Qingxue and the others? Upon hearing Feng Qingxue's name, Qianshang froze momentarily. Although the scales of the candle dragon had not definitively revealed whether he was the one known as Feng Guangmao, he had a rough idea of the truth. Yet, he had always shied away from confronting it directly. Now, as they were about to head to the green jade altar, he found himself hoping that Qingxue would not accompany them. After all, the altar master, Lei Yin, possessed formidable strength. He was uncertain whether Lin brother could truly contend with him should conflict arise. Those who could command a faction were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the Green Jade Altar was considered a second-rate sect, only slightly inferior to Tianyang City. Yet, if Qianshang knew that Lin Tian had recently defeated a faction leader of Tianyang City, he would surely be astounded. I believe it is best not to involve them. The three of us are adequate. After all, Qingxue and the others are women and possess lesser cultivation. They might become a burden at the Green Jade Altar. Qianshang quickly declined. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Li Tusa nodded in agreement, saying, Brother, Qianshang has a point. We are still unaware of the dangers of the Green Jade Altar. It would be wiser for Qingxue and the others to remain in Qingchuan. Very well. Time is of the essence. Let us depart quickly. Lin Tian acknowledged both their refusals to bring Feng Qingxue along and nodded in agreement. In an instant, the three of them channeled their spiritual energy, leaping onto the roof of the Feng residence. Within moments, they burst forth from the confines of Qingchuan City. Three individuals advanced swiftly, with Lin Tian and Bai Li Tusu following closely behind Qianshang on their journey to the Qingyu altar. Unbeknownst to them, their figures gradually faded into the bustling city of Qingchuan. Half an hour later, within the Feng residence, an angry scream pierced the air. Feng Lansheng glared furiously at the vacant rooms in the western courtyard, which were evidently long abandoned. At that moment, the anguish in his heart was beyond words. How could they leave without me? Lin Shixiang, Bai Li Tusu, Feng Qingxue. I must be blind to have allowed you all to stay in my Feng residence and enjoy free lodging for so many days. As he spoke, Feng Lansheng flung his prepared bundle onto the ground, while a nearby servant quickly caught it. The servant timidly advised, Young master, it might be for the best that you do not go. I've heard that the Qingyu altar is fraught with danger and terror. If you were to leave, I would have a hard time explaining it to the second young lady. Feng Lansheng snorted lightly, a storm of frustration brewing within him as he plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, Wang Kai, what do you know? This young master is gifted with extraordinary talent, solely devoted to the pursuit of immortality and wisdom. Did not Brother Lingwei also say that my innate qualities are quite rare even in Tianyang City? It is but a pity that these ingrates. Before Feng Lansheng could finish, a crisp, delicate voice interrupted. Who are you calling an ingrate? The owner of the voice swiftly appeared behind him, twisting his ear with a firm grip and coldly admonishing him. Ignoring the pain, Feng Lansheng turned sharply to see a familiar figure, a wave of joy flooding his eyes. Xiangling, you haven't left. What do you mean, left? I heard you shouting and screeching early this morning. Feng Qingxue, who had been approaching, chimed in, curious about Feng Lansheng's exclamation, overjoyed to see both women before him. Feng Lansheng realized he was not the only one left behind. Xiangling looked at him, puzzled. He suddenly stood up, clutching Xiangling's left arm tightly, disregarding her disdainful expression, fearing she might abandon him for the Qingyu altar. After catching his breath, he explained to the two women, It's because Bai Li Tusu and the others left before dawn. I was so excited last night, and when I woke up today, everyone was gone. Pausing for a moment, he then smiled at Feng Qingxue and Xiangling, suggesting, Luckily, there are still the two of you. Why don't we catch up to them now? I assure you, do not think of abandoning me. I am well acquainted with the location of the Qingyu altar. What? Feng Qingxue gasped, her heart racing with shock at Feng Lansheng's words, realizing that Su Su and the others had indeed departed. She quickly turned to the closed door, flinging it open to discover the room had been meticulously tidied. There was not a trace of anyone left. Anxious, she thought, Su Su, brother, they are gone. Qingxue Jia, did they head to the Qingyu altar? Should we chase after them? Xiangling inquired softly, pulling away from Feng Lansheng's grip and glancing at the empty room. Feng Qingxue nodded emphatically, turning to Feng Lansheng, although she was reluctant to bring him along. They were unfamiliar with the Qingyu altar's location, so she reluctantly conceded, "Let us go." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Wang Kai, please inform my second sister about my plans." Fang Lansheng responded, reclaiming his bundle from Wang Kai and slinging it over his shoulder. The three of them headed toward the back door. Moments later, they exited the Fang residence, hastening towards the northern city gate of Qinchuan. Chapter 76, The Last Fragment of Yuhong on this day. The sky was devoid of clouds, with the blazing sun illuminating the world below. At the foot of a towering mountain, Lin Tian, by Li Tu-su, and the others paused, concealing themselves within the dense thicket, refraining from climbing higher. It had been 3 days since they left Qinchuan, and they had finally arrived at Yangyu Mountain. The Qingyu altar they sought was established atop this mountain. Gazing up at the towering peak, which soared nearly 4,000 meters high, it was indeed an imposing mountain, surrounded by a rich abundance of spiritual energy compared to other places. It was no wonder the Qingyu altar was established here. "Lin brother, what should we do now?" Among them, only Lin Tian possessed the highest cultivation. Although he had not witnessed Li Tu-su's strength, he was Lin Tian's junior. Surely his prowess could not surpass that of his elder brother. Thus, Yin Qianshang directly sought Lin Tian's counsel. Li Tu-su, with a serious expression, surveyed Yangyu Mountain, observing the patrolling disciples above. Before turning his gaze back to Lin Tian smirked dismissively. He could easily eliminate the minions on the mountain. However, he was uncertain of the strength of Lei Yin, the altar master of the Qingyu altar. Without having seen him in person, he would not underestimate anyone. Nevertheless, he believed it would not pose a significant problem. After all, in the original narrative, Li Tu-su, utilizing the stellar essence of the Reborn Phoenix, was able to contend with Lei Yin. Why should he fear? Possessing the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and the 5 sacred beasts' stellar essence, securing the Yuhang fragments from the Qingyu altar would indeed be uncomplicated, unless a powerhouse akin to his master intervened, who could possibly thwart him. Clearly, the Qingyu altar did not belong to a force with such formidable strength, otherwise, it would have long since gained renown in the world. Lin Tian averted his gaze and softly declared, "Let us infiltrate." "What?" In response, Li Tu-su and Yin Qianshang were left speechless. They turned their eyes to the mountain above, where a multitude of patrolling disciples numbered at least 100. If it were midnight, they could take advantage of the cover of darkness to slip in unnoticed. However, it was broad daylight, and the sun shone fiercely at noon. Infiltrating the mountain would be no easy task. Yin Qianshang shook his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Lin brother, attempting to infiltrate the Qingyu altar in broad daylight would be quite challenging. Perhaps we should wait for nightfall before proceeding." Li Tu-su nodded in agreement, recognizing that the chances of successfully sneaking in at this moment were nearly non-existent, saying, "Elder brother, it would indeed be easy to be discovered if we act now." Lin Tian slapped his forehead, having forgotten that these two either lacked sufficient cultivation or were unfamiliar with spells. Attempting to infiltrate the Qingyu altar under the bright sun was indeed a significant challenge. Waving his hand, he looked at the two and said, "Here is the plan. I will sneak into the Qingyu altar first to scout the situation. You both stay here and wait for me. It will also serve as a means of support for me." His last remark was merely a consolation for the two, as Lin Tian was not inclined to waste time. After assessing Lei Yan's abilities, should it prove to be as in the original narrative, he would directly seize the Yuhang fragments. "Brother, that might not be wise." "Indeed. Lin brother, Lei Yan's strength is unpredictable. It would be safer for the 3 of us to go together at night." Li Tu-su and Yin Qianshang urged him in unison, both concerned for Lin Tian's safety, knowing that Lei Yin, the master of the Qingyu altar, was present. The likes of Ouyang Xiaogong and Sun Fang were also within his grasp. Lin Tian shook his head, his gaze calmly fixed on the mountain, softly reassuring them. "Do not worry, I will handle it." Without waiting for Li Tu-su and Yin Qianshang to respond, Lin Tian unleashed his spiritual energy, swiftly performing the movement technique. In an instant, he moved with a speed akin to a phantom. Under the bright sunlight, he cast no shadow, darting towards the mountain, propelled by a gentle breeze. With each stride, he covered 100 meters, almost instantly crossing the first line of sight of the patrolling disciples, without raising any alarm. At the foot of the mountain, Li Tu-su and Yin Qianshang, upon witnessing the scene before them, could not help but gasp in astonishment at the terrifying speed of their senior brother, Lin. However, a fleeting sense of shame crossed their faces, as they realized that their senior brother had likely been deliberately restraining his speed over the past few days. Otherwise, he would have already reached Yangyu Mountain. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Lin Tian arrived in less than 10 breaths, gazing at the towering structures of Lulan in the distance for a moment before stealthily slipping inside. In the Qingyu alchemy chamber, Lei Yin hurriedly arrived after receiving reports from his subordinates. Upon seeing Ouyang Xiaogong standing atop the flower platform, he could not help but smile and say, I always knew Xiaogong was a man of insight. When will the alchemy commence? Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes flickered with disdain. Lei Yin seemed to believe himself invincible and would need to be prepared to repay any threats he issued. However, he clearly did not wish to sever ties with Lei Yin at this juncture, as he was indispensable in the search for the remaining fragments of the Yuheng. Moreover, he was still unaware of how to perfectly merge the Yuheng fragments. All these factors combined gave Lei Yin a reason to continue living. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to act so brazenly. Though Ouyang Xiaogong regarded him as insignificant, he maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow, and shook his head, saying, "If the master of the altar wishes for me to concoct a longevity pill using just one Yuheng fragment, he is surely indulging in wishful thinking." After a brief pause, he turned his gaze toward Lei Yin and continued. One Yuheng fragment is simply insufficient to fully activate the medicinal properties of the ingredients. Then what if? Lei Yin's gaze sharpened as he observed the slight smile on Ouyang Xiaogong's lips. He slowly produced the Yuheng fragment he had obtained from his sleeve. Ouyang Xiaogong's expression shifted from indifference to shock as he beheld not one, but two Yuheng fragments in Lei Yan's possession. This meant that in addition to the one he had given Lei Yin had found another one himself. With the fragment taken from him by that person, 3 Yuheng fragments had now manifested in the world. Ouyang Xiaogong inhaled sharply, steadying his racing heart. Only one more Yuheng fragment was needed. His hands clenched tightly beneath his robe, and he thought, Sun Fang, revival is within reach. Unbeknownst to both Ouyang Xiaogong and Lei Yin in the alchemy chamber, a pair of fiery eyes concealed in the shadows fixated intently on the 2 Yuheng fragments in Lei Yan's grasp. As the tension built, Lin Tian concealed himself in the shadows, employing a spell to remain undetected by Ouyang Xiaogong and Lei Yin. His gaze remained fixed on the Yuheng fragment in Lei Yan's hand, filled with astonishment, and he mused, "What a stroke of fortune. I had initially planned to seize the Yuheng fragment from the Qingyu altar, unsure of how long I would have to wait for the last one to appear. Little did I know that Lei Yin would unwittingly assist me by finding another fragment himself." At this moment, with the 2 Yuheng fragments in his possession, he had gathered all 4 fragments. He now only needed to merge them. Lin Tian gradually withdrew his fiery gaze and cast his eyes upon Lei Yin, scrutinizing him for a moment before whispering, "Yuaning stage." With such cultivation, he need only employ the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame to remain unafraid. In the alchemy chamber, Ouyang Xiaogong and Lei Yin remained oblivious to the fact that they were being secretly observed, continuing their conversation. Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes were riveted on the Yuheng fragments, a flicker of fervor igniting within him. However, since the fragments were incomplete, he soon averted his gaze, sighing. "It truly surpasses my expectations that the altar master could find a Yuheng fragment on his own. Yet, unless all 4 scattered Yuheng fragments are gathered and merged into a complete Yuheng, I cannot possibly concoct this pill with my limited strength." Upon hearing this, a flash of fury crossed Lei Yan's eyes, but he restrained his anger, knowing that Ouyang Xiaogong was essential for his alchemical needs. He forced a smile and replied, "Then I hope that while Lei searches for the remaining 2 Yuheng fragments, Xiaogong will feel at ease residing in the Qingyu altar." "Of course," Ouyang Xiaogong replied, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him, and a smirk crept onto his lips as he considered how he might use Lei Yin to probe that person further. Ouyang Xiaogong smiled at Lei Yin and slowly said, "If the master of the altar is truly eager to find the Yuheng fragments, I happen to have news of another Yuheng fragment, concealed in the shadows." Lin Tian coldly observed Ouyang Xiaogong, clearly discerning his intentions. Indeed, Ouyang Xiaogong's next words confirmed his suspicions. In the alchemy chamber, upon hearing Ouyang Xiaogong's words, Lei Yin was taken aback, his heart racing as he looked at Ouyang Xiaogong with disbelief, exclaiming, "Xiaogong, is there truly another Yuheng fragment's whereabouts?" Ouyang Xiaogong nodded with a smile, internally mocking, as Lei Yin could not resist the allure of the Yuheng fragments. "Do you seek immortality? Then allow me to show you what despair truly is. Just over 10 days ago, I stumbled upon another Yuheng fragment in Qinchuan. But there were others present at the time. With my meager strength, I could not seize the Yuheng fragment, thus." Before Ouyang Xiaogong could finish, Lei Yin interrupted, gesturing dismissively, "If your strength is but meager, then how many capable individuals remain in this world?" His words dripped with faint sarcasm, as he was acutely aware of Ouyang Xiaogong's capabilities and his ongoing use of sinister arts to manipulate souls. Naturally, none of the humans whose souls Ouyang Xiaogong had manipulated had escaped unscathed. They had long since turned to dust. Yet, Lei Yin could never have imagined that Ouyang Xiaogong was far more formidable than he assumed, with a cultivation that vastly outstripped his own. On the other hand, Ouyang Xiaogong was keenly aware of Lei Yin's mocking demeanor. As he strolled through the alchemy chamber, his hands clenched tightly. Lei Yin was courting death. Master Lei, do you doubt my words? Ouyang Xiaogong retorted, his anger barely contained, his teeth gritted. Seeing Ouyang Xiaogong so enraged, Lei Yin recognized the need to temper his remarks. He had merely been testing Ouyang Xiaogong, his trusted alchemist, and could not afford to offend him. Shaking his head and waving his hand, he laughed heartily. Xiaogong, you worry too much. I shall consider your words seriously. With that, Lei Yin made a subtle gesture, inviting Ouyang Xiaogong to continue. I am well aware of that person's identity. If Master Lei wishes to find him, it would be quite easy. Ouyang Xiaogong continued. At that moment, Lei Yin was taken aback. Could it be that Ouyang Xiaogong truly knew? He asked, who is that person? Ouyang Xiaogong paused, preparing to respond, when a voice abruptly interrupted him, sending a chill down his spine. If I am not mistaken, that person is me. Lin Tian suddenly stepped from the shadows into the alchemy chamber, shrugging and regarding Ouyang Xiaogong with a knowing smile. Lin Tian's sudden appearance startled Lei Yin, completely catching him off guard. He had not anticipated that someone could infiltrate the Qingyu altar so silently. He promptly leaped aside, warily eyeing Lin Tian, recalling the latter's earlier words, do you truly possess the Yuheng fragment? Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaogong's gaze was fixed on Lin Tian, his expression tense. The fact that Lin Tian had managed to conceal himself for so long without his notice suggested that his cultivation was likely on par with his own. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaogong's heart was filled with both astonishment and apprehension. He had always remembered that Lin Tian seemed to want him to accomplish a certain task. In that moment, Ouyang Xiaogong felt an unsettling sensation of being manipulated by another. Lin Tian, however, was too preoccupied with the present to pay attention to Ouyang Xiaogong. He turned his gaze towards Lei Yin, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, the fragments of the jade balance are in my possession, but I have taken a liking to the 2 fragments you hold as well. Might I inquire if the Lord of the Thunder sect would be willing to part with them? Lei Yin's expression darkened ominously, his heart seething with rage at this man's audacity, believing he could snatch the jade balance fragments from him. Sheer folly. Arrogant fool. If you truly possess the fragments, do you think you can walk away unscathed today? Lei Yan's voice thundered, clearly wary of Lin Tian, yet the fragments were vital to his immortality, and he could not afford to lose them. In truth, he felt no fear of Lin Tian, judging by his youthful appearance. He could not be more than 20 years old. Could someone of such an age, regardless of his cultivation, pose a threat to him? Perhaps he was merely a disciple from some sect, naive yet gifted, who had emerged from seclusion only to believe himself invincible. Chapter 78, The Horror of Lei Yin. Lin Tian shook his head, a sigh of resignation escaping him. Originally, he had thought that since Lei Yin had found the last fragment for him, he might spare his life, yet here Lei Yin was, seeking his own demise. In this world, there may be forces capable of retaining me, but you are certainly not one of them. As the two appeared ready to clash, Ouyang Xiaogong stepped back, clearly not intending to intervene, instead observing Lin Tian with contemplation. What audacity! Young man, since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall oblige. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lei Yan's eyes as he growled lowly, swiftly drawing his ever-present fierce spirit sword. His deep blue spiritual energy surged forth as he leaped into action, swinging the sword towards Lin Tian with ferocity. The blade shimmered ominously, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, as it raced towards Lin Tian's face with the swiftness of lightning. Lei Yin, witnessing Lin Tian seemingly entranced by fear, could not suppress the sinister smile that crept across his visage, his eyes bloodshot with anticipation. If he could seize the fragments from this youth, he would be one step closer to immortality. Yet Ouyang Xiaogong regarded Lei Yin with disdain, fully aware that Lin Tian's strength was far beyond what Lei Yin could contend with, and even he felt a tinge of trepidation towards Lin Tian's summoned golden flames. Lin Tian remained unfazed, his hands moving with purpose as strands of golden emperor's burning heaven flame erupted from within him, converging between his palms. He was undeterred by the impending sword strike, for anything wishing to assail him would first have to breach the barrier of the golden emperor's burning heaven flame. With a discerning eye, Lin Tian realized that Lei Yin wielded a sword that was neither a divine weapon nor a deadly artifact. It stood no chance against the scorching inferno. Golden flames flickered, dancing upon Lin Tian's hands, and he did not suppress their searing heat. Gradually, the alchemy chamber began to dissolve in the rising temperature. More terrifying still, the area surrounding Lin Tian was engulfed in the golden emperor's burning heaven flame, rendering it a void. The abundant spiritual energy within the Qingyu altar only exacerbated the flame's ferocity upon contact. In an instant, the alchemy chamber transformed into a sea of golden fire. Ouyang Xiaogong, standing a distance away, hastily withdrew from the alchemy chamber the moment Lin Tian unleashed the golden emperor's burning heaven flame. Hovering in the air, he gaped at the inferno before him, Despite having witnessed it before, the sight still left him in awe. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lei Yin felt the unbearable heat radiating from the front, instilling a sense of helplessness within him. He quickly retracted his sword, retreating to the center, fear etched across his face as he instinctively scanned the surroundings engulfed in flames. Feeling an overwhelming sense of impotence, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flames surrounded him entirely, even above him, leaving no escape. Sweat poured from his body, and what filled him with dread was the visible depletion of his spiritual energy. Who exactly are you? Lei Yin stammered, his gaze fixed upon the figure enveloped in flames, the sheer force causing him to nearly drop his sword. In this martial world, when had such a practitioner wielding such flames emerged? Why had he never heard of this person before? Lin Tian remained silent. He had already provided Lei Yin with a chance, yet he squandered it. The moment he unleashed the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, it was clear that Lei Yin's fate was sealed. Outside the alchemy chamber of the Qingyu altar, the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Elder Ouyang, what is happening? Where is the Lord of the Altar? Indeed, why can we not see the altar master? The terrifying heat of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame had drawn a crowd of disciples, who looked up at Ouyang Xiaogong suspended in the air, then towards the alchemy chamber on the brink of destruction as they clamored for answers. Inside, Ouyang Xiaogong replied, his brow furrowing. He did not wish for Lei Yin to perish so easily. After all, he relied on extracting the method of merging the jade balance fragments from him. Must he resort to battle today? Ouyang Xiaogong found himself contemplating the pros and cons. The crowd gasped at Elder Ouyang's explanation, their eyes widening in shock as they gazed at the distant flames. Could this be the result of the altar master's perfected skills? They pondered in unison. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Lin Tian approached Lei Yin slowly, each step echoing ominously in Lei Yin's ears, causing his complexion to pale. As senior, I am unaware of your identity, but I implore you to spare my life. I shall gladly offer you the jade balance fragments. Trembling, Lei Yin could no longer withstand his fear and pleaded for mercy. Well aware of how to prioritize life over longevity, his hands clutched tightly to the two fragments, knowing that should this man truly intend to kill him, he would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Lei Yin lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Yet a glimmer of malice flickered within his eyes. If it came to that, even in death, he would ensure the destruction of the jade balance fragments. Observing this, Lin Tian paused, a smile gracing his lips, but fury brewed within him at the audacity of such a threat. With a dismissive exhale, he regarded Lei Yin with scorn, declaring, hand over the two jade balance fragments, and I may spare your life. Lin Tian did not wish to gamble on whether the fragments could withstand Lei Yin's desperate attempt to destroy them. He was confident that even if he spared Lei Yin, the latter's demise was inevitable, provided he executed a minor maneuver, such as using another's hand to kill. Upon hearing Lin Tian's promise, Lei Yin felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He did not doubt Lin Tian's honesty, for he had no choice but to trust him. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he felt the searing heat of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame threatening to turn him to ash. And his spiritual energy was rapidly waning. With great difficulty, Lei Yin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and implored, I beseech you, senior, to quell this divine fire. Lin Tian snorted in response. With a mere thought, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged towards him, gradually retreating back into his body. Moments later, aside from the lingering heat in the air, not a trace of the flames remained. Lin Tian fixed a cold gaze upon Lei Yin, his voice steely as he commanded, hand over the jade balance fragments. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaogong and several disciples of the Qingyu altar surged forward, witnessing their altar master bowing in deference to a young man. A wave of astonishment washed over everyone. Could it be that the earlier golden flames were not conjured by their master, but by this individual? They stood cautiously at a distance. For someone whom even their master feared was not to be trifled with. Chapter 79, Gathering Together. Ouyang Xiaogong was unaware of when he had descended from the air to the ground. Watching Lin Tian attempting to seize two pieces of jade fragments, his expression darkened ominously. If the jade fragments were in Lei Yan's possession, he could devise a minor scheme to obtain them effortlessly. However, if they fell into Lin Tian's hands, reclaiming the jade fragments without a fierce struggle was nothing but a pipe dream. More critically, he himself lacked complete confidence in achieving victory. Gazing gloomily at Lin Tian, Ouyang Xiaogong clenched his fists. Yet, after a soft exhale, he ultimately restrained himself. With only 3 jade fragments present, he recognized that Lin Tian too sought to gather the jade pieces. Should the last piece remain elusive, he preferred not to engage in a futile confrontation with Lin Tian. It would be wiser to entrust these 3 jade fragments to him for the time being. His objective was to unite all 4 fragments into a complete jade balance to revive Sun Fang. Lin Tian, of course, was oblivious to Ouyang Xiaogong's thoughts. But he keenly sensed the cold glint in Ouyang's eyes. Accordingly, he gathered the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame within him, ready to teach Ouyang a lesson should he choose to confront him directly. Casting a cold glance at Lei Yin, Lin Tian's eyes flickered with impatience as he spoke in a low tone. Do not presume to challenge my patience. At that instant, Lei Yin recoiled in fear, trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at Lin Tian, his hands shaking with trepidation. Terrified by the impatience etched on Lin Tian's face, Lei Yin instinctively swallowed hard. Realizing he had no negotiating power left, he feared that if he dared to make further demands, Lin Tian might disregard the jade fragments altogether and eliminate him instead. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine, and he quickly extended his hands, offering the 2 jade fragments to Lin Tian. Hoping against hope that this man would keep his word, Lin Tian accepted the jade fragments, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. His hand trembled with excitement. He had finally gathered all the jade pieces. Holding the fragments, Lin Tian turned to smile at Ouyang Xiaogong, who, in turn, revealed a flicker of anger in his eyes. With a light chuckle, Lin Tian redirected his gaze to Lei Yin, his murderous intent unmasked. Those who dared to threaten him seldom met with favorable outcomes. Feeling an inexplicable pressure, Lei Yin shivered, almost buckling under the weight of his fear of death, his pallid face devoid of color. Stammering, he addressed Lin Tian, saying, "Senior, we had an agreement." At this moment, all the disciples of the Qingyu altar were aghast, witnessing the unfolding scene. Was this person intending to kill their altar master? In an instant, all the disciples lowered their heads, realizing that even the formidable Lei Yin was in such a predicament. They stood no chance against Lin Tian's might and feared attracting calamity upon themselves. Lin Tian cast a glance at Lei Yin before withdrawing his gaze, dismissively stating, "Rest assured. I have said I will not kill you, and I shall not." Hearing this, Lei Yin immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, summoning the remnants of his strength, he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior." Lin Tian flashed a wicked grin, turning his attention to Ouyang Xiaogong as he slowly approached him. Ouyang Xiaogong remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, voicing the question that had lingered in his mind. "How did you know of the jade balance's existence in the Qingyu altar?" Seeing that Elder Ouyang seemed to be familiar with this enigmatic figure, all the disciples of the Qingyu altar widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Tian laughed heartily, placing his left hand on Ouyang Xiaogong's shoulder, feeling a slight tremor from him. He replied, "To be honest, my visit to the Qingyu altar was primarily for you, Xiaogong. Otherwise, my brother Tu Su would likely be causing a ruckus at the Fang residence, and of course, there's also brother Qianshang." Ouyang Xiaogong was astonished. While he was not surprised that Bailey Tu Su would come to the Qingyu altar, he wondered how Qianshang was involved with them. However, as he thought of Feng Qingxue, who was often seen alongside Bailey Tu Su, an ominous feeling arose within him. If they met too soon, it could disrupt his original plans. Ouyang Xiaogong quickly inquired, "I wonder if Qianshang has encountered Tu Su and his companions?" "Indeed, they have met, and he has even met Feng Qingxue." Lin Tian chuckled lightly, pausing before continuing with a grave tone. "Of course, I have concealed the relationship between those 2 siblings from you for quite some time." Surprised, Ouyang Xiaogong masked his shock well, replying softly, "I must thank you, Brother Lin. However, it seems that all of my secrets are laid bare. I wonder if you could enlighten me regarding some matters?" As Ouyang's voice grew increasingly subdued, Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he shook his head. Why must Xiaogong be so troubled by these matters? "I have something that you were eager to accomplish." "The jade balance," Ouyang Xiaogong articulated, his eyes sharp, each word deliberate. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. "Indeed, the jade balance." As he spoke, he slowly revealed the remaining 2 jade fragments from his embrace. For fragments of the jade balance, Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixating on the jade fragments in Lin Tian's hand, his breath quickening with anticipation, the revival of Sun Fang was within reach. Now, they only needed to merge the jade fragments, and he could summon spirits to refine the elixir for her. The disciples of the Qingyu altar, along with Lei Yin, stared blankly at the 4 jade fragments. Any practitioner would have a modicum of understanding regarding the jade balance fragments, especially those from the Qingyu altar. To them, these 4 fragments symbolized immortality, yet Lin Tian's presence doused their hopes like a cold splash of water. Struggling to maintain a sliver of clarity, Ouyang Xiaogong refrained from losing his composure, quickly channeling his spiritual energy to suppress the turmoil within him. He shook his head at Lin Tian and spoke again. "Xiaogong does not know the method to merge the jade fragments. Brother Lin must have mistaken the person." Clearly, Ouyang Xiaogong mistakenly believed that Lin Tian, like himself, was unaware of how to merge the jade fragments. Chapter 80, Annihilation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian chuckled, surprised by Ouyang Xiaogong's assumption that he too was ignorant of the method to merge the jade fragments. Meanwhile, a flicker of intrigue danced in Ouyang's eyes, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Could it be that Lin Tian possessed this knowledge? Ouyang was overthinking. Perhaps there were many extraordinary tales he was unaware of. But the method to unite these jade fragments was certainly not beyond his grasp. Boom. As Lin Tian's voice echoed, Ouyang Xiaogong trembled, staring incredulously at Lin Tian, his excitement almost beyond words. Yet, in a mere moment, Ouyang regained his composure. Having traversed the mortal realm for nearly a millennium and learned the art of concealing his emotions, since Brother Lin was aware of how to merge the jade fragments and had gathered them all, why would he need to go through the trouble of disclosing this to Ouyang? Ouyang Xiaogong scrutinized Lin Tian with a perplexed expression, though his heart raced with excitement. He could not suppress his doubts. He was acutely aware that Lin Tian was no ordinary adversary. He had previously been deceived into relinquishing a scale of the Candle Dragon, and the subsequent events felt decidedly amiss. Lin Tian waved his hand and spoke softly. I merely wish for Xiaogong to witness firsthand whether this Yuheng possesses the power of resurrection. Remember the words spoken that night. The conditions remain unchanged. Observing Lin Tian's unwavering confidence, Ouyang Xiaogong was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. He understood the implications of Lin Tian's statement. Could it be that Lin Tian had once possessed a complete Yuheng, thus instilling him with such confidence that he could assert its lack of resurrection power? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ouyang Xiaogong nodded in agreement, deciding to accompany him to observe the fusion of the Yuheng fragments. If, in the end, the Yuheng truly lacked the power of resurrection, he would willingly honor his promise. He vowed to resurrect Xuanfang at all costs. Since that is the case, Brother Lin, let us proceed to merge the Yuheng shards, to quell the doubts within my heart, Ouyang Xiaogong declared with a respectful gesture towards Lin Tian. His eagerness to witness the fusion of the Yuheng fragments was palpable, for without having seen the true Yuheng, he would refrain from making hasty conclusions. However, it seemed Ouyang Xiaogong had overlooked certain obligations, such as repaying the hospitality of Lord Lin Tian. Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the astonished Lei Yin, a smile playing on his lips. He had promised not to kill Lei Yin, but Ouyang Xiaogong had made no such promise. Ouyang Xiaogong, who had been about to descend the mountain, paused in realization of Lin Tian's intentions. He could extinguish this insignificant insect at any moment. Since Lin Tian was inclined to eliminate him, it would be prudent to acquiesce, especially since the key to Xuanfang's resurrection lay in Lin Tian's hands. Moreover, Lei Yin was indeed a thorn in his side. No, Xiaogong, I have always treated you well. You cannot repay kindness with enmity, Lei Yin exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he watched Ouyang Xiaogong approach with ominous intent. Fear coursed through him. He had long since exhausted his spiritual power, and although the previous golden flames had not directly touched him, their searing heat had severely injured him, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Given Ouyang Xiaogong's true strength, killing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Stop him. Everyone, prevent him from advancing, Lei Yin bellowed, his voice laced with desperation as he perceived the murderous intent emanating from Ouyang Xiaogong. Yet, the disciples of the Qingyu sect stood frozen, trembling in fear. They understood that while Ouyang Xiaogong was merely an alchemist of lowly power, the formidable figure behind him was one they dared not provoke. That figure wished for Lei Yan's demise, and they lacked the courage to defy such a will. At this moment, it dawned on the disciples of the Qingyu sect that Lei Yin had previously spoken of conditions involving 2 Yuheng shards, likely hoping to secure his life from that terrifying entity. All present held their breath, wishing they could chastise themselves for meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Fear gripped their hearts. Amid this tension, Lei Yin, overwhelmed with terror, felt a surge of rage as he gazed at Lin Tian. You are untrustworthy, he spat, the final word escaping his lips with what little strength remained, a roar of fury. Lin Tian met Lei Yan's furious gaze with an indifferent demeanor, akin to an ancient deity observing a life on the brink of extinction, devoid of any compassion. Had you surrendered the Yuheng shards from the outset, your survival might have been assured. Yet, I abhor being threatened. As Lin Tian's words hung in the air, Ouyang Xiaogong stepped beside Lei Yin, casting a cold glance at him. Without uttering a word, he struck out with his palm, a seemingly innocuous gesture devoid of any visible force or spiritual energy. Yet, in the astonished eyes of the Qingyu sect disciples, Ouyang Xiaogong's palm connected with Lei Yan's back in an instant, causing Lei Yan's countenance to shift dramatically. His pallid face flushed crimson, as if blood might burst forth from his skin, saturating him in a ghastly hue. The disciples of the Qingyu sect stared in shock. realizing the terrifying might Ouyang Xiaogong possessed. Instinctively, they recoiled, while Lei Yan, with a piercing scream, leapt to his feet, howling at the sky. His hands grotesquely tearing at his own flesh. With a sickening sound, he erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that scattered into the air. Ouyang Xiaogong's prowess was indeed formidable. However, Lin Tian was taken aback by Ouyang Xiaogong's exceptional cultivation, questioning why he was so intrigued by this insect. Lin Tian discerned that Ouyang Xiaogong had merely awakened a hidden parasite within Lei Yan's body. First it was Yin Xianshang, now Lei Yan. One could only wonder how many others harbored such parasites planted by Ouyang Xiaogong. Yet, Lin Tian had no intention of intervening further. Ignorance was bliss. And his purpose remained singular, to seize opportunities and conquer the myriad realms. Ah, Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but in this world, there exist certain parasites. Lacking physical form yet possessing a soul, feared even by ancient deities, Ouyang Xiaogong remarked, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paused. Fully grasping the type of parasite Ouyang Xiaogong referred to, the soul-eating worm, a creature only found in the demon realm. However, such creatures had become mere legends, and the gates to the demon realm had long been sealed. Ouyang Xiaogong's quest for this parasite was sheer folly. Shaking his head, Lin Tian turned to the disciples of the Qingyu sect, who trembled under his gaze. As he focused on them, their terror became palpable, leading them to hastily kneel one after the other. Please spare us, Senior, they pleaded in unison. Lin Tian gestured for silence, his eyes scanning the assemblage of Qingyu sect disciples. Most were at the qi refining stage, with only a handful at the foundation establishment stage. Though their cultivation was low, their numbers were considerable. He recalled that the Qingyu sect boasted nearly 1,000 disciples. Perhaps, when the time came to steal the sword, he could use them as a distraction. Aside from Lei Yan, who among you is in charge? Lin Tian inquired, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. The ordinary disciples of the Qingyu sect were taken aback by his words, their hearts racing at the realization. However, upon reflecting on their positions, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. At that moment, a disciple, trembling and pale, cautiously rose, extending a trembling hand towards Lin Tian. His eyes filled with dread. Lin Tian regarded him briefly before uttering, very well. Since you are the overseer of the Qingyu sect, I entrust you with the task, henceforth. Reorganize the Qingyu sect. Shortly, I shall have great need of your services. What? Instantaneously, the disciples of the Qingyu sect erupted in astonishment. To reorganize the sect meant that the overseer would be second only to Lin Tian himself. More importantly, it implied gaining the favor of this formidable individual. Regret flooded the hearts of many disciples. Had they known, they would have boldly approached him earlier. Hearing this, the overseer felt a substantial portion of his fear dissipate, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at the prospect of such fortune. Reclaiming his composure, he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Senior, I will not fail to meet your expectations. Lin Tian let out a sound of acknowledgement, then cast a sweeping glance over all the disciples of the Qingyu platform, intimidatingly declaring, none of you should dare to entertain thoughts of escape. Should any of you attempt to flee and I discover it, you shall meet the same fate as Lei Yan. Upon finishing his words, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged forth from behind him, instantly enveloping the sky above the Qingyu platform in an endless blaze of golden flames. In that fleeting moment, the spiritual energy in the air above the Qingyu platform vanished where the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame touched, leaving the disciples below in a state of terror, unable to suppress their gulping of saliva. They remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Tian had compressed the power of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame to its utmost limit. Otherwise, the Yangwei mountain would have been scorched down several hundred meters. Indeed, had that occurred, the first to suffer would undoubtedly have been these Qingyu platform disciples. In an instant, Lin Tian retracted the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. He had achieved his desired effect. Witnessing the expressions of fear on their faces, a subtle smile graced his lips. This was precisely the reaction he sought, instilling in the disciples of the Qingyu platform a paralyzing dread that extinguished any thoughts of fleeing. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaogong, observing the fleeting golden flames, could only sigh at Lin Tian's terrifying prowess, inwardly astonished. From today onward, all disciples of the Qingyu platform shall heed the orders of this. Senior, my name is Yuan Wu, said Yuan Wu, drenched in cold sweat as he hurriedly spoke when Lin Tian pointed at him, yet faltered at his own name. Lin Tian nodded slightly and instructed, all of you shall follow Yuan Wu's arrangements. Yes, all the disciples of the Qingyu platform responded in unison. With that, Lin Tian shifted his gaze to Ouyang Xiaogong, offering a nod before striding down the mountain. Ouyang Xiaogong, lost in thought, cast a glance at the Qingyu platform disciples, then shook his head, unable to fathom Lin Tian's intentions, and promptly turned to follow. They're really leaving. The disciples of the Qingyu platform looked up at the disappearing figures of the two, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. As if the very essence of their strength had been siphoned away, collapsing in disarray on the ground. Yuan Wu, surveying the scene, immediately barked, "Get up. All of you. Rise." He had not forgotten the task assigned to him by the senior, to rectify the Qingyu platform. At this moment, none of the disciples dared to defy Yuan Wu. The overwhelming terror of Lin Tian's demonic might had already etched itself into their minds, an indelible fear. At the foot of the mountain, Bailey Tusu and Yin Qianshang anxiously awaited, a sense of unease gnawing at their hearts. They had witnessed the fearsome flames from below the mountain, stirring a foreboding feeling within them, and beads of sweat began to trickle down their faces. As they gazed upon the majestic mountain, they exchanged two crisp sighs. Bailey Tusu furrowed his brow and turned to Yin Qianshang, saying, "I suspect my senior brother may have been discovered. I must go up and take a look." "No. Are you out of your mind?" Just then, Bailey Tusu's body jolted. As he turned sharply to see two figures emerging from the forested mountainside, his senior brother and Ouyang Xiaogong, trapped within the Qingyu platform. But where was Sun Fang? Bailey Tusu's heart filled with doubt. At the mountain's base, Lin Tian burst forth from the last thicket, emerging from the Yongyue mountain. Turning to face the awaiting Tusu and the others, momentarily stunned, Ouyang Xiaogong shared the same bewilderment on their descent. He had heard Lin Tian mention only Bailey Tusu and Yin Qianshang accompanying him, yet the scene before him felt somewhat amiss. He noticed, beside Tusu and Yin Qianshang, three additional figures, Feng Qingxue, Fang Lansheng, and the little fox. In a swift motion, Lin Tian approached Bailey Tusu, his speed akin to that of a phantom, arriving at his side in the blink of an eye, while Ouyang Xiaogong followed at a measured pace. "Senior brother, Xiaogong," Lin Tian greeted Bailey Tusu with a nod. Casting a curious glance at Feng Qingxue and the others, Fang Lansheng, standing nearby, seemed to sense something, and with a scoff, remarked, "I was enjoying myself at the Fang residence, well fed and well cared for, and yet you didn't invite me to any of the fun." Lin Tian shook his head with a smile, secretly admiring his senior brother's younger brother's carefree nature. "All right, Lansheng, you didn't sneak out again this time, did you? Just wait until you return. How will Qin reprimand you?" Ouyang Xiaogong said sternly. Fang Lansheng, unfazed, retorted, "Then I must make the most of my time out here before heading back. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? By the way, do you have any plans?" At Fang Lansheng's mention, Ouyang Xiaogong turned his gaze towards Lin Tian. Seeing this, an eager light flickered in Fang Lansheng's eyes. Indeed, there was something. Bailey Tusu also noticed Ouyang Xiaogong's action and inquired, "Senior brother, are you not returning to Qinchuan?" In an instant, Yin Qianshang, Feng Qingxue, and the others all directed their attention towards Lin Tian, awaiting his response. Lin Tian nodded, revealing his intention without reservation. "Xiaogong and I will not be returning to Qinchuan for the time being. We must first head to the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum to merge these fragments of Yuheng." As he spoke, Lin Tian slowly produced 4 fragments of Yuheng from his robes, each radiating a gentle green light, suffused with abundant spiritual energy. Ouyang Xiaogong gasped internally, pondering whether there was a method to merge the fragments of Yuheng at the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum. "Well," Fang Lansheng exclaimed upon seeing the 4 fragments, eagerly leaning in to scrutinize them closely. Meanwhile, Yin Qianshang, Feng Qingxue, and even Bailey Tusu found themselves astonished by the fragments of Yuheng in Lin Tian's hands. The shards that had scattered across the mortal realm just days before had truly been gathered together. "Senior brother, since we are heading to the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum, why not allow us to accompany you? I am free anyway. Perhaps I can assist you there," Bailey Tusu suggested, his expression returning to normal. He felt indifferent towards the Yuheng fragments, even having contemplated a self-destructive fate with the burning desolation soared at times. "I want to go too," Fang Lansheng chimed in immediately. "Since even Lin brother and Xiaogong are going to the mausoleum, how could I, Yin Qianshang, be absent? We shall also join." 2 other crisp voices rang out, belonging to Feng Qingxue and the little fox. Lin Tian, seeing all of them eager to join, did not refuse, nodding in agreement. "Very well. But the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum is fraught with danger. Caution is paramount." "Understood." The group nodded solemnly in unison. Chapter 83. Breaking through the walls with a grand gesture. Lin Tian led everyone towards the direction of the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum. However, Fang Lansheng, being merely immortal, had their speed somewhat hindered. As day turned to night, Lin Tian's party traversed treacherous mountains and ancient forests, forging ahead towards their objective. As for the 2-headed fire spirit snake, Lin Tian opted not to summon it for their journey. The Qinshi Huang Mausoleum, according to ancient texts, was constructed amidst the towering mountains of the northern region. Yet only a vague location was known, making it a rarity for anyone to know its precise whereabouts. On this day, under a clear sky with no clouds in sight, The desolate wilderness was overgrown with withered weeds, and apart from Fong Lanqing, the others fanned out nearly 500 meters apart, gradually expanding their spiritual senses to seek out the location of the mausoleum. From Yangwe Mountain to the northern region, they had spent a total of 8 days journeying. Of course, they had arrived at the outskirts of the northern region 5 days prior, but from there, it took them an additional 3 days to project their spiritual senses from the periphery towards the center in hopes of locating the mausoleum. My heavens, when will this end? Surely the mausoleum of the first emperor is not unconstructed here, and as for Qin Shi Huang, even in death, he still does not allow for peace. Besides Xiangling, Fong Lanqing had long lost the novelty of their journey. Traversing the desolate wilderness for such an extended period had become unbearable, prompting him to voice his grievances. Humph. I warned you not to come, yet you insisted on ignoring my advice. By the way, keep your voice down. We mustn't disturb Brother Tu Su. Xiangling replied with a light huff, reminding Fong Lanqing. Upon hearing this, Fong Lanqing glanced at the distant Bai Li Tu Su, who appeared as unbothered as ever. How could he possibly be disturbed? Though he inwardly resented this, he understood the hierarchy of their journey. Xiangling's authority was paramount. Thus, he suppressed his weariness and proceeded step by step, closely following Xiangling. To the far left of their group, Lin Tian and Ouyang Xiaogong were cautiously exploring the depths of the earth, seeking any unusual occurrences. Stop. As they traversed a great mountain, Lin Tian's gaze fell upon another towering peak nearby, where a massive stone door loomed prominently. His eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, the sound reverberating through the forest and capturing everyone's attention. Instantaneously, all eyes turned to Lin Tian, and following his gaze, they too spotted the nearly 3-meter-high stone wall. Ouyang Xiaogong's expression shifted to one of excitement as he immediately focused his spiritual awareness on the ground beneath the stone wall. Despite the relative proximity between their group and the formidable mountain, they were still nearly 1,000 meters apart. Therefore, apart from Lin Tian and Ouyang Xiaogong, who could extend their senses that far, the others could only look on helplessly. In an instant, Lin Tian and Ouyang Xiaogong's spiritual awareness converged beneath the stone wall, revealing an underground labyrinth in Lin Tian's mind. Ouyang Xiaogong also made an important discovery, the mausoleum of the first emperor. They exclaimed almost in unison, their voices echoing softly in the tranquil forest, and they exchanged knowing nods and smiles. In that moment, Bai Li Tu Su, Yin Qianchang, Feng Qingxue, Xiangling, and the ever-steadfast Fong Lanqing rushed towards the stone wall. Moments later, they stood before it. Fong Lanqing, no longer languid and disinterested, approached the stone wall with fervor, eagerly searching for a mechanism to unlock it. Brother Lin, what should we do? Ouyang Xiaogong glanced at Lin Tian, not wanting to reveal his own strength but having already considered breaking through the wall. However, it was clear that the combined strength of Tu Su and the others was insufficient to breach the stone structure, so he turned to Lin Tian for guidance. Lin Tian understood Ouyang Xiaogong's intentions and was about to respond when Fong Lanqing interjected. What do you mean? What should we do? We must find the mechanism. Bai Li Tu Su and the others nodded in agreement, but their brows soon furrowed as they realized that their spiritual senses failed to uncover any unusual features nearby, let alone a mechanism to open the stone wall. Time passed, and Bai Li Tu Su, Yin Qianchang, and even Feng Qingxue found themselves in a quandary. This massive stone wall was surely several meters thick. If they attempted to force it open, it would likely require Bai Li Tu Su to activate the Burning Calamity Sword. Brother, shall I use the Burning Calamity to cleave it open? Bai Li Tu Su hesitated for a moment, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes as he addressed Lin Tian. Days prior, he had heard Xiaogong mention that the Sun Fang of the Green Jade platform was merely a ruse concocted by Lei Yan, and that Xiaogong needed to integrate the fragments of the Jade Balance to resurrect Sun Fang. Throughout their journey, he had often heard his brother speak of the great utility of the Jade Balance. No, Su Su. Just as Bai Li Tu Su spoke, Feng Qingxue immediately interjected, aware that if Su Su wielded the Burning Calamity Sword, he would be susceptible to the sword's malevolent aura. It would be worse than death. Let's devise a plan first. Refrain from using the Burning Calamity for now, Fong Lanqing timidly suggested. Fear etched on his face as he recalled the terrifying scene of Tu Su consumed by malevolent energy within the Fong residence, as if haunted by a demon. Lin Tian observed their interactions with a bemused smile, eventually shaking his head as he slowly approached the stone wall. Fong Lanqing noticed Lin Tian's movements and assumed he, too, intended to search the wall for a mechanism. Brother Lin, I have already examined this wall. There is no mechanism to be found, he remarked, thinking Lin Tian was wasting his efforts. However, the next moment, save for Ouyang Xiaogong, everyone was astonished by Lin Tian's actions. With an air of calm, Lin Tian raised his right hand, the index finger gently touching the surface of the massive stone wall. In an instant, a strand of golden flame erupted forth. And before the astonished gazes of Bai Li Tu Su and the others, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged up the wall. In mere moments, a large hole was burned through, rapidly expanding. In the span of a breath, 2 breaths, until 3 breaths had passed. Where once stood the stone wall, there was now a wide, open entrance leading to the mausoleum of the first emperor. Chapter 84. The Terracotta Warrior's Gulp. Bai Li Tu Su, Feng Qingxue, and Xiang Ling stood transfixed before the unfolding scene, their hearts racing with shock, while Feng Lanqing and Yin Qianshang instinctively swallowed hard. Yin Qianshang stared blankly at the vanished stone wall, his complexion paling as he trembled and looked at Lin Tian, who was slowly retracting the golden flame. Lin, brother Lin, the last time you expelled the parasite from me, you didn't use this, did you? Ouyang Xiaogong remained impassive, showing no reaction. He had already discerned that the parasite within Yin Qianshang had been obliterated. Indeed, what of it? As Lin Tian withdrew the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, he turned to Yin Qianshang, noticing his face had grown unexpectedly pale. His words struck Yin Qianshang like a bolt from the blue, causing his legs to quiver. And he nearly collapsed to the ground, desperately leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, his hands slowly spreading over his chest, displaying an expression of having narrowly escaped death. As Yin Qianshang sought to calm his racing heart, he could not help but think, oh my, such a powerful flame. How fortunate I was to remain composed. Had it truly burned me, I would have perished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the group redirected their attention from the entrance to the mausoleum back to Yin Qianshang. Seeing him in such a state, Feng Qingxue gasped in alarm and rushed over, channeling her spiritual energy to stabilize his spirit with the secrets of the underworld. Lin Tian, realizing how frightful the Golden Emperor's flame had affected Yin Qianshang, began to offer words of comfort. Qianshang, you need not fear my flame. That incident is long past, and you are well now, are you not? Yin Qianshang nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat reassured, yet his expression remained one of lingering dread, as if he had just survived a calamity. Had he known the power of that flame beforehand, he would have never allowed it to enter his body, even at the cost of his life. Simultaneously, he recalled the overwhelming golden flames that engulfed Yangyu Mountain days prior. It was no wonder Brother Lin could tame such formidable creatures. His own strength was simply beyond his comprehension. In the shadow of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, Lin Tian and his companions awaited Yin Qianshang's complete recovery before venturing inside. Lin Tian led the way, his gaze fixed on the expansive, 20-meter-long path laid with the crimson pelts of unknown beasts, offering a surprisingly comfortable tread. Flanking the sides were eternal lamps, casting a gentle glow to dispel the encroaching darkness. Is this the end of the path? Feng Lanqing inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone as they reached the terminus of the path, which was traversed in mere moments. Lin Tian remained silent, his attention drawn to the leftward wall, segmented into vast, square panels. From his earlier exploration through spiritual perception, he had discerned the presence of hidden mechanisms here, likely unforeseen even by the emperor himself, who would not have anticipated the intrusion of cultivators into his tomb. With a graceful leap, Lin Tian ascended the stone wall and pressed against one of the square panels with a forceful palm. To his surprise, the stone panel yielded under his touch, sinking inward. Immediately, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the stone wall blocking Bai Li Tu Su and the others began to part, revealing a new passage, shrouded in swirling ashes. In this moment, save for Feng Lanqing, the rest of the group directed their spiritual awareness toward Lin Tian. Realizing that not every mechanism was as elusive as the previous wall, they soon felt the surrounding walls inching closer, and if they did not swiftly locate the next passage, they risked being crushed. Instantly, they hurried toward the newly revealed pathway, unleashing their spiritual senses. Time slipped by, and before long, they had traversed nearly 10 passages. When Feng Qing opened the final passage, the scene before them transformed dramatically. They entered a vast hall, teeming with soldier figurines, over 1,000 in number, each brandishing sharp spears and blades, resembling eternal guardians of the mausoleum. The massive doors behind them sealed shut, cutting off their retreat. A development met with no surprise, as they had already experienced similar closures upon activating each stone barrier. As they wandered through the hall, Feng Lanqing, captivated by the novelty, dashed toward one figurine, inspecting it closely. In a moment of clumsiness, he accidentally dislodged the iron sword from its grasp, the clang resonating through the hall. The others, including Bai Li Tu Su, turned to him, their attention drawn by the sound. Embarrassed, Feng Lanqing sheepishly replaced the sword, internally lamenting the fragility of the figurine. Have you discovered something? Lin Tian, who had remained still, observing the figurines, noted the peculiarity of their formation. Ouyang Xiaogong shared his sentiments, marveling at the craftsmanship that even the emperor could create. Indeed, the first emperor was capable of such marvels, Ouyang Xiaogong mused, his admiration tinged with awe. The figurines, though appearing as mere clay, were undoubtedly crafted from genuine human forms, adorned in armor and wielding weapons, coated with a distinctive layer of earth. This realization struck them both. The figurines were not mere statues, but living beings. Lin Tian, already suspecting their nature, murmured, "Ancient corpse technique," before suddenly raising his voice to warn Li Su and the others who had ventured too close. "Retreat immediately. These figurines pose a threat." His warning echoed throughout the enclosed hall, startling his companions, who exchanged confused glances with the immobile figurines. Yet, they complied with Lin Tian's command, leaping toward him with urgency. "Wait for me." Feng Lansheng, seeing his friends hastening ahead, glanced at the figurines and felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. Moments later, Yin Qianshang was the first to return, inquiring about the danger posed by the figurines, while Li Su, Feng Qing's and Xiang Ling echoed his bewilderment. Gasping for breath, Feng Lansheng collapsed onto the ground, struggling to catch his breath as he stammered. "What exactly is the issue here?" Lin Tian smiled, ready to explain, but sensed a disturbance from the two-headed fire spirit snake in his grasp, which stirred restlessly. He frowned, momentarily halting his words. Ouyang Xiaogong, noticing Lin Tian's unease, took the opportunity to elaborate. "These figurines may appear lifeless, yet they are not ordinary. Each is forged from a soul, animated by dark sorcery and enhanced with rare treasures from the earth, crafted in a grim, desolate place. In essence, what you behold are nothing less than machines for slaughter." As his words settled, the group stared in astonishment at the legion of figurines before them, numbering nearly 1,000. "Can we even fight them?" Feng Lansheng, feeling a mix of dread and disbelief, instinctively voiced his apprehensions, while Li Su and Yin Qianshang unsheathed their weapons, their expressions grave, knowing there was no retreat, only confrontation. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaogong remained unfazed, confident that Lin Tian's formidable golden flames could easily incinerate these ancient corpses. In that tense moment, as the figurines began to stir, Feng Lansheng rushed to Lin Tian's side, urging, "Brother Lin, we must set them ablaze." Clearly, the earlier display of Lin Tian's flames had left a lasting impression on him. Lin Tian, however, remained contemplative, sensing an unusual desire emanating from the two-headed fire spirit snake, an urge to consume the figurines. Could it be that this creature sought to enhance its power or refine its bloodline through the act of devouring these beings? However, regardless of the circumstances, since the two-headed fire spirit snake had manifested such emotions, Lin Tian did not intervene. Observing everything intently, he softly uttered, "Go." As his words fell, a faint red glow swiftly shot out from beneath Lin Tian's robe. In the grand hall, aside from Ouyang Xiaogong, whose expression turned serious, the others remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Feng Lansheng clearly heard Lin Tian's words, his heart filled with confusion. He shook his head, glancing around, pondering, "What do you mean, go?" After a moment of contemplation, Feng Lansheng's peripheral vision caught sight of the already moving soldier puppets, the sound of clashing weapons resonating throughout the hall. Hundreds and thousands of soldier puppets, orderly wielding their weapons, began to advance toward them. Feng Lansheng's face turned pale, instinctively gripping Lin Tian's right arm and retreating behind him, continuously calling for Xiang Ling, evidently hoping she would join him in seeking refuge. Xiang Ling, however, merely snorted in response. In the hall, Li Su and Yin Qianshang watched the approaching soldier puppets, realizing they would be surrounded in mere moments. The two leaped forward, weapons in hand, charging at the soldier puppets. Yin Qianshang unleashed his spiritual power, swinging his heavy sword. Each strike severed the armor of a soldier puppet, sending it crashing to the ground several meters away. Yet, that was all. The soldier puppets seemed devoid of awareness. Unafraid of death, the one struck down rose again, launching a fresh wave of attacks. The severed armor began to coalesce once more under a mysterious black force. These soldier puppets were steadfast in guarding the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, vowing to slay any intruders. On the other hand, Li Su fared much better, wielding the burning desolation sword, channeling the malevolent energy within. In an instant, the surging malevolence gathered upon the sword's blade. Each swing, imbued with this energy, cleaved the soldier puppets in half, rendering them lifeless, dissipating into clouds of black mist within the emperor's tomb hall. "I can't keep this up. I can't cut through these things," Yin Qianshang bellowed after sending another soldier puppet flying. Li Su was equally anxious, as the longer he wielded the burning desolation sword, the more malevolence began to seep into his body, gradually intensifying. Fearing that if this continued, He would not only fail to assist, but could also become a burden to the group. He worried about the dire consequences should he succumb to the encroaching malevolence. Susu. Brother, you both retreat. Feng Qingxue, noticing the two in distress, hurriedly called out, forming spells in her hands to provide cover. Ethereal blue light coalesced into orbs of varying sizes, hurling them at the soldier puppets. The azure and violet orbs traced arcs in the air, striking the soldier puppet cluster with a resounding explosion, sending dust swirling. Bailey Tusu and Yin Qianshang exchanged glances, quickly leaping back to the elevated platform alongside their companions. Susu. Brother, are you all right? Feng Qingxue immediately inquired. Bailey Tusu waved his hand, his expression grave as he regarded the soldier puppets, then approached Lin Tian. Senior brother. Look at this. Lin Tian glanced at the burning desolation sword in Bailey Tusu's hand, silently sighing. Although the sword was formidable, Tusu's prowess had rendered it somewhat tarnished. With a soft sigh, recalling the one imprisoned in the spectral capital, Lin Tian halted his thoughts, allowing a smile to grace his face as he raised his gaze toward the hall's ceiling. Observing this, Bailey Tusu followed Lin Tian's line of sight, astonished to see a 3-foot-long crimson and azure snake with 2 heads adorning the upper wall of the hall. Is that a creature from the tomb of the first emperor? Bailey Tusu remarked, perplexed by his senior brother's intent. Did this small snake hold any significance? Hey, Lin, that snake resembles your beast companion. Bailey Tusu's words immediately drew the attention of those present, who turned to gaze at the peculiar snake. Yin Qianshang, recalling the fire snake summoned by Lin Tian in the cave, could not help but inquire. Lin Tian silently nodded, focusing intently on the 2-headed fire spirit snake. Quietly observing from the side, Bailey Tusu and Feng Lanxing, taken aback by Yin Qianshang's comment, were astonished to learn that Lin Tian possessed a beast companion. Bailey Tusu stared incredulously at the snake coiled upon the wall, his heart filled with myriad thoughts. It had been years since their last meeting. His senior brother had grown stronger and markedly different. I could easily defeat that snake. Senior brother, you don't plan to use it against these soldier puppets, do you? Feng Lansheng scrutinized the 2-headed fire spirit snake, which was no thicker than a finger, finding it unremarkable aside from its unusual heads, and voiced his skepticism. He still believed that setting it ablaze was a more reliable approach. The 2-headed fire spirit snake, being a practitioner of fighting energy, was not easily recognized for its uniqueness by those who had never encountered it. Thus, even Bailey Tusu and Feng Qingxue were filled with doubts. Yin Qianshang laughed heartily, shaking his head. If Feng Lanxing's slight stature could defeat the 2-headed fire spirit snake, he might as well challenge the gods. Momentarily, all eyes turned to the 2-headed fire spirit snake. In the hall, the distinct hissing of the 2-headed fire spirit snake was clearly audible as flames began to ignite upon its form. Chapter 86. Devouring soldier puppets. The 2-headed fire spirit snake arched its body toward the soldier puppets below, roaring with a glint of human-like greed in its eyes. Gradually, magma began to seep from the gaps between its scales, glowing fiercely in crimson. With a piercing hiss, and amidst the astonished gazes of Bailey Tusu and the others, the magma dripping from the 2-headed fire spirit snake splattered onto the ground below, sizzling and releasing wisps of white mist. The snake's form suddenly expanded. With the surge of red light, it ultimately transformed into a colossal 2-headed fire spirit snake. Finally, the true magnificence of the 2-headed fire spirit snake was unveiled before the horrified eyes of Bailey Tusu and the others, fierce, wild, and insurmountable. Feng Lanxing gazed in shock at the unfolding scene, his mouth twitching as he stammered, This is the snake from earlier? Clearly, he still struggled to comprehend the situation. Staring at the 2-headed fire spirit snake, he instinctively swallowed hard, remembering he had claimed he could crush it with one hand. He just hoped the snake did not hear him. This is truly a demonic creature. Feng Qingxue exclaimed, her pupils dilating in disbelief. She had just confirmed moments ago that the snake emitted no fluctuations of demonic energy, yet now, the 2-headed fire spirit snake had undeniably shattered her worldview. Could this beast possess a means to conceal its demonic power, or perhaps a treasure? Little did Feng Qingxue know that the creature she perceived as a demonic entity was not a beast from her realm, but rather a magical beast from another world. In an instant, those witnessing the 2-headed fire spirit snake for the first time were seized by astonishment. Meanwhile, within the hall, as the 2-headed fire spirit snake regained its original form, its massive body detached from the wall and floated in midair, supported by a torrent of deep crimson fighting energy. Oh! Lin Tian gasped in surprise as he observed the 2-headed fire spirit snake's fighting energy, noticing flecks of ink green within it. Inwardly lamenting the terrifying essence of the dragon's blood, Lin Tian recognized that, despite its relatively low cultivation, the bloodline of the dragon far surpassed that of the 2-headed fire spirit snake. Observing the remarkable transformation of the fire spirit snake, a thought arose in Lin Tian's mind. Why not allow the two-headed fire spirit snake to consume the dragon's demon core? After all, he had initially intended to use the demon core to break through to the nascent soul stage, but he had already cultivated to the point where a breakthrough was imminent. Clearly, the demon core held little significance for him now. Nodding to himself in resolution, he turned his gaze back to the arena. The soldier puppets advanced with weapons in hand, moving in a tight and orderly fashion towards their target. The emergence of the two-headed fire spirit snake captured their attention, causing them to shift direction and converge upon the snake. Invaders of the royal tomb, perish, hissed the two-headed fire spirit snake, its forked tongue flicking disdainfully at the soldier puppets. Its serpent eyes revealed unhidden greed, as its writhing body splashed molten lava, carving a deep chasm in the hall. The two-headed fire spirit snake lunged at its prey, and in an instant, they collided. Clang, clang, clang. The soldier puppets swung their weapons, striking the scales of the fire spirit snake. With a crisp sound of impact, the weapons merely sparked against the scales, leaving not even a scratch. The fire spirit snake's defensive scales were impenetrable. A glint of ferocity flashed in the snake's eyes. It would not allow the fearless attacks of the soldier puppets to continue unchallenged. With both massive heads rearing back, the snake let out a piercing roar, gathering its energy to unleash a colossal pillar of molten lava upon the obstructing puppets. The two massive pillars of lava exuded an intense heat, sweeping away the soldier puppets before them with relentless force. The molten pillars incinerated the puppets, reducing them to swirling black smoke. In a heartbeat, the area where the lava flowed bore no trace of the puppets. Only remnants of black vapors remained. With a single strike, hundreds of puppets had perished. Goodness gracious. This snake is ferocious. Fong Lanqing gasped at the scene unfolding before him, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The hall, apart from the elevated platform they stood on, was almost entirely engulfed in flowing lava, and the temperature was rapidly rising. This snake is truly terrifying. Lin brother, your demon pet seems to have advanced significantly, remarked Qianshang, astonished by the infernal scene, with molten lava surging and the demon snake rampaging. Balitusu and the others were equally astounded, realizing that Lin Tian's demon pet possessed an extraordinary strength they had not anticipated, far surpassing its previous capabilities. Ouyang Shaogong murmured to himself, recognizing that the two-headed fire spirit snake's prowess had indeed improved since its battle with the dragon. As Lin Tian casually acknowledged the observations, Balitusu and the others felt bewildered. Such a formidable demon pet, and yet Lin Tian appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Must you be so disheartening? They thought, ignoring their astonishment. The two-headed fire spirit snake fixed its piercing gaze upon the swirling black vapors on the ground, revealing an insatiable hunger. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw, and an inexplicable, terrifying suction force emanated from its crimson jaws. The clusters of black vapors, still lingering, were drawn into the serpent's massive mouth. The remaining soldier puppets were momentarily ignored. As the lava continued to engulf them, the snake consumed the black vapors, and a look of comfort flickered in its eyes. As time passed, more soldier puppets fell, and the fire spirit snake devoured nearly half of the black vapors. Suddenly, it trembled violently. The scales on its body hissed, and blood began to seep from between them, indicating immense suffering, yet the two-headed fire spirit snake persisted in absorbing the black vapors. Its eyes, as large as lanterns, radiated an eerie excitement. At that moment, apart from the molten lava that filled the hall and the colossal two-headed fire spirit snake, there were no remaining traces of the soldier puppets. As the last cluster of black vapor was consumed, Lin Tian observed the two-headed fire spirit snake thoughtfully, understanding its actions. The crowd atop the platform, including Ouyang Shaogong, gazed at the snake with puzzled expressions before turning their eyes to Lin Tian. Chapter 87. Desperate Struggle. Second Head. Evolution. Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, Lin Tian began to explain. However, Ouyang Shaogong interjected with confusion, Lin brother, shouldn't serpent demons evolve towards the dragon form? Why does this seem off? And this method of evolution is indeed unprecedented. In the context of the ancient sword realm, evolution was understood as the enhancement of bloodlines to reach a new pinnacle, transforming into another kind of demon beast. However, there was typically a prerequisite for such evolution. The cultivation must reach its limit, followed by experiencing a tribulation. Under the tribulation's onslaught, the body would undergo metamorphosis. Surviving the tribulation would lead to rapid cultivation progress, while failure meant death, with the body shattered and the soul dissipating into the cosmos. Yet, the two-headed fire spirit snake before them appeared to be undergoing a breakthrough rather than evolution. For a moment, Balitusu and the others regarded the snake with intrigue, each waiting silently, captivated by the rare spectacle. In the center of the hall, as time flowed, the two-headed fire spirit snake trembled increasingly. Blood gushed from the gaps in its scales, and its piercing cries echoed throughout the hall. The fire spirit snake felt the pain coursing through its body, coiling tightly as it rapidly circulated its internal energy, refining the black energy it had absorbed. As time passed, the onlookers remained patient, their enthusiasm undiminished. Gradually, as the two-headed fire spirit snake refined the energy within, it underwent an extraordinary transformation. Those observing from the platform, including Lin Tian, were taken aback as they witnessed the snake suddenly open its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. The scales around its neck, originally bright red with hints of dark blue, began to undergo a transformation. The ominous energy surged within the snake, manifesting as dark patterns that spread across its scales. The dark hue flowed from the snake's neck towards its left head, completely enveloping its original red coloration. Within moments, one of the snake's massive heads was entirely adorned in a shade of deep black. At this moment, the two-headed fire spirit snake, with its fiery red body and flowing lava, now displayed a striking contrast of one red and one black head, each radiating a distinct aura. This was the reason for Lin Tian's astonishment. The red head exuded a scorching heat, reminiscent of a blazing inferno, while the black head emanated an aura of death, chilling the soul. One head embodied the blazing sun, while the other represented death. The aura of the two-headed fire spirit snake surged dramatically, culminating in a sound that resonated clearly with all present, a sound of shattering. The colossal form of the twin-headed fire spirit snake abruptly halted, and in the astonished gaze of Douluo Su and the others, its size surged once more. Molten lava erupted within the hall, forming dozens of molten columns that violently struck the walls above, shattering fragments of stone into oblivion. Xiangling gazed timidly at the serpentine behemoth, which was nearing 50 meters in length, its oppressive aura enveloping her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder the disparity among their kind. Especially since she was a nine-tailed fox demon, how could the difference be so vast? After a brief moment, the twin-headed fire spirit snake finally stabilized its aura, and the molten lava that had erupted began to be drawn back into its gaping, flame-red maw, swiftly absorbing the scattered magma from the ground around it. Moments later, the hall was left with only the immense twin-headed fire spirit snake and the lingering heat it radiated. At this moment, having completed its act, the twin-headed fire spirit snake began to twist its body, moving towards Lin Tian. "Brother Lin, it seems your pet has grown even stronger. Will it still heed your commands?" Feng Lancheng stammered, watching the approaching serpent with trepidation, feeling as if his entire being was dwarfed by its formidable fangs. If the snake had indeed experienced a sudden surge in power and no longer obeyed Lin Tian, their group would be in grave trouble. He feared that even their combined strength would not suffice to satisfy this creature's hunger. As he gazed into the blackened eyes of the snake's massive head, a chill ran through him, as if his blood was freezing. Xiangling and Feng Qingxue, both of lower cultivation, shared a similar sense of dread. Douluo Su was unaffected, shielded by the aura of his burning desolation, while Yin Qianshang, though barely able to withstand the pressure with his golden core cultivation, managed to steady his mind. Ouyang Xiaogong, however, seemed to disregard the ominous energy emanating from the snake's dark head. Though a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes as he regarded the creature, where had Lin Tian acquired such a monster? Ouyang pondered. Enough. A deep voice echoed through the silent hall. The twin-headed fire spirit snake, upon hearing this command, revealed a glimmer of joy in its eyes and swiftly moved to its master's side, dissipating the overwhelming aura it had unconsciously exuded. Its two massive heads affectionately nuzzled Lin Tian. As the serpent retracted its menacing presence, the onlookers on the platform breathed a collective sigh of relief, astonished by the unexpected display of affection from such a previously ferocious beast. Lin Tian, observing this, shook his head with a light chuckle, his earlier anger dissipating. He reached out to caress the scales of the twin-headed fire spirit snake, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have finally reached the rank of Battle Emperor. And I am pleasantly surprised to see you have also mastered the Death Force. This is truly an unexpected delight." He bore no concerns about the snake's loyalty, for he possessed absolute strength to maintain control, and he had long since recognized the creature's unwavering loyalty when he returned from the Dopa realm, severely injured. The twin-headed fire spirit snake, upon receiving its master's praise, squinted its serpentine eyes in delight and rubbed against Lin Tian once more before gradually shrinking in size and coiling around his right arm, concealing itself beneath his robe. Chapter 88. Sword Tomb. As Lin Tian observed the twin-headed fire spirit snake coiling back onto his arm, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He had initially thought the creature would evolve towards that of a dragon, especially after consuming the dragon's blood, yet its evolution had evidently surpassed his expectations. The other black serpent had exuded a potent aura of death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian ceased his reflections and turned to the few people beside him, who seemed hesitant to speak, and said, Let us move on and see what lies in the next passage. With that, Lin Tian leapt down from the platform and made his way toward the stone door on the opposite side of the hall. Upon seeing this, Bali Su and the others exchanged no further words, suppressing their curiosity and promptly following Lin Tian. "Ah, it's so hot," Fong Lansheng exclaimed as he stepped onto the hall's floor, letting out a cry of distress. He quickly retrieved the jade compass from his waist, channeling the spiritual energy within it to stabilize the scorching temperature beneath his feet. The verdant energy enveloped him, alleviating the searing heat. Yet the power exerted by the jade compass was ultimately limited, and beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead, rolling down in large droplets. As he surveyed the hall, Fong Lansheng noticed that Bali Su and the others were emitting their own spiritual energy to counteract the residual heat of the ground. Yet, only Lin Tian appeared unaffected by the blistering floor, walking leisurely without employing any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical prowess. Brother Lin truly is remarkable. Emerging from Tianyong City, not only is his pet formidable, but his own cultivation is also extraordinarily strong, Fong Lansheng thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. He yearned for the renowned first sect of cultivation, Tianyong City, yet the thought of his elder sister sent a shiver down his spine. He feared that if he mentioned his intention to pursue cultivation there, his ability to leave Qinchuan would become questionable. Bali Su and the others hastened toward the stone wall, showing no surprise at Lin Tian's indifference to the heat. For it was evident that someone capable of taming such a powerful pet could not be weak. Moreover, Yin Xianshang had witnessed Lin Tian walking upon molten lava. After a brief moment, they arrived at the stone wall, and Lin Tian cast a glance at a nearby stone button before stepping forward to press it against the wall. Indeed, with a resounding clang, the stone door began to creak open, dislodging the thick dust that had settled on it and revealing another passageway. Lin Tian stepped through without hesitation, and moments later, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Unlike the previous hall filled with soldier statues, this was a sword tomb, where hundreds of golden glass sword platforms were neatly arranged, each holding a long sword. The piercing sword intent swirled within the stone chamber. "Be cautious, this place is rather extraordinary," Bali Su, who had entered closely behind Lin Tian, warned, sensing the stirring of the burning desolation sword. A sense of trepidation began to spread through him, and his complexion turned pale. Feng Qingxue, noticing Bali Su's unusual demeanor, rushed over to support his arm, urgently asking, Su, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. The burning desolation sword has sensed the presence of sword spirits here. The swords in this royal tomb are imbued with righteousness, thus restraining the burning desolation and heightening its sense of danger," Bali Su explained, glancing at the long swords before him. Ouyang Xiaogong strolled among the sword platforms, adding, "In my opinion, these ancient swords were left by the warriors of the Qin era to protect the first emperor, thus naturally carrying a sense of righteousness. And since the burning desolation is a weapon of destruction, it stands to reason that such a scene would unfold." Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, surveying the myriad ancient swords before him. "It seems that the exit to the stone door lies among these swords. Let us search. I can sense that we are nearing the center of the first emperor's tomb." He turned his gaze toward the stone door that obstructed their path, a flicker of intensity igniting in his eyes as he then resumed his search among the swords. In that moment, the crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before commencing their search among the myriad swords for the one capable of unlocking the stone door. Sword, sword, sword. Yin Qianshang swiftly scoured the sword stand, but confronted with the identical longswords, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to discern which sword served as the key to the stone portal. His mind was a fog of confusion. Everyone was intensely focused on locating that particular sword, while Lin Tian, having inspected 3 ancient swords, fell into contemplation. His cold gaze swept over the 100 long swords, and he mused that among these blades, there must be one that commanded the others. The foremost sword, its master undoubtedly above all others, could it be the Emperor's sword? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and the possibility grew stronger in his mind. He turned to the others and inquired, "Can any of you discern the Emperor's sword among these?" "The Emperor's sword." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaogong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, if any sword could unlock this stone door, it would surely be the Emperor's sword. However, the first step was to ascertain whether such a sword existed within this crypt. But what does the Emperor's sword look like? All these swords appear to be cast from the same mold. How can we differentiate them? Yin Qianshang returned the ancient sword he was holding to the stand, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Tian shook his head. While he could effortlessly discuss matters of cultivation, the specifics of an emperor's sword eluded him. Clearly, Ouyang Xiaogong, Bali Su, and the others were equally ignorant, their expressions a blank canvas of uncertainty. The emperor's sword. Wait, I think I know. A voice, soft yet clear, resonated within the sword crypt. Lin Tian turned sharply, surprised to find it was Feng Lanqing who spoke. Lanqing, do you know the Emperor's sword of the first emperor? Ouyang Xiaogong asked eagerly. Feng Lanqing nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully before responding. I read in a book that when Jing Ku attempted to assassinate the first emperor, the emperor's sword was drawn but could not be unsheathed. If that is the case, then the emperor's sword should be slightly longer than the others. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Tian smiled at Feng Lanqing, unable to restrain his applause. It seems your reading has not been in vain. Feng Lanqing raised his head and replied with a grin, of course. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently darted toward Xiang Ling, hoping to capture her attention. Ah. So you not only know how to call for help, but you also have some usefulness, Xiang Ling quipped with a light huff. What do you mean by calling for help? That was a request for assistance. It was a display of wisdom. Watching the two bicker once more, Lin Tian chuckled and resumed his search for the emperor's sword. Meanwhile, aside from the still arguing pair of Xiang Ling and Feng Lanqing, the rest were diligently seeking the long sword among the multitude. Chapter 89, Treasures. Hey, Brother Lin, do you think this is the one? Feng Qingxue exclaimed, pointing to an ancient sword before her, which was noticeably longer than the others. She lifted it from the sword stand and turned to Lin Tian for confirmation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian returned the ancient sword he held and approached Feng Qingxue, her words capturing the attention of Ouyang Xiaogong and the others. Taking the ancient sword from Feng Qingxue, Lin Tian scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was over an inch longer than the others. Without jumping to conclusions, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sword's essence. Vibrant spiritual energy flowed from his hands, enveloping the ancient sword as if attempting to extract something from within. The onlookers, Bailey Tusu, Ouyang Xiaogong, and the rest, watched in silence. Even the still bickering Feng Lanqing and Xiang Ling ceased their chatter, not wishing to disturb Lin Tian. As the spiritual energy coursed over the ancient sword, its brilliance intensified, and gradually, a strand of golden radiance began to emerge from the blade. Imperial Qi. Ouyang Xiaogong recognized it immediately and spoke up. Imperial Qi can only be condensed by a sovereign, though I may not know its myriad uses, I can recognize it. This sword, having long accompanied the first emperor, was thus imbued with a trace of Imperial Qi, the emperor's sword, the foremost among all weapons. The others finally grasped that this sword could only be the emperor's sword without a doubt. At that moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. His gaze fixed upon the Imperial Qi enveloping the sword, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. It is worth noting that the Golden Emperor's flame not only devours foreign fire but also welcomes this Imperial Qi, though now it held but a trace of Imperial Qi, which might not be significantly useful. Every little bit counts. Let us proceed and discover what lies beyond this next passage, he declared, refraining from using the Golden Emperor's flame to absorb the Imperial Qi, as he preferred to exit the sword crypt first. He spoke to the group while grasping the Emperor's sword, moving toward the stone door, observing the golden-hued scabbard before sheathing the sword within it. Boom. As the sword slid into its scabbard, the once tightly sealed stone door began to creak open. Bailey Tusu and the others exchanged glances, a hint of smiles gracing their faces as they moved toward the next passage. Lin Tian's gaze lingered on the sword crypt until he saw Feng Lanqing step to the stone door. He then turned away, surveying the crypt one last time, muttering softly, I thought you would emerge and uphold your responsibilities. It seems I overestimated you. Shaking his head, Lin Tian drew the emperor's sword from its scabbard and, seeing the stone door begin to close again, stepped forward, leaping through just in time. With a thunderous clang, the stone door sealed shut behind him. Inside the sword crypt, once Lin Tian and the others departed, the ancient silence returned. Just then, a melodious sigh echoed through the chamber as a man clad in a brocade robe appeared. His gaze fixed on the stone door, seemingly able to peer beyond it. The tomb of the first emperor is perilous, he murmured, a deep apprehension flickering in his eyes. With a final shake of his head and a soft sigh, his form dissipated, vanishing into the shadows of the sword crypt. Brother Lin, who were you speaking with just now? Feng Lanqing inquired, his focus fixed on Lin Tian. Since witnessing Lin Tian's extraordinary prowess, he felt a desire to draw closer to him, hoping to learn even a fraction of his skills, perhaps even the art of that golden flame. He had conveniently overlooked Lin Tian's earlier refusal to teach him cultivation within the Feng residence. Lin Tian regarded the approaching Feng Lanqing and waved his hand, replying, It was merely a sword spirit born from the sword crypt. Sword spirit? I've heard of sword spirits in books, but what exactly are they? Feng Lanqing asked, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. A sword spirit is a consciousness birthed by the sword itself. Its physical form is the sword's body. Of course, there are also other divine swords in this world that have taken on human forms. Feng Lanqing had only read a handful of accounts about sword spirits, far less than Lin Tian's wealth of knowledge. He stood in shock, realizing that not only demons could take human forms, but even swords could as well. Lin Tian observed Feng Lansheng, who was momentarily frozen in astonishment. He chose not to disturb him, instead centering his thoughts and extending his spiritual awareness to sense the thick, profound waves of spiritual energy, an essence unique to treasures of the world. It is just ahead. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he casually reminded Feng Lansheng before. Filled with anticipation, he strode forward through the passage. The 4 jade fragments could finally be fused, and perhaps he might even procure a remarkable treasure along the way. Hey, Brother Lin, wait for me. Feng Lansheng, snapping back to reality, called out as he hurried after Lin Tian, who was already several meters ahead. A silver lake, nearly 3,000 meters wide, floated with shimmering silver hues, a celestial river rolling and surging. Bai Li Tu Su, upon seeing Lin Tian emerge from the passage behind him, spoke softly, his words hanging in the air unuttered. Beside them, Yin Qianshang and the others furrowed their brows in contemplation. Ah, the Mercury River. Truly. The first emperor possesses remarkable ambition. Lin Tian stepped forth, gazing at the river's surface, marveling at its splendor. At that moment, he understood why Tu Su and the others were expressions of concern. The central lift leading directly to the first emperor's tomb above posed a significant challenge to them. The Mercury Lake offered no solid ground to tread upon, effectively obstructing Bai Li Tu Su and Yin Qianshang's lightness of foot technique. Bai Li Tu Su, wielding the burning desolation sword, was enveloped in an aura of malevolence, rendering him incapable of flying with his sword, while Yin Qianshang lacked such abilities altogether. As for Feng Qingxue and Xiang Ling, their low cultivation rendered them incapable of even crossing the river. Feng Lansheng, nearly immortal capable of minor spells. Compared to the others, his abilities were even more meager, barely reaching the chi refinement stage. After surveying the surroundings for a while, Lin Tian, finding nothing but the Mercury River, finally shook his head and said, "Forget it, let me take Xiaogong up. He harbors an obsession with the jade balance. You all wait here." The others nodded slightly, their expressions heavy with a sigh. The jade balance, an ancient divine artifact, had shattered long ago. And now the opportunity to restore it was at hand, yet they could not witness it firsthand. It was indeed a matter of regret. Very well. Seeing this, Lin Tian said no more, stepping forward to stand beside Ouyang Xiaogong. He formed a hand seal, summoning one of the 3 wooden spirit swords from behind him, which swiftly shot through the air with a chilling gleam and settled just above the ground. Lin Tian stepped onto the wooden spirit sword, and only after Ouyang Xiaogong ascended did he ride the sword towards the radiant passage above. The speed of the flying sword increased with Lin Tian's escalating spiritual power, and in an instant it traced a colorful arc across the sky, soaring over the Mercury River and plunging into the passage above. At that moment, the two finally reached the heart of the first emperor's tomb, a grand chamber where a verdant pearl floated, radiating an ethereal glow in the sky, captivating the eyes of Lin Tian and Ouyang Xiaogong. Chapter 90. Elevation of the Heart's Realm. Ouyang Xiaogong gazed at the object, his pupils constricted in disbelief. This was no mere legend, but rather something the first emperor had obtained, entombed within this underground mausoleum, never to see the light of day. The Moonlight Pearl. So it is. Ouyang Xiaogong turned to Lin Tian, who wore a knowing smile. Realizing that Lin Tian must have been aware of the Moonlight Pearl's existence within the first emperor's tomb, hence his confidence in merging the fragments of the jade balance. Exhaling softly, he looked back at the Moonlight Pearl, its green radiance shimmering throughout the chamber. A flicker of excitement crossed Ouyang Xiaogong's face as the fragments of the jade balance began to coalesce. He waved his hands, sending waves of spiritual energy towards the Moonlight Pearl, intending to draw it into his grasp. Observing this, Lin Tian also unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, interrupting Ouyang Xiaogong. Noticing Ouyang Xiaogong's gaze fixed upon him, Lin Tian waved his hand with a light chuckle, saying, "There's no need for such urgency, Xiaogong. The Moonlight Pearl will not flee. It can be taken at any time. However, before that, I wish to show you something regarding the jade balance's effects." Ouyang Xiaogong regarded Lin Tian with a look of confusion, yet he withdrew his energy, standing quietly to the side. Lin Tian smiled and retrieved a scale from the candle dragon from within his robes. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Xiaogong surmised Lin Tian's intention. Indeed, Lin Tian activated the scale with his spiritual power, its radiance illuminating the chamber, revealing scenes from long ago that unfolded before them. The images depicted the very chamber they stood in, featuring 2 middle-aged men, one clad in a dragon robe glared furiously at the kneeling figure. Lin Tian and Ouyang Xiaogong recognized the man as Ying Zheng, the first emperor. Ouyang Xiaogong's gaze sharpened as he observed the scene, where Ying Zheng was unmistakably holding the complete jade balance. A premonition of dread began to creep into his heart. Lin Tian, aware of this narrative, wore a smile. His intention was for Ouyang Xiaogong to witness this moment firsthand. The imagery continued to flow, revealing the kneeling middle-aged man, drenched in cold sweat, who slowly raised his head. Swallowing hard, trembling as he spoke, "Your Majesty, if I may speak candidly, there exists no method for eternal life in this world, nor any technique to resurrect the dead, to seek immortality, to bring back your mother. This defies the natural order." Ing Zheng's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "Defy the heavens? I am heaven. My will is the will of heaven." The kneeling man paused momentarily, wiping the sweat from his brow, then continued. "I have searched the entire Middle Kingdom, even beyond to overseas realms, delving into the heavens and the earth, and even consulted the spirit of Nuwa. Your Majesty, all beings have their limits. Life has its end. This is a timeless law that has existed since the dawn of creation. The dead cannot be resurrected, nor can one achieve immortality." Crash! A sound of shattering echoed as Ing Zhang, in a fit of rage, smashed the complete jade balance to the ground. The golden imperial aura surged forth, and with that strike, the jade balance shattered into 4 pieces. The vision ended, and the royal chamber returned to its usual state. Ouyang Xiaogong's face darkened with fury. The jade balance truly could not resurrect the dead. His heart ached as he recalled his past with Sun Fang. Trembling as his hands clenched into fists, if even the first emperor could not uncover the means of resurrection, and if even the divine Nuwa lacked such a technique. Despair enveloped him. Lin Tian retracted the candle dragon scale, placing it back into his sleeve, watching Ouyang Xiaogong's gloomy expression. He understood the weight of the first emperor's revelation upon him. Yet, this was the truth, and he wished to witness such a moment. First, let him descend into boundless despair, for he was the one who would bring hope. Lin Tian believed that Ouyang Xiaogong would seize that glimmer of hope with all his might. Surveying the chamber, he noted 2 platforms on the left side, where 2 well-preserved skeletons sat facing each other. One of these skeletons likely belonged to the man from the earlier vision. Lin Tian sighed inwardly at the terrifying power of time, while simultaneously solidifying his resolve to pursue the path of unparalleled transcendence, seizing opportunities across the myriad realms to forge them into his essence. He vowed to rise above all heavens and worlds, to endure when heaven falls and earth perishes, engaging in discourse with the Tao at the moment of transcendence. As this thought crystallized, an immense willpower erupted from within him. The myriad sacred beasts within the uncalled star essence seemed to sense Lin Tian's resolve. The azure dragon soared and roared. The white tiger charged forth with a mighty cry. The vermilion bird blazed with fiery screeches, and the black tortoise echoed with a haunting whisper, each one spiraling amidst the radiant glow. The 4 sacred beasts positioned themselves in the cardinal directions, roaring in response to Lin Tian's will. With the final roar, the sacred Qilin released its own aura. The wills of the 5 sacred beasts began to intertwine and merge with Lin Tian's, their brilliance shining forth. Lin Tian's aura surged dramatically, his will radiating outward with overwhelming force. In an instant, it shook the entire tomb of the first emperor, causing the burial chamber to tremble. And fissures began to appear on the surrounding walls, rapidly spreading and expanding. The intense commotion caused Ouyang Xiaogong to suppress his emotions, gazing in astonishment at Lin Tian. He could distinctly sense the formidable will emanating from Lin Tian, which, remarkably, was not bolstered by any spiritual power, yet possessed an awe-inspiring might. It seemed that his hopes now rested solely upon Lin Tian. Recalling Lin Tian's previous words, Ouyang Xiaogong inwardly contemplated the situation. The Qin Emperor's tomb trembled violently, sending waves crashing against the banks of the water galaxy. Observing this, the group led by Bailey Tusu hastily retreated, while Fang Lanxing exclaimed in alarm. Bailey Tusu's gaze snapped upwards, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "Could it be that my senior brothers have triggered some mechanism?" With a resolute demeanor, Bailey Tusu began to weave sword gestures, intending to harness the malevolent energy and employ sword flight to investigate further. With a sudden rush, the burning silence trembled as malevolent energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a dark crimson haze. However, this malevolent energy was evidently beyond Bailey Tusu's current level of cultivation to control. A spray of blood escaped his lips, and his aura waned instantly. The ground beneath them began to crack with increasing speed. Wind Qinxue, alarmed by Su Su's sudden collapse, rushed to support her, anxiously calling out to the others. "Should we retreat from the Qin Emperor's tomb and wait for senior brother Lin outside? Besides, Xiaogong is with senior brother Lin. At least their safety is assured." Yin Xianshang's countenance shifted upon hearing this. In his mind, it implied abandoning his brothers to save himself, a course of action he could never fathom. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the tremors mysteriously ceased. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he retracted his aura. In that fleeting moment, his state of mind had significantly advanced. He had not anticipated such a gain from this expedition to the Qin Emperor's tomb. Senior brother Lin is indeed extraordinary, Ouyang Xiaogong remarked, gazing earnestly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian surveyed the crumbling walls around them, fissures appearing as if they might collapse at any moment, and shook his head with a soft smile, remaining silent. Chapter 91. Erupting from the mountain, fixing his gaze upon the moonlight pearl, Lin Tian assessed the precarious state of the Qin Emperor's tomb, realizing that it was imperative to secure the pearl first. Observing this, Ouyang Xiaogong fell silent, quietly watching from the sidelines. Lin Tian's internal spiritual power surged as his right hand reached out towards the moonlight pearl, vibrant energy radiating from his palm. In an instant, it enveloped the pearl, gradually drawing it closer. Though the moonlight pearl was a celestial treasure, it had not developed consciousness and could hardly resist Lin Tian's formidable magical prowess. Unimpeded, the pearl floated through the air, succumbing to Lin Tian's pull until it rested in his grasp. "Let us depart," he declared as he stored the moonlight pearl away. Addressing Ouyang Xiaogong beside him. Amidst the crumbling walls, debris continued to fall, indicating that their time was limited. Ouyang Xiaogong nodded and observed as Lin Tian initiated his sword flight, striding forward with purpose, for Bailey Tusu and the others remained below. With a series of incantations, the wood spirit sword, swift as lightning, plunged into the passage leading down to the water galaxy. "They're coming down." In Qianshan's eyes remained fixed on the passage above the water galaxy, watching as a beam of sword light shot forth. The two figures standing upon it gasped, smiles illuminating their faces. "Hurry!" Lin Tian shouted to Bailey Tusu and the others as the wood spirit sword reached the shore of the water galaxy. As the massive stones began to collapse around them, each thunderous crash sent tremors through Fang Lanqing's heart. He anxiously questioned, "Senior brother Lin, how do we escape? The path we came from is blocked." His voice trembled with urgency, fearing that any falling debris could spell his demise. Bailey Tusu and the others surveyed their surroundings, searching for an alternate route, clearly resigned to the impossibility of retracing their steps. Lin Tian retracted the wood spirit sword, furrowing his brow as he assessed the thick stone walls. While a careful search might yield a way out, time was of the essence for Bailey Tusu and his companions. He shook his head, realizing that their only option was to force their way out of the Qin Emperor's tomb. Turning to Bailey Tusu and the others, he said calmly, "Stay close to me." Before anyone could react, Lin Tian summoned the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame once more. Unlike before, this time the flames coalesced into a fiery vortex at his chest. With a resounding dragon's roar, a fire dragon surged forth, soaring and spiraling through the air. The moment the dragon manifested, the temperature around them skyrocketed, and the spiritual energy in the vicinity began to gradually evaporate. Bailey Tusu, Yin Qianshang, and the others stared in disbelief at the creature before them, a dragon. Feng Qinxue stood frozen in shock, hands clasped over her mouth, exclaiming, "How is it possible? How can a fire dragon still exist in this world? Could it be that some dragons survived the unknown calamity of ancient times? Or perhaps they never perished, but instead concealed themselves somewhere in the world, resting and recuperating?" Standing behind Lin Tian, Ouyang Xiaogong was equally astonished, unable to quell the turmoil within him as he beheld the soaring fire dragon. The presence of this unknown serpentine beast, seemingly aware of the universe's secrets and wielding flames capable of incinerating spiritual energy, was astonishing enough. Now, with the emergence of a fire dragon, the question lingered, who exactly was Lin Tian? Beside them, Xiang Ling was already captivated by the dragon's majesty, her eyes wide and trembling. Although the fire dragon was merely the manifestation of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, it was incomprehensible for a flame-formed dragon to possess such overwhelming might, especially in its juvenile stage. Yet, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame shared a fragment of its essence with the sacred beast, the Azure Dragon, both belonging to Lin Tian. Thus, the fire dragon exuded such formidable power, rivaling even the already matured Yinglong of the ancient sword realm. Even so, this was enough to terrify a mere fox demon. At this moment, even the anxious Fang Lanqing, gazing at the fire dragon, could not help but swallow hard. As an ordinary man, he was oblivious to the fact that apart from the remaining few Yinglong and the mountain-guarding Zhulong, no other dragons existed in this world. Yet, witnessing this legendary creature, its body adorned with radiant red scales and 5 claws gleaming with sharpness, was awe-inspiring. As the dragon roared, torrents of golden flames spewed forth, scorching the ground beneath, causing it to sink into a molten pit. Fang Lanqing stared at Lin Tian in shock, his trembling hand pointing at the spiraling fire dragon. Senior brother Lin, is this your pet?" The fire dragon, being the fire spirit of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, could indeed be considered a pet. Lin Tian nodded in affirmation. In that moment, although the group had already suspected the truth, hearing Lin Tian's confirmation elicited gasps of astonishment from them all, including Ouyang Xiaogong, who was equally awed by Lin Tian's terror and mystery. Lin Tian noticed the profound impact the fire dragon had on them, yet felt no particular emotion himself. He waved his hand, directing his attention back to the imminent collapse of the Qin Emperor's tomb, his thoughts racing. At this moment, the hovering fire dragon in the sky sensed something and immediately dove down, unleashing a torrent of golden flames against the stone wall that stood before Lin Tian, gradually creating a massive opening. The fire dragon surged ahead, clearing the path, while Lin Tian followed leisurely behind. Observing this, Bali Tusu and the others hastily suppressed their astonishment and closely trailed after Lin Tian. He walked methodically, his spiritual awareness sweeping over the exhausted figures behind him. At this time, Fan Lanqing could not help but murmur about the oppressive heat. Internally shaking his head, he thought to himself that this was merely the temperature suppressed from the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. If its full power were unleashed, the others would likely be reduced to nothingness. With the fire dragon paving the way, Lin Tian and his companions were making significantly quicker progress out of the first emperor's tomb. As the last remnants of obstruction were burned away by the golden flames, beams of light began to filter through the opening. Lin Tian leaped forward, emerging from the cave to stand beside the fire dragon. With a thought, the fire dragon roared and vanished into Lin Tian's body once more. Meanwhile, Bali Tusu, Yin Qianshang, and the others, drenched in sweat, rushed out of the cave. Hearing the thunderous collapse behind them, fear gripped their hearts. Chapter 92. Knew on my heavens, we almost didn't make it out. Fan Lanqing, being merely immortal, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily after finally escaping the searing heat and the anxiety of potential cave-ins. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes as he glanced back at the cave. Yin Qianshang wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "We owe our safety to Brother Lin's formidable companion. Otherwise, we might have been entombed within this mausoleum." Once they were out of danger, Bali Tusu and the others regarded Lin Tian with renewed astonishment. After all, dragons were almost mythical creatures in their eyes. Even Ouyang Xiaogong was no exception. He was aware of the existence of Ying Long and Zhu Long, but the appearance of this fire dragon profoundly impacted him. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the dazed Bali Tusu and the others, casually gesturing and nodding toward Ouyang Xiaogong before stepping toward a towering mountain to the east. Ouyang Xiaogong immediately understood Lin Tian's intentions. He likely wished to discuss the price of resurrecting Sun Fan. After exchanging a few words with Bali Tusu, Yin Qianshang swiftly followed Lin Tian, leaving the rest in a state of confusion, gazing at one another in bewilderment, yet they refrained from pursuing him, choosing instead to wait silently. On the summit of a 2,000-meter-high mountain, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, peculiar pines grew abundantly, and strange stones lay scattered about, devoid of any earthly essence. Resembling a celestial realm, Lin Tian, forming incantations with his hands, reached the mountaintop after a brief interval, slowly approaching the cliff's edge to look down at the ascending Ouyang Xiaogong. With the luminous moon pearl in hand, he was poised to coalesce the jade balance. At this moment, he needed only to break through to the nascent soul stage before heading to the netherworld to seize the ferocious sword, Huangya. However, prior to this breakthrough, he needed Ouyang Xiaogong to make some preparations. After waiting for several breaths, Ouyang Xiaogong's figure finally appeared at the mountain's peak. Seeing Lin Tian standing motionless at the cliff's edge, Ouyang Xiaogong inquired, "What business brings you here, Brother Lin, that requires my assistance?" This puzzled him. With Lin Tian's strength, which was at least equal to his own, was there truly something he could not accomplish alone? Lin Tian turned, smiling at Ouyang Xiaogong, and without any preamble, stated, "The ferocious sword of the netherworld." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaogong's expression shifted, surprised that Lin Tian aimed to obtain the sword. However, recalling the strength of the netherworld, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Given your current strength, Brother Lin, subduing the netherworld should be a simple task." Lin Tian shook his head, stating, "The netherworld is not as simple as it appears," as he gazed skyward, enunciating each word, Niwa. Ouyang Xiaogong's pupils constricted at this revelation. Indeed, the netherworld had always claimed descent from Niwa and held an inextricable connection to her. Although the passage between gods and demons in the mortal realm was currently sealed, one could not dismiss the possibility that this ancient deity might leave a contingency plan to prevent the netherworld's annihilation. It was precisely due to Niwa's involvement that Lin Tian hesitated to forcibly seize the sword, opting instead to employ cunning strategies. He vividly recalled that in the original narrative, the statue of Niwa within the netherworld could indeed communicate with her. "Assist me in obtaining the ferocious sword," and I shall ensure Sun Fang's resurrection, Lin Tian declared. Ouyang Xiaogong took a deep breath, locking his gaze onto Lin Tian. He harbored no doubts about Lin Tian's ability to resurrect Sun Fang. At this moment, he faced only two choices, to agree or to refuse. Acceptable. After a moment's contemplation, a resolute expression emerged on Ouyang Xiaogong's face as he nodded in agreement. If it means resurrecting Sun Fang, then opposing the myriad gods is a trivial concern. Lin Tian, seemingly anticipating Ouyang Xiaogong's acquiescence, maintained a calm demeanor and softly added, "When infiltrating the netherworld to seize the sword, you may bring Yin Qianshang along. Meanwhile, you should first head to the Qingyu altar to extract all the disciples there." Creating a diversion. Ouyang Xiaogong furrowed his brow, glancing down at Yin Qianshang. For a moment, he found himself at an impasse. Had Yin Qianshang not encountered Feng Qingxue, he would have readily agreed with Lin Tian. However, given that Yin Qianshang had already deduced his true identity, bringing him along could prove detrimental. Lin Tian, observing Ouyang Xiaogong's hesitation, slowly spoke, "Qianshang values brotherhood above all. Moreover, both you and I have saved his life. In the past, he was willing to venture into Tianyong City to steal the burning silence for you. Why would he not be willing to infiltrate the netherworld for the sake of this endeavor? Are we to let a mere speculation about his identity deter us?" As he spoke, Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile as he glanced down at Bai Li Tu Su, deciding against bringing him along, for he did not wish to endanger his fellow disciple. Furthermore, even if he were included, Bai Li Tu Su's cultivation would render him of little use. Ouyang Xiaogong's gaze remained fixed on Yin Qianshang, and ultimately, he nodded in agreement, contemplating Lin Tian's previous words. It seemed he had no intention of returning to the Qingyu altar to gather the disciples. Thus, having arranged to meet again in Qinchuan, Ouyang Xiaogong ceased to inquire further and promptly descended the mountain. As he observed Bai Li Tu Su and the others, time passed slowly until their figures vanished from sight. Lin Tian released a long breath. With a flick of his light blue robe, he stirred the spiritual energy around him, sweeping away the fallen leaves and dust on the ground, before sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and instinctively activating the sword cannon to restore his vitality, preparing for his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. In an instant, Lin Tian's body emitted a force of attraction, causing spirals of energy to manifest in the surrounding space, which began to be absorbed gradually. Although summoning the fire dragon had not depleted much of his spiritual energy, with the breakthrough imminent, he aimed for perfection, exercising utmost caution to avoid any missteps. At this moment, the two-headed fire spirit snake slowly emerged from its master's arm, its small head surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, with a swift motion, it shot towards the expansive mountainside, its slender form transforming rapidly. Aware that its master was undergoing a breakthrough, the snake restrained its aura, refraining from unleashing molten lava or manifesting the realm of the underworld. On the mountainside, a colossal creature, over 50 meters in length, revealed itself. Yet even in its true form, the two-headed fire spirit snake remained terrifyingly formidable. Coiling its serpentine body, its massive head scanned the surroundings, intent on obliterating any presence that dared to disturb its master. Chapter 93. The nascent soul stage atop the lofty mountain. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Lin Tian sat in solitude, meditating to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, restoring his vitality. Nearby, the two-headed fire spirit snake remained alert, its serpentine body arched in vigilance. As time flowed slowly, Lin Tian suddenly halted, his eyes snapping open, a glimmer of golden light flickering within. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he cast a glance at the two-headed fire spirit snake, and with a smile, received a hissing response from his companion. Redirecting his gaze, Lin Tian felt rejuvenated and sensed that it was time to transcend. With this thought, he closed his eyes once more, turning his focus inward, and the sword classic began to operate autonomously. Suddenly, the spiritual energy at the mountain's peak surged violently, converging towards him in a torrent. However, Lin Tian's attention was fixated elsewhere, specifically on the golden core residing within his dantian, where the presence of a green lotus seed and a fire dragon was unmistakable. As the boundless spiritual energy continued to flow into his body, Lin Tian prepared for action. With a mere thought, a faint cracking sound resonated from within him. A hairline fracture appeared on the golden core, prompting a muffled grunt of pain, his complexion paling dramatically. Yet, he pressed on. He knew he must break through the golden core to give birth to the nascent soul, guiding the spiritual energy. He allowed it to course through his meridians, ultimately converging upon the golden core, where the cracks began to widen incrementally. Though his face turned ghastly pale, his aura intensified tremendously. Within the uncalled star essence, the five sacred beasts roared in excitement. Days slipped by swiftly, and on this day, As Lin Tian sat on the ground, he gazed inward at the nearly shattered golden core. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, his expression resolute, and bellowed with a deep voice, "Break!" As the words left his lips, a surge of spiritual power erupted within him, crashing against the golden core. Finally, with a violent tremor, the golden core shattered into fragments, giving rise to an ethereal figure radiating multicolored light at the site of the original golden core. This was his nascent soul. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Tian, fitting snugly within the grasp of a fist. With the destruction of the golden core and the emergence of the nascent soul, Lin Tian's complexion began to restore, and as he surveyed the flickering nascent soul, he focused his intent on refining it with the spiritual energy flowing through his body. Immediately upon the nascent soul's birth, Lin Tian sensed a surge in his magical power. However, he had no time to explore the benefits of this breakthrough. The multicolored spiritual energy surged through his meridians, continually washing over the nascent soul, each wave enhancing its solidity. Thus, Lin Tian fell into silence once more. The two-headed fire spirit snake, having observed its master's anomaly, heightened its vigilance, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Gradually, the sun rose and set, marking the passage of 3 days. Under the blazing sun, Lin Tian remained seated, and his aura had intensified further compared to 3 days prior. His nascent soul was now on the brink of complete solidity, emanating a terrifying presence. After the final wash of spiritual energy, Lin Tian's nascent soul trembled violently, and slowly, it opened its eyes, surrounded by a resplendent aura. A smile graced Lin Tian's face. At this moment, he had truly ascended to the nascent soul stage. However, as he prepared to conclude his meditation and rise, a sudden change astonished him. Within him, the nascent soul replaced the original golden core, yet the fire dragon and the green lotus seat remained above it unchanged. To Lin Tian's shock, as the nascent soul solidified, the fire dragon erupted into a frenzy, charging towards the nascent soul before he could react. Surprised and enraged, Lin Tian realized that his nascent soul had only just solidified. Fearing an unforeseen mishap, he attempted to expel the fire dragon from within, but in an instant, it collided with the nascent soul, leaving him unable to intervene. The fire dragon struck the nascent soul, yet the blazing golden emperor's inferno posed no threat, which did not surprise Lin Tian, as he had long refined it. However, the next scene compelled him to astonishment. The fire dragon began to coil around the nascent soul, its fiery intensity surging dramatically. Yet, moments later, the dragon's form shattered, transforming into a golden light that cascaded onto the nascent soul's right arm. Gradually, a golden dragon pattern emerged, resembling the fire dragon, with a flame shape etched upon its head. What was happening? Observing this spectacle, Lin Tian found himself bewildered. He could clearly sense that the nascent soul bore no injuries. And after shaking his head, he focused his thoughts on the dragon pattern on the nascent soul's arm. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian suddenly comprehended that the fire dragon, or rather the golden emperor's inferno, had truly been refined by him through this occurrence. His heart surged with joy. The benefits of transforming the golden emperor's inferno into his life flame were self-evident. From now on, even without actively using spiritual power, he could summon it at will, ensuring absolute control. He intended to evolve the Golden Emperor's Inferno into a divine fire capable of subduing the myriad realms. Watching the Golden Emperor's Inferno flickering on the nascent soul, as the fire dragon coiled around it, its dragon eyes tightly closed, Lin Tian exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he noticed an intense pulsation within his brow, prompting a soft exclamation. The star essence was in turmoil. Seeing this, Lin Tian formed hand seals to summon the star essence. And in an instant, radiant light spread across the land, with the 5 sacred beasts soaring above, each now towering over 100 feet, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. I never expected such a dramatic change in the star essence following my breakthrough to the nascent soul, Lin Tian remarked softly. Though his calm demeanor belied the excitement evident in his eyes, he realized that even relying solely on the star essence and sacred beasts, his current nascent soul cultivation would allow him to dominate the transformation stage with ease. In the skies above, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, while the sacred qilin hovered above Lin Tian's head, exchanging glances before unleashing a thunderous roar. At that moment, the world itself transformed. Chapter 94, movements from all sides. As the roar echoed, the surrounding heavens and earth trembled, and boundless spiritual energy coalesced into 5 colossal white whirlpools, surging into the massive forms of the 5 sacred beasts. On the flat terrain, the 2-headed fire spirit snake sensed the overwhelming aura and, in terror, lowered its raised body, trembling as it gazed upwards. The celestial phenomena manifested across a radius of nearly 100 miles, enveloping the entire mountain range. and the radiant light and mist expanded into the high sky. Villagers living on the mountain's fringes witnessed this terrifying spectacle, the radiant light filling the sky as if celestial beings descended. All who beheld this phenomenon were left in awe, instinctively kneeling in reverence, praying for protection from the heavenly beings. The torrents of spiritual energy surged uncontrollably towards the 5 sacred beasts, extending even to places 1,000 miles away, such as the ghostly capital, Tiannong City, and Qinchuan, all unable to escape the phenomenon. The endless spiritual energy flowed into the bodies of the 5 sacred beasts, causing their forms to expand at a visible rate. As time flows, the form becomes increasingly colossal. 100 zhang, 200 zhang, 500 zhang. The sacred body, obscuring the heavens and the earth, concealed within this radiant glow, remains unseen by all except Lin Tian atop the mountain peak. Lin Tian gazes blankly at the sky, observing the magnificent celestial beasts, each capable of overshadowing the world. Although his mind is in disarray, he can faintly sense that this is a fortuitous opportunity for him. Standing quietly at the summit, Lin Tian suppresses the agitation within his heart, his expression returning to calmness. As he fixes his gaze upon the heavens, beside him, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent slowly crawls towards its master, shrinking its serpentine form, and clings to Lin Tian's right arm, trembling as it conceals itself. The spiritual energy of the world continues to surge, increasing towards the 5 great sacred beasts. The azure dragon in the east, summoned by an unknown force, calls forth the ancient tree, which rustles as it absorbs the spiritual energy. In a moment, a tender sprout falls, suspended above the azure dragon's head. Streams of vibrant green sacred power erupt from the azure dragon's mouth, nurturing the budding sprout. Though the azure dragon's immense form continues to absorb the world's spiritual energy, it rapidly diminishes as the sacred power bursts forth. The immortal vermilion bird spreads its wings in the south, its divine flames intensifying with the gathering of spiritual energy. Soaring high, it releases a streak of crimson flame from its beak, igniting a sea of fire in the southern skies. The mountain ranges begin to burn, thick smoke billowing, and the terrifying heat cracks the earth as if a demon has descended, casting a pall over the land. Simultaneously, in the west, north, and central regions, the white tiger, black tortoise, and Qilin unleash their respective sacred powers, tearing open their own life sources from their sacred bodies. Golden bones, ethereal blood, and sacred energy resonate as the 3 sacred beasts roar thunderously, akin to the azure dragon and vermilion bird, channeling their sacred powers to invoke their primordial essences. As time ticks away, Lin Tian observes the sudden waning energy of the 5 great sacred beasts, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. An inexplicable sense of unease envelopes him. In the ancient sword realm, in Tiannong City, atop a meditation mat within the imperial palace, the esteemed Xin Jinren, who was deep in cultivation, suddenly opens his eyes, sensing the great upheaval of the world. In an instant, he leaps from the hall, suspended in midair. Spiritual energy is gathering towards the north. Could it be that a great demon has emerged in this realm, or perhaps a heavenly treasure is being born? Xin Jinren gazes in astonishment towards the north, his heart racing. He glances back at Tiannong City, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes as he decides to investigate. Tiannong City is now under the management of Ling Yu, and Lin Tian's growth has surpassed his expectations. Moreover, Tu Su is gradually gaining control over the flames of destruction. Contemplating all these, if he indeed encounters a great demon, even should he perish, he would harbor no significant regrets. Yet, if it is not a great demon but rather a heavenly treasure, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to transcend to immortality. In the skies, Xin Jinren nods subtly, his gaze fixed on the north. A purple cloud sword materializes in his hand, and with a thought, he merges with the sword, transforming into a streak of purple light that swiftly darts towards the north. At that very moment, outside of Qinchuan City, within a bamboo forest, Ouyang Xiaogong ponders the violet clouds in the northern sky. The unusual gathering of spiritual energy cannot escape his keen perception. Standing atop a high slope, he is struck by a bold idea. That celestial phenomenon above is conjured by Lin Tian. It is no wonder he speculates thus, as they had previously visited the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which lies to the north. Additionally, Lin Tian had suspiciously not returned to the Qingyu altar with him. Coupled with Lin Tian's enigmatic nature, the fire dragon, and the mystical beasts, all these elements lead him to believe that this celestial occurrence is indeed a product of Lin Tian's doing. After all, what other coincidental occurrences could exist in this world? Xiaogong, what is it? A voice calls from within the bamboo grove. Ouyang Xiaogong turns to see Yin Qianshang approaching him and conceals his curiosity. Observing Yin Qianshang clad in the attire of the iron-masked man, Ouyang Xiaogong shakes his head with a smile, his thoughts shifting, a flicker of brilliance crossing his eyes. Gather all disciples of the Qingyu altar, We shall proceed to the underworld. Upon hearing this, Yin Xianshang is puzzled and quickly inquires, shouldn't we wait for Brother Lin? Moreover, without his assistance, it may be challenging to breach the underworld. Ouyang Shaogong waves his hand, his gaze fixed on the northern sky, chuckling softly. Brother Lin is unlikely to arrive anytime soon. Moreover, I suspect the underworld is about to become a mere facade. Is it because of this? Yin Xianshang gestures towards the violet haze above, his realization dawning. Ouyang Shaogong nods. While he too wishes to witness Lin Tian or uncover the mysteries hidden within the violet haze, this moment is indeed the optimal time to venture into the underworld to steal a sword. Only by aiding Lin Tian in acquiring the glimmering extinction can he seek to resurrect Sun Fang. He is convinced that if the denizens of the underworld see the unusual phenomena in the sky, they too will be unable to remain idle. And just as Ouyang Shaogong anticipates, in the underworld, atop the Mozang Mountain, the underworld matriarch summons numerous elders upon witnessing the celestial anomaly in the north, hastily making their way to investigate. With the appearance of the violet haze in the northern sky, countless scattered cultivators and martial artists in the ancient sword realm, driven by curiosity, flock towards the source of the phenomenon, each seeking their own destiny. In Qinchuan, at the Fang residence, Bali Tusu stands in the western courtyard pavilion, astonished as he gazes at the violet haze above. He feels the malevolent energy within him gradually dissipating. How can such a phenomenon, from such a distance, alleviate the malevolence within the flames of destruction? What exactly is that violet mist? Bali Tusu murmurs, determination flashing in his eyes. If he could approach the violet haze closely, perhaps there lies an opportunity to eradicate all malevolence from the flames of destruction. The more he thinks, the more plausible it seems. Suddenly halting, he disregards Feng Qingsnow beside him and swiftly darts towards the north. Feng Qingsnow, having overheard Bali Tusu's murmurs, gasps in surprise at his sudden departure and quickly follows suit. Unbeknownst to them, their every move is closely observed by Feng Lansheng and Xiang Ling, who, eager for adventure after days of mundane existence, rush out of the door, excited to follow Bali Tusu and Qingsnow. On this day, countless beings in the ancient sword realm, whether intentionally or inadvertently, make their way towards Lin Tian. Meanwhile, high atop the mountain, Lin Tian remains oblivious to these events, fixated on the 5 great sacred beasts as his unease intensifies. Time passes, and 3 days swiftly elapse. As the primordial essences of the 5 great sacred beasts are refined into a more resplendent form, sacred energy surges forth. In the eastern skies, the tender sprout above the azure dragon radiates boundless vitality, capable of nourishing all things. In the south, the fiery blood flames beneath the vermilion bird emit an unending heat, as if to incinerate the world. In the west, the sacred gold from the white tiger's maw exudes limitless slaughter, seemingly able to shatter the heavens. In the north, the enigmatic waters beneath the black tortoise's sacred markings emanate an endless desolation, as if to flood the earth. Above Lin Tian's head, the sacred Qilin spiraled gracefully, and from its front, the primordial sacred source began to split and gradually differentiate into 2 streams, one transforming into mist and the other into fragments of stone. Moments later, the 5 great sacred beasts trembled in unison, emitting a resounding roar as they directed their respective primordial sources towards Lin Tian. In the heavens, the primordial sources of the 5 sacred beasts manifested in vibrant hues of azure, crimson, white, black, and yellow, shimmering brilliantly amidst the radiant light, while the surging spiritual energy cascaded downwards, converging towards Lin Tian. What is this? Lin Tian marveled at the scene around him, green shoots, blood flames. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Above the 5 sacred sources, he sensed a force potent enough to create worlds or annihilate them. Before he had time to ponder, the 5 sacred sources whirled around him swiftly, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into a tumultuous flow. In an instant, the 5 sacred sources merged into Lin Tian's being, coursing through his meridians until they reached his dantian. As Lin Tian focused inwardly on the 5 sacred sources revolving around his nascent soul, his body involuntarily began to operate the sword cannon, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Sensing a profound opportunity at hand, he instinctively closed his eyes, allowing his will to guide him as he accelerated the absorption of the surrounding spiritual power. As time flowed gradually, a faint purple mist began to materialize in his dantian. At that moment, his nascent soul began to stir, returning to the dantian, which underwent a tumultuous transformation. The nascent soul exhaled a burst of multicolored aura, which was absorbed by the dantian, causing it to tremble violently, ultimately forming a small space enveloped in chaotic void and gray mist. This is the Purple Mansion. Lin Tian gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. He had encountered descriptions of the Purple Mansion in ancient texts within the library of Tiannong City. Realizing that the dantian itself was the Purple Mansion, yet he had never imagined that he could condense one himself. Following the initial shock, a wave of intense joy surged within him. The purple mansion would evolve into a space within the Dantian, possessing myriad wonders, which he had only glimpsed in written accounts. However, the space created by the purple mansion differed fundamentally from spatial rings. It was a realm where sentient beings could truly reside. This realization alone filled him with exuberance. And he nearly burst into laughter, but he noticed that the 5 sacred sources, at the very moment of the purple mansion's formation, leaped inside instantaneously. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and sacred qilin gazed at this spectacle with weakened auras, yet their eyes sparkled with joy. Roars echoed as the 5 sacred beasts unleashed their sacred sounds, reverberating throughout the surroundings. What kind of monstrous creature's howl is this? A group traversed through the purple mist, listening to the earth-shattering roars. An elder in a black robe felt a jolt of fear in his heart, sensing an overwhelming aura within the cries, one that was far beyond his own cultivation and more than just one presence. Could it be that a great demon has also arrived here? Granny, do you see? He immediately inquired of a white-haired woman beside him, who held a staff. Simultaneously, the other dozen or so individuals nearby looked at the elderly woman, fear etched on their faces. They all understood that the creature responsible for the roar was undoubtedly far more powerful than they. Just hearing its voice instilled within them a desire to worship it. This notion arose simultaneously in each of their minds. The elderly woman gazed upward into the purple haze. Aside from the endless violet, she could discern no monsters, causing her to furrow her brow. The roar indeed emanated from this direction, which explained the absence of any visible form. After a moment's contemplation, she surveyed the surrounding elders and declared solemnly, "We are almost at the heart of this purple haze. We of the Yudu cannot retreat now. If it truly is a treasure of heaven and earth, the benefits for Yudu are incalculable." Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders turned their gazes towards the purple mist, watching the fleeting figures. After a brief pause, they all nodded in agreement.